Chapter 1 System, Binding and Reward Acquisition. Suddenly, Qin Feng awoke with a start from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar setting, momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been at home, enjoying a rare weekend respite, having settled in with a film on his computer, savoring some purchased duck delicacies and chilled beer in anticipation of a leisurely evening. How had he abruptly found himself in this strange place? Could it be that he had been kidnapped? That seemed implausible as a mere pauper. He possessed nothing of value beyond his own organs. Moreover, he had locked his door at home. There was no way he could have been so easily transported to this foreign location. Ugh. Ow, my head aches terribly. It feels as though my brain is expanding. Qin Feng groaned, clutching his head as he collapsed back onto the bed. After a while, he finally began to regain his composure. He pondered the memories that had inexplicably surfaced in his mind, still somewhat disoriented. Have I traversed to another world? Could such a stroke of fortune truly have befallen me? I knew it. I knew I wasn't a mere unlucky fool. I must have been saving up my luck for a moment like this. As Qin Feng indulged in his fantasies, envisioning a future filled with romantic escapades, he couldn't help but let a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Host memory fusion detected binding to the multiverse cinema system in progress. System binding successful. System, dear system? Qin Feng tentatively called out, his voice barely above a whisper. Host need not vocalize, simply summon the system through thought. Qin Feng complied, silently addressing the system in his mind. System, what is happening? Why am I here? This system is the multiverse cinema system, selected to assist the host in traversing cinematic worlds. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Feng felt little surprise after all. This was a familiar trope from the novels he had read. Then, system, can I return home? How do I do so? And what about the memories I now possess? Certainly, host can return. After traversing the cinematic worlds, the host may choose to return directly upon completing tasks, or live out a life within the cinematic world and naturally return thereafter. The system has facilitated the host transition to a growing up mode, with memories reflecting the host's experiences within the cinematic world, merely awakening the host's original memories at certain time nodes. So that is how it is. Qin Feng had initially worried about replacing someone else's life. It would feel rather inappropriate. After all, it was far better being himself. So, system, what is my task this time? Qin Feng hastily inquired about his mission in this world. Ding! Task issuance in progress. He wishes to avoid freezing to death beneath the bridge. Thus the task is to alter his fate. Completion reward, 10 destiny points. Task issuance complete. The host can view specific details on the system panel. Qin Feng obediently opened the system panel. Host, Qin Feng. Current cinematic world. Love in the courtyard. Strength, 8. Stamina, 9. Spirit, 12. Skills, none. Destiny points. 0 destiny points can be used to purchase corresponding items before each traversal. Task. He wishes to avoid freezing to death beneath the bridge and desires to change his life's fate. Completion reward, 10 destiny points. As Qin Feng observed his strength and stamina, both slightly below that of an average person, he understood the reasoning behind it. In this world, he was merely a rural dweller from Qin family village, the ancestral home of Qin Huairu. Fortunately, he had little connection to her family. Their kinship was quite distant. While his parents in this world treated him very well and never forced him to partake in farm labor, they had still managed to support his education at a vocational school, a rarity in rural areas. However, he often found himself somewhat undernourished, leading to a physique that was still somewhat lacking compared to others. Notably, his mental attributes were 2 points higher than average, which he found quite reasonable, for he had lived 2 lives in a manner of speaking. Though he hadn't technically died in the main world, he had indeed lived 2 existences. System, I understand most of this. What about my starter pack? Don't all protagonists receive a starter pack? Qin Feng wore an expression that suggested he was no fool, confident that no one could deceive him. System gift pack issuance in progress. Please hold on. System gift pack issuance complete. Please check your rewards. Before Qin Feng could revel in the anticipation of his starter pack, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Guidance for this cinematic world has concluded. The system will soon enter sleep mode, awaiting the host's return to the main world for reactivation. Panic surged through Qin Feng. System. System. Oh, great system. Hello. Are you there? System. He called out multiple times in various tones, yet received no response, leaving him in a state of anxiety. After all, he was now in an unfamiliar environment. Though his mind was filled with memories, the sheer volume of 18 years' worth of experiences was overwhelming, and he could only recall the most significant details. At this moment, Qin Feng was still just an ordinary person in the main world. With the system by his side, he felt a sense of security, but the sudden silence of the system left him feeling somewhat unsettled. As he called out to the system without success, he noticed that the system panel remained accessible, indicating that the system had not vanished, it was merely in a dormant state. Gradually, he began to calm himself. After regaining his composure, Qin Feng opened the recently awarded system gift pack with intent. Suddenly, fireworks erupted within his mind, resembling the effects of a poorly designed web game. As he observed this spectacle, he couldn't help but wonder if the system was afraid he would uncover the truth about the gift pack and had decided to flee prematurely. The more he stared at the chaotic display, the more apprehensive he became. Could it be that the system had truly abandoned him? Just as his anxiety peaked, the animated effects concluded, revealing the rewards of the system gift pack. A line of text floated across the system panel. Congratulations, host! You have opened the system gift pack and received the skill memory palace and one low-level genetic repair agent. Qin Feng turned his attention to the first reward, the memory palace, as its description appeared on the system panel. The memory palace is a passive skill. Upon acquiring this skill, a palace of memory will manifest within the host's mind, significantly enhancing memory retention, comprehension abilities, and spatial construction skills. The host will become unmatched in the learning process. Upon seeing the impressive nature of the skill, Qin Feng quickly examined the genetic repair agent. The genetic repair agent is a foundational potion of advanced civilization. Upon injection, it can rectify genetic issues, alleviate ailments, enhance the host's appearance and physique, and improve attributes such as strength, stamina, and spirit. After absorbing the descriptions, Qin Feng promptly learned the skill and injected the genetic repair agent into his body. Chapter 2: Graduating from Vocational School and Joining the Steel Mill. Qin Feng felt the effects of the genetic repair agent coursing through his body, yet initially sensed no immediate change, leading him to question whether the potion had expired. After a brief moment, a wave of warmth began to flow through his body, originating from his wrist and spreading throughout. This sensation persisted for 10 minutes, and when Qin Feng lifted his shirt, he was astounded to discover 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. Indeed, it was as miraculous as it sounded. What had once been a single muscle was now a chiseled six-pack, and Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Upon opening the system panel, he noted that his strength had risen to 12 points, stamina to 13 points, and spirit to 15 points, instantly invigorating him. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, he turned his gaze toward the memory palace within his mind. Before him stood a grand palace, resplendent in its majesty. As Qin Feng focused his consciousness on the palace, he realized that all of his memories were stored within, neatly categorized and readily accessible at his command. In that moment, Qin Feng recognized the immense fortune he had stumbled upon with such an ability. He could confidently assert that he would never falter again. The potential of returning to the main world with this capacity was beyond his wildest imagination, promising a path to prosperity and wealth. Consider the implications. It was akin to possessing a super-intelligent brain that could learn any knowledge of interest and apply it in unimaginable treasure. After reveling in his excitement for a while, Qin Feng suddenly came to a realization. If this were a modern cinematic world, he could amass wealth through the stock market and thrive via the internet. However, in the setting of love in the courtyard, he found himself lacking a significant advantage. To be honest, Qin Feng had never watched the entirety of Love in the Courtyard. He had only encountered snippets of it through short videos. In essence, the drama revolved around the lives of the male and female leads, one a devoted admirer and the other a paragon of virtue. The male protagonist, Shaju, began assisting the Jia family after the female lead, Qin Huairu, entered a period of mourning. In turn, the female lead, for the sake of her 3 children, sought out Shazu's assistance to support the Jia family. In the narrative, there exists a character known as the elder Yi Zhonghai, who, grappling with concerns regarding retirement, incessantly imparts the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young to the simple-minded Shaju. He instills in him the ideals of harmonious coexistence within the courtyard, while subtly collaborating with Qin Huairu to thwart Shaju's attempts at matchmaking. In the context of the story, he embodies the moral compass. Conversely, the second elder Lu Haizhong adheres to the belief that filial piety is forged through discipline, and ever since his favored eldest son Lu Guangqi eloped with his wife, he has resorted to frequent physical reprimands of his remaining 2 sons. Beyond his penchant for chastisement, Lu Haizhong feels a profound sense of unrecognized talent, ensnared in the frustrations of his inability to ascend to an official position, perpetually ruminating on the prospect of becoming a bureaucrat. The third elder, Yin Fugui, stands out as one of the few educated individuals in the courtyard, albeit self-proclaimed. He is often heard proclaiming that one cannot be impoverished by food or clothing, but rather by a lack of calculation. He delights in imparting his wisdom to his family, boasting that even a dung cart passing by must be sniffed for its worth. Daily, he is preoccupied with watching over the front gate, seeking to extract small benefits from every passerby. Reflecting on his knowledge of the drama, the courtyard of emotion, Qin Feng realizes that apart from the current skills that do not immediately aid him, there are no pressing issues at hand. After all, the plot poses minimal danger, primarily revolving around the mundane affairs within the courtyard. As long as he does not become overly entangled with the main characters, he remains largely unaffected. Upon rising and quenching his thirst, Qin Feng decides to meticulously observe his surroundings. According to his recollections, he finds himself in a dormitory. Having completed his vocational school graduation exams, he anticipates his impending assignment to a workplace. The other residents of the dorm, all locals of Beijing, have returned home, as they are set to collect their job assignment letters from school the following day. Qin Feng, hailing from Qinjiazhuang, refrains from returning home due to the considerable distance and limited time, as well as the financial burden it entails. The dormitory resembles a typical university dorm in the main world, albeit lacking in refinement, with 4 wooden beds neatly arranged. Each bed is accompanied by a wooden box at its head, designated for personal belongings, reminiscent of those he had seen in his rural hometown during his childhood. Though it appears that Qin Feng takes a long time to grasp the intricacies of the system, in reality, only a brief moment has passed. After donning his clothes, he intends to take a stroll. Upon exiting the dormitory building, he inhales deeply the air of 1965, finding it remarkably sweet an experience he will seldom encounter again. As he meanders through the school, hunger strikes, prompting him to visit the cafeteria for a meal. While the food is indeed clean, it is far from palatable given the scarcity of resources during this period. Minimal oil is used in cooking. Wandering the campus, Qin Feng ponders his situation. Although my current skills cannot be immediately utilized, the silver lining is that as a vocational school graduate, I am assured a job placement. My status as a worker guarantees my safety during this tumultuous decade, though I must find ways to manage my meals. Even though the system does not impose task completion, accomplishing them would yield destiny points, which could be beneficial in the next cinematic world. Therefore, it is prudent to undertake what I can. After receiving my assignment tomorrow, I can secure a stable job. If I choose not to return after the reform and opening up, I could leverage my knowledge to achieve prosperity. Thus, I must devise ways to improve my circumstances before the reform. After deliberating, Qin Feng resolves to delve deeply into traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts in this world. One for self-preservation and the other for saving lives. A skilled physician is always a valued guest. On the following day, he arrives early at the classroom, engaging in normal conversations with his classmates, exhibiting no signs of change. When the school officials arrive, each student receives their job assignment letter. The distribution follows the principle of proximity. Upon examining his letter, Qin Feng discovers he is to report to the Hongqing steel plant. Though the reason remains unclear, he attributes it to the system's influence. After all the letters have been distributed, the school organizes a commemorative photograph, and thus, everyone is deemed graduated, required to present their letters at their respective workplaces. Upon exiting the school gates with his letter in hand, Qin Feng makes his way to the Hongqing steel plant. After explaining his situation to the gatekeeper, he is directed to the personnel department, where he promptly reports in. Upon reaching the personnel department, the staff reviews his letter without further comment and processes his paperwork. Since he is newly graduated and assigned, they instruct him to return the following Monday for formal reporting. Thus, after completing his formalities, Qin Feng is granted a 6-day vacation, prompting him to plan his return to Qinjiazhuang. Chapter 3. Before reporting. After finalizing his employment at the Hongqing steel plant, Qin Feng returns to school to pack his belongings. Education during this era differs markedly from the future. It is not merely a matter of bringing along a few articles of clothing. Particularly for someone like Qin Feng, who comes from a rural background, it is essential to carry provisions prepared by his family, such as pickled vegetables for sustenance. Qin Feng has grown increasingly disheartened by the meals over the past few days, finding the steamed cornbread unpalatable. He cannot afford the more indulgent steamed buns made from refined flour. Fortunately, his body has adapted to this lifestyle, though the psychological toll is considerable. After packing his belongings, he completes the necessary procedures with the school staff and heads towards the bus station, luggage in hand. Once aboard the bus, as it sets off, Qin Feng embarks on his journey home, his thoughts drifting to his parents in this world. His heart gradually softens regardless of circumstances, They are, after all, his parents. Once his situation improves, he intends to enhance their living conditions, for a good reputation is immensely significant in this era. 2 hours later, he disembarks with his luggage and walks for over half an hour, finally arriving at the village entrance. Who are you? Do not move. Two militia members brandishing weapons emerge from the village's entrance. Ergo, Xiao Chong. It's me, I've returned. Qin Feng promptly sets down his luggage and greets them, aware that this is no time for jest, as their weapons are very real. Xiao Feng, is that you? What brings you back? Qin Ergo exclaims with joy upon recognizing Qin Feng, lowering his weapon. Xiao Feng, let me help you with your luggage. Xiao Chong hurriedly steps forward to assist. Xiao Feng, why have you returned at this time? Have you finished your break? Qin Ergo inquires. I graduated and have a few days off before starting work, so I came back to see my parents. A few individuals engaged in conversation as they made their way to Qin Feng's residence. Two of them expressed admiration for Qin Feng's achievement of attending a vocational school and securing a job in the city, devoid of any jealousy, for after all, Qin Feng was the pride of the entire Qin family village. The previous pride belonged to Qin Huairu. However, ever since she moved to the city and never returned, that pride had diminished. After assisting Qin Feng in settling his belongings, Ergu returned to his post, while Xiao Qiang headed to the fields to assist the Qin family members. Qin Feng gazed upon the house before him, imbued with the distinctive characteristics of its era, although the memories of it were vivid in his mind. Witnessing it with his own eyes evoked an entirely different sensation. The residence of the Qin family consists of 3 earthen chambers, offering ample space. This dwelling stands among the finest in Qin village, a testament to the tireless efforts of Mr. Qin over the years. In the village, he is held in high regard, with all nodding in approval of his endeavors. He supports 2 sons. One is married and works diligently in agriculture, excelling in his labor, while the other has achieved remarkable success by attending a vocational school and moving to the city. Child, you have returned. Come, let your mother see if you have lost weight. Qin Feng was still lingering there when his mother entered the door. Upon seeing him, she immediately grasped his arm, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at her son. You're back? Qin Feng's father, equally thrilled, maintained a stern demeanor befitting a father. His elder brother and sister-in-law looked on with joyful expressions at their younger sibling. The elder brother approached and gave Qin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Mom, see? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Qin Feng gazed at his family, a wave of joy swelling within him as he spun around, playfully conversing with his mother. It's wonderful to be back, he said. Qin's mother, filled with emotion, tenderly caressed his cheek. All right, let the child rest for a moment, Qin's father interjected, unable to watch any longer. After entering the house, he inquired, So, where have you been assigned after graduation? Upon hearing his father's question, Qin's mother and elder brother, along with his sister-in-law, looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation. In this era, leaving the countryside for the city was a monumental achievement, and Qin Feng's success in entering the city brought advantages to the entire family. I've been assigned to the Hongxing steel plant. I completed the paperwork this morning and will report next Monday, he replied. Hongxing steel plant? Is that not the factory where that girl from the Qin family works? Qin's mother asked, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity as she glanced at her husband. Yes, it is the factory where her husband works. It seems the girl from the Qin family is currently employed there. Qin's father nodded in agreement. The family joyfully gathered together, engaging in conversation for quite a while, asking Qin Feng about school and the happenings in the capital city. Before they realized it, the sun had set. Oh dear, we've been so engrossed in conversation. Is the child hungry? I'll go prepare some food. Qin's mother suddenly noticed the dimming light. We have eggs at home. I'll fry a few. The child has been studying hard, Qin's father reminded her. Qin Feng wished to interject with his mother, yet a mere glance from her silenced him. After dining, the family exchanged little conversation and retired early, for rural life offered scant entertainment. In the days that followed, Qin Feng accompanied his family to the fields. Although his relatives expressed their objections, asserting that they were now city dwellers and should refrain from agricultural labor, Qin Feng remained resolute in his decision. Before long, Sunday arrived, signaling his return to the city. On the highway, Qin Feng carried an assortment of luggage, surrounded by his family who gathered to await his transport. Elder brother, one of them remarked, it is about time for you and your wife to consider starting a family. I have begun working and am earning a decent income each month. Our household will not struggle as it once did. You both should think of giving our parents a grandchild. Upon hearing these words, Qin's mother immediately expressed her agreement. Indeed, Zai Shanzi, You both should return and strive diligently. Previously, our family faced considerable difficulties due to Xiao Feng's schooling, but now that has improved. You two must hurry and bring me a grandchild. Ah, understood, mother. The elder brother and sister-in-law exchanged a fleeting glance, their faces slightly flushed with anticipation. My dear, you must take care of yourself in the city. If anything arises, find a way to communicate with us. As the bus approached, Qin's mother grasped Qin Feng's hand, reluctant to let go. Yes, mother, rest assured, I will return to visit whenever I can. When you have the time, I will bring you to stay in the city. We won't be a bother. Just take good care of yourselves. Well then, the bus has arrived. Let the child board. Seeing the bus approach, Qin's father urged Qin Feng to get on quickly. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, I am off now. Elder brother, sister-in-law, please look after our parents. I will send money home every month. Do not hesitate to enjoy a good meal. You and sister-in-law should also save a little, as I am eagerly anticipating a nephew. Qin Feng tirelessly offered his reminders. Rest assured, elder brother, there is no need for concern at home. I will look after our parents. Qin Shan replied with a steady and sincere tone. Little Feng, do not worry. Both your elder brother and I will take care of things at home. Focus on your work in the city, his sister-in-law earnestly advised. As the family watched the bus slowly fade into the distance, she added, All right, let us return. The child has to go to work, and it is not far. He will be back. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin's father gazed at the departing bus, beckoning everyone to return. Chapter 4. Report on the steel mill and allocation of housing. Upon departing from his residence, Qin Feng promptly arrived at the guest house of the Hongxing steel rolling mill before dinner, armed with a letter of introduction to secure a room. Fortunately, this arrangement could be considered a benefit for newly hired employees. After all, individuals like Qin Feng, who were from out of town, had nowhere to go prior to the allocation of accommodations. He incurred no expenses for the lodging. After settling his belongings, Qin Feng intended to venture out for a meal. Qin Feng found a small eatery by the street and ordered a bowl of noodles. While waiting, he glanced around the modest establishment. The walls were adorned with photographs of patrons and various slogans, one of which particularly astonished him, a prohibition against the unwarranted assault of customers. To be candid, during his time in the main world, Qin Feng had heard of such occurrences from the elderly, but this was the first time he had truly experienced it. After finishing his meal, instead of heading directly back to rest, he meandered around the steel factory for a while. This meal marked the first occasion in many days that he felt such a sense of comfort. After meandering for a while, Qin Feng hastily returned to the guest house. There was no alternative. Having walked for some time, he had already been stopped and questioned numerous times. Fortunately, Qin Feng had brought along a letter of introduction. Otherwise, he could only imagine the consequences. This experience served as a profound shock to him. Although he was aware of such realities from his memory, the immediacy of the situation had a significant impact on him, marking a valuable lesson learned. Early the next morning, Qin Feng rose and, after a brief breakfast, made his way to the steel rolling mill. As before, he presented his letter of introduction to the gatekeeper and proceeded to the Human Resources Department. Ah, it's Xiao Qin. How was your break? The lady in the HR department recognized him immediately, for he bore a striking resemblance to the readers of his works. Hello, big sister. I had a wonderful rest. The environment at our factory's guest house is particularly pleasant. Qin Feng greeted her with a charming smile. Haha. Those who have entered university certainly know how to articulate their thoughts. You even call me big sister. I'm nearly the same age as your mother. She laughed heartily, exchanging banter with her colleagues. Really? Then, big sister, what is your secret to maintaining such youth? I must ask my mother to learn from you. Qin Feng inquired with a look of astonishment. With such a subtle expression, anyone who beheld it would genuinely perceive Qin Feng's shock. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the entire Human Resources Department erupted in hearty laughter. Sister Wang, see, scholars are indeed honest. I told you that you were young, but you didn't believe it before. The colleagues in the department joined in the jovial banter with the elder sister. Qin Feng could discern that the lady in the Human Resources Department seemed to command considerable respect, as her colleagues praised her both directly and indirectly. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must promptly accompany Xiao Qin to his onboarding, she said, swiftly curbing the chatter around her. Come along, Xiao Qin. I will take you to the logistics department. Ah, thank you so much, ma'am, Qin Feng replied, nodding appreciatively as he followed her. The two exited the building housing the Human Resources Department and made their way toward the logistics office. Xiao Qin, As a vocational school graduate and a talented individual, our factory has assigned you to the logistics department. During your one-year internship, you will receive a monthly salary of 45 yuan as a level 24 staff member. And after your confirmation, your salary will increase to 50 yuan as a level 23 staff member, she explained. Shortly, I will introduce you to the head of the logistics department, who happens to be my husband. Rest assured, I will have him assign you a more manageable role. The lady from Human Resources confidently assured him with a pat on her chest. Thank you so much, ma'am. I wouldn't want to impose on my brother-in-law. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude, emphasizing that he did not wish to be a burden. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's just a minor matter. All work is work, she replied cheerfully. Then thank you once again, ma'am, he said as they arrived at the logistics office. Old Zhang, I have brought someone for you. This is a talented individual. Please ensure he is assigned a suitable position, she called out as the head of the logistics department, Director Zhang, lifted his gaze upon hearing his wife's voice. Hello, Director. I am Qin Feng, a vocational school graduate, and I have just reported for duty today. I look forward to your guidance in the future, he introduced himself respectfully. Qin Feng promptly bowed and introduced himself, subtly informing Director Zhang of his circumstances in hopes of securing a more favorable position, unperturbed by others' opinions. All right, I understand now. You may leave the person here. Director Zhang nodded at Qin Feng before turning to his wife. Very well, I entrust this individual to you. By the way, please make proper arrangements for Xiao Qin's housing situation. As for the subsequent matters, my wife will assist you with them. I shall take my leave now. Qin Feng hastily expressed his gratitude. Ah, thank you, Mississippi. Please wait a moment while I attend to some matters at hand. Please have a seat. Director Zhang gestured to Qin Feng. All right, Director. Before long, Director Zhang concluded his tasks and rose to lead Qin Feng out of the office. Master Li, please come here for a moment. Ah, Director, is there something you need? Have you not been requesting personnel from me? I have brought someone for you now. From this point forward, Comrade Qin Feng will be responsible for managing warehouse number 3. This will lighten your load and spare us the daily quarrels. Thank you, Director. We truly had no choice. We are overwhelmed. All right, Comrade Qin Feng has just reported for duty today. He will handle his own affairs this afternoon. And once he officially starts tomorrow, please introduce him to the workflow. Certainly, no problem. Director Zhang swiftly arranged Qin Feng's work and allocated him an office. It must be said that the logistics in this era are remarkably efficient. Aside from the procurement team, which shares an office, most other departments enjoy individual offices. By the way, Xiao Qin, you will be in charge of the material allocation for warehouse number 3. Be attentive to details and learn from Master Li. Moreover, the relevant documents must not leave the office. Otherwise, you might lose the privilege of having a separate office, as those documents are quite important. Director Zhang earnestly cautioned him, emphasizing that no detail in logistics is insignificant, and there remain many threats domestically. Understood, Director. I will remember. Qin Feng promptly nodded in acknowledgement. They arrived at the housing management section, and upon entering, Director Zhang inquired, do we have any vacant rooms available for our new logistics personnel? Yes, Director. Currently, we have the side room at number 85 Nanluo Guxiang and the west wing at number 95. Which one is preferable? Director Zhang asked, uncertain. Director, the west wing at no. 95 is better. The side room at number 85 is in a larger courtyard, but it is also more crowded with factory personnel. Xiao Qin, which one do you prefer? Director Zhang turned to Qin Feng. Director, I would prefer the west wing at number 95, as it is more spacious. If my parents ever have the time, they could come and stay. Qin Feng pondered, ultimately deciding that staying away from trouble was wise. Completing his task was secondary to living well. Very considerate of you. Let's arrange for him to have the west wing at number 95. Understood, Director. Chapter 5. Moving and acquiring sundries. Xiao Qin, I shall not linger here any longer, for I have matters to attend to. Once they have completed the formalities, you may proceed to the street office in Nanluo Guxiang to handle the necessary paperwork. This afternoon, you are granted a leave to settle yourself comfortably. Director Zhang observed that there was nothing more to attend to and also planned to take his leave. Qin Feng quickly nodded in gratitude, saying, Director, no problem. Thank you for assisting me with the procedures. I can manage the subsequent matters on my own. With that, he added, all right, I shall take my leave. Once Director Zhang departed, the staff of the Housing Management Department heaved a collective sigh of relief and cautiously inquired of Qin Feng, Hey, brother, what is your relationship with Director Zhang? Qin Feng candidly replied, I have no significant ties with Director Zhang. It's merely that Sister Wang from Human Resources has been particularly supportive of me. While he spoke the truth, there was an underlying implication in his words. Sister Wang from Human Resources? Who is that? Some of the housing management staff, unfamiliar with her, turned to their colleagues for clarification. You don't know Sister Wang? She's simply the director's wife, came the response from those in the know. Oh, understood. Qin Feng, having listened to the ongoing conversation, remained silent, simply smiling as he waited. However, the demeanor of the staff from the housing management department was markedly different. After all, it is better to be cautious than to regret. No one could ascertain whether this young man had influential connections. If he did, a cordial attitude would cost them nothing. All right, young sir, your paperwork has been completed. Please take this certificate to Director Wang at the street office, the staff member advised with an added note of caution. Understood. Thank you, comrade. After receiving the certificate, Qin Feng also bent down and nodded in gratitude. Upon exiting the housing management department, Qin Feng found himself the subject of animated discussion amongst the staff. Do you think this young man has some connection with Director Zhang? One inquired. Not necessarily. Judging by his credentials, he seems to have graduated from a vocational school. Perhaps he simply values talented individuals, another suggested. However, the director has never personally mentored a graduate from a vocational school before, a voice chimed in. Well, if everyone could just maintain a cordial attitude, it would suffice. As there is nothing to be lost, another affirmed. Indeed, that is correct. Qin Feng arrived at the street office, bearing the necessary documentation. Hello. May I inquire if Director Wang is present? Qin Feng entered the courtyard where the street office was located. This courtyard was a two-entry compound, not as spacious as the one at number 85. Greetings, comrade. Are you looking for Director Wang? He is in the main room of the rear courtyard. You may proceed directly. Thank you, comrade. Qin Feng replied gratefully as he made his way towards the back courtyard. Hello, Director Wang. I am a newly recruited employee from the Hongqing steel plant. My name is Qin Feng, and I have been assigned to number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. Here is my proof of employment. Qin Feng observed a solitary woman in the main room, her short hair framing a visage that exuded competence and resolve. Seated with an upright posture, she embodied a military demeanor. Ah, very well, let me take a look, Director Wang said as he retrieved the verification letter and perused its contents. Everything seems in order. Please hold on a moment while I process the paperwork. Thank you, Director, came the reply. It's nothing, merely a trifling matter. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. In just a few minutes, he completed the necessary formalities and extracted a set of keys from his drawer. Let us proceed. I shall escort you there. I appreciate your assistance, Director. The two made their way to courtyard 95. Xiao Qin, please wait here for a moment while I summon the personnel in the courtyard. Once everyone is gathered, I will make an announcement. Understood, Director. Qin Feng surveyed the front courtyard of courtyard number 95, noting its evident smaller size in comparison to courtyard number 85. It resembled a modest two-entry courtyard, akin to that of the local street office. Qin Feng stood in the courtyard, gazing at the west wing. This would be his future home. A mere house like this could eventually be worth millions, and with it, he would become a wealthy man in this lifetime. Qin Feng, a recent graduate, had been assigned to the Hongqing steel mill, and this west wing was allocated to him. Being freshly graduated and still quite young, the others in the courtyard were eager to lend a hand in looking after him. Director Wang observed Qin Feng's youthful visage, reminiscent of his own child, prompting him to offer a few more words of reassurance. Rest assured, Director Wang, we shall take good care of him. Indeed, Director Wang, since little Qin's arrival, things have been quite pleasant. Now, we no longer need my husband to lock up the front yard at night. Exactly. With someone in the front yard, the courtyard feels livelier, and we are quite pleased about it. Moreover, Director Wang, we are certainly not like the residents of courtyard 85. Everyone here is doing well. Upon hearing the mention of courtyard 85, Director Wang fell momentarily silent, reflecting on the situation. All right, let us refrain from complaining. We all understand the matters at hand, and some things are beyond the street office's control. After this, the residents of the courtyard ceased their chatter, well aware that certain issues could only be addressed according to regulations. Well then, I have other matters to attend to at the street office, so I shall take my leave. Little Qin, should you encounter any issues, feel free to come to the office and seek me out. Thank you, Director. I appreciate your assistance. Qin Feng nodded in gratitude. After Director Wang departed, he opened the door to the west wing, only to be greeted by the chaotic state of the room, which left him feeling quite troubled. Little Qin? I shall call you that. said one of the elder women from the courtyard. "Do not fret about it. Allow us to assist you with the cleaning. Such tasks are hardly suited for a man." "Indeed, little Qin, heed your elder," chimed in another. "We shall help you tidy up. Where are your belongings? Please fetch them." One elder, accompanied by two others, came to assist without allowing Qin Feng to lift a finger. "Well, thank you, esteemed elder. I must admit I am rather at a loss here," Qin Feng said, scratching his head awkwardly. "No need for thanks. As neighbors, it is only natural for us to lend a hand whenever there is a need for assistance. It is the young folks of the courtyard who step up," the elder reassured him, noticing his discomfort. Qin Feng experienced the sense of neighborly connections from the elder generation for the first time, a stark contrast to the complete lack of interaction that would characterize future relationships. Qin Feng returned to the guest house to retrieve his luggage. On the way, he stopped at a supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a variety of daily necessities, including firewood, rice, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. In essence, he acquired an assortment of essential items, spending a considerable amount of money. Now, he found himself with less than 10 yuan and a few tickets remaining in his pocket. Qin Feng gazed at the blocks of sugar displayed on the counter of the supply and marketing cooperative. After a moment's hesitation, he eventually produced 50 cents to purchase a few. They had come to offer assistance, and although he lacked the means to treat them to a meal, he felt compelled to present them with something. Qin Feng returned to courtyard number 95 with all his belongings, just in time to see three elderly women finishing the cleanup of the house, diligently rinsing their cloths at the faucet. Upon his arrival, one of the women noticed him and quickly wiped her hands on her clothing before taking the bundle from his grasp. "Thank you for your trouble," Qin Feng said. "Please take this small amount of provisions back for the children." He set down his luggage and produced 3 portions of candy, which he distributed among the women. One of them remarked, "You young man, this is hardly anything. Is it not a waste of money?" She looked at Qin Feng with a hint of reproach. "I didn't purchase much, and besides, it is for the children. Please, take it," he insisted, handing the sweets to them. "Very well, we shall accept it. But do not let this become a habit," the woman replied. "Rest assured, it shall not happen again." Chapter 6. Commencing work and learning medicine. "All right, Xiaoqin. The room is nearly tidied up. We shall take our leave now. Should you require anything, you may find me in the main house at the back," one of the women said, observing that the cleaning was almost complete and deciding it was time to depart. "Thank you very much. I truly appreciate all your help." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude once more. Once he was alone, Qin Feng finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his home in detail. Upon entering, he found himself in the living room, which measured approximately 20 square meters, furnished with a square table and 2 chairs, devoid of any other furnishings. To the right of the entrance lay the master bedroom, similarly sized at around 20 square meters, containing a wooden double bed, though lacking bedding. To the left, the space divided into 2 rooms. Closest to the entrance was the secondary bedroom, roughly 10 square meters, completely empty, while the interior room was the kitchen, measuring about 7 or 8 square meters. Qin Feng gazed upon the kitchen with a sense of delight. Having a separate kitchen allowed him to prepare meals at home without attracting too much attention. After thoroughly inspecting the house, Qin Feng realized that he needed to express his gratitude. The gifts from Sister Wang and Director Zhang were indeed quite substantial. Logically speaking, as a vocational school graduate, he should be entitled to a share of this property. However, there are always exceptions in life, and the distinction between entitlement and actual possession is significant. Qin Feng contemplated the necessity of maintaining a good rapport with Director Zhang, as he would continue to work under his guidance in the future. Qin Feng tidily organized his belongings, laying out the bedding on the master bedroom's bed, while arranging various other scattered items with care. Qin Feng returned to the street office with the necessary documentation. Director Wang had previously informed her that after completing the arrangements, she needed to go to the street office to exchange her household registration and handle various other matters, including the grain book. When Qin Feng arrived at the street office, Director Wang had already completed all the necessary paperwork and was merely waiting for Qin Feng to sign, after which he could collect his household registration and grain book. "Thank you, Director Wang. I truly appreciate your assistance today. Please take this back for your children to enjoy." After Qin Feng completed the signing and formalities, he presented the candies he had previously purchased. "Child, why did you buy these? You've just started working. Where would you find the money?" Director Wang chided gently as he glanced at the candies Qin Feng offered. "Today has been quite troublesome for you, Director. I feel rather embarrassed. So I bought a few candies for the child." They aren't anything of great value, so please accept them. Very well, but let this be a one-time exception. Director Wang replied, observing Qin Feng's earnest demeanor as he accepted the offering. After leaving the neighborhood committee, Qin Feng went to the grain store to purchase the remaining provisions from his grain book. Since it was not the beginning of the month, he could only acquire what was left. Once he had taken care of all his errands, Qin Feng returned home and placed the grain in the kitchen. Glancing around at his current residence, it finally resembled a home. Indeed, it was quite satisfactory. Now he merely lacked a wife. With a year to go, he ought to marry next year, as one cannot afford to delay in this era. If too much time passes, it may become increasingly difficult to find a spouse. That evening, Qin Feng prepared a simple meal for himself. Due to financial constraints, he merely stir-fried some potatoes and steamed a few buns made from a mixture of flours. Enjoying a modest bite, not long after finishing his meal, an elderly gentleman named Wang Hai entered the courtyard. "Are you young Qin?" he asked. "My wife informed me that you moved in today." "I am Wang Hai, the elder of the courtyard." "Greetings, Elder Wang. I am Qin Feng, and I just moved in today. I appreciate your kindness and looking out for me." Qin Feng promptly offered him a seat and a glass of water. "There's no need for that, young Qin. Since it's your first day here, let me introduce you to the neighbors." "Ah, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Elder Wang." "Not at all. Let us go," Wang Hai said as he escorted Qin Feng out. "In our courtyard, you are currently the only resident in the front yard. The east wing and the back room belong to the hardware factory, and no one resides there at the moment. The main house in the back is my residence. Should you require anything, young Qin, feel free to come to me." As Qin Feng listened attentively to the introduction by Elder Wang Hai, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Elder," he replied. The two then traversed the courtyard, acquainting themselves with the other 8 households within the Sihiyuan. Number 95 Sihiyuan was rather modest, being a 2-entry courtyard that housed fewer residents. Apart from Qin Feng, who was affiliated with the Hongqing steel plant, the others were employees of the first hardware factory. It remained a mystery why there was a residence belonging to the Hongqing steel plant. Perhaps it was merely a remnant of history. The following morning, Qin Feng rose early, his body accustomed to the routine, as without an alarm clock, it would have been nearly impossible to awaken according to the customs of the primary world. After washing his face and having breakfast, he made his way to the steel plant. Upon arriving at the logistics office building, he placed his belongings in his office and sought out Master Wang. "Master Wang, I have come to report for duty," he announced. "Ah, young comrade, one mustn't jest. We are both responsible for the warehouse. There is no formal reporting here." Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Well, it's quite similar, isn't it? Did the director not say that I was to learn from you today? As a senior and a mentor, it is only fitting. Here, please have a cigarette," Qin Feng said, producing a cigarette and offering it while exchanging pleasantries. "Haha, you young comrade truly live up to your reputation as a bright student." Master Wang responded with newfound enthusiasm upon receiving the cigarette. Although Qin Feng's arrival alleviated some of Master Wang's workload, they were merely colleagues. How much warmth could he muster? However, with the gesture of offering a cigarette and kind words, Master Wang naturally became more amiable. "Come, Xiao Qin, let me show you around warehouse No. 3 while I explain the workflow," he said, gesturing for Qin Feng to follow. Qin Feng and Master Wang traversed the entirety of warehouse number 3, which serves as the factory's internal repository. This warehouse houses essential safety equipment for the workers, holiday gifts, and all items utilized in the kitchen, primarily catering to the needs of the factory's internal operations. After more than an hour of discussion, Qin Feng and Master Wang had come to understand the entire workflow. Essentially, it involved the allocation of materials based on documentation, while also necessitating the control of material wastage, registration of incoming stock, and recording of outgoing supplies. Overall, it was a lucrative position, as decisions regarding the distribution of resources rested solely with Qin Feng. Fortunately, the materials were generally abundant, with the exception of certain ingredients in the kitchen, which were somewhat scarce. Unlike the substantial profits associated with the first and second warehouses, which managed the factory's products, the gains there were significantly greater. Once Qin Feng grasped his responsibilities, he proceeded to the factory library, where he selected 2 medical texts, Fundamentals of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Diagnosis in Traditional Chinese Medicine. Upon returning to the office, Master Wang presented all the documents related to the third warehouse. Qin Feng swiftly reviewed them, committing the pertinent information to his memory palace, allowing him to recall it at any moment. Qin Feng briefly attended to the tasks concerning the warehouse, And with that, he found himself with some leisure time. He casually picked up a book on the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine and began to peruse its pages. Qin Feng perused numerous passages pertaining to traditional Chinese medicine within the book, finding himself momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, he resolved to commit the information to memory. Chapter 7. Daily Work and the Advancement of Medical Skills. On his first day at work, time slipped away unbeknownst to him. Aside from familiarizing himself with the work process alongside Master Wang in the morning and managing the incoming and outgoing data in the office, Qin Feng spent the rest of his day engrossed in reading. During lunchtime, he opted for the cafeteria closest to the logistics department, the third canteen, where he noticed the absence of Xia Zhu, who was likely dining at another establishment. The food at the canteen was rather palatable, certainly superior to his own culinary attempts at home, as he had a modest appreciation for decent meals. However, he yearned for the exquisite flavors reminiscent of a bygone era and was particularly eager to sample Xia Zhu's culinary skills, especially since the character had garnered the affection of high-ranking officials in a television drama. Given the stature of such leaders, accustomed to state banquets, it was intriguing that they still relished Xia Zhu's cooking. While it was plausible to request Xia Zhu's meals at any time, the prospect of engaging a state banquet chef seemed far-fetched. Regardless, Qin Feng was keen to experience this, as the matter of dining had been a lingering concern for him lately. Upon the ringing of the closing bell, Qin Feng made his way home. Meanwhile, Director Zhang rode his bicycle to pick up his wife. "Hey, Lao Zhang, how did little Qin fare after being assigned to you yesterday?" he inquired. "He started work today. I've put him in charge of warehouse number 3, overseeing our internal operations to minimize potential issues," Zhang replied. "That sounds good. It's better this way. If he were younger, it could lead to complications. We wouldn't want to ruin a child's prospects." His wife, Sister Wang from Human Resources, agreed with a nod. "Why are you so concerned about this young man, dear? Should I be wary?" "It feels a bit suspicious," Director Zhang teased, noting his wife's interest in Qin Feng. "Oh, you incorrigible man, what are you babbling about?" Sister Wang playfully smacked him. "Ouch, dear, must you be so harsh?" he exclaimed. "That's what you get for your nonsense," she retorted. "All right, tell me your thoughts. I haven't seen you so invested in anyone before. Don't you realize how old our daughter is? If I see someone good, shouldn't I keep an eye on her?" Sister Wang declared proudly. "What? Our daughter is still so young. Why would she need a partner?" Director Zhang responded, visibly irked. Yes, she is young. You should ensure she never marries in this lifetime," he continued, his tone filled with incredulity. "Isn't that a bit extreme? Can't we wait a couple of years? 10 years would be fine. You could support her for life. We should at least observe, right? If you don't pay attention now, she might end up with someone else." Sister Wang expressed her disdain towards Director Zhang's daughter-centric attitude. "I can't stand this daughter obsession. He is a significant figure in the factory, yet he loses his wits when it comes to his daughter. All right then, I'll keep an eye out as well." Director Zhang conceded. Director Zhang, albeit reluctantly, expressed his consent. In the days that followed, life unfolded in a similar manner. Qin Feng diligently assisted his neighbors with their various matters, for he was alone. Occasionally, he received some food in return. Though meager, it nonetheless warmed his heart. Qin Feng has come to understand that the living standards in the courtyard number 95 are quite commendable. Typically, most families can afford to enjoy meat at least once a week, as every household, apart from Qin Feng's, has at least one member employed at the first hardware factory. This realization brings Qin Feng a sense of joy. Although his kitchen is located within his home and the preparation of meat might go unnoticed, the necessity of purchasing it is evident to all, since the overall conditions of the families are favorable. Qin Feng feels reassured that indulging in some fine cuisine will not draw any criticism. Qin Feng found himself rather short on funds, leading to a monotonous routine of work and home each day. His meals reflected the humble fare of the masses, primarily consisting of cabbage and potatoes. However, he relished the pickled vegetables prepared by his mother, which provided a certain comfort during mealtime, preventing it from becoming too dismal. The logistics of his job were not overly demanding. As the manager of warehouse number 3, which faced the factory, his workload was manageable, with only the beginning of each month proving particularly hectic. His daily responsibilities revolved around the procurement of ingredients for the canteen, which served meals to over 10,000 individuals. The volume of supplies coming in and out was substantial. Additionally, there were the materials received from the purchasing department before the end of each day, although these were not required every evening. Recently, Qin Feng had cultivated a rapport with the personnel from the purchasing department, a development largely due to their initiative in fostering camaraderie. After all, no one could guarantee their timely return, and if he were to arrive late, it would mean overtime for him. In contrast, when Master Wang and his colleagues managed the operations, they seldom extended warmth towards the procurement staff, given that delays often disrupted their own departure. Qin Feng, however, did not outwardly express his displeasure. This month had indeed seen several instances of such situations, particularly as the end of the month approached, with certain procurements yet to meet their performance targets, inevitably straying a bit far from expectations. This also allowed Qin Feng to earn a commendable reputation in the procurement department. Seizing this opportunity, he entrusted a letter to be sent back to the Qin family village through the procurement team, which subsequently resulted in a reply from his family. Enjoying the relative leisure of his work, Qin Feng spent his days in the office sipping hot water and perusing medical texts, leading a rather carefree existence. Why not indulge in tea? Simply put, it was a luxury he could not afford, as tea leaves are rather expensive, at least beyond his current means. Ever since he learned that his wife wished for him to become a son-in-law, Director Zhang had visited Qin Feng's office under the pretext of an inspection. It was reasonable for him to do so, as he was indeed the director. After all, isn't that the essence of an inspection? Initially, upon seeing Qin Feng leisurely sipping hot water and appearing quite relaxed in his office, Director Zhang assumed that he was not taking his work seriously, which was unacceptable for someone of his revolutionary background. Qin Feng, have you completed your tasks? Qin Feng gazed at Director Zhang's serious expression, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening? Good day, Director. The tasks have been completed. This morning, we procured 100 pounds of potatoes, 50 pounds of cabbage, and 10 pounds of pork from the first canteen, along with various seasonings. The second canteen received 80 pounds of potatoes, 30 pounds of cabbage, and 7 pounds of pork. The third canteen has received the same provisions as the second. Currently, the warehouse has enough supplies to sustain the canteens for 5 days. However, in 3 days, the grain station will deliver next week's supplies, ensuring that our current stock is sufficient. I have annotated all the detailed data in the document for your review, Director. Qin Feng handed the document to Director Zhang. Upon reviewing it, Director Zhang understood the reason behind the individual's absence. Their capabilities were exceedingly impressive. Very well. Keep up the good work, he remarked. After that encounter, Director Zhang never returned. However, it was only after Qin Feng married Director Zhang's daughter that he learned that. Following their meeting, Director Zhang had informed Ms. Wang from Human Resources that Qin Feng would make a commendable son-in-law. After Qin Feng perused 2 medical books, he found himself still grappling with numerous unanswered questions. However, the system acknowledged his efforts. Host, Qin Feng strength, 12 stamina, 13 spirit, 15 skill, traditional Chinese medicine, level 1. Fate points, 0 task. He Yuzhu no longer wishes to perish from the cold beneath the bridge and yearns to alter the course of his destiny. Completion reward, 10 fate points. Chapter 8, a chance encounter with Qin Huairu, who is enamored. Qin Feng sat in his office, gazing at the display of traditional Chinese medicine skills on the system panel. Initially, there were numerous aspects of his memories regarding Chinese medicine within the palace of his mind that remained elusive. However, as the system transformed these skills into a comprehensible format, it seemed that Qin Feng suddenly grasped a great deal, even though many concepts still eluded his understanding. Upon discovering this issue, Qin Feng was instantly invigorated. Initially, he believed that the memory palace technique had little to offer in the context of the current era. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, when combined with the system, it yielded remarkable results. The memory palace enabled Qin Feng to swiftly absorb any knowledge, while the system transformed this acquired knowledge into tangible skills. Little Qin, it's time for us to collect our wages. Let us go, called out Master Wang from outside. Qin Feng also suddenly regained his composure. Very well, Master Wang. I shall be there shortly. Qin Feng, having steadied his mind, recognized that in the current circumstances, he could transform himself into an academic prodigy, capable of mastering any subject. However, he also understood the impossibility of studying everything in depth. Thus, he resolutely decided that pursuing the art of medicine would be the most prudent choice. Upon arriving at the finance department, Qin Feng joined the queue alongside his colleagues. Xiao Qin, this is your first paycheck, isn't it? Indeed, it is, he replied. Having just graduated, receiving one's first salary is quite significant. Yes, now that you've earned some money, how do you plan to spend it? Over the past month, Qin Feng had not been idle. He had acquainted himself with nearly everyone in the logistics department, engaging in pleasant exchanges, and there were no conflicts among them, allowing for harmonious interactions. Since it's my first salary, I intend to keep a little for my personal expenses and send the rest home. During my studies, my family endured financial hardships, and now that I am earning, I wish to alleviate their burdens. Haha, see, our Xiao Qin is quite filial. Indeed, this is common knowledge. There is no need for you to point it out, given that Qin Feng was the youngest in the logistics department and everyone was in line. It was only natural that they would tease him. All right, let us not tease Qin Feng anymore. It's almost our turn, so let us quiet down for a moment. Director Zhang, noticing the increasing volume of chatter, promptly intervened to restore order. Soon, it was Qin Feng's turn. Ah, young man, I haven't seen you before, the finance officer remarked, recognizing him as a new and handsome addition. Hello, ma'am, I'm new here, and this is my first month receiving my salary. Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod. Let me check. Logistics Department, Qin Feng, first-year intern salary is 45 yuan per month. And since the first month isn't a full one, you will receive 30 yuan. Here you go, young man. Please check if the amount is correct and sign in this spot. The finance officer handed Qin Feng 3 crisp 10 yuan notes and presented a form for him to sign. Upon receiving his salary, Qin Feng returned to the office, extracted a sheet of paper and an envelope, and pinned a letter to his family, enclosing a 10 yuan note within. With limited funds in his possession during this inaugural month, he decided to send a modest amount home for the time being, intending to remit a greater sum once his financial situation improved. Today being payday, an air of restlessness permeated the steel mill. As the workforce found it challenging to concentrate on their tasks, many were acutely aware that their earnings often fell short of their needs, with the final days of each month spent anxiously awaiting their wages. As was his custom, Qin Feng arrived at the dining hall a tad earlier than usual. Having previously dined at both the third and second canteens, he found their offerings undeniably superior to his own culinary efforts. However, after savoring the large pot rice prepared by the cook Sha Zhu at the first canteen, Qin Feng had predominantly opted to dine there. After all, he enjoyed a distinct advantage, being stationed in the logistics office, which allowed him to arrive slightly ahead of the crowd, coinciding perfectly with mealtimes. Over the past fortnight, Qin Feng had consistently frequented the first canteen, yet he had not encountered Qin Huairu. He did, however, spot the venerable Lu Haizhong, yet, to be fair, Qin Feng did not truly know him. He merely recognized him from having seen him in a drama before. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng departed. Thus he seldom encountered the elder Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. These two individuals maintained a close relationship with Sha Zhu, so there was no urgency in their arrival for the grand feast. It was certain that they would eventually join. Today was no exception, and Qin Feng paid it little mind, for he no longer resided in their courtyard, harboring no particular thoughts regarding participation in the unfolding narrative, instead embracing a philosophy of acceptance. On his way back to the office, he took the opportunity to borrow 2 books from the workers' library, one on traditional Chinese medicine and the other on formulary studies. In the afternoon, Qin Feng remained in the office engrossed in his reading, and as the workday drew to a close, he processed a batch of eggs in warehouse number 3. By the time he finished, it was rather late, and the factory was nearly devoid of people. Qin Feng visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some vegetables and a few eggs before heading home. Little Feng? Qin Feng, taken aback by the call, turned his head in surprise. Who are you? Upon recognizing Qin Huairu, he feigned confusion and inquired further. Is that really you, Little Feng? It's me. Your sister Huairu, Qin Huairu exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Sister Huairu? Is it truly you? How many years has it been since we last met? Qin Feng also grasped Qin Huairu's hand, speaking with fervor. Qin Huairu gazed at her younger brother from her hometown, overwhelmed with emotion. It had been years since she last saw her family. Ever since she left home to marry in the city, her parents had ceased to care for her, as if she no longer existed in their lives. It's been a decade since we last met. Ever since I married, we've lost touch. I must admit, I was hesitant to recognize you, but Xiaofeng, you bear a striking resemblance to the child I once knew. Tears welled in Qin Huairu's eyes, her emotions running high. Is that so? I hardly recall what I looked like as a child. Was I as handsome as I am now? Qin Feng replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Of course, you were always this charming and still quite proud. I remember bathing you when you were little. You had that same expression back then, Qin Huairu remarked, her heart swelling with nostalgia from the years apart. Ah, Huairu Jia, you actually saw me in my entirety. You must take responsibility for that. Qin Feng teased, his youthful arrogance shining through. Go away, you little rascal. You were just a child then. What was there to see? Qin Huairu retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You may have been a child then, but you are no longer, Huairu Jia. You seem to have aged considerably. Qin Feng observed, gently caressing her cheek, his tone filled with concern. In truth, Qin Feng often felt a pang of regret when watching the television portrayals of Qin Huairu's life. She had always been deserving of kindness, though she had wronged Shaju. He contemplated the possibility that if he could alter Qin Huairu's circumstances, perhaps Shaju's fate would also change. After all, had Qin Huairu not drained Shaju of his vitality, his ending might have been different. Qin Huairu felt the warmth of the hands upon her face and gazed at the handsome visage of the man before her, her heart experiencing an electric jolt for the very first time. Ever since marrying into the Jia family, her existence had been devoted to bearing children for them. Yet, Jia Zhashi and Jia Dongshu had never regarded her as a member of the family. Instead, they treated her like a mere servant, denying her any respite even during her confinement. Stop, Xiao Feng, we are in public. Qin Huairu gently placed her hand on Qin Feng's chest, subtly rejecting his advances. If it were not in public, would it be acceptable? Qin Feng lowered his hand and whispered softly in her ear. Go away, you naughty boy. How dare you tease your elder sister Huairu now? Qin Huairu retorted, her face flushed with indignation. On a serious note, Huairu, why do you appear so haggard? And why have you not returned to Qin family village? Qin Feng inquired, his expression turning grave as he regarded Qin Huairu. Alas, your sister Huairu does not wish for such circumstances. It is simply that her marriage has not been favorable. In her in-laws' household, she has endured much hardship and has not been allowed to return home. Thus I am unable to go back either. As Qin Huairu spoke, she reflected on her life, her expression marked by a profound melancholy. At least you could have informed your family if you had written a letter. Uncle Qin might have allowed you to endure this hardship, Qin Feng lamented, feeling a sense of frustration. Little Feng, I have no desire to return to the countryside. Life there is far too arduous. Oh, Huairu, you truly are something, he replied. Enough about me, little Feng, let us turn the conversation to you. What is your current situation? Qin Huairu gazed at the imposing figure of Qin Feng, his robust physique and immaculate attire suggesting he was thriving in the city. I graduated from vocational school and was assigned to work at the Hongqing steel rolling mill. After just a month on the job, I was returning home after work. You're doing great, Xiao Feng. I always knew you were clever. Among all the children in our village, you were the only one who would let me bathe you, despite your mischievous hands occasionally stealing a kiss. Ah, Sister Huairu, please don't misrepresent me. I don't recall such things. Wait, Xiao Feng. You were assigned to the Hongqing steel rolling mill? How come I've never seen you there? Qin Huairu suddenly realized and, in astonishment, turned to Qin Feng and inquired. Oh, Sister Huairu, are you also working at the steel mill? Indeed, she replied, ever since Jia Dongshu passed away. I have taken over his position and started working in the same workshop. How intriguing. It's remarkable that we've been so close, yet have not crossed paths. Yes, had I not left later today and recognized your familiar silhouette on the road, we might never have met. Qin Huairu couldn't help but express her amazement at the intriguing turn of events. Alas, it was getting quite late, and she needed to return home. Where do you reside now? She inquired. Once I've had some rest, I shall come to find you. Very well, then, Huairu, you should hasten back. I live in the west wing of the courtyard at number 95 Nanluo Guxiang. Just come over whenever you feel rested. I will be at home, Qin Feng replied. Really? Huairu exclaimed, utterly astonished, as she had never anticipated that their residences were so closely situated. Moreover, she realized that Qin Feng passed by her courtyard every day on his way to and from work. What's the matter, Huairu? Qin Feng feigned a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. We'll talk more about it this weekend. I truly cannot chat any longer. I must take my leave now, Qin Huairu said hurriedly before making her way home. Qin Feng gazed at the hurried silhouette of Qin Huairu as she made her way home, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that her figure was indeed striking. As autumn had yet to arrive, people were still clad in light attire, allowing Qin Feng to observe the alluring contours of Qin Huairu's body. It was quite perplexing to see someone who seemed to struggle with daily sustenance possess such a remarkable physique. One couldn't help but wonder who could possibly make sense of this irony. Qin Feng had not anticipated meeting Qin Huairu today. He had always believed in the notion of fate, yet he was surprised by the swiftness of their encounter. Upon reflection, however, it seemed rather plausible. given that their social circles were entirely intertwined, with the sole exception of not residing within the same courtyard. Qin Huairu hurried home, and as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with the harsh reprimands of Jia Zhangshi. "You vixen, why have you returned so late today? Have you been consorting with some foul man? Let me remind you, Qin Huairu, you were born into the Jia family, and you will die as a ghost of the Jia family. Do not even think about remarrying. If you dare to do so, I shall end your life right at your doorstep." Jia Zhangshi's venomous words revealed her deep-seated fears. After all, Qin Huairu was quite appealing. Possessing a fine figure, capable of bearing sons, and adept at household chores, truly the epitome of a good daughter-in-law. If she were to remarry, it would mean that there would be no one left to care for her in her old age. Jia Zhangshi had no desire to end up like the eldest master, Yi Zhonghai, embroiled in disputes over elder care. Having a daughter-in-law like Qin Huairu to serve her was a tremendous advantage. "Mother, please refrain from such baseless accusations. If others overhear, they will gossip. I was merely tidying the work area today and did not require the eldest master as assistance, which is why I returned a bit late." He can attest to that. Listening to the venomous words of Jia Zhang, Qin Huairu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This malevolent mother-in-law had truly subjected her to more than enough torment. However, in her pursuit of remaining in the city, she was compelled to endure. It would be best if it remained so, for otherwise, she would face dire consequences. "Hurry and prepare the meal. Who knows if my eldest grandson, Bang Gong, is already starving?" Qin Huairu remained silent, bending down to prepare dinner. In her heart, she grumbled, "I'm certain I'm not the only one starving here. It's just this old woman who seems to have no cares. Idling at home all day while I must return to cook. Why has Tishi starved to death yet?" In the house, Shaju overheard Jia Zhang's scornful remarks directed at Qin Huairu and felt a twinge of sympathy for her. His sister Qin truly faced hardships. She toiled daily at work only to be tormented by her cruel mother-in-law upon returning home. Determined to assist her, he resolved to bring all his boxed lunches to Qin Huairu from then on, thinking that perhaps this would endear him to her. As Shaju contemplated his decision, he felt exceptionally clever. Time passed, and since that fateful encounter with Qin Huairu, the two had not crossed paths again. Qin Huairu's promise to seek out Qin Feng remains unfulfilled, while Qin Feng feigns ignorance of her circumstances. After all, Qin Huairu has indeed not disclosed any information regarding her family's whereabouts to Qin Feng. Qin Feng approached the matter of courting Qin Huairu with a sense of nonchalance, accepting whatever fate had in store for him. Thus, 2 months slipped by. During this time, Qin Feng returned to Qin family village for a weekend each month, and he set aside 20 yuan from his salary each month for his family. His parents and elder brother and sister-in-law consistently urged him not to send more money home, advising him instead to save it for the future purpose of marrying a wife. Qin Feng, after much deliberation, decided to contribute 5 yuan to his family each month, considering it a token of filial piety towards his parents. This marked his agreement to the arrangement, and he also learned the joyous news of his sister-in-law's pregnancy, heralding the arrival of a new family member. His parents were filled with delight every day. Over the course of 2 months, Qin Feng managed to elevate his traditional Chinese medicine skills to the 4th level, placing him above the majority of practitioners in the field. Reflecting on the knowledge he had acquired, he mused that the most esteemed elder practitioners in the country likely possessed skills around the 8th level. However, he believed it improbable to reach the 9th or 10th levels, as there are inherent limitations within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, making it challenging to ascend beyond a certain threshold. In order to swiftly enhance his living conditions, Qin Feng placed particular emphasis on studying the field of andrology. In this regard, he is likely to attain a proficiency level of around 6 or 7, which is quite adequate. At the very least, among the connections he has, it is improbable that he would encounter anyone of superior caliber. Qin Feng intended to offer a little assistance to Director Zhang while delivering documents. Considering that the couple had been quite kind to him, improving their marital life seemed a worthy endeavor. "Director, here are the inbound and outbound data from the warehouse for the 3rd of this month, along with the relevant organized documents for your review." "Very well. Please place them on the desk," Zhang replied. Director Zhang, you seem a bit unwell. May I take a look?" What do you mean?" Director Zhang suddenly lifted his head, looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, unsure of the implication behind those words. "Well, my family has a legacy in traditional Chinese medicine, and I thought I might help you with some adjustments," Qin Feng said, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Knowing that Qin Feng was not one to boast, Director Zhang agreed to give it a try. "Very well, Let us proceed. I am curious to see your skills. Chapter 10. A Preliminary Trial of Medical Skills, Part 2. All right, Director, please wait a moment while I fetch some items, Qin Feng said, and after a brief exchange, he returned to his office to retrieve a set of silver needles. Qin Feng intended to administer acupuncture to Director Zhang, aiming to invigorate his vital energy and blood circulation. Following that, he would prepare the medicinal pills he had previously set aside, specifically designed to enhance male vitality, not in a frivolous manner, but rather as a holistic remedy rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, beneficial for one's health. Director, please remove your outer jacket and lie down on the bed. Upon returning after sterilizing the silver needles, Qin Feng gestured toward Director Zhang. Are you certain about this? Xiao Qin, can you assure me of its efficacy? Director Zhang observed Qin Feng's technique with a degree of professionalism, yet his youth inevitably stirred some apprehension within him. Rest assured, Director, if it were anything else, I wouldn't dare make any guarantees, but this is a family heirloom skill, so you can trust me. Qin Feng exuded confidence, firmly believing that even if the treatment were ineffective, it certainly wouldn't cause any harm. After all, this skill was acquired following a system upgrade, defying all logic. Well, very well then. I shall entrust this to you. Director Zhang resolved to take a leap of faith, awaiting the demonstration of Qin Feng's abilities. As Qin Feng awaited Director Zhang to prepare himself, he swiftly employed the silver needles with remarkable dexterity. Before long, a multitude of needles adorned Director Zhang's back. Qin Feng then rubbed his hands together, declaring, "All right, let's wait for about half an hour. Tomorrow, I will administer another session and provide you with some medicine." Director Zhang inquired, "What is this treatment for? I don't feel any different." He lay on the bed, contemplating. "You will soon understand, Director. This is the secret to a man's joy," Qin Feng replied with an enigmatic smile. "What? The joy of a man? Are you suggesting?" Director Zhang, initially perplexed, suddenly grasped the implication and turned to Qin Feng, seeking confirmation. "Is it truly the joy of a man?" he pressed. Qin Feng shrugged and opened his palms. "Ha ha ha, young Qin, you and your generation have such a way with words, calling it the joy of a man. How amusing. Are you certain about this?" "I hope I am not left with mere empty hopes," Director Zhang remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of solitude. "Rest assured, Director, you will soon feel its effects. However, I advise against any intimate encounters today. After tomorrow's acupuncture session, I will provide you with some medicine, and then you may indulge in your newfound joy." Qin Feng also winked at Director Zhang, sharing an understanding glance that only men could comprehend. As half an hour elapsed, Director Zhang suddenly felt as if he had returned to the vibrant mornings of his 20s, invigorated and full of energy. "Xiao Qin, you are truly remarkable," Director Zhang exclaimed with excitement. "Please do not rush, Director. Allow me to finish collecting the needles before you get too enthusiastic," Qin Feng replied, meticulously gathering the silver needles. "What do you think, Director? My skills are quite commendable, aren't they? You truly are impressive. After all these years, one might think I would have succumbed to age." Director Zhang remarked, somewhat embarrassed, remaining reclined even after the needles were removed. "By the way, Xiao Qin, how long will this effect last?" "It should subside in a few minutes. This is the typical response to acupuncture. You must refrain from intimacy today. Once we complete the treatment tomorrow, all will be well. Otherwise, it would be in vain," Qin Feng advised. "Understood. I will heed your guidance." "I completely trust your expertise," Director Zhang agreed wholeheartedly, acknowledging his diminished standing at home since advancing in age. Having experienced the efficacy of Qin Feng's treatment, Director Zhang resolved to regain control over his domestic affairs. After conversing for a while, as Director Zhang's reaction diminished, Qin Feng noticed that there was little else to address, so he decided to return, scheduling another acupuncture session for the following day. The next morning, as Qin Feng completed his tasks in the office, Director Zhang sent someone to summon him. Qin Feng approached with silver needles in hand, accompanied by a small ceramic vial containing 10 exquisite pills. The vial, carefully chosen by Qin Feng, exuded an air of antiquity and sophistication. Qin Feng, having experienced the marketing allure of the primary world, is acutely aware of the significance of packaging. Initially, he intended to sell this pill, but he had no intention of offering it at a low price. Rather, he planned to sell it to only a select few in order to enhance his own quality of life. In the past, Qin Feng administered acupuncture to Director Zhang once more. This time, the effects of the treatment were even more pronounced and prolonged than the previous day, leaving Director Zhang in an exceptionally joyous mood. Director, this bottle contains 10 pills. You only need to take one every 3 days. This is not the kind of stimulant sold in pharmacies. It is designed to regulate the body and fortify the kidneys, replenishing vital essence. Moreover, the recent acupuncture sessions were intended to enhance the absorption of the medicinal properties. This is a time-honored family secret. Director Zhang regarded the bottle of medicine in his hands with utmost seriousness. It represented a source of future happiness. Xiaoqin, I cannot accept this medicine without compensation. Please let me know how much it costs. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, aware that as a high-ranking official, he should not take advantage of others. Previously, he had not anticipated Qin Feng's exceptional medical skills, nor had they discussed the price. Director, I truly do not have much money. And I want to be overly polite. Just 20 yuan for this bottle will suffice. Director, I am not asking for more than necessary. This is merely the cost price. Normally, it would be 50 yuan per bottle, but let us not dwell on that. Just give me the cost price. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang promptly produced 50 yuan. Xiaoqin, the price must reflect its true value. I cannot allow you to miss out on earnings because of me. Qin Feng, however, gently pushed the money back. Director, I truly do not want it. Simply give me a cost price. I remember the kindness you and Sister Wang have shown me. And you cannot deny me the opportunity to express my gratitude. Director Zhang could see that Qin Feng was speaking from the heart, not merely seeking favors. All right, Xiaoqin, I shall accept this favor from you. By the way, Director, please do not mention the price we discussed, all right? Ha ha ha, you rascal, rest assured. I shall keep it to myself. Good, that is settled then. In the following days, everyone in the logistics department observed Director Zhang appearing cheerful each day, and their curiosity was piqued. After all, the logistics tasks were numerous, and previously, Director Zhang had been troubled over supplies daily. Yet, during this period, he was all smiles. And when someone made a small mistake, he did not impose harsh penalties. Meanwhile, in the Human Resources Department, it was noted that Sister Wang radiated vitality daily. Her cheeks rosy. While she had always dressed elegantly, she now exuded an air of ripeness. Old Zhang, I've noticed something amiss with you lately. What good fortune do you have to share? After a meeting, Deputy Factory Director Li stopped Director Zhang, and the two enjoyed tea in Li's office. Haha, you've picked up on that, huh? Things at home are smooth now. My sister-in-law has been quite obedient. How could I not be happy? Not at all, old Zhang. Share your secrets with me. You can't keep such wisdom to yourself. Deputy Factory Director Li, aware of his own circumstances, felt a sense of urgency. He could hardly speak at home, lacking confidence. I'll tell you. Director Zhang, feeling quite pleased, recounted in detail how Qin Feng had aided him. Really? Is it as miraculous as you say? Deputy Factory Director Li expressed disbelief, as he found himself at an age where he felt somewhat helpless, unable to satisfy even his wife at home, let alone entertain others outside. Of course, why would I deceive you? This is all inherited knowledge. You are aware of our country's traditional Chinese medicine, aren't you? How could the wisdom passed down by our ancestors be flawed? Indeed. The senior leaders also rely on seasoned practitioners to maintain their health. Exactly. In this regard, our forebears were truly remarkable. Deputy Factory Director Li was greatly intrigued by this information, wrestling with his thoughts. Old Zhang, could you ask Xiaoqin to assist me with my health as well? Upon hearing this, Director Zhang began to realize that while Qin Feng had helped him, it seemed as though he was inadvertently betraying him. Would this not lead to Qin Feng's discontent? Old Li, Xiaoqin has already assisted me in improving my health. I am grateful to him, and now I am revealing his services. I am unsure of his feelings on this matter. Surely it's fine. This also introduces him to potential patients. He stands to earn from this, doesn't he? Deputy Director Li felt somewhat at a loss, primarily because he had yet to arrange his affairs properly and did not wish to miss out on an opportunity. Thus, he suggested Old Li, I will inquire and then bring him over to assist you with your condition. After a moment of contemplation, Director Zhang agreed. Very well, Old Zhang. I would appreciate your assistance in speaking favorably. Deputy Director Li understood that Director Zhang was concerned about offending Qin Feng, for one could never be too cautious, after all. No one wishes to antagonize a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon returning to the logistics department, Director Zhang proceeded directly to Qin Feng's office. Xiaoqin, are you busy? He inquired with a friendly demeanor. Not at all, Director. I've just finished my tasks and am currently reading, Xiaoqin replied. I wanted to discuss something with you. Director Zhang continued. Indeed, Director, please go ahead. During my conversation with Deputy Director Li today, I inadvertently let slip some details about my recent circumstances. Consequently, Deputy Director Li is eager for your assistance in his treatment and is rather anxious about it. You know how men can be. It's a rather trivial matter. What do you think? Is that so, Director? This sounds like you're referring me for business opportunities, Xiaoqin remarked. This could indeed be profitable for me. Just ensure you don't mention a price. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything. Even if asked, I'll simply state it's 50 yuan. Well then, in that case, we have no issues. All right, Xiaoqin, shall we set off? Ah, is it really that urgent? Qin Feng was genuinely surprised by the sudden urgency. Nevertheless, recalling the dramatics often portrayed in television series, he found it somewhat unsurprising. Very well, let us proceed. Qin Feng gathered his silver needles and exited with Director Zhang. This must be Xiaoqin. After hearing about your capabilities from old Zhang, I felt compelled to summon you post-haste. Please forgive the urgency. Deputy Director Li said as he hurriedly rose to greet the young man upon their arrival. Hello, Director Li. I am Qin Feng from the logistics department of the steel mill. Director Li, you can trust me, especially with Director Zhang vouching for me. How could I not respond? Haha, Xiaoqin, you truly are a remarkable talent. Your eloquence and efficiency are commendable. Indeed, I have been performing quite well in our logistics department these past few months. Xiaoqin replied, with Director Zhang beaming with pride. Where is your family from, Xiaoqin? From the suburban area of Qinjiazwang. I heard from Director Zhang that you come from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Why didn't you pursue a medical career? Due to financial constraints? Pursuing medicine would require at least 4 additional years of study, which my family simply cannot afford. What a pity. Otherwise, you could have become a healthcare professional. Not to worry, contributing to society through work is also a worthy pursuit. Enough of this, old Li. Let us expedite the treatment with Xiaoqin so as not to hinder his work. Director Zhang gazed at Deputy Factory Director Li, who had resumed conversing, and interjected. Very well, then I shall trouble Xiaoqin. Qin Feng swiftly administered a series of acupuncture treatments. After half an hour, Deputy Factory Director Li began to experience a sense of elation. It was now unequivocally clear that Qin Feng was indeed a treasure. He must not be lost. Qin Feng recognized that Vice Factory Director Li had taken the bait. His intention was to ensnare him, ensuring a more comfortable existence over the next decade with Li's oversight, thereby avoiding most troubles. Moreover, in the realm of television dramas, regardless of one's character, talent is held in high regard. The individual is also known for being judicious in reward and punishment, as well as for fostering a spirit of sharing. Qin Feng similarly informed Deputy Factory Director Li of the pertinent considerations and, observing that all was well, took his leave. The following morning, he returned to administer acupuncture to Director Li and brought along a bottle of medicinal pills. Here, Xiaoqin, this is your consultation fee. I appreciate your assistance over the past few days. Deputy Director Li handed him 50 yuan, evidently having consulted with Director Zhang, who had likely refrained from specifying a fee for his services. Ah, Director, I shall not be impolite, Qin Feng responded, accepting the money without hesitation, for in such times, one ought to accept rather than decline. This is a special gift just for you, a token from your brother Li to congratulate you on officially commencing your duties. Qin Feng glanced at the receipt handed over by Deputy Factory Director Li, accepting it without scrutinizing the details. It appeared that Deputy Director Li truly possessed the capability to recognize talent, much like the characters portrayed in television dramas. As for the factory director, I shall not hold back. Having just commenced my duties, I admittedly lack any substantial accumulation. Haha, there is no need for formalities with me. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. By the way, Director, regarding the matter of assisting you with the adjustments, let us endeavor to keep it discreet. If they are genuinely close friends or relatives, that is one thing. However, if they are merely acquaintances from afar, it would be best to refrain from spreading the word. Otherwise, I may find myself unable to supply the necessary remedies, and it would become awkward as to whom can receive them and whom cannot. Indeed, you need not worry. Xiaoqin, I understand. Upon exiting the office of Deputy Director Li, Qin Feng glanced at the receipt he had received, astonished to find that it was indeed a complete set of 3 transformations and 1 sound. He couldn't help but marvel at the magnanimity of Deputy Director Li. Before he realized it, a month had quietly slipped by. Qin Feng also arrived punctually to assist Director Zhang and Deputy Factory Manager Li in restoring their health. Recently, both of them have indeed appeared radiant, leaving those who encounter them in a state of curious wonder. Fortunately, they have managed to maintain their silence. and for the time being, no one else is aware of the situation. Qin Feng has recently received an additional 70 yuan, which means he is now entirely free from financial worries. Little Qin, is it possible for you to produce a few more pills each month? Inquired the factory director. Oh, isn't that your sister-in-law? Since her return to her family home, her condition has improved significantly, and my father-in-law is now aware of the situation, which is why Vice Director Li felt somewhat embarrassed, having previously advised against sharing such information, only to have it inadvertently revealed. Director, I genuinely have no means at present. The living conditions of the house allocated by our factory are insufficient, and this is all I can manage, Qin Feng explained. Little Qin. So it isn't that you cannot produce more pills, but rather that you lack the space, am I correct? Vice Director Li immediately grasped the underlying implication of Qin Feng's words. Well, that is indeed the case. I only have a large courtyard, and there is no room left. No worries. I will assist you in resolving the housing issue. Huh? Director, do you mean? I will find a way to provide you with a private courtyard, and I would appreciate it if you could help my father-in-law with his health. I am truly grateful. Director, we can arrange for the expenses of the courtyard to be deducted from the monthly payment for the pills. I cannot allow you to bear the entire burden. We can discuss that later. Just await my notification, Little Qin. It will be within the next few days. Chapter 12. Qin Huairu arrives. Qin Feng had assumed that it would take some time for Deputy Factory Director Li to finalize the arrangement for the house. However, he was taken aback when Li sought him out on Saturday as soon as work commenced. Xiao Qin, here you go, Li said, handing him a key. I have already arranged for the essentials inside the house. The rest is up to you, as I am unsure of your specific needs. The small courtyard is situated at the far end of Baimitsang Hatong, in the northeastern corner of Beihai Park, surrounded by tranquility and devoid of nearby residences. Director, you truly are remarkable, managing to secure it so swiftly. How much did it cost in total? Unfortunately, I have no cash on hand and can only settle the payment in kind. As Qin Feng gazed at the key in his hand, he contemplated the prospect of owning a residence, a private courtyard, which would be truly splendid. The traditional Sihiyuan felt overcrowded. It was difficult to indulge in finer delicacies when others were left wanting. After all, testing human nature is best avoided, as jealousy is indeed a primordial sin. You're still being polite, huh? Fine, as you wish, just ensure you provide me with 6 months' worth of medication, remarked Deputy Director Li, acknowledging Qin Feng's resolute gaze with agreement. Li held a certain admiration for Qin Feng. Setting aside his expertise in traditional medicine, his character was extraordinary. Most ordinary folk would seize every opportunity for self-gain. Young Qin, you've endured quite a bit this time. My father-in-law is eagerly awaiting your assistance, Li continued. No problem. I have a day off tomorrow, and I will attend to it. Just wait and see, Qin Feng replied, exuding confidence. After all, he merely sought Li's help in locating a private courtyard. The medication itself was not an arduous task. However, if it were too simple, there would be no constraints on quantity, nor could he command a higher price. Qin Feng was not keen on accumulating too many patients, for no amount of money could be spent if it were not manageable. After work, Qin Feng returned home, intending to prepare something delightful for the next day, though he was troubled by the prospect of cooking. Young Qin, are you at home? Called out Uncle Wang Hai from outside. Yes, Uncle. Please come in, Qin Feng replied as he opened the door. No, I'm here to inform you that we need to hold a meeting in our courtyard. Come on, everyone has arrived. All right, he acknowledged. Upon reaching the backyard and seeing everyone gathered, Uncle Wang Hai stated plainly, as autumn has set in. The neighborhood committee has announced that this year's winter storage vegetables will soon be available. Next Saturday, the committee will distribute tickets for purchasing these winter supplies. We should ensure someone stays at home, and since young Qin has been with us for a while now, we cannot always impose on him to close the gates. Therefore, let us discuss and establish a rotation for everyone, as we all share this Sihiyuan. Indeed, before young Qin arrived, we took turns closing the gates. And now that he is here, we should not burden him alone, another voice chimed in. Yes, it seems fair for everyone to take turns, they agreed. Listening to Uncle Wang Hai, the residents of the Sihiyuan felt it was appropriate to voice their opinions, regardless of the truth, for the sake of decorum. It's nothing. I find it quite effortless. It's not much trouble at all. If I'm ever absent, we can simply manage it ourselves, Qin Feng reassured them, dismissing his concerns. That won't do, young Qin. Your assistance is a gesture of friendship, but it shouldn't be expected of you, Uncle Wang Hai firmly stated. Yes, young Qin. Listen to everyone, they urged. All right then, thank you all. Qin Feng replied graciously. In the course of their conversation, it was mutually agreed that the courtyard door of the Sihiyuan would be rotated among them. Qin Feng also expressed his consent. With the establishment of his private courtyard, he intended to indulge himself with clandestine snacks, which would preclude his return in the evening. If the door needed to be constantly secured, it would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. After enjoying a leisurely slumber, Qin Feng awoke, yawning, and donned his attire. Qin Feng glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly 8 o'clock. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in a leisurely sleep, and this slumber had been particularly refreshing. After washing his face, he planned to have a light meal before heading to the small courtyard in Baimitsong Hutong. If he found anything lacking, he would need to venture out to procure some supplies. Is anyone home? As Qin Feng listened to the voice, he felt an unmistakable familiarity. Yet his mind, still clouded from slumber, could not immediately grasp the situation. Who is it? Is someone at home? Come in. Xiao Feng, can you tell who I am? Ah, Sister Huairu, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Seeing Qin Huairu filled Qin Feng with immense joy. No need to be so courteous. Qin Huairu replied, her face lighting up with surprise and happiness upon recognizing him. Sister Huairu, why did it take you so long to come? Surely, you haven't been unable to find the right place all this time? Qin Feng sat beside Qin Huairu, taking her hand in his. Come now. With your directions so clear, how could I possibly have gotten lost? It's not as though my sister is alone. My mother-in-law has always been reluctant to let me out. I merely seized this as an opportunity to escape. As Qin Huairu felt Qin Feng's hand in hers, her cheeks flushed slightly. Having not seen this dear boy for 2 months, she had missed him dearly. She had thought her longing was merely a sign of her own solitude, yet he had persistently appeared in her dreams, stirring her emotions. Ah, Sister Huairu, does your mother-in-law treat you poorly? Why would she prevent you from stepping outside? Qin Feng's indignation flared at the thought of her confinement. It's nothing, Xiao Feng. What are you planning to do? Oh, I was just thinking of having something to eat. I overslept today, you see. Overslept? I haven't had the luxury of such a leisurely morning in years, Qin Huairu remarked, her expression turning somber as she reflected on her own circumstances. Let me prepare something for you. You're a grown man, but I doubt you're adept at cooking. No need, Sister Huairu. I'm not particularly hungry today. A few boiled eggs will suffice. Qin Huairu listened to Qin Feng's plan to have boiled eggs for breakfast and felt a twinge of envy. In the Jia household, she had never tasted an egg. Any delicacies were always reserved for Jia Dongqiu, Jia Zhang, and the others. Now that Jia Dongqiu was gone, the eggs were still consumed by Jia Zhang and the others, leaving her and Xiao Dangwei deprived. Huairu, please sit for a moment while I boil some eggs. Qin Feng offered. All right, she replied absent-mindedly, her gaze wandering around Qin Feng's home. The room was spacious and bright, although the walls bore signs of age. The overall expanse was particularly impressive. Rising to her feet, she circled the room, her eyes glistening with envy. She couldn't help but marvel at how the once small boy had grown into such a remarkable young man. Here, Huairu, I boiled a couple extra for you. You should have 2 as well. No, these eggs are too precious. You should save them for lunch, Qin Huairu protested. Upon hearing that he intended to give her eggs, her heart swelled with emotion, yet she still hesitated to accept. At this moment, eggs were not a luxury accessible to everyone. Take them, don't argue with me. Do I need to spank you? Huh, you little rascal. You've picked up my way of speaking, Qin Huairu chuckled. She recognized that Qin Feng was mimicking her words from their time at the Qin family home. She recalled how she would always share her treats with him back then, speaking to him in the same manner. Those memories warmed her heart further, and she decided not to refuse the eggs any longer. All right, I'll eat, she conceded, accepting the eggs from Qin Feng. With great care, she began to peel one, savoring each bite with meticulous attention. Come on, Huairu, eat heartily. You still have another one. You mustn't leave any behind, understand? Qin Feng observed her delicate eating habits, feeling a pang of sympathy. Even though eggs were indeed precious, it was clear that she had never indulged in them before. It seemed that life in the Jia family was truly harsh. Okay, I understand, Qin Huairu replied softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since Qin Huairu married into the Jia family, she had never experienced such warmth, which Qin Feng generously provided. At home, who isn't a little princess? After dinner, Qin Feng and Qin Huairu engaged in conversation for a while longer. Sister Huairu, do you have any free time today? Could you do me a favor? What is it? Please tell me, Qin Huairu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, a distant relative, who had no children, entrusted me with their house upon learning that I was in the capital. Now that they have passed away, I plan to go and tidy up the place. I was initially troubled about how to manage it, but now that you are here, it seems fortuitous. Wonderful. That sounds like a great opportunity. Let us go. I have no plans today, and I can help you sort it out. Working together will make it quicker. Indeed, teamwork between a man and a woman makes the labor less burdensome. Stop saying strange things. Qin Feng led Qin Huairu out of the door and began to walk outside. Xiao Qin, please wait a moment. I shall go ahead and wait for you at the entrance of the alley. It would not be prudent for others to see you leaving from my residence at Courtyard 85. All right, Huairu Jie, you may proceed first. After a brief detour, Qin Feng accompanied Qin Huairu to Courtyard 105 of Baimitsong Alley, where he unlocked the door with a key. Upon entering, they were greeted by a shadow wall. And beyond it lay the entirety of the courtyard, comprising the eastern and western wing rooms, along with the main house. The main house featured a traditional layout of 3 rooms, with the living room at its core and 2 bedrooms flanking either side. The eastern wing housed a bedroom and a kitchen, while the western wing served as a storage area. It was evident that some adjustments had been made to the layout, as a traditional Sihiyuan should not have appeared in such a manner. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table surrounded by 4 stone chairs, alongside a dragon-carved fish pond, currently empty. Qin Feng was quite pleased with the sight and contemplated raising goldfish and lotus flowers in the future, seeking to cultivate his artistic sensibilities. Ever since Qin Huairu arrived, she has been utterly captivated. Although her residence at Courtyard number 85, once a royal palace, is significantly larger than this quaint abode, one must consider how many families inhabit the former. In contrast, this garden is entirely her own, promising unparalleled comfort. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she realized she had been lost in thought. Qin Feng, observing her distraction, playfully pinched her cheek. Hey, you rascal! How dare you pinch my face? I will give you a thrashing. Qin Huairu exclaimed, her embarrassment quickly transforming into indignation as she reached out to strike him. Ha ha ha, you can't catch me. Qin Feng laughed as he deftly evaded her. Don't run. I'll make sure to hit you. Come on then. Try and hit me. The two of them frolicked in the courtyard like children, a luxury afforded only by the privacy of their exclusive garden. Such playful antics would be inconceivable elsewhere. All right, Xiao Feng, I can't run anymore. I'm utterly exhausted, Qin Huairu said, collapsing onto a stone bench and waving her hand at Qin Feng. Ha ha ha. So, are you feeling happier now? Yes, much happier. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Upon hearing his caring words, Qin Huairu gazed into his eyes, feeling as if she could be swept away by their tenderness. No need for thanks, just be happy. I'm here for you, Qin Feng said, gently caressing her cheek. Xiao Feng, shall we tidy up? Where are the things? Qin Huairu's face flushed crimson, her hands and feet suddenly unsure of what to do. Hee, let me help you find them. Upon locating a broom and a cloth, the two individuals commenced their cleaning duties with a clear division of labor. Qin Feng wielded a broom, tidying up several rooms. In the main house's bedroom, he observed that the bedding was intact, and the furniture, albeit aged, was complete. It remained uncertain whether these items were originally part of the room or had been provided by Deputy Factory Director Li. Qin Huairu, with a cloth in hand, began to wipe down the surfaces. Initially, her face was flushed, but after a while, she regained her composure and worked with agility. The two of them collaborated seamlessly, and before long, they had nearly completed the task, especially since they had tidied up earlier and the mess was not particularly severe. Finally, they finished their work. Qin Huairu sank into a chair in the living room, exhaling a sigh of relief. You must be tired, Sister Huairu, Qin Feng remarked, sitting beside her and gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Xiao Feng, please don't, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks still rosy as she intercepted his hand. Qin Feng gazed at Qin Huairu, who was attempting to restrain him with her hand. He sensed the feeble strength of her refusal. Sister Huairu, I cherish you. Do you feel the same for me? Ignoring her attempt to block him, Qin Feng continued to caress her cheek as he asked. Xiao Feng, I am uncertain. I truly do not know, Qin Huairu replied, her mind a blank canvas in response to his words. Sister Huairu, allow me to take you home. Qin Feng whispered gently in her ear as he lifted her into his arms. Came a response that was almost imperceptible, a sound that seemed both affirmative and yet distant. An hour later, he spoke softly. Sister Huairu, you must be weary. Holding her tenderly, he continued, Xiao Feng, please refrain from speaking. Let me rest for a moment, she replied, her eyes gently closed, signaling her desire for silence. Doze for a while. I will awaken you for dinner shortly. Qin Feng gazed at Qin Huairu, who had succumbed to slumber, gently withdrew his hand, rose from his seat, donned his attire, and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative at the alley's entrance, where he procured a pound of pork, a selection of fresh vegetables, and some essential household items. Given the likelihood that Qin Huairu would be a frequent visitor in the future, it was prudent to have the necessary supplies on hand. Upon returning with his purchases, Qin Feng observed that Qin Huairu was still deeply immersed in her dreams, evidently exhausted, and sleeping quite soundly. Qin Feng refrained from waking Qin Huairu and, with the ingredients in hand, made his way to the kitchen. In the primary world, he was not adept at cooking, as takeout was always an option. However, upon arriving in this realm, he had to learn the art of culinary creation, which resulted in him acquiring a modest level of skill, particularly in preparing homely dishes. The system interface distinctly displayed his proficiency, Culinary Arts Level 2. Before long, Qin Feng completed the meal and returned to the room, ready to rouse Qin Huairu for lunch. Chapter 14. Guiding Qin Huairu. It's time to rise and dine. Qin Feng whispered softly into her ear. What time is it? Qin Huairu inquired, her eyes still clouded with sleep, entirely oblivious to the daylight. What time? It's lunchtime. Qin Feng chuckled at her dazed expression, a sight he rarely witnessed from her. Please step outside. I need to get dressed, Qin Huairu said. Her face flushed crimson as she buried herself under the covers, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. All right, hurry up. You must be starving. Besides, there is nothing about you that I haven't seen. Or even now, Qin Feng remarked, amused by her shyness, before stepping out of the room. Qin Huairu, upon witnessing Qin Feng exit the room, hastily rose from her bed and donned her clothing. As she dressed, she felt the weakness in her legs and reflected on her earlier sensations, realizing that her previous existence had been in vain. Come, let us hasten to dine and replenish our strength, Qin Feng remarked, observing her unsteady gait as she emerged from the bedroom, teasingly adding, it's not my fault. You're the one who is being ridiculous. Very well, I shall refrain from jesting. Please, take a seat. I have prepared braised pork, stewed eggplant, and some marinated delicacies. Come, sample my culinary skills, he continued, glancing at his cooking proficiency, which, though only at level 2, was sufficient for a homely dish. Wow, this is quite a feast. How much did all this cost? Qin Huairu exclaimed, gazing at the bountiful spread, feeling it was an extravagant display. Not to worry. It's my first time preparing such a quantity. Typically, we do not indulge in these treats in the courtyard, so it's time to make up for it. Qin Feng replied, offering her a piece of the braised pork. Try my cooking. Since starting work, I've had to rely on my culinary skills. Let us see how I've fared. Delicious. Your skills are quite commendable. It's a pity. I wish I could take some back for Xiaodang and Huaihua, she said. Really? I take that to heart, if you find it tasty. Please indulge a bit more. Perhaps another time. For now, you are unable to take any, he responded, noticing her enjoyment as she savored the food. He offered her another chopstick full of braised pork. Indeed, let us discuss it later, she agreed, relishing her meal. She had long forgotten the last time she had savored meat. Typically, the leftovers brought by the silly Zhu were consumed mostly by Jia Zhang's family, leaving her and Xiaodang, Huaihua with very little, often just dipping a bun in vegetable broth to fill their stomachs. Sister Huairu, now that you're working, even though your earnings are modest, you possess an urban household registration, providing a monthly ration of grain. Why, then, does life remain so burdensome? Qin Feng intentionally broached this subject, mindful that while Qin Huairu was now with him, she still needed to assert herself against the challenges posed by the Jia family. Otherwise, she would continue to be mistreated there. Alas, under normal circumstances, it would suffice, but Jia Dongshu's mother demands 5 yuan for elder care each month. My earnings amount to only 27 yuan, and since she lacks an urban household registration, our grain supply falls short. Consequently, I must purchase high-priced grain monthly, alongside various household expenses, leading us to this plight. It is only thanks to silly Zhu from our courtyard occasionally bringing me vegetables that we manage to scrape by. Xiaofeng, please do not take offense. I shall no longer request meal boxes from silly Zhu. When Qin Huairu spoke of this matter, her expression was one of anxiety, fearing that Qin Feng might become upset with her. It's nothing to worry about. Surely, you don't think I would be angry, do you? There is nothing to be upset about in our advantageous dealings. I am not a male chauvinist who forbids you from interacting with others. Qin Feng harbored no particular feelings about this matter, for he was well aware that Shaju lacked the courage to act. He felt helpless in assisting Qin Huairu. Yet he wondered why he should not accept the meal box that Shaju offered, which would certainly ease his own burden. Well, as long as you are not upset, that is sufficient. I will stick with you, and I assure you I shall not seek others. I trust you. However, your old hag at home requires some discipline. She cannot be indulged any longer. Is that feasible? I fear she might create a scene that forces me back to the countryside. You see, with the demise of Jia Dongxiu, all of this rightfully belongs to you, both the job and the house. Moreover, you are the one who brings in the income for the Jia family. How could you possibly allow her to bully you? These issues, if you do not resist, will undoubtedly lead to your subjugation. Upon your return, you must proceed in this manner. Qin Feng elaborated to Qin Huairu regarding the root of her problems. Xiaofeng, there is another concern. Our elder in the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai, is a staunch traditionalist who insists on principles of respect for the elderly and love for the young. It is certain that he will side with the Jia family. Qin Huairu expressed her apprehension, as she held great regard for Yi Zhonghai's authority within the courtyard. Such individuals must maintain their facade of fairness and justice. Therefore, when confronted with him, you need only to articulate your grievances, rendering him incapable of moral coercion. After all, one must strive to survive. Yes, I understand. I have long found that old woman intolerable. She does nothing all day and is incredibly lazy. Qin Huairu is a quintessential embodiment of tradition, a trait vividly portrayed in the television series. Whether it be for Bai Lian or the absurdly foolish Zhu, her unwavering devotion to the Jia family is evident. She has essentially devoted her entire being to them, akin to the saying marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Now, having aligned herself with Qin Feng, she has wholeheartedly embraced his leadership, epitomizing the archetypal woman of her era, placing her husband at the forefront of her life. Otherwise, she would not have been referred to as the one in charge. After dinner, Qin Huairu busied herself with the chores, swiftly tidying up the space with remarkable efficiency. Xiaofeng, it's getting late. I must take my leave now. I shall return next week, and this time, I will come directly here, she remarked, glancing at the clock, contemplating her return home, though the hour was still early. Her thoughts lingered on the children awaiting her at home. Besides, returning slightly later would serve as a perfect excuse to confront Jia Zhongxu. In an impulsive gesture, Qin Feng embraced Qin Huairu and pulled her back into the house. An hour later, she exclaimed, I can't stay any longer, Xiaofeng. I truly must depart. If I linger any further, I might just lose my life. She pleaded. All right, let me help you with your clothes, he offered. No, that's unnecessary. Stop teasing me. She retorted playfully. I'm not teasing. Please, stay still. I really can't delay any longer, she insisted. After much playful banter, Qin Huairu finally managed to don her attire. Well, I must take my leave now. Await my good news, for I shall return next week, she declared, planting a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. Indeed, I will be here waiting for you. Keep this 10 yuan for emergencies. I cannot always be by your side. And should a need arise, do not hesitate to spend it, he advised. Understood. Now, I truly must go. After accepting the money and bestowing another kiss upon Qin Feng, she departed. In her worldview, there was nothing amiss about accepting money from her husband. It was his duty to earn a living for the family. Chapter 15. The farce of the Jia family. Qin Huairu ventured to the market to procure half a pound of meat, carrying it as she made her way towards her courtyard residence. The Baimitsong alley is not too distant from Nanluoguxiang, and before long, she arrived home. Oh, little Qin has returned. Did you purchase a piece of meat? Uncle Yin Fugue, as usual, was watering the flowers at the entrance, seemingly oblivious to how these flowers, despite his diligent care, remained parched. Ah, uncle, I see you are tending to your plants. It has been quite some time since we last had meat, so I thought to buy a little for Bonging to nourish his body. Uncle, I must take my leave now. I am concerned about the children, so I shall not keep you any longer. Qin Huairu did not grant the opportunity for third Uncle Yin Fugue to speak, directly stating her intention to return home. Third Uncle Yin Fugue, Agape, watched the receding figure of Qin Huairu with a surge of indignation. How could she be so impolite? Yet, that piece of meat was truly delectable. His frustration at not gaining any advantage from Qin Huairu was palpable, and upon returning home, he slammed the teapot onto the table after quenching his thirst. Humph, this Qin Huairu infuriates me, he exclaimed. What happened? Why does Qin Huairu vex you? Third Anne inquired, observing third Uncle Yin Fugue's wrath with curiosity. Qin Huairu just carried away a chunk of pork that looked to weigh nearly half a pound. When I greeted her, she simply walked off without allowing me to speak. Third Aunt realized that his anger stemmed from being denied an opportunity to benefit. Does the Jia family possess enough wealth to buy pork? Didn't they always rely on silly Zhu before? She pondered. I'm uncertain. But the Jia family does have some financial reserves. They simply choose not to disclose it. Old Jia's pension, along with Jia Dochu's, and some savings from daily life, should amount to a considerable sum, even after expenditures, Third Aunt noted, beginning to understand the Jia family's financial standing. Given this calculation, the Jia family is indeed wealthy. Then why did we previously donate to them? She continued. It was none other than Yi Zhonghai, attempting to curry favor with the Jia family, third uncle Yin Fugui replied, expressing disdain for both first uncle Yi Zhonghai and second uncle Lu Haizhong. One was perpetually scheming about retirement, while the other idled at home, neglecting his children. Surely, he, as a scholar, was far superior. Bang Gung, Xiaodang, Huaihua, come see what your mother has brought back. Qin Huairu's voice arrived before she did. Mother, you're back. What did you bring? Xiaodang and Huaihua eagerly rushed out upon hearing her voice. Look, I bought meat today. I will cook it for you tonight, she announced. Really? That is wonderful. The two little ones exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. You sly fox, where have you been all day? Do you not know the children at home need to eat? You've made this old woman cook. Do you wish to tire me to death? She scolded, her voice sharp. And where did this pork come from? Was it given to you by your illicit lover? Let me warn you, if you dare betray my Dongxiu, I will make you regret it. How often do you buy meat, and yet you have the audacity to flaunt it? If Dongxiu were here, I would have been feasting on meat daily. Xiaodang and Huaihua, witnessing Jia Zhang's fierce countenance, quickly hid behind Qin Huairu, too frightened to emerge. Qin Huairu gazed at the frightened child and the boorish and irrelevant remarks of Jia Zhangshi, and in that moment, any lingering hesitation in her heart vanished completely. Qin Huairu merely gazed expressionlessly at Jia Zhangshi, who was furiously cursing her, without uttering a word. You wretched woman, why are you silent? Have I struck a chord, leaving you at a loss for words? Dongxiu, I am so sorry. Your wife has stealthily gone out to betray you. Observing Qin Huairu's impassive demeanor today, devoid of the usual signs of grievance and concern, Jia Zhangshi felt an unsettling unease begin to creep into her heart, and gradually, the commotion subsided. Qin Huairu gazed at Jia Zhangshi, who had fallen silent. Mother, I have no time to engage in this endless quarrel with you. Today, I bought some meat. If you can behave properly, we shall cook and eat together. If you choose not to, then do not eat at all. How dare you, you wretched creature? You actually wish to deprive me of my meal. If Dongxiu were still around, I could feast on meat daily. Mother, if you insist on speaking this way, we must have a serious discussion. You vixen, do you dare to talk back to me? A country girl like you should return to the countryside. Jia Zhangshi felt her authority challenged as she confronted Qin Huairu, who was uncharacteristically standing her ground. Mother, there is no need for such useless remarks. My wages are already meager, and you demand 5 yuan for your pension each month. I have calculated it, and it is simply insufficient for our household expenses. Therefore, the pension will be discontinued. Hearing this, Jia Zhangshi collapsed onto the ground. Oh, Lao Jia, come and see. Someone is bullying me. Dongxiu, come quickly. Your wife is mistreating your mother. I cannot endure this any longer. Instantly, Jia Zhangshi's cries echoed throughout the courtyard. Elder Yi Zhonghai, hearing her voice at home, was perplexed by the commotion. What on earth is going on with Jia Zhangshi? She never seems to have a moment's peace. Elder Yi's wife, hearing his complaints, chose to remain silent. You should go take a look. This ruckus cannot continue. When Elder Yi Zhonghai arrived at the Jia family's entrance, several neighbors had already gathered in the courtyard. What is happening, Zhuzi? Do you know? I have no idea, Elder. I only came out after hearing the noise. Zhuzi replied absent-mindedly. Zhuzi, glancing at the Jia family's door, was filled with concern, uncertain of Qin's well-being. Why did Jia Zhangshi constantly harass her? What is going on with Jia Zhangshi? Today, Qin Huairu bought meat. How could there be a ruckus at their home? Elder San, Yin Fugui, expressed his surprise upon arriving. Qin Huairu bought meat today? What is happening at the Jia household? Meat? The Jia family has money for meat. My family hasn't had meat in ages. Elder Yi Zhonghai remarked, noting the growing chatter around him and quickly intervening. Enough gossip, let us find out what is truly happening. Elder Yi Zhonghai approached the Jia family's door and knocked. Qin Huairu, it is Elder Yi. Please open the door. Elder, please come in. Qin Huairu replied as she opened the door. Jia Zhangshi, cease your shouting. What is going on? Upon seeing elder Yi Zhonghai, Jia Zhangshi immediately halted her cries, scrambling to his side. Yi Zhonghai, you must help me. This wretched girl seeks to ruin me. Chapter 16. The Courtyard Assembly. Upon hearing this, elder Yi Zhonghai turned to Qin Huairu and inquired, Huairu, what is the meaning of this? Elder, she replied, I just returned home today after purchasing some meat. And my mother scolded me without reason, claiming that if Dongxi were still here, he would ensure she had meat to eat every day. Although my monthly earnings are modest, they should suffice for our expenses. However, my family now requires assistance from Zhuzi to help with groceries each month. Therefore, I intended to discuss with her the possibility of temporarily withholding her pension until my salary increases. Elder Yi Zhonghai, upon hearing her words, was instantly imbued with a sense of moral authority. Huairu, life is tough for our families. We should collectively consider how we can address the issue of withholding your mother's pension. Elder, I never suggested we withhold it entirely, she countered, but with our current struggles, how can we justify a pension? Regardless of the circumstances, your mother is of advanced age. It would be prudent to apologize first and discuss matters further. Absolutely not. What is there to discuss? It is inconceivable to withhold her pension. If Dongxi were still alive, he would ensure she received a monthly sum. Upon hearing the word discuss, Jia Zhangshi erupted in protest. Enough. Let us refrain from arguing. Everyone is watching. We are here for a meeting, a grand assembly, elder Yi Zhonghai interjected. Aware that the onlookers were growing restless, before long, the courtyard was filled with people. In the center stood an octagonal table, with elder Lu Haizheng seated on the left and elder Yin Fuguwei on the right, while elder Yi Zhonghai presided at the center. Each had a porcelain mug before them, filled with a concoction of high spirits. Surrounding the courtyard, people either brought out stools to sit or leaned against the pillars of the veranda. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi took their seats opposite the three elders, while Jia's children peered through the windows, unwilling to vacate their spots. Brother, when will mother return to cook meat for us? Little Dang swallowed hard and whispered, prompting Huaihua to glance at Bongging. Do not fret. Once the meeting concludes, we shall feast on meat. Perhaps we will even have the opportunity to enjoy more in the future, Bongging replied, his face alight with anticipation. At 10 years old, Bongging understood that a portion of his mother's monthly earnings was allocated to his grandmother. The meeting was convened precisely because of this financial matter, and he hoped that if they no longer had to contribute, they might procure more meat in the future. Though his grandmother was often kind to him, the allure of meat was irresistible, and he silently wished for Qin Huairu's victory. Silence, everyone. The purpose of today's assembly is to address the dispute arising from Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu regarding the latter's decision to cease providing her mother with a pension. Our courtyard has always been a model of excellence within the community. We must strive to resolve such matters amongst ourselves. Now, let us hear from Elder Yi. Uncle Lu Haizhong, with his prominent belly and a porcelain jar in hand, assumed an air of authority as he delivered a series of vacuous remarks. Uncle Yi Zhonghai, upon hearing Lu Haizhong invite him to speak, pondered the futility of his own words after Lu had already expounded. Well, as Uncle Lu has mentioned, our courtyard has consistently been recognized as an exemplary one, earning accolades each year, albeit modestly. Nevertheless, these awards are a testament to our efforts, and it is imperative that we all contribute to maintaining the integrity of our esteemed courtyard, striving to prevent any unfortunate incidents that could lead to the street office revoking our recognition. Jia Zhangshi, would you kindly elaborate on the situation? Uncle Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards Jia Zhangshi. I must tell you, Yi Zhonghai, that wretched Qin Huairu is intent on my ruin. She has the audacity to declare that she will withhold my pension. What am I to do when I grow old? I still have medications to purchase each month. Jia Zhangshi rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Huairu, her voice laden with indignation. Qin Huairu, would you care to explain this matter? Uncle Yi Zhonghai, having absorbed Jia Zhangshi's grievances, turned to Qin Huairu for her account. Today, I ventured out to purchase some meat, intending to supplement the children's nutrition. Upon my return, my mother berated me incessantly. Moreover, after allocating my salary towards pension contributions, I find it insufficient to sustain our household, hence my statement about withholding the pension for now. And that is the crux of the matter, she responded. Qin Huairu, displaying little emotional fluctuation, succinctly addressed the matter at hand, for she was already aware of the situation prior. Issues can always be discussed in a meeting, as this has become the norm. I believe Sister Qin's words are entirely valid. If one is unable to sustain their household, What obligation remains to provide for old age? After hearing Qin Huairu's remarks, Shaju naturally responded in agreement. Upon hearing Shaju's words, Qin Huairu cast a grateful glance in his direction. Shaju, upon meeting Sister Qin's gaze, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Sitting up straight in his chair, "What nonsense are you babbling about, you fool?" admonished Uncle Yi Zhonghai. "You imbecile, who are you to speak? You wretched cook. What do you know?" Jia Zhangshi, upon hearing this, stood up and unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Shaju. "You?" Shaju rose, glaring at Jia Zhangshi. "Enough, Shaju. Take your seat. Huairu, your mother is of an advanced age. It is only appropriate for her to receive a modest pension for her protection each month. How could you argue with an elder? It is always the fault of the children, never that of the parents." Qin Huairu felt a wave of disgust as she listened to the moralizing of the elderly man, Yi Zhonghai. It was easy for him to speak so freely, given his lack of financial concerns. "I am not unwilling to provide for my mother. I wish to honor her. However, you are well aware of my family's circumstances. My earnings barely suffice, and if I were to allocate funds for her support, I would struggle to make ends meet each month. Thankfully, it is only occasionally that Juzi brings me vegetables. Otherwise, I would not know how to survive." Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, those around her nodded in agreement, for they were all aware of the Jia family's plight. The old matriarch Jia Zhangshi contributed nothing at home, relying solely on Qin Huairu, which indeed made life quite arduous. After observing the nods of consensus, Yi Zhonghai promptly interjected, "I understand your family's difficulties, but we are all in this together. Surely, we can brainstorm solutions collectively. Indeed, is it not true that no household is without its challenges? If I do not provide for my mother's support, our situation may not improve. But we will manage to get by. In the future, when conditions improve, I can certainly reconsider." "Ah, Qin Huairu, with Dongshu gone, are you now intent on bringing about my ruin as well? Who will advocate for me? I will manage to survive." Jia Zhangshi suddenly sank to the ground, wailing. "Jia Zhangshi, please rise. This is not the time for such theatrics," Yi Zhonghai urged, attempting to calm her. "Zhang Xiaohua, get up quickly. If you continue this way, we shall no longer concern ourselves with this matter," threatened the second elder Lu Haizhong. "You, Lu Xiaoping, who appointed you to meddle? If you can't even manage your own children, what right do you have to govern others?" she retorted, spitting in disdain. "You are utterly unreasonable," Lu Haizhong fumed, slamming an enamel cup onto the table in frustration. Chapter 17. The Transfer of Power in the Jia Family. "Enough, Jia Zhangshi, be silent," Yi Zhonghai bellowed, striking the table with force. Upon hearing his voice, Jia Zhangshi fell silent. She knew that while he was generally calm, his anger was something to be feared. "Qin Huairu, how about this? Both of you take a step back. You should still provide some support, but reduce it to 3 yuan instead of 5. Jia Zhangshi, you should not demand so much, considering the family's hardships. How does that sound to both of you?" As soon as Yi Zhonghai finished speaking, both Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi responded in unison. "No, no." Jia Zhangshi, sensing Qin Huairu's firm stance, felt the urgency of the situation. "You, Qin Huairu, are a financial burden. That job is due to my son Dongshu, and this house belongs to the Jia family. I will ensure you return to the countryside, taking those 2 burdens with you." Upon hearing this, the elder Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of urgency. Qin Huairu had ensnared Shaju, and the prospect of returning to the countryside was simply unacceptable. "Jia Zhangshi, it shouldn't come to this. Let us discuss matters further." Jia Zhangshi, do you not possess a shred of conscience? Sister Qin tends to you daily, and now you wish to cast her back to the countryside? Shaju, what concern is this of yours, you wretched creature? The scathing words of Jia Zhangshi resonated in Yi Zhonghai's ears as if directed at himself. "My marriage to Jia Dongshu is legitimate. This job is mine, and this house is mine. All of this shall belong to Bongging in the future. Why should I simply return to the countryside on command? What? You claim it is yours, but all of this belongs to the Jia family. Forgive me. It should be our Jia family. With Dongshu gone, these responsibilities fall to me to inherit, and they shall eventually be passed to Bongging. I have already consulted with the street office regarding this matter." Qin Huairu gazed at Jia Zhangshi and spoke calmly. Uncle Yi Zhonghai observed Qin Huairu's serene expression, feeling as if he was encountering her for the first time. After all, Jia Zhangshi was Dongshu's mother, and it would be wise to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Uncle Yi also engaged in a heartfelt conversation about relationships with Qin Huairu. "I understand. I never intended to create a fuss, but the situation has become untenable," he continued. "Uncle, my earnings do not match yours, and our family must manage our expenses prudently. Jia Zhongshu acknowledged Qin Huairu's reasoning, recognizing the hardships of life. If that is the case, perhaps you should forego your retirement funds for now and revisit the matter later. Uncle Li spoke earnestly to Jia Zhongshu. He realized that Qin Huairu had come prepared, having thoroughly researched the relevant issues beforehand. Observing Uncle Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, Jia Zhongshu understood that he too was at an impasse. Very well, let it be for now. We shall discuss it again in the future. She was not ignorant. After all, a widow raising children in such a courtyard could hardly be oblivious to the realities around her. Uncle Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of relief as he perceived the matter was settled, albeit imperfectly. Yet it did not disrupt the atmosphere of respect for elders he had cultivated. All right, let us conclude for today. Everyone return home and prepare your meals. With that, Uncle Yi Zhonghai picked up his enamel cup and headed home. Before long, the courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. However, the hearts of all the residents were anything but calm. None had anticipated that the power dynamics within the Jia family could shift so effortlessly. Qin Huairu said little, opting to return home directly. Regarding the previous compensation, it was not yet the appropriate time to address it. There was no need for haste. Rushing things could lead to complications. Today's meeting had revealed a great deal to Qin Huairu. Uncle Yi Zhonghai was merely maintaining his facade, offering empty words without any genuine contribution. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from the Jia household. The children, Banggong, Xiaodang, and Huaihua, were gathered beside Qin Huairu, watching her as she prepared the meal. "Mom, it smells wonderful. When can we eat?" Xiaodang inquired softly. "It will take a little longer, Xiaodang. Patience is key," Qin Huairu replied, gently brushing her fingers against Xiaodang's cheek. "Okay, I understand," Xiaodang responded. As the meal neared completion, it was served at the table. "Mom, this is for the children. Let us not eat ourselves, shall we?" Qin Huairu intercepted Jia Zhang's reaching chopsticks with her own. "Just a bit of the vegetables, please. They are quite delicious too," Qin Huairu insisted, offering a piece of potato to Jia Zhang. Though it was merely potato, it had been sautéed with meat, and thus was quite fragrant. "All right, I will have some vegetables," Jia Zhang conceded after a moment of scrutiny directed at Qin Huairu. "Very well, then. Come, Banggong, Xiaodang, Huaihua, enjoy the meat. Eating well is essential for your growth," Qin Huairu encouraged, serving each child a generous portion of meat. Thus, the meal at the Jia household concluded under the fierce gaze of Jia Zhang. After Qin Huairu's departure, Qin Feng reclined on the bed for a while, contemplating that while the household was adequately stocked with basic necessities, it was essential to procure some traditional Chinese medicinal apparatus for the purpose of herbal preparation. Qin Feng tidied himself up and stepped outside, wandering along the street until he stumbled upon a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He entered and procured various pharmaceutical instruments along with some herbal remedies. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Feng meticulously organized the items he had bought, categorizing them accordingly, while also tending to those that required special handling. It was not until dusk approached that he completed his tasks, arranging everything neatly in the west room of the main house before heading back to number 95 Nanlo Guxiang. That evening, he prepared a simple meal using some leftover meat and marinated delicacies from lunch. After a brief taste, he decided to stroll around the courtyard. Observing Elder Zhang and several other gentlemen gathered in conversation, Qin Feng approached them. "Ah, little Qin, have you eaten?" called out one elder as he noticed Qin Feng's arrival. "I've finished eating, elder. What are you all discussing? Did you not hear? Our alley's courtyard number 85 was quite lively today," Elder Zhang whispered conspiratorially to Qin Feng. "What happened, Elder Zhang? Do enlighten me. I am all ears," Qin Feng replied, feigning intrigue. "Haha, well, I heard that the old woman from the Jia family in that courtyard claimed her daughter-in-law was out having an affair, causing quite the uproar," Elder Zhang recounted. "Is that so? I heard it was because the old woman insisted on having meat, and when denied, she caused a scene at home," another elder interjected. "You're both mistaken. I heard the old woman had her eye on a young man from their courtyard and insisted on marrying him," another voice chimed in. "Pfft, that's utterly ridiculous. How could that possibly be true?" As Qin Feng listened to the lively chatter of the elderly gentleman, engaging in trivial gossip, he merely smiled and remained silent. He understood that this was a conflict brewing between Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshu, but he was confident that Qin Huairu would emerge victorious. Chapter 18. Strolling through the black market in darkness that evening, lying in bed, Qin Feng contemplated the entirety of his financial resources. He realized that he was not currently lacking cash, Vice Director Li provided him with a monthly sum of 100 yuan for medicine, while Director Zhang contributed 50 yuan. Thus, the two amounted to a total of 150 yuan each month. However, without tickets, he found it challenging to procure substantial goods from the supply and marketing cooperative. Moreover, regarding the medicine, Qin Feng had little faith that Directors Zhang and Li would refrain from spreading the word. Once a secret is known by more than 3 individuals, it ceases to be a secret. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not entirely opposed to this notion. In fact, his original intention was to allow it to circulate through them. Qin Feng contemplated that he might need to venture into the black market with money in hand. He felt a stark contrast to his earlier days when he had arrived with empty pockets. Back then, he could endure hardship, but as a modern individual, he had no intention of suffering. Once the thought crossed his mind, he acted swiftly, ensuring he rested before setting out. In the dead of night, Qin Feng rose, donned his attire, and wrapped a scarf around his head, leaving only his eyes visible, an appearance that would render him unrecognizable to the average person. Upon exiting his home, he refrained from opening the gate of the courtyard and instead opted to scale the wall, understanding that while the notion of visiting the black market was tacitly acknowledged, it was prudent for as few people as possible to be aware of his intentions. In the dim light, Qin Feng walked for approximately half an hour before arriving at a narrow alleyway. To buy or to sell, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, inquiring in a hushed tone. To buy, Qin Feng replied, recognizing the individual as a denizen of this clandestine market. Pay a dime, the figure instructed. Very well. Here you are, Qin Feng said, having already familiarized himself with the customs of this black market where buyers were charged a nominal fee while sellers were permitted entry freely. A tactic designed to attract vendors. Apart from this particular black market, there were several others scattered throughout the city of 49. But he chose this one for its proximity. After settling the fee, he was granted entry, and the figure retreated back into the shadows. Upon entering, Qin Feng surveyed the clandestine market before him, finding it rather intriguing. One could only say that even the mice have their own ways. The entire black market sprawled along both sides of the alley, interspersed with numerous narrow passages, creating a labyrinthine network. Should the local authorities or police come to investigate, the layout certainly facilitated swift escapes. Qin Feng gazed at the various wares displayed on the stalls flanking him. None of the patrons employed flashlights. Each stall was illuminated solely by a single candle, barely casting light on the goods for sale. Perhaps they were all devoid of flashlights. Considering that such devices are indeed household appliances, Qin Feng leisurely wandered through the alley, observing the various items displayed for sale. Most of them were grains. Yet the quantities offered by each vendor were quite modest. It was evident that they primarily sold refined grains, suggesting a trade of fine grains for coarser varieties. Qin Feng came to a halt at a stall. May I take a look? He inquired, pointing at an object displayed on the table. Sure. But please handle it with care, the stall owner replied, casting a glance at Qin Feng. Very well, Qin Feng responded, gently picking up the icy jade ring that lay before him. Qin Feng held the ring in his hand for quite some time, while the vendor appeared increasingly impatient. How much for this? The vendor glanced at Qin Feng and gestured with one finger. I'm not well versed in this area. Please just speak plainly. $10? Qin Feng straightforwardly laid his cards on the table, unwilling to engage in riddles. $100. What? Are you out of your mind? Qin Feng feigned shock and placed the ring down. This is the finest jade, once belonging to the imperial court. It's only available now, otherwise. How could it be sold? The vendor, in response to Qin Feng's incredulity, earnestly attempted to justify the price, lamenting that he was in dire financial straits. Otherwise, he would not be parting with such items. Qin Feng understood that these individuals were relics from a bygone era, devoid of any productive endeavors. When funds ran low, they resorted to selling their possessions. He recognized that purchasing these items now would undoubtedly yield a profit. Let us settle this. You have 10 items, priced at 3 yuan each, totaling 30 yuan. I shall take them all. Impossible. These are antiquities. Had it not been for the present circumstances, they would never have been put up for sale, the vendor vehemently protested. You have acknowledged their antiquity, yet in this time, their value has diminished. What price do you propose? 10 yuan each, totaling 100 yuan, the vendor replied, his expression conflicted. That's excessive. How about 5 yuan each? Qin Feng countered. As you can see, there are no buyers for your wares here. You must raise your offer. This is simply too low, the vendor insisted, well aware that he was not new to the art of bargaining. Let us be amicable. I will offer 8 yuan each. totaling 80 yuan. This amount is equivalent to several months' wages for an ordinary worker, sufficient for your needs for quite some time. What do you say? The vendor's expression oscillated between hope and despair for a moment before finally conceding. Very well, it's a deal. After Qin Feng packed his belongings into his bag, he readily produced 80 yuan and handed it over. The vendor accepted the payment, rolled up his stall cloth, and proceeded directly to another booth. Qin Feng observed the individual before him, realizing that he was evidently intent on purchasing some meat. Qin Feng acquired these antiques rather casually, purchasing them whenever he came across them. After realizing the black market had little of value left to offer, he returned to a stall he had previously visited and bought some staple foods such as flour, cured meat, and sausages, items that could be easily stored. He intended to place these provisions in his residence on Baimi Warehouse Hatong, specifically in courtyard number 95, where he planned to maintain a low profile. Although things appeared to be going well, human nature should not be tested too much. Furthermore, the regular meals were satisfactory, albeit lacking in meat. There were still plenty of eggs. Being the owner of his kitchen, the outside world could not detect any unusual since his reluctance to purchase meat stemmed from caution. A few purchases were manageable, but too many would be unwise during these exceptional times. After leaving the black market, Qin Feng quietly made his way to Baimi Warehouse Hatong. Carrying 30 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of cured meat, and 5 pounds of sausages, which he discreetly stored away in the pantry. Upon arriving home, he climbed over the wall into the courtyard, and hearing no disturbances from within the courtyard, he felt at ease and went to sleep. The next day, he rose as usual for work. As soon as he arrived at the office, Director Zhang approached him. "Xiaoqin, are you busy?" Director Zhang asked with a smile. "What's up, Director? If there's nothing urgent, please speak your mind." "Well, I'll get to the point. My brother-in-law came over yesterday and has learned about my situation, so I was wondering, that's not a problem at all. Just let me know when you'd like me to take a look at him." Qin Feng responded without hesitation. "That would be splendid. My brother-in-law is the head of the grain store and will be coming over tomorrow. I'd appreciate your assistance in helping him out." "Sure, no problem." Chapter 19. The plot thickens. Qin Feng arrives in the following 2 days. Qin Feng assisted Director Wang of the grain store with his health, and upon noticing the improvements, Director Wang requested that he receive a supply of pills each month. Thus, Qin Feng gained another regular client. Meanwhile, Deputy Factory Director Li, who had facilitated Qin Feng's connection to the small courtyard, proved to be even more generous. Over the subsequent 2 months, he brought in 7 individuals, all from various sectors such as the supply and marketing cooperative, textile mill, and hardware factory. Without exception, each of them requested a monthly supply of pills. After catering to these clients, Qin Feng found himself with a total of 10 monthly customers in need of medication, excluding his salary. This meant an additional income of 470 yuan each month, alleviating his financial worries as this was money he could easily spend. Most importantly, the connections he had made, while seemingly of little use in the current planned economy, would undoubtedly become invaluable assets in the future following the reforms and opening up of the economy. During this period, Qin Feng has returned home twice. Unfortunately, with only Sunday as his day of rest and lacking a bicycle, he must take a bus back and forth. Thus, his visits home are merely occasions to see his parents and leave a bit of money for them. The silver lining is that his sister-in-law has successfully conceived, and the funds he brings back ensure the family's nutritional needs are met. Another Saturday has arrived. Due to matters concerning the warehouse, Qin Feng was slightly delayed. By the time he emerged, the streets were mostly deserted, yet he caught sight of Shaju. Shaju, with his lunchbox in hand, ambled along ahead. In truth, Qin Feng had scarcely paid attention to Shaju and nearly forgot about his task. Over the past few months, every Sunday during their respite, Qin Feng and Qin Huairu would rendezvous in the Baimi warehouse alley. Qin Huairu, having been nourished, appeared increasingly radiant. Since the Jia family had come under her stewardship, they had been able to enjoy meat every week, albeit in modest portions, which was a marked improvement from before. Moreover, with the occasional contributions from Shaju's lunchbox, the faces of the Jia family's children had also taken on a rosy glow during this time. As Qin Feng and Shaju walked towards Nanluoguxiang, Qin Feng had intended to purchase some pork, a plan previously agreed upon with Qin Huairu. Today, he was ostensibly visiting the Jia family, a mere pretext to make an appearance. While lost in thought, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Qin Feng to glance up and see Shaju gazing at the adjacent abandoned house. Inside that decrepit structure, Bang Gung, accompanied by Xiaodang and Huayhua, were indulging in chicken, their small hands glistening with grease from the feast. Qin Feng observed the scene without pausing. After passing by the foolish pillar, he continued on his way back. As Qin Feng pondered, he mused that this must be the very scene from the original play's opening. How delightful it was to indulge in meat weekly. Yet, why had the humor still taken a turn for the absurd? Tonight, there was certainly much to behold. After purchasing a pound of pork from the cooperative, Qin Feng made his way to the courtyard at number 85. "Young man, whom are you seeking?" inquired Uncle Yin Fugui. His eyes fixated on the meat as Qin Feng entered the courtyard. "Good day, sir. I am here to see Qin Huairu. Could you kindly direct me to the central courtyard?" "Qin Huairu? And who might you be?" Uncle Yin Fugui's curiosity piqued upon hearing her name. Ever since Qin Huairu's marriage, no one had visited her, which only heightened his intrigue. "I am a relative from Qin Jiazhuang, a cousin of Qin Huairu. I currently work in the city, and her parents sent me to check on her," Qin Feng explained, realizing that without clarification, rumors could easily spiral out of control. "Oh, very well. Proceed through here to the central courtyard. Her residence is the west wing. Just call out, and she will come to you." Uncle Yin Fugui gestured. "Thank you, sir." Qin Feng replied with gratitude as he departed. Well, it seems Qin Huairu has a relative visiting, and quite a generous one at that." Uncle Yin Fugui remarked to himself. "What do you mean by generous, uncle?" Just then, Shaju entered and overheard Uncle Yin Fugui's musings. "Oh, Shaju, why are you back so late?" "I was at a gathering and just returned." "Uncle, what were you saying about generosity?" Shaju queried, still intrigued. "Oh." A relative of Qin Huairu came by, bringing over a pound of meat. I remarked that was quite generous. "Ah, so a relative from Sister Huairu's family has come? I must go and see." Without further ado, Shaju disregarded Uncle Yin Fugui and left. "Sister Huairu, are you home?" Qin Feng called out towards the west wing as he arrived at the central courtyard. "Yes, I'm here. Little Feng has arrived. Come in." Qin Huairu had been eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's arrival, and upon hearing his voice, she hurriedly opened the door to greet him. "Yes, Sister Huairu, I brought some meat. Would you mind cooking it later?" Qin Feng indicated the pork in his hands. "Of course, leave it to me." Qin Huairu effortlessly accepted the meat and placed it in the kitchen. "Who is this?" Jia Zhasher emerged from inside, having heard the commotion. As it was winter, she had ceased sewing shoe soles at the door due to the cold. "Mother, this is my uncle's younger brother from Qin Jiazhuang. He graduated from a technical school and now works in the city. My family asked him to come and check on me. Look, he even brought pork." "Oh. Very well then. Young man, please have a seat." During this period, the Jia family has become notably more subdued. With the absence of their pension funds, the quality of their meals has significantly improved, and the matriarch has gained a more prosperous appearance. "Ah, my gratitude to the elder lady." Qin Feng expressed his thanks and took a seat. Sister Qin, Shaju called out as he arrived in the courtyard. "Shaju, stop calling out. What is the matter?" Qin Huairu instinctively glanced at Qin Feng upon hearing the voice. Noticing the reassurance in his eyes, she felt at ease. Understanding that Qin Feng's previous claims of indifference towards Shaju were indeed sincere. "I just heard from third uncle that someone has come to the house. I have half a chicken here. Why don't you take it and prepare something nice?" "No need, Shaju. Your kindness is appreciated, but I have pork here. Yushui will be back today. Please take it home to nourish her." "All right then, Sister Qin. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Qin Huairu's refusal, Shaju cast a regretful glance her way. "Fine, Shaju. I will also go prepare dinner." With that, Qin Huairu entered the house. Noticing the time, she began to tidy up the pork and took out some fine grains, planning to steam buns made of mixed flour for the day. Qin Feng approached. As she was concerned about his meals, knowing well how well he dined in the Baimi warehouse hutong, always indulging in sumptuous dishes. Chapter 20. The confrontation between Su Dama and Shaju. Before long, Qin Huairu had completed the meal. Where have those children gone? Why haven't they returned yet? She wondered aloud. Glancing at the sky, in the past, they would have been back by this time. However, the scarcity of food at present meant that everyone was hungrier, making them more eager for a meal. Qin Huairu smiled apologetically at Qin Feng, just as she was about to step outside to check on the whereabouts of the children. Bang Gung returned with Xiaodang and Huayhua. Qin Feng observed the children, their hands and mouths remarkably clean, which brought a smile to his face. At least they had the sense to wipe their mouths. "Why are you all so late returning today? Where have you been playing? Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Qin Huairu urged the children as they returned. Once the dishes were served, they gathered around the table. "This is your uncle," Qin Huairu introduced, pointing to Qin Feng. "Quickly greet him." "Hello, uncle," the children chorused, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar presence in their home. "Ah, here you go. Each of you gets 2 pieces of candy. Save them for after dinner," Qin Feng said, producing 6 pieces of white rabbit milk candy from his pocket, distributing 2 to each child. The white rabbit candy was a novelty in this era, and given that most families seldom indulged their children with sweets, the sight of it lit up the children's eyes. Even though Bang Gung was already 10, he found it impossible to resist the allure of the candy. Xiao Dang and Huaihua, clutching their white rabbit candies, wore sweet smiles on their faces. "Thank you, uncle," they exclaimed. Bang Gung, after receiving his candy, tucked it into his pocket, daydreaming about the admiration he would receive at school the next day when he revealed his treasure. The thought made him smile unconsciously. "All right. Put the candy away and let's eat," Qin Huairu insisted, tapping the table. Since taking her seat, Jia Zhangshi had remained silent, her gaze fixed on the meat, drooling at the thought of it. "Enough chatter, let us eat before it gets cold," Jia Zhangshi urged, her eyes still glued to the dishes. "Come on, eat up," Qin Huairu said, serving Qin Feng a generous portion of meat, before doing the same for the children. "Eat more meat, it will help you grow strong," Jia Zhangshi, without needing any assistance from Qin Huairu, immediately helped herself to a serving as soon as the meal began. Qin Feng observed the demeanor of the Jiazhang family and found it rather amusing. He had not anticipated that Jiazhang would be such a glutton. Perhaps it was a reflection of the scarcity of resources in this era, yet more likely it stemmed from an inherent love for food. As he savored the dishes in his bowl, he could not help but acknowledge that they paled in comparison to the delectable fare prepared by Qin Huairu in the Bai Meat Song Hatong. Unfortunately, the quality of seasonings and oils was lacking, and the Jia family often did not possess a complete array of ingredients. Qin Huairu observed the 3 children, who were fussing over their food, appearing far from engaged in a proper meal. "Oh dear, why are you not eating properly? Stop being so picky and eat your food," she urged. "Mom, I truly cannot eat anymore. Just now, my brother took us to have chicken, and it was absolutely delicious," Xiao Huaifa murmured, noticing the displeasure on Qin Huairu's face. Yes, Mommy, I really cannot eat anymore," Xiao Dang echoed swiftly upon hearing Huaifa's words. "Chicken? Banging. Where did you get the chicken?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu immediately sensed that something was amiss. When Qin Huairu learned that the gang had eaten chicken, commotion erupted in the courtyard. It turned out that Su Damao had returned home only to discover that one of his chickens was missing. Having just returned from a rural film screening, he pushed his bicycle, adorned with a few sausages and some mushrooms, which indicated a modest harvest. As he entered the yard, Uncle Yin Fugue was absent from his post, presumably having gone home for dinner. "Ertzi, open the door. I'm back," Su Damao called out as he neared his home. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Xiaoa emerged to assist him with his belongings. "Why are you so late?" "I'm starving," she exclaimed. "It's been a bit far today. I rushed back, but still ended up late. I'm utterly exhausted. I plan to catch a chicken and cook a lovely chicken and mushroom stew with these mushrooms," he replied. Lu Xiaoa beamed at the prospect of chicken for dinner. "Sounds great. You go catch one. I'll tidy up here." After securing his bicycle, Su Damao handed his items to Lu Xiaoa and made his way to the chicken coop. Upon arrival, he found only a solitary chicken inside. "Ertzi, did you eat any chicken today?" he inquired. "No, I can't cook," came the reply. At this, Su Damao slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, "Oh no, we've been robbed. One of our chickens is missing. That can't be. There were 2 when I fed them at noon. Not anymore. There's only 1 left now." Lu Xiaoa stepped out and confirmed the situation, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Maybe it got out? Should we search for it?" Taking her suggestion, Su Damao wandered through the backyard but found no sign of his chicken. He then passed through the moon gate into the central courtyard. As he entered, a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. Recognizing that the scent emanated from Shaju's home, he became furious and stormed to Shaju's door, kicking it open. "You, Shaju, how dare you steal from me and right under my nose? I won't let you off easily today." As he spoke, Su Damao grabbed a stick nearby and swung it towards Shaju. Shaju, seated and enjoying peanuts with a drink, was taken completely by surprise when Su Damao burst in, unable to comprehend the situation. "What the heck? Su Damao, do you dare to disturb the peace? You will pay for this." After enduring a blow, Shaju quickly regained his composure and retaliated by throwing a punch at Su Damao. Although Su Damao had initially ambushed Shaju, He was not truly a match for him and soon found himself on the receiving end of Shaju's strike. However, driven by anger, Su Damao engaged in a scuffle with Shaju, despite knowing he might not prevail. Shaju, unable to avoid the confrontation, took several hits in the process. The commotion attracted the attention of the residents in the courtyard, who rushed out to witness the spectacle, eager not to miss the unfolding drama. Chapter 21. Qin Feng's first encounter with a notable scene upon hearing the commotion outside caused by Su Damao and Shaju. Qin Huairu realized that the stolen chickens belonged to Su Damao's household. Su Damao was far from an amiable character. He was, in fact, a true scoundrel. Bang Gong, remember? You have not been to the backyard today, nor have you eaten any chicken, understood? Bang Gong comprehended the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that the theft could not be revealed, and thus he nodded obediently. In a while, a meeting will surely convene. Bang Gong, you should stay indoors with your sister and focus on your homework. Do you understand? Understood. I will go write my homework. Very well, off you go. Qin Huairu affirmed with a nod. Let us go and see what is happening. Such excitement is rare, Qin Feng remarked, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Upon exiting, they witnessed Shaju pinning Su Damao to the ground, while the surrounding neighbors watched with indifference, making no effort to intervene. This courtyard certainly has its intrigues. Why is no one stepping in to break up the fight? Qin Feng mused, finding the scene rather amusing. In those times, people generally believed that a close neighbor was more valuable than a distant relative, making such occurrences quite uncommon. The situation was untenable. These two were notorious for their brawls and were not well liked in the courtyard. Shaju was known for his foul mouth and penchant for fighting, having offended nearly everyone. Save for Uncle Li Zhonghai. Su Damao, on the other hand, was the epitome of a petty villain. Crossing him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who would dare to intervene in their scuffle? It seemed they would have to wait for Uncle Li Zhonghai. Just as he thought this, Uncle Li Zhonghai appeared. Zhu, cease this immediately. Are you trying to kill Su Damao? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi also rushed into the courtyard, witnessing Shaju assaulting Su Damao. She screamed and hurried to pull Shaju away. Ah, Shaju, let Su Damao go at once. Hearing Uncle Li Zhonghai's command, Shaju relented. Especially with Lu Xiaoyi approaching, he was unwilling to harm a woman. You truly are a man, Su Damao, relying on a woman at such a moment, Shaju remarked. Su Damao, despite the situation, struggled to retaliate against Shaju, but Lu Xiaoyi quickly restrained him. Damao, you're already injured. Do not engage further. Let us call the police. I refuse to believe that there are no laws to uphold. Upon hearing the mention of police, Su Damao quickly chimed in. Indeed, let us call the police. I want the authorities to apprehend him. Uncle Li Zhonghai, upon hearing Su Damao's intent to involve the police, rushed forward to counsel him. Damao, this is hardly a serious matter. It's merely a quarrel among brothers. There is no need to escalate it to the police, is there? Let us resolve this amicably within the courtyard. If we bring the police into this, we risk losing the title of an exemplary courtyard from the neighborhood committee. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to voice their agreement. Indeed, Damao, we are neighbors. There is no need to involve the police. Indeed, Damao, if we were to report this to the authorities, what would become of our splendid courtyard? At the year's end, we stand to gain quite a bit. As Su Damao listened to the surrounding discussions, he understood that it was imperative to refrain from mentioning the idea of calling the police. At this juncture, offending all the neighbors would render it impossible for his family to continue residing here. Not involving the authorities could work, provided that Shaju offers me an apology and compensates for the damages. Otherwise, no one shall have an easy time of it. Upon hearing the suggestion of an apology, Shaju was exceedingly displeased. After all, he was blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing while enjoying peanuts and wine at home, only to be struck without provocation. The thought of having to apologize was utterly unacceptable to him. How dare you expect an apology from me? Preposterous. He scoffed. All right, everyone, let us silence ourselves for a moment and clarify what exactly transpired. Observing Su Damao's decision not to involve the police, the elder swiftly redirected the conversation. Eager to avoid further agitating Su Damao, upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng was utterly astounded. Indeed, he was taken aback. Observing such a scenario on television is one thing, yet experiencing it in person left him profoundly shocked. Is there no intention to alert the authorities? Are they truly resolving this matter right here in the courtyard? How could such a long-faced individual be reduced to this state? Is this truly all there is to it? Qin Feng gazed at Qin Huairu, posing a profound inquiry of his soul. Indeed, what else could it be? Impressive, isn't it? Qin Huairu wore an expression of someone who had witnessed much. The affairs within this courtyard have invariably unfolded in such a manner at the outset. There existed a palpable sense of neighborly affection, but at some point, that sentiment transformed. Qin Huairu reminisced about the time she had just married into the family, recalling a stark contrast to the current atmosphere. According to your account, it all began with the passing of your esteemed elder, the first in line for elder care. Yes, it truly feels as though that was the turning point. Elder Yi Zhonghai surveyed the multitude gathered in the central courtyard, raising his hand to address them all. Well then, has everyone finished their meal? If so, let us convene for a meeting. Qin Feng observed as everyone busily returned home to arrange chairs and tables. Before long, an 8 immortals table was set in the center of the courtyard, with some seated and others standing. Goodness, how adept they are, Qin Feng remarked, taken aback by the scene. All right, let us quiet down. Today, we convene this courtyard assembly to address the matter concerning Sudama and Shaju. Our courtyard has consistently been recognized as an exemplary establishment by the neighborhood office, yet what transpired today is rather regrettable. Sudama and Shaju, it is imperative that you both reflect on your actions. Enough, Erdi, can we discuss something of substance? I'm still cooking, and the rain is about to return. You always ramble on with so much unnecessary talk. Shaju, already in a foul mood from the beating he received earlier, interrupted Erdi Lu Haizhong's monologue. Shaju, how do you speak? Do you not understand the concept of respect? All right, Erdi, do you truly consider yourself the leader? Shaju retorted disdainfully at Lu Haizhong's words. Enough, Lao Lu, don't bicker with the child. Let us hear from both of you about what transpired. Yi Zhonghai, the eldest, interjected to quell the dispute between Lu Haizhong and Shaju. I'll begin. I returned today intending to cook a chicken, only to find one missing from my coop. I searched the backyard in vain, but upon reaching the courtyard, I caught a whiff of Shaju preparing chicken soup. Isn't that indicative of him having stolen my chicken? Who stole your chicken? That was one I purchased myself. Who would dare to steal from you? Shaju, upon hearing this, realized that the chicken must have been pilfered by Bonging. Purchased? From where? Sandiyi and Fugue inquired. From the market nearby, Shaju replied ambiguously. Impossible. By the time you finish work, you wouldn't have been able to buy anything. If that chicken is not Sudamao's, then it must have been taken from the factory, Yin Fugue asserted confidently. It is common knowledge that chefs take leftover food. But this is excessive. If the factory finds out, it could lead to serious consequences. Fine, let it be considered as my theft, Shaju conceded, instinctively glancing at Qin Huairu. Seeing her pitiful expression, he reluctantly admitted his guilt. Chapter 22. The poultry theft incident concludes. What do you mean by claiming it was your theft? Shaju, you must not be foolish. If it was not your doing, you cannot confess to it. Yi Zhonghai urged anxiously upon hearing Shaju admit to stealing the chicken. There's no other option. Ever since the unfortunate passing of Yanglao No. 1, I am left with only Yanglao No. 2, who is far from dependable. He is either causing trouble or on the verge of doing so. Fortunately, he is easily persuaded and generally shows me respect, making the situation tolerable. Eldest, your words seem rather biased. Shaju has already admitted to it. How can it still be considered confusion? Now, Shaju has admitted to stealing my chickens and has also assaulted me to this extent. What do you suggest I do? If your response does not satisfy me, I shall certainly report this to the authorities, and I wonder if the police will side with him. Sudamao, upon hearing Elder Yi Zhonghai attempting to defend Shaju, felt an immense displeasure. It was always the same. Every time he was bullied, everyone would invariably favor Shaju. This time, let us see how biased they can be. Shaju also perceived that Elder Yi Zhonghai was reluctant for him to admit to the theft. However, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he deny stealing the chickens? He would have no way to explain where his own chickens originated. Given Sudamao's current state, he would undoubtedly report him to the steel factory. Although Shaju typically held the factory leaders in disdain, he was aware that they relied on his skills. Nonetheless, being reported for chicken theft in this era could be deemed as embezzlement of state property, a matter of considerable consequence. Shaju understood that his reputation was less than favorable. Yet he often relied on his craftsmanship, believing no one cared otherwise. If he were to fall this time, how would he fare? Moreover, Shaju had previously witnessed the children from the Banging family feasting on chicken. It was evident they could not have purchased it from the Jia family. Its origin was all too clear. Reflecting on how Sudamao had made things difficult for Qin Huairu, he felt a wave of sorrow. How could he allow Qin Jie to face such hardship when she was already struggling? After contemplating these matters, He cast a troubled glance at Elder Yi Zhonghai. Enough, Su Damao. Elder Yi is merely being kind-hearted. There is no issue as you claim. I confess. I did steal your chickens. What shall we do about it? Elder Yi Zhonghai, observing Shaju's expression, surmised that the chickens were indeed stolen from the factory. In that case, there was truly no remedy. If they belonged to Su Damao, it could have been resolved amicably in the courtyard, but if they were from the steel factory, the situation would be far more complicated. Hence, Elder Yi chose to remain silent. Shaju, how could you steal from my family? It is truly unethical, Lu Shaoyi remarked earnestly, genuinely believing that Shaju had acted immorally. Qin Feng observed the scene before him and quickly grasped the situation. During his time in the main world, he had not thoroughly watched the television series, only gleaning some information from short videos. Now, he understood that Shaju must be from the steel mill, and he found it amusing to see Lu Xiao's naive demeanor. She genuinely believed in this farce. What could be done? Of course, compensation was inevitable. After all, that was a hen from his household, one that could lay eggs. The cycle of eggs and chicks held considerable value. All right, Su Damao. We all live in the same courtyard. If you calculate like this, who could afford to pay? That's not exactly a golden chicken. Let us settle for something reasonable. We shouldn't jeopardize neighborly relations, Elder Yi Zhonghai interjected, observing Su Damao's endless calculations. Fine, we'll heed Elder Yi's advice. We cannot disregard his authority. Let us settle on 5 yuan, Su Damao declared, reveling in his recent victory over Shaju. 5 yuan? What are you dreaming of? I could buy a chicken for just 2 yuan. Su Damao, have you lost your mind over money? Shaju exploded upon hearing the demand for 5 yuan. Enough, Shaju. This matter has dragged on long enough. 5 yuan it is. Let us wrap this up. Some families haven't tea at dinner yet, Elder Yi Zhonghai said, keen to bring an end to the squabbling and reminding Shaj not to dwell on the monetary dispute. All right then, here is 5 yuan, Shaj relented. Still unclear about the rationale, but complying nonetheless. Now, everyone disperse and return to your homes, Elder Yi Zhonghai urged as the situation came to a close. Shaju, come here for a moment, Elder Yi called as everyone was about to leave. Listen, if you don't pay this 5 yuan quickly. And Su Damao remembers the beating he received, that 5 yuan may not suffice, Elder Yi warned. Upon hearing Elder Yi's words, Shaju immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Thank you, Elder Yi. I didn't connect the dots earlier, he responded gratefully. After Su Damao returned home with the money, he gleefully caught the remaining chicken and prepared to slaughter it, humming a cheerful tune while cooking, his spirits soaring. Lu Xiao, witnessing Su Damao's lack of ambition, couldn't help but feel frustrated. What is there to boast about? It's just 5 yuan. Did you take a beating for nothing? Su Damao stood momentarily stunned, recalling that he had indeed forgotten about the beating he had taken. Yet, he reassured himself, there would be future opportunities. He was determined that Shaju would eventually repay him. Don't worry about the future. I will make sure Shaju pays me back, he proclaimed. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly unconvinced. Upon returning to their abode, Qin Feng and Qin Huairu had previously heard of the gathering at the courtyard, yet they were taken aback by its true nature. Indeed, seeing is believing. Oh, this is merely the beginning. Such occurrences are quite commonplace. Bang Gung, gather the others. Qin Huairu felt it necessary to impart a few words of caution to the younger ones. Bang Gung, accompanied by Xiao Dang and Huaihua, approached. Having witnessed the earlier assembly from the window and learned about the matter concerning the chickens, which had temporarily come to a close. Remember, none of you have visited Su Damao's residence, nor have you partaken of any chicken, understood? The youngsters quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Feng observed that there was nothing more to attend to and subsequently took his leave. Qin Huairu accompanied him out of the courtyard. Noticing that there was no one around, she bestowed a kiss upon Qin Feng before hastily departing. Until we meet again tomorrow. Qin Feng gently caressed the spot that had been kissed, listening to the words spoken, and returned home with a smile. The weekend was indeed a day filled with joy. With delectable food, refreshing drinks, and delightful company. Qin Huairu nestled contentedly in Qin Feng's embrace, her hands playfully toying with his fingers. Xiaofeng, I find myself eagerly anticipating the weekend each week, as it means I can see you sooner. Is our Huairu really yearning to see me so much? Qin Feng chuckled, planting a kiss on Qin Huairu's cheek as he inquired. What do you think? She replied, of course, it is true. Chapter 23, The Revenge of the Foolish Pillar. Then perhaps I shall find an opportunity soon to take you to obtain a marriage certificate. It would surely bring you much happiness, Qin Feng remarked, gently toying with Qin Huairu's delicate hand. Qin Huairu abruptly sat up, her upper body revealed. Two lively white rabbits bouncing playfully. Are you truly speaking the truth? She exclaimed. Oh, it's so cold outside. Hurry and lie down. Of course, it is true. But not in the context of my current identity. Qin Feng swiftly reached out to pull Qin Huairu back into the warmth of the blankets. What do you mean by that? Qin Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to share a few details with Qin Huairu, ensuring she remained at ease. After all, there were instances in their family where individuals still held household registrations despite having passed on. He intended to arrange a few such cases and, utilizing his acupuncture skills in traditional Chinese medicine to alter his appearance, he planned to engage a matchmaker to secure a new identity for marrying her. That sounds quite feasible, she replied, though a hint of concern clouded her thoughts. Yet, I fear that Jia Zhang might cause trouble. Despite her newfound authority, she could not disregard Jia Zhang's influence. The incident involving Bang Gung and the stolen chicken had raised suspicions. After conversing with Bang Gung, Qin Huairu discerned that Jia Zhang had subtly instigated the situation. Initially, Bang Gung had no intention of stealing chickens, but Jia Zhang had inadvertently suggested that there was no one at Su Damao's home and that the backyard was deserted. Even remarking on the delectable taste of chicken, Qin Huairu pondered the motives behind such actions, suspecting that it was likely related to issues of influence and authority. If the matter at hand involved compensation for theft, she could potentially find herself in a precarious financial situation. The substantial advantages held by the Jia Zhang family, particularly the pensions of Jia Dongshu and their own retirement funds, provided them with a sense of security. After all, possessing resources cultivates confidence. Do not concern yourself with her for the time being. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall return with you and engage in a conversation with her. After all, she is your mother-in-law, and we are not lacking in funds. There will certainly be provisions for her, as long as we are not entangled in her matters. I believe he understands the gravity of the situation, especially since he raised Jia Dongshu himself. It cannot be as straightforward as it appears. Qin Huairu understood that the Jia Zhang family was not foolish, yet she still felt a pang of anxiety. What if they lost their composure over this matter? What if, perchance, they became irrational? It was unlikely, but if it came to that, I could always alter my appearance beforehand, subtly providing them with a warning. After all, even if she were to remarry, he would have no control over her, and in truth, he had never truly governed her actions. Well, it seems that should suffice. Qin Feng gazed at the expression of longing on Qin Huairu's face, feeling a stir of emotions within himself. Let us not dwell on such matters. There is still time. Sister Huairu, as we return home, we must cherish the precious moments we have. Ah, Xiao Feng, to be gentle. The beauty of this place is not for outsiders to comprehend. Ever since Xia Zhu lost 5 yuan to Su Damao, his mind had been clouded with thoughts of retribution. Over the past couple of days at work, he had sought opportunities to teach Su Damao a lesson, yet Su, aware of Xia Zhu's discontent, had refrained from appearing before him. Coincidentally, this Wednesday, Deputy Factory Director Li had informed the kitchen early on that there would be a reception that evening, requiring Xia Zhu's culinary skills. Xia Zhu perceived this as an opportunity, for in previous receptions, Director Li always invited Su Damao to join him in toasting. Ma Hua, go find out who will be attending the reception tonight. Xia Zhu instructed his apprentice. Understood, Master, Ma Hua replied. Before long, Ma Hua returned. Master, this evening, there will be Deputy Director Li, Director Zhang from Logistics, the grain station chief, and Su Damao will be accompanying them. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu let out a cold chuckle. Excellent, at last, I have found my opportunity. That night, after preparing the reception dishes, Xia Zhu brewed himself a cup of tea and sat down. Master, aren't you going home today? You usually leave after finishing your work, Ma Hua inquired, puzzled by Xia Zhu's unusual behavior. You, Ma Hua, do you need to concern yourself with what I plan to do? Isn't that right, Master? Fatty interrupted Ma Hua, eager to curry favor with Xia Zhu. Fatty was correct. I need not explain my intentions to you. Now, be off with you. All right, Master, we shall take our leave. Fatty replied cleverly. Before long, the kitchen was left with only Xia Zhu. After waiting for about an hour, Lu Lan returned to the kitchen, bringing some leftover dishes. What brings you here today, Xia Zhu? She asked. I had no particular business, so I let them leave early, he replied. You can still be so kind? Lu Lan remarked skeptically. Enough of your chatter. How was the meal? Xia Zhu feigned indifference. They've all finished and left. Only Su Dama remains, drunk and lying in the private room. I must be off now. After Lulan departed, Shaju made his way to the private room, where he found Su Damao slumped in a chair. Shaju dragged Su Damao into the kitchen, stripped him of his clothing, and tossed his underwear into the stove to burn. He then bound Su Damao to a chair and, finding several chairs, lay down on them and fell asleep. Time passed, and Su Damao, feeling an icy chill enveloping him, especially around his lower half, drowsily opened his eyes. Is anyone there? Help! Su Damao found himself bound to a chair, devoid of clothing, and he immediately cried out in alarm. What is all this noise at such an early hour? Shaju grumbled as he was stirred from his slumber. Shaju, release me at once. I will not let this matter rest. Su Damao shouted upon realizing Shaju's presence. Enough of your shouting. I shall untie you. But do understand that if it weren't for my intervention last night, you would have been in dire straits, Shaju replied. What do you mean? And where are my clothes? Su Damao inquired. Your clothes are over there. Put them on yourself. I was utterly exhausted after a long night. Shaju pointed to the garments discarded nearby. Su Damao hastily donned his attire, as the chill in the air had rendered his legs nearly numb. What on earth transpired? Shaju? You must clarify this for me. Shaju recounted, on my way home last night, I saw you behaving inappropriately with a young lady. I could not simply ignore it, so I took you to the kitchen. Little did I know, you began to undress, and I could not stop you. Thus, I had no choice but to bind you. Is that true? I have no recollection whatsoever, Su Damao replied, bewildered. Of course, would I deceive you? Shaju retorted. And what of my undergarments? Su Damao pressed. How would I know? Perhaps you discarded them during your escapade, Shaju said, his gaze unwittingly drifting towards the stove. Realizing there was no recourse, Su Damao decided to return home. Having spent the night in the cold, his legs were still unsteady, and he trembled as he made his way. Many passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, while Shaju trailed behind, thoroughly amused. Chapter 24. Convening the entire courtyard meeting as Su Damao stepped through the threshold of his home, Lu Xiaoyi, upon noticing his return, inquired, Su Damao, where were you last night? You were gone the entire night. Su Damao, having had a restless night, felt utterly fatigued and wore an irritable expression. Oh, must you be so bothersome? I attended a gathering at the factory, drank too much, and fell asleep in the private room, he sighed. Enough of this. I am utterly exhausted and need to rest. Observing Su Damao's weary state, Lu Xiaoyi refrained from pressing the matter further. Do not lie down just yet. Remove your clothing first. I will wash them shortly, she said, as she began to assist him in shedding his garments. Su Damao, too fatigued to fully comprehend, complied with her actions and removed his clothes. Su Damao, where are your undergarments? Luo Xiaoyi, upon shedding her garments, discovered that Su Damao was devoid of undergarments, which incited her immediate fury, prompting her to bellow at him. Her piercing cry roused the entire courtyard, and the inhabitants hastily congregated in the backyard. Su Damao quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing the predicament he was in. I truly have no idea, he protested. When I awoke this morning, they were simply gone. Whom do you think you're deceiving? You don't even know where your own underwear has vanished to? Speak up. Where did you go last night? Honestly, when I woke up, I found myself in the kitchen of the factory. I genuinely don't know what happened, he retorted. Luo Xiaoyi, exasperated by Su Damao's continued denial, lashed out, scratching his face. How dare you, Su Damao? Have you been gallivanting about? I could just claw you to death. Feeling guilty, Su Damao could only raise his hands to fend off her attacks. The commotion of their altercation grew louder, drawing the attention of all the residents in the courtyard. Many were preparing to head to work, but found this spectacle unexpectedly entertaining. Look at Su Damao, akin to a caterpillar. It's no wonder Luo Xiaoyi has not borne any children after all these years. It may not solely be her fault. Indeed, one might not expect such a diminutive creature from someone who appears so robust. Su Damao, overhearing the snickers from the doorway, suddenly realized his lack of clothing and felt a wave of shame and anger wash over him. Enough. Do not overstep your bounds. After all these years, you haven't even produced an egg. What use are you to me? In a fit of rage, Su Damao struck Luo Xiaoyi across the face. She clutched her cheek in disbelief. Never before had anyone laid a hand on her, and today, Su Damao dared to do so. Su Damao, how could you, a grown man, strike a woman? Precisely. Couples may quarrel, but that does not justify violence. Su Damao, addressing the onlookers, shouted angrily, what business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. With that, he slammed the door shut. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? I will divorce you. Luo Xiaoyi declared, regaining her composure and refusing to accept such indignity. Divorce? Fine. I won't serve you any longer. Elder Yi Zhonghai, Elder Lu Haizhong, and Elder Yin Fuguwei, hearing the tumult from within, felt compelled to intervene. Should a divorce occur within their courtyard, it would tarnish their collective reputation, dissuading the youth from pursuing marriage and jeopardizing the esteemed standing of their community. Su Damao opened the door. This is Elder Yi. 3 individuals, led by Elder Yi Zhonghai, pushed through the crowd and approached the door, where they knocked and spoke. Elder, concerning my family's affairs, I would kindly ask you to refrain from worrying. Everyone should return home. Su Damao did not open the door, instead issuing an order for the guests to leave. Damao, consider this. If you were to divorce, it would tarnish the reputation of our entire courtyard. Moreover, it's merely a quarrel between spouses. There is no need to escalate it to such extremes. Lu Xiaoa, having just been angered by a recent altercation, had mentioned divorce in the heat of the moment, but she now recognized that separation from Su Damao was impossible. After all, her father had arranged her marriage to him precisely because of their family's unfavorable standing. How could she possibly seek a divorce? Elder, you must take charge of this matter. Su Damao did not return home last night, and upon his return today, his undergarments were mysteriously missing. When I inquired, he claimed ignorance. What are we to do? Lu Xiao lamented to Elder Yi Zhonghai as she opened the door. Goodness, where has Su Damao been? To lose his undergarments overnight? Ah, you are unaware, I presume? One of the bystanders inquired. Indeed, I do not know, came the reply, as several individuals exchanged knowing glances. Seeing Lu Xiaoa had opened the door, Su Damao hurriedly donned a pair of trousers and approached. Elder, I assure you, I am innocent. Last night, I was entertaining Deputy Factory Director Li. I indulged a bit too much, and when I awoke, my belongings were gone. I was even tied up in the kitchen by Shaju. Elder Lu Haizhou, upon hearing that Su Damao had been drinking with the Deputy Director, contemplated why he, with his distinguished talents, had not garnered any recognition from his superiors. He resolved to inquire about Su Damao's methods later. Elder Yin Fuguwei, upon hearing of the banquet, mused about the variety of dishes that must have been served. He thought that if his household were to have such delicacies, they would savor them for an entire month. Elder Yi Zhonghai, noting the mention of Shaju, surmised that today's predicament was likely instigated by him. Looking around, he confirmed that Shaju was indeed absent from the gathering, leading him to a clear understanding of the situation. Very well, let us proceed thus. Work is about to commence. After the day's duties, we shall convene to discuss this issue further. Those who need to work should swiftly attend to their tasks. Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed and dispersed, knowing there would be more excitement to come that evening. As night fell and work concluded, everyone gathered in the courtyard, where the 8 immortals' table was set as usual. The meeting was called to address the morning's events concerning Su Damao, who had not returned home the previous night. Lu Xiao's discovery of Su Damao's missing undergarments had escalated into a serious matter, disrupting the decorum of their courtyard. Elder Yi Zhonghai initiated the meeting. Everyone is already aware of this morning's incident, so I shall forego further details. Su Damao, please explain the situation at hand. This morning, I recounted that I had indulged excessively and was oblivious to my surroundings. Upon awakening, I found myself bound in the kitchen by Shaju. Shaju, please elucidate what transpired, I implored. Rising to the occasion, Shaju animatedly recounted the events. Last night, upon returning from preparing dinner, he discovered Su Damao inebriated and behaving inappropriately with a young lady. With no alternative, he had to escort Su back to the kitchen, though he was uncertain if that was when the troubling incident occurred. What was the name of that young lady? Inquired third uncle Yin Fuguwei. I cannot divulge that information as it pertains to her reputation, Shaju retorted cleverly. Should we not report this to the authorities? This is no trivial matter, another voice chimed in. Indeed, if we neglect to inform the police and the situation escalates, we shall all face repercussions, Shaju acknowledged, alarmed by the neighbor's suggestions to involve law enforcement. Su Damao, too, appeared pale with trepidation. Chapter 25. The courtyard assembly. Let us not be overly severe. Su Damao merely overindulged yesterday. Besides, I arrived in a timely manner and ensured nothing untoward occurred. We ought not to make things difficult for him, Shaju quickly interjected, advocating for Su. Wait a moment. What is amiss? Shaju is defending Su Damao? This is rather unusual, murmured the onlookers, bemused. After all, the two were known to quarrel daily. How could one possibly come to the other's defense? Something was amiss. Elder Yi Zhonghai observed the crowd, noting their curiosity. He understood that the truth of the matter was of little concern to anyone, as long as it did not affect their own households. Given that Shaju has attested to Su Damao's innocence, we should resolve this matter amongst ourselves. Involving the police would reflect poorly on our entire courtyard. The residents, seeing Elder Yi speak, ceased their chatter, realizing that offending him was not worth the trouble. Second Elder Lu Haizhong gazed at Yi Zhonghai's commanding presence with admiration, envisioning what it must be like to hold such authority. I remain unconvinced. While nothing seems amiss presently, should an issue arise, it could tarnish our courtyard's reputation. Wouldn't that jeopardize the prospects of our younger generation? Third Uncle Yin Fugue interjected, recalling that he had 3 unmarried children. If this affects their chances of finding partners, what shall we do? Indeed, I concur with the sentiment expressed by Second Elder. We cannot allow this situation to cast a shadow over our courtyard. It is imperative that we report this, as it is no trifling matter. After listening to the words of Uncle Lu Haizhong and Uncle Yin Fugue, the people in the courtyard began to chatter among themselves. Indeed, if a rogue emerged in the courtyard, how would my child ever find a partner? I know of a courtyard where such a situation has arisen, and it has affected the entire community. I too feel that this is inappropriate. Perhaps it is best to report it to the authorities. Su Dama sat there, dazed and bewildered, having been utterly shocked. He never anticipated that a simple night of drinking could lead to such chaos. Everyone, this matter is fictitious. I fabricated it. Shuzhuz looked on as the situation spiraled out of control, realizing that this could not continue. What do you mean? Shuzhuz, clarify this at once. Upon hearing Shuzhuz's claim it was all a fabrication, Su Dama snapped back to reality, questioning him with fervor. Wasn't it you who tricked me out of $5 last time? Yesterday, when you were drunk, I stripped you and tied you up in the kitchen. I even burned your underwear in the stove. The story about that young girl was entirely made up by me. All right, you fool Shuzhuz, I want to let this go. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Su Dama was on the verge of madness, feeling as though he might die from fright, only to be told it was all a hoax. The crowd quickly restrained the frantic Su Dama, urging him to calm down. Dama, don't be agitated. We're not in a meeting for nothing. There must be a resolution. Yes, Dama, don't act rashly. You cannot defeat him. Perhaps hearing this, Su Damao's struggles lessened somewhat. Shuzhuz, you have gone too far. How could you behave this way? Do you have any idea of the misunderstanding between Su Dama and me today? This is truly excessive. Lu Shaoyi was also incensed by Shizhu's actions. Yet her good upbringing prevented her from uttering any foul language. All right, everyone, let us quiet down. Since this matter has been clarified, let us disperse. Uncle Yi Zhonghai, favoring Shizhu's, wished for everyone to leave it be. No, Uncle Yi, there is no way to handle this like that. It is far too biased. Shizhu's tied me up in the kitchen for an entire night, and now my family is embroiled in this mess, and you wish to let it go? Su Dama, having just calmed down, felt his anger reignite upon hearing Uncle Yi's suggestion to disperse. He had sought to avoid offending him, as he still needed to reside in the courtyard. Indeed, Uncle Yi, today's incident cannot simply be overlooked. Otherwise, I shall report it to the authorities. Lu Shaoyi was equally infuriated, her face flushed with anger. We all live in the same courtyard, and setting aside the facts, doesn't Su Dama share any blame in this? Therefore, as neighbors in this courtyard, why must we escalate this matter so severely? How about this? Let Shizhuz apologize, and we shall move past this issue. It is imperative that compensation be provided. Otherwise, I shall report this matter to the authorities and allow them to adjudicate. You dare to threaten me? Had it not been for your deceitful appropriation of 5 yuan, I would not have been compelled to confront you. The foolish Zhu maintained an air of indifference. Very well, do not lament your decision. I will reward anyone who can run to the police station with 20 cents. Su Dama proclaimed, brandishing the coins. I shall go. I shall go. Su Dama, are you truly sincere? Yin Jieching exclaimed, raising his hand in excitement, while Yu Li, standing beside him, felt a surge of embarrassment at his antics. No problem, I can provide you with the money at once. Excellent, hand it over. And I shall depart immediately. Elder Zhonghai observed Su Damao's behavior and quickly intervened. Enough, Su Damao, cease this folly. Do apologize to Su Damao and reimburse him the 5 yuan, shall we? That is unacceptable. I demand 10 yuan, or this matter shall remain unresolved. Very well, Zhu. Pay him the sum, and let this matter conclude, ensuring no further discussion arises. Zhu, after glancing at Elder Zhonghai, chose silence and presented 10 yuan to Su Damao. With the situation now resolved, Elder Zhonghai hastily urged the others to disperse, fearing that if Su Damao went to the police, Future incidents in the courtyard would become public affairs, undermining his control and jeopardizing his retirement plans. Recently, Qin Feng has not been overly concerned with the matters of the Sihiyuan. His days have been spent in a routine manner, attending to his work, occasionally performing acupuncture for a few patients and selling some medicinal pills. Consequently, his finances have seen a modest increase. Aside from occasionally venturing into the black market to procure some grains and easily storable cured meats, he finds that the remaining funds are quite difficult to expend. Therefore, Qin Feng resolves to seek another residence, as the current quarters in Baimei Song Hatong are known to Deputy Director Li. There are certain items that cannot be conveniently stored there, particularly during these unusual times when some possessions must remain concealed from the light of day. Qin Feng had also sought information regarding the property and, after viewing several options, ultimately chose a secluded residence with its own courtyard. This courtyard is situated approximately 20 minutes from Nanluo Guxiang, in a direction entirely opposite to that of the Baimei Song Hatong property. Qin Feng planned to head over during the weekend to tidy up the place. Chapter 26. A Chance Encounter with Yu Li. Qin Feng arrived early at the residence in Baimei Song Hatong. Upon seeing Qin Huairu's arrival, he instructed her to tidy up while he stepped out for a brief errand. "All right, Xiao Feng, go ahead with your matters. Will you be back for lunch?" she inquired. "Certainly, I won't be gone for long. I'll return shortly." "Huairu, please be a good girl and wait for me at home," Qin Feng teased, gently caressing her cheek. "Rest assured, I will be waiting for your return," she replied. Qin Feng first ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some daily necessities, intending to place them in the residence on Luhai Alley, for there would surely be occasions to stay there. Moreover, today's visit was for cleaning, so having supplies was essential. As he made his way towards Luhai Alley, he was lost in thought and failed to notice an individual approaching from the opposite direction. Just as he turned into Luhai Alley, the two collided. "Oh dear. Ah. My apologies. I am so sorry." Upon colliding with another person, Qin Feng promptly regained his composure, swiftly expressing his apologies and extending a hand to assist the other individual. "It's quite all right. Truly, I share the blame as I was not observant myself." As the other person looked up, Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that it was Yu Li. Under normal circumstances, he would not have recognized her. But familiarity with the characters from the original narrative made this encounter noteworthy. While she appeared to possess an average physique in the television series, he now realized she held a depth that was not readily apparent. "I sincerely apologize. I was momentarily distracted and failed to notice you." After Qin Feng extended his hand to assist the other person in rising, he expressed his sincere apologies. "Please let me know if you feel any discomfort or if you need to visit a hospital," he inquired, noticing Yu Li continuously rubbing her lower back with concern. "It's nothing serious, just a bit sore from the fall," she replied. "Wait, haven't we met before?" At that moment, Yu Li scrutinized Qin Feng with newfound attention and realized how fortuitous it was to encounter him again. After all, she had seen this handsome young man during the assembly at their courtyard, and only later discovered he was a relative of Qin Huairu. "Have we crossed paths?" she asked. "I apologize. I seem to have forgotten. I share a courtyard with Sister Qin Huairu, and I noticed you beside her during the assembly," she explained. "Ah, that must be it. I'm sorry, there were so many people that day, I didn't catch sight of you. I truly should have. How could I overlook such a beautiful lady?" Yu Li felt her cheeks flush at Qin Feng's compliment. "Oh, not at all. I'm nowhere near as lovely as Sister Qin." "That's not quite true. You and Sister Qin each possess your own unique charm. She is more voluptuous, while you are tall and have a splendid figure," he assured her. "Oh, please stop. You're making me blush." Qin Feng noticed that the clothes worn by Yu Li were somewhat soiled. "Your attire appears to be a bit dirty. Perhaps you could come to my place and tidy up a bit. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave like this." I hope I'm not intruding," she replied. "Not at all. It's just this door, and there's no one here. It's a friend's house, and I can assist with the cleaning." "Well, if that's the case, I suppose it is an imposition," Yu Li conceded, her cheeks flushed. She herself could not comprehend why she had agreed. Considering she was going to a man's home alone, Yu Li had never anticipated such a decision. Perhaps it stemmed from the distinct feeling she had upon first meeting Qin Feng, coupled with the realization she faced after marrying into the Yan family, which contributed to her choice. "Oh, it's nothing. After all, I did bump into you, so it's only right," he reassured her. Qin Feng opened the door, allowing Yu Li to enter. This residence was quite similar to the one in by Song Hatong, featuring a shadow wall at the entrance, leading into east and west wing rooms, along with the main hall. However, what set this courtyard apart was the presence of a separate bathroom located within the west wing. Qin Feng intended to utilize this bathroom for his showers in the future, as he had only managed to wipe himself down with water after his encounters with Qin Huairuit by Mitsong Hatong, which proved to be rather inconvenient. This room has a bathroom. You can tidy up your clothes here. I have purchased some daily necessities. Feel free to use whatever you need, he offered. All right. Thank you for your kindness, Yuli replied. Her cheeks flushed as she took the bag Qin Feng handed her and proceeded to the west wing. She never imagined she would find herself in a man's home, preparing to use his bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, Yuli was greeted by walls adorned with tiles, which lent an air of brightness and cleanliness to the space. A bathtub was positioned against the wall. With a tinge of envy, she surveyed the bathroom, contemplating when she might have the opportunity to indulge in such luxury. The thought of soaking in a warm bath before bedtime brought a sense of comfort to her. As she cleaned the stains from her clothes, she daydreamed about the life she might lead in such a dwelling. Before long, she emerged from the bathroom to find Qin Feng sweeping the courtyard. I'll help you out. Thank you for allowing me to tidy my clothes here. Oh, you are too polite. My name is Qin Feng. What about you? Apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am Yuli. Could you pass me a cloth? I can assist you with the cleaning. Men aren't as adept at this as women. All right. You've convinced me, Qin Feng replied, glancing at the area he had just tidied up, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Haha, right? Yuli laughed, charmed by Qin Feng's playful banter. The two of them engaged in cheerful conversation while they cleaned, and for the first time, Yuli felt a sense of ease in the presence of a man who did not belong to her. Qin Feng engaged in the modern vernacular of flirtatious banter, sharing an array of amusing anecdotes that left Yuli, hearing them for the first time, unable to suppress her laughter. After more than an hour, the two finally managed to tidy up. Qin Feng promptly poured a cup of tea for Yuli and urged her to take a seat and rest for a while. Today has truly been a hassle for you. Otherwise, I would still be unaware of when I could finish tidying up. It's nothing. I have no particular matters to attend to anyway. Returning home would only have me engaging in similar tasks. Yuli gazed at Qin Feng, whose warm and genuine smile made her heart feel a comforting warmth, a sensation she had never experienced before. Look at you, drenched in sweat. You should wipe your forehead, Qin Feng said as he gently brushed the sweat from her brow. The moment Yuli felt his hand graze her forehead, her face flushed a deep crimson. It's fine. Really, I can manage on my own. I apologize, but perhaps you should wash up in the bathroom? It must be quite uncomfortable being all sweaty. The bathroom can provide hot water. I lit the fire when I arrived, so it should be ready for use now. Maybe not. That seems inappropriate. Yuli felt a flutter of inclination, but was still quite shy. There's no need to worry. I assure you I won't peek, Qin Feng teased, noticing her embarrassment. Go on then. If you're going to make fun of me, I might as well. With those words, Yuli felt her mood lighten. Yes, do go. Otherwise, you'll be uncomfortable in all that sweat. Chapter 27. Yuli's indecisiveness. Not long after, Yuli emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed. Her face flushed from the heat. She looked irresistibly adorable. Now that you're done, come sit and have a bite to eat. I'll wash up as well. Qin Feng called to Yuli before heading into the bathroom. Yuli opened her mouth to speak, but found no words, her gaze fixed on the bathroom door, her cheeks growing warmer. She had intended to inquire about the water for the bathtub, but Qin Feng had entered without giving her a chance to ask. For reasons unknown, she remained silent, perhaps out of anticipation. There was an inexplicable feeling she harbored towards Qin Feng that she could not articulate. Seated at the table with her teacup cradled in her hands, Yuli appeared lost in thought, her expression shifting between fleeting smiles and deep blushes. Hey, what is on your mind? Qin Feng called as he emerged from the bathroom, noticing her dazed demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Have you finished? Upon seeing Qin Feng, her face flushed anew, her words stumbling as she felt the warmth radiating from him, intensifying her blush. Let us enjoy some snacks. They're quite good. I would have offered you more substantial fare, but for now, let us just have a little something. That's not necessary. This is already quite delicious. Yuli accepted a piece and took a bite. By the way, what do you usually do? What brings you here today? Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired further. There's nothing much going on, just tidying up at home. Yuli refrained from revealing that she was returning to her own residence today, inexplicably reluctant to disclose her marital status to Qin Feng. Oh, could you do me a favor? If you find yourself with some free time, would you mind coming over each week to help me clean my house? I can offer you 50 cents for each visit. I truly dread the thought of tidying up. Ah, that's unnecessary. I can come over to help you without any compensation, she replied. That simply won't do. If you assist me with cleaning, it wouldn't be right to refuse payment. You could use the money for something nice later on. Agreed then. I shall give you a key, and we shall commence this arrangement starting today. Qin Feng handed the keys and 2 yuan directly to Yuli. Here, these are the keys and this month's payment. I will be troubling you from now on. Well, what if I don't show up? If I deceive you and vanish, you would be none the wiser. Yuli teased as she looked at Qin Feng. That cannot happen. I will come by to check, he replied. All right then, I won't keep you any longer. I really must head back. I've already delayed for a while. Yuli glanced at the time and indeed realized it was getting late, prompting her to take her leave. Very well, I shan't detain you further. I appreciate your help in the future. After escorting Yuli out, Qin Feng tidied up the bathroom before returning to the Bai Mi Song Hutong. I'm back, he announced as he stepped through the door, greeted by the gentle voice of Qin Huairu. Ah, you're back. Is dinner ready? Almost, just the final dish, she replied, entering the main room with the last of the dishes. After placing it on the table, she went to serve the rice. There were a total of 4 dishes and a soup. The meal was quite lavish. Qin Feng mused that he had not enjoyed such a feast in the main world. And here he was, indulging in it. After they finished their meal, Qin Feng accompanied Qin Huairu back home. Each time they returned, she appeared somewhat exhausted, and rightfully so. The journey took over an hour, a feat that would be arduous for most. Qin Feng held Qin Huairu in his arms, playfully toying with a big white rabbit candy while inquiring, Does your mother-in-law go out every day? She didn't used to go out much, but now I encourage her to buy groceries daily, so she does go out now, she replied. All right, I'll find an opportunity in the next couple of days to enlighten him about relevant legal matters. He must understand that your remarriage has nothing to do with her. Indeed, that way he will at least comprehend the gravity of the situation. It has improved significantly. In the past, it was nothing but trouble. Leave it to me. After they shared tender moments for a while longer, they tidied up and headed back. Upon returning to the Yin household after parting from Qin Feng, Yuli was met with an unexpected question. Yuli, why are you back so late today? Yin Jieqing inquired, astonished as she entered. Indeed, you should either return early to help with chores or come back later to skip a meal. Why arrive just before dinner? Aunt Sen added with a sarcastic tone. I had some matters to attend to, which delayed me. Yuli discerned the underlying insinuations in their words, but chose to remain unperturbed, responding calmly. Oh, then hurry up. It's time for dinner, Yin Jieqing said without further comment, simply urging her to eat. Seated at the dining table, Yuli cast her gaze upon the 3 pieces of pickled vegetables and the clear cornmeal porridge in her bowl. Observing Yin Jieqing as he devoured his meal, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. Contemplating Qin Feng's situation, having graduated from a vocational school with a meager monthly salary of only 40 to 50 yuan and residing in a modest West Wing, she couldn't help but think, albeit wistfully and unrealistically, how splendid it would have been had she married him instead. In the ensuing days, Yuli found herself frequently recalling the moments when Qin Feng helped her wipe away sweat and when he entered the bathroom immediately after she had bathed. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng had taken root in her heart. On a certain workday, with little to attend to in the logistics department, Qin Feng conversed briefly with the personnel from the 3rd warehouse before exiting the steel rolling mill. This privilege was granted by Deputy Factory Director Li, as there were always individuals needing treatment who couldn't come to the mill. Hence, it was arranged that Qin Feng could step out when necessary, with the understanding that he was attending to matters in the logistics department, a point also communicated with Director Zhang. Upon arriving at the residence on Luhai Hutong, Qin Feng observed that the main gate to the courtyard was unlocked, indicating that Yuli had likely come. It was merely Wednesday, and Qin Feng had not anticipated Yuli's visit so soon. It seemed she was reluctant to remain at the Yin household, which was characterized by its trivialities. At home, she was burdened with chores, and here, she was also engaged in work. Why endure such domesticity when she could earn a bit of pocket money instead? Qin Feng entered through the door, finding no sign of Yuli in the courtyard. Upon entering the main room, he still found no one present, though he could hear some commotion emanating from the bathroom in the west wing. Ah, Qin Feng, do not. As Qin Feng stepped inside, he was momentarily taken aback by a sound, but soon approached the door. He gently rapped 3 times upon it. Who is it? Came the frightened voice of Yuli. It is I, Qin Feng, he called out, extending an invitation from the threshold. Silence lingered from within, neither welcoming nor dismissive. Chapter 28. Arranging for Yuli. Qin Feng gazed ahead at the grand door, seemingly envisioning Yuli in the bathroom, her face flushed with embarrassment, embracing herself and casting shy glances towards the door. Unbeknownst to him, the air seemed to still as he gently reached out to push open the door before turning back to close it securely behind him. Upon entering, Qin Feng found Yuli completely submerged in the bathtub, the air thick with swirling white steam. Yuli? Qin Feng squinted through the mist, attempting to discern her silhouette. Please don't speak. I don't know why. Yuli's faint voice drifted towards him. All right, it's fine. I'll take you for a drive. I must say, I didn't expect your car to be quite this new, Qin Feng remarked, gently caressing the vehicle before him. Of course. Considering it hasn't been driven much, it's bound to be in pristine condition, isn't it? Indeed, it is. Just look at your headlights. They appear remarkably fresh. I never anticipated they would be so large and bright. Really? You can't tell just by looking at them normally? Qin Feng meticulously polished the headlights, which grew increasingly luminous. Xiao Feng, why not take a look at other areas? Yuli implored, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. No problem. Let me check the entire chassis, he replied. The chassis appeared relatively new and remarkably smooth. Now, it's time for me to take the wheel. Are you ready? He asked, gently pressing the accelerator. He noted, there seems to be a slight odd noise from the engine. However, it doesn't seem too pronounced at present. I will accelerate further to observe how it performs at high speeds. Indeed, there was some sound, but once he pressed the accelerator sufficiently, it became apparent that the noise was not a malfunction, but rather a natural sound emanating from the engine itself. Qin Feng intended to embark on a thrilling journey of extreme high-speed driving, pressing the accelerator without ever engaging the brakes, the sound of the vehicle growing increasingly melodious. After approximately an hour of this exhilarating experience, the vehicle gradually fell silent, coming to a halt on the road, devoid of any further sound. After Qin Feng took care of Yuli, he gently carried her to the main house for some rest. After tidying up the bathroom, Qin Feng joined Yuli in bed to accompany her. Do you think I lack self-respect? Yuli inquired, gazing at Qin Feng. Why would you say that? Absolutely not. Qin Feng reassured her, feeling no such sentiment. We've only met twice, and yet here we are? Of course not. I am well aware of your circumstances. I have been following your story for quite some time. Oh, so this has been premeditated? Yuli's heart lightened considerably upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Naturally. Your beauty has captured my attention long ago. I simply did not expect to encounter you here again that day. You speak so charmingly. I wonder how many girls you have deceived, Yuli pouted playfully. There's no need to deceive many. Having you is more than enough, Qin Feng responded, kissing her cheek tenderly. But Xiao Feng, I am already married, and divorce is not an option. What should I do? Yuli said cautiously. It's all right. This is your home. Unless there is something pressing, you can come here whenever you like. I will visit you whenever I can, Qin Feng said, patting Yuli's head with the smooth words of a rogue. Okay, then I will come by when I have the chance. All right. I will come to keep you company like today whenever I'm free. Oh, stop teasing. It's getting late, and I cannot stay for too long. After another hour, they finally completed the repairs just before running out of fuel. After resting for a while and getting dressed, Yuli prepared to return home. I can't stay any longer. It's really too late. There are many matters at the Laoyan household, and last time they were quite sarcastic about my absence. No need to worry about that. We shall not let it bother us. While you're here, you need not fret over finances. Keep this as your pocket money. Qin Feng took out 10 yuan and placed it in Yuli's hand, gently saying, This is far too much. I cannot accept it. You should keep it, as it may come in handy. He continued, Do not worry. I have more where this came from. Money will not be an issue while you are with me. Besides my salary, I have some extra income that I hardly manage to spend each month. You might as well help me use a bit of it. Seeing that Qin Feng was indeed serious, Yuli felt reassured and accepted the money. This was truly the first time she had possessed such a sum, and she was immensely delighted by Qin Feng's affection. I'll take my leave now. I'll come by every Wednesday, and I'll drop in whenever I have the time, she said, planting a kiss on Qin Feng before preparing to depart. Understood. I will be here every Wednesday, and I will visit whenever I can, Qin Feng replied, returning her kiss. He then escorted Yuli to the door, remaining inside afterward to avoid being seen, mindful of the need for caution. Qin Feng had no intention of arranging any work for Yuli at the moment, as he found himself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Yuli, too, was at a loss for words, which could potentially lead to complications later on. Moreover, Qin Feng was unwilling to allow the old Yin family to take advantage of the situation. After all, he was already assisting in caring for his daughter-in-law. and what more could they possibly want? In the primary realm, he had encountered novels that depicted the old Yin family in a favorable light, yet Qin Feng, in truth, found it difficult to hold any admiration for the third master, Yin Fuguwei. Qin Feng, an ordinary citizen, harbors a deep aversion to those who seek to exploit his goodwill. In stark contrast, Uncle Yin Fuguwei is a master at taking advantage of others, a trait that seems to be ingrained in his very essence. Now that Yuli has chosen to be with him, Qin Feng is aware that she will not allow Yin Jieqing to manipulate her as he pleases. Nonetheless, he grapples with inner turmoil, prompting him to devise a plan for Yin Jieqing. Unlike Qin Huai, Yuli is not one to be easily swayed. Once he has made arrangements for Yin Jieqing, Qin Feng hopes to rid himself of the burdens that weigh upon his conscience. Qin Feng tidied up his home and, having no pressing matters at hand, hurried back to the steel mill to await the end of his shift. Meanwhile, Yuli returned to the courtyard, and upon entering, she found Uncle Yin Fuguwei already stationed at the door. The students at Hongxing Primary School finished their classes earlier than those at the steel mill. What took you so long to return? You could have helped your mother with chores at home. You shouldn't just be idling about, Uncle Yin remarked, watching Yuli with a hint of disapproval as she walked past him into the house. Honestly, the youth of today, always seeking work. I suspect you're just slacking off, he muttered under his breath as she disappeared inside. Yuli chose to ignore his comments, entering her room only to find Yin Jieqing resting on the bed. Why are you back so late? What were you up to? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone. What else could I have done but look for work? Can I just lounge around at home all day? You know how your parents love to gossip, she replied tersely. Come on, they're getting on in years. Don't take their words to heart. If I worried about such things, I wouldn't be living at all. Did you not go out looking for work today? Just stayed at home? Yin Jieqing inquired. Isn't it about time for dinner? I'll go check. He evaded her question, grabbing a piece of clothing before heading outside. Yuli sighed as she watched him leave, reflecting on her earlier decision to marry into this family. Initially, when her parents learned that Uncle Yin Fuguwei was a teacher at Hongxing Primary School, they considered him somewhat cultured, believing his family background to be respectable. Given that Yin Jieqing was reasonably good-looking, they had given their consent. As she pondered the past, a wave of regret washed over her. Yet, recalling her encounter with Qin Feng earlier that day, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. After dinner, she helped clear the table and wash the dishes before retreating to her room, for the Yin household had little in the way of nightlife, as lighting a lamp required expenditure. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Yuli hurriedly washed up and tidied her space, then prepared for bed. No sooner had she settled in than Yin Jieqing leaned over toward her. What is this? Nothing to do today? He said with a playful grin. Oh, don't. I'm not in the mood today. I'm exhausted, she responded, swatting his hand away. Move over a bit. You're crowding me, she added, prompting him to lie back, feeling somewhat disheartened as she closed her eyes, signaling that she wished to sleep. The night passed in silence. After rising and enjoying his breakfast as usual, Qin Feng set out for work. Upon arriving at the office, he tidied up his workspace before fetching a pot of hot water from the pantry. He brewed himself a cup of tea and commenced preparations to tackle the day's tasks. Once he completed his immediate responsibilities, Qin Feng pondered how to address the issues concerning Jia Zhangshi and Yin Jieqing. As for Jia Zhangshi, she had recently taken to venturing out to the market around 2 o'clock each afternoon to procure vegetables, as this timing afforded her slightly cheaper prices. This daily ritual allowed her to save a modest sum of 10 cents, which constituted her current earnings. On the other hand, Yin Jieqing was presently unemployed, spending his days at home. Although summer provided some respite as he would occasionally seek out work, the onset of winter had rendered him completely inactive. Consequently, he could only be found lingering near the communal restroom in the alley. Arranging for him was not particularly troublesome. The primary concern lay in not knowing when he might emerge. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided it would be best to first arrange matters regarding the Jiazhang family, as the timing was rather precise. At noon, he too ventured to the cafeteria for a meal. The ongoing disputes between Sha Zhu and Su Demao continued unabated, as Su Demao, fully aware that Sha Zhu was serving him inadequately, still sought him out daily under the pretense of having Sha Zhu cater to his needs. However, aside from serving Su Demao poorly, Sha Zhu did not extend such service to anyone else. At this juncture, it was the elder workers who held the authority, making it improbable for anyone to receive preferential treatment. Were such a thing to occur, the workers would have long since retaliated with a punch, ensuring that he faced consequences. After spending some time in the office that afternoon, Qin Feng exited the steel rolling plant and found an empty alleyway. There, He used a silver needle to prick his face a few times, and gradually, his features began to transform, rendering him unrecognizable. With a strange visage, Qin Feng made his way to the market, where he soon spotted Jia Zhangshi entering. Observing her as she meticulously selected vegetables, he decided to conceal himself before she exited. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice erupted, startling Jia Zhangshi, who turned to see a man standing at the alley's entrance seemingly embroiled in a dispute. "Why is it unacceptable?" the man asserted. "Xiao Qin and I have both considered this carefully. I am but one person, and Xiao Qin is another. This is a matter endorsed by the nation. Will you truly stand in opposition?" He continued, "Xiao Qin is my late son's wife. Though he has passed, that bond remains unchanged. We are in a new society now. You cannot expect to dictate her fate. After your son's demise, Xiao Qin is free to remarry. Furthermore, she and I have already reached an understanding. Should we unite, we shall ensure your well-being. What more do you desire?" "No, I absolutely do not agree. I will never consent," the initial voice retorted stubbornly, though its conviction appeared somewhat wavering. "Sir, if you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to involve the neighborhood committee. This matter does not require your approval. However, Xiao Qin hopes to discuss it with you, seeking your blessing. Moreover, I promise to care for you and will not abandon you. Your eldest grandson remains. I have never suggested he take my surname. What do you fear? Should you continue to resist, I will no longer concern myself with your opinions. What will you do then? The neighborhood committee has no business meddling in my family's affairs. This is a matter for my family alone," he replied defensively. "Do you think it is still the old days? Women today are empowered. Their thoughts deserve respect. I will consider it further. You may leave for now," Jia Zhangshi replied, sensing that Qin Feng's disguise was about to be revealed. She hastily departed, clutching her vegetables. On her way home, the joy of saving money dissipated, replaced by worry. Her thoughts turned to her daughter-in-law, who was undeniably attractive and possessed a figure that hinted at motherhood. It was well known that even now, Shaju gazed at her with envy. In that moment, Jia Zhangshi's heart brimmed with anxiety, fearing what would happen if Qin Huairu ceased to support her. The thought of being left in a state as dire as Yi Zhonghai's was too harrowing to bear. As Qin Feng observed the expression of Jia Zhangshi as she departed, he realized that, at the very least, she had absorbed his words. Subsequently, once their status was established, he intended to have Qin Huairu return to subtly disclose a few details in advance in order to gauge the impact. Qin Feng made no further adjustments to his appearance and arrived at Nanluo Guxiang in this guise. Upon his arrival, he spotted Yin Jieqing draped in clothing, making his way towards the restroom. Witnessing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him without any effort. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one in sight, followed Yin Jieqing into the restroom. He discreetly tapped the nape of Yin Jieqing's neck, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Qin Feng swiftly produced a silver needle and punctured Yin Jieqing several times, effectively suppressing the secretion of hormones. From that moment onward, Yin Jieqing would no longer harbor any thoughts towards Li, rendering him akin to a young eunuch. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng hurriedly exited the restroom. Although it was winter, an unpleasant odor lingered in the air. He quickly stepped outside to catch his breath, feeling somewhat relieved. Seeking a secluded alley to restore his composure, Qin Feng eventually returned to the steel mill to await the end of his shift. Chapter 30. The Test of the Jia and Zhang Families. After walking for a while, Yin Jieqing was also roused from his slumber, for the chill of the air at this hour was quite biting. Upon awakening, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and touched the swollen bump that had formed. Confused, he pondered how he could have been ambushed when he had scarcely ventured outside during this period. Surely, it must have been a case of mistaken identity. After mulling over the situation without arriving at a conclusion, he suddenly felt an icy sensation in his groin, and a sense of numbness began to creep in. Realizing he had soiled himself during his unconsciousness, compounded by the cold, he hastily got to his feet and rushed toward the courtyard with his legs awkwardly apart. "Jieqing, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking like that?" asked his uncle Yin Fugue, observing his peculiar gait with curiosity. "It's nothing. I'm heading back to my room." Yin Jieqing replied without pausing. What a strange boy he is, thought Yin Fugue, always loitering at home without any intention of seeking employment. After a moment of grumbling, he resumed his watch at the door, determined not to miss any opportunities today. Why are you back so soon? Did you spend an eternity in the restroom?" Yuli questioned, surprised to see Yin Jieqing enter. "Oh, don't even get me started. Someone ambushed me from behind and knocked me out. I've got quite the lump on my head now, and I didn't even manage to use the toilet. Had an accident, he said, urgency creeping into his voice. Please find me a pair of pants. I'm freezing. For reasons unknown, Yuli noticed that he seemed unusually calm today, but she dismissed the thought for the moment. All right, just a moment, she replied, rummaging through drawers to find him an old pair of cotton trousers that she had been reluctant to discard. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to wear, considering how rare it was for the Yin family to possess even a single pair of cotton pants. Put these on for now. I'll go to your mother's room and fetch you another pair, Yuli said before leaving. Yin Jiecheng quickly shed the wet pants, feeling the cold seep into him, but he chose to ignore it for the time being, hoping warmth would soon return. Once clad in the cotton trousers, he immediately felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Setting the wet pants aside, he sat on the bed, still pondering who could have attacked him. It wasn't he until Yuli returned with another pair of pants that he remained perplexed. Do you know why someone would ambush you? Did you see who it was? She asked, her curiosity piqued by his earlier claim of being attacked. I have no idea. I've thought long and hard. But I can't fathom who would do such a thing to me. Besides, if someone were to ambush me, how could I have seen them? However, I suspect it must be someone from our courtyard. Otherwise, how would they know I was going to the restroom? Yin Jiecheng shared his hypothesis, seeking her thoughts on the matter. In the courtyard, I don't believe there is anyone with whom you have a grudge, is there? Yuli, filled with curiosity, posed a question to Yin Jiecheng. Indeed, there seems to be no animosity within the courtyard. Could it be that someone is shielding my father from misfortune? Yin Jiecheng speculated that the trouble might stem from an elderly gentleman at home. Your father? A mere old man, who would wish to harm him. I am not suggesting that anyone intends to harm him, but rather that he may have offended someone, and due to his age, they have come to seek me out. He continued, with growing conviction in his hypothesis. In this entire Sihiyuan, only Shaj would dare to act thus. Yuli seamlessly followed the thread of their conversation. It is indeed a possibility. I must devise a plan. This matter must be rectified, Yin Jiecheng declared with determination. Very well, then strive diligently. It would be best if Shaj remains unaware. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Do not worry, I shall contemplate this thoroughly. Meanwhile, Jia Zhashir had been lost in thought since returning home with groceries, seated on the Kong, while Xiao Dang and Huai Hua played nearby, cautious not to disturb her. As Jia Zhangshir had never treated them kindly, her mind drifted to her late husband and son, Jia Dongxiu, both of whom had passed away, leaving only her daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu. However, considering the events of the day, her own future seemed uncertain. Her relationship with Qin Huairu had not been particularly amiable over the years. Jia Zhangshir, a rural woman, had long adhered to the belief that a daughter-in-law must endure to become a mother-in-law. Having finally attained that status, she relished the authority it bestowed upon her, seldom engaging in household chores. The residents of the Sihiyuan often remarked on how Zhanghai, the elder of the family, was constantly scheming about retirement. Reflecting on her own circumstances, Jia Zhashir realized that she too needed to contemplate her future. What if, in the future, Qin Huairu were to find someone else? What would become of her? A mere stick? That seemed too trivial. Who knew when he would grow up? And could he even remain by her side? When Qin Huairu returned, she found Jia Zhang sitting there in a daze, contemplating the conversation she had just had with Qin Feng on the road. It was evident that Jia Zhang was lost in thought after having heard those words. Qin Huairu reflected on what Qin Feng had told her earlier on the road. He had already made arrangements for Jia Zhangshir, suggesting that she return to test the waters and even intending for her to transfer to the logistics department. A warm feeling enveloped her heart. After all these years, ever since moving to the city, it was the first time she felt cared for by someone. Mom, what are you thinking? Have you bought the groceries today? Qin Huairu inquired, feigning ignorance as she addressed Jia Zhangshir. Oh, nothing much. I've already bought the vegetables. They're over there. Jia Zhangshir gestured towards the groceries. All right. I'll go prepare dinner then, Qin Huairu replied. Sure, go ahead. Banging should be back soon. Has he finished his homework before going out to play? Qin Huairu asked with concern. Ever since she began her job, she had not kept track of Banging's studies, and even if she wished to, she wouldn't know how to. No, he went out to play as soon as he got back. Kids need some playtime. It's good for their health. Jia Zhangshir remarked dismissively. By the way, Huairu, you've been going out every weekend lately. What is the reason? Didn't I mention it before? There is not much to do on weekends, so I find some odd jobs to earn a bit. Even if it's just enough to buy a meal of meat. It's worth it. You can look after the kids at home while I go and earn, Qin Huairu replied, following the conversation. Oh, I see. I must have forgotten. You've indeed been working hard. If you're tired, you don't have to go out. Our family isn't lacking in money. Don't wear yourself out. Jia Zhashur expressed rare concern, though it was also a subtle test. It's fine. I'm not tired. As long as the children can eat well. It's worth the effort. After all, it all comes down to money, Qin Huairu said. Well, that's acceptable. Just take care of yourself. We're all counting on you, Jia Zhashur cautioned. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. Our family will be all right, Qin Huairu reassured her. Ah, that's good to hear. What has come over you today? You've never spoken like this before. Qin Huairu pointedly addressed the issue. It's nothing. The family is improving, so I thought I'd check in on you, Jia Zhashur replied, her expression somewhat forced. Oh, all right. By the way, Mom, I'll give you some extra money tomorrow. Take a look at what's available in the market. It's time to start buying New Year's goods. Let us buy a little each day, or it'll be difficult to find good things as the holiday approaches. Yes, indeed. Today I noticed more people shopping in the market than before, but it's still much better than the past 2 years. At least there are generally items available. Though meat is still scarce. Well, that's unavoidable. Meat is always in short supply, Qin Huairu lamented. As they conversed, Qin Huairu continued her work, and before long, dinner was ready. Dinner's ready. Wash your hands quickly, Qin Huairu reminded when she noticed Banging hadn't washed his hands. Oh, all right, Mom. I'll go wash up now. Banging glanced at his hands, which were indeed rather filthy, and he conceded to the situation. Just after finishing dinner, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Qin Huairu called out. Huairu, it's me, Uncle E, came the reply from outside. Uncle E, please come in. Banging. Pour a glass of water for Uncle E. Qin Huairu opened the door to welcome an Uncle E Zhonghai. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. Uncle E Zhonghai said politely as he took a seat. It's no trouble at all. If you're at my home, you must have a glass of water. Since the new year is approaching, I thought about my family, the Zhu family, and yours. We should all celebrate the new year together, especially since our families are few in number. This way, we can enjoy a better feast while each family spends less. Uncle E Zhonghai remarked after taking a sip of water. That sounds fine. My family's situation isn't great, so I hope we won't be a burden, Qin Huairu responded, having no objections. After all, due to Qin Feng, she had not bothered Shaju anymore, and although they had fewer meals together, the family still managed well. However, one should never miss an opportunity to save. Come now, what are you saying? We live in the same courtyard, and Dongxu was once my apprentice. Our families are even closer. It would be rather dull for just me and your auntie during the new year. If we celebrate together, it will certainly be livelier. Uncle E Zhonghai continued. All right, since you insist, we shall accept your kindness. Just earlier, I was telling my mother we should buy some New Year goods. Qin Huairu laughed, showing no signs of the previous conflicts regarding pension money. Haha, I will speak with your auntie and suggest that she join your mother during the day. It will be more convenient for them. Uncle E Zhonghai observed Qin Huairu's warmth towards him, feeling relieved. For some time, there had been no significant happenings. And with the Jia family neither too close nor too far, Uncle E Zhonghai worried that Qin Huairu might harbor some resentment due to past issues. He hoped that celebrating the new year together would strengthen their bond. Well then, it's settled. I want to linger. I should head back now, Uncle E Zhonghai said, rising after finishing his glass of water. Want you stay a little longer, Uncle E? Why the rush? Qin Huairu quickly asked, being courteous. I can't stay. I need to discuss this with the Zhu family, he replied. All right, take care on your way, Uncle E, Qin Huairu said as she saw him out. Has he left? Jia Zhashur inquired upon seeing Qin Huairu return to the room. Yes, he has. Qin Huairu poured herself a glass of water in response. That old miser is still scheming about the pension. Be cautious, Jia Zhashur warned. Yes, I understand. After all, there's Shaju, Qin Huairu acknowledged. Good to hear. Just maintain a good relationship with him in the courtyard, and you won't lose out. Uncle E Zhonghai visited Shaju's home to discuss the plans for celebrating the new year together. Shaju, knowing that the Jia family would also partake in the festivities, felt a surge of joy and readily agreed. He envisioned the prospect of spending the new year with Sister Qin, as though they were one family, which made Shaju quite restless, anxiously wondering why the new year was not arriving sooner. Meanwhile, Yin Jieqing lay down beside Yuli, reflecting on their past interactions that used to stir his emotions, always compelling him to take some action. However, on this occasion, he felt an unusual calm, devoid of any thoughts. As Yuli pondered how she would respond if Yin Jieqing were to express his feelings, she was met with silence, soon followed by the sound of his gentle snoring. With that, Yuli's worries dissipated completely as she lay there, dreaming of her future with Qin Feng, enveloped in bliss. Qin Feng busied himself all day today, successfully handling matters concerning the Jia and Yin families. As he concluded his workday, he shared his thoughts with Qin Huairu, feeling assured that there would be no complications ahead. Glancing at the calendar, he realized that the new year was fast approaching, prompting him to plan a visit back to Qin Jiazhuang. He intended to take some time to purchase New Year goods to bring home. Furthermore, he felt it was time to address Qin Huairu's situation. As they were now family, it was inappropriate for her to remain in the workshop. The workshops of this era were far from those of the primary world, and it was quite arduous for a woman to endure such conditions. Qin Feng resolved to speak with Director Zhang upon his return after the new year, hoping to arrange a transfer to the warehouse, where he could better care for her. In the following days, Qin Feng spent his mornings in the office completing his tasks before venturing out to various markets and supply cooperatives to procure New Year items. During this time, he had already purchased 2 pounds of sugar, a pound of white rabbit candy, several yards of fabric, and some cotton to make clothes for his sister-in-law and nephew, alongside approximately 10 pounds of meat. The white rabbit candy was indeed a rare commodity, which he had procured without a ticket, opting to pay extra to obtain it from others. After several busy days, the final workday arrived, and Qin Feng decided not to go out today, as the steel mill was distributing New Year supplies, with everyone eagerly awaiting their turn. "Xiao Qin, all set?" Director Zhang inquired as he entered the office. "Director, yes, just waiting for the New Year goods," Qin Feng replied. "Any plans for the new year? Going home?" "Yes, indeed. Heading home. I'll take the bus back tomorrow morning." "Good, that's great. When you return after the new year, do come by my place for a visit." Director Zhang invited. "Of course, I'll visit you to celebrate the new year," Qin Feng responded. "All right, let us go. Deputy Factory Director Li is looking for you," Director Zhang said as he stood up, beckoning Qin Feng to follow. "Sure," Qin Feng replied. Upon reaching Deputy Factory Director Li's office, Li said, "Xiao Qin, please have a seat. I appreciate your help over the past few days, especially for bringing me extra medicine." "Thank you." "Oh, it was nothing. It's just that the new year is approaching," Qin Feng replied modestly. "Well, I remember your kindness. Here, take this. It will be more convenient for you given the distance you travel," Deputy Factory Director Li said, handing over a ticket. "Thank you, Director. I am truly grateful," Qin Feng exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon realizing it was a bicycle ticket. He had been concerned about transporting his purchases, but this made things much easier. "Haha. It's nothing. You've earned it," Li said with a smile. Chapter 32. Returning home for the new year. As they exited the director's office, Qin Feng reflected. Deputy Factory Director Li is indeed generous. Is he this way with everyone? Hearing this, Director Zhang glanced at Qin Feng and chuckled. "Kid, are you implying that I haven't given you anything?" No. I would never think that." "Director, please don't wrongfully accuse me," Qin Feng responded, taken aback. Upon hearing the director's words, Qin Feng promptly offered an explanation. "Haha. All right, I see how startled you are. It was merely a jest. How could Deputy Factory Director Li be so generous with everyone? It is still essential to rely on one's own people, particularly those who are of value." "Oh, I understand." Qin Feng feigned comprehension, nodding his head. "I have prepared something for you to be given upon your return after the new year. I shall present it to you at home." Director, there is truly no need. You have already been exceedingly considerate towards me. I am well aware of that," Qin Feng replied earnestly. "All right, it seems you are quite astute. Nevertheless, I have everything ready, so do come." "Very well then, I shall not decline any further." "All right. Return and await the arrival of the goods. They will be distributed shortly." The two returned to their respective offices, brewed tea, and waited. Before long, they received notification to collect the New Year's goods. The logistics department was the first to commence the distribution, as it was their responsibility to manage such affairs. After collecting the goods, Qin Feng returned to his office. Observing the items he had received, he noted they included 2 tails of sesame oil, half a pound of pork, a cloth coupon, a bathing ticket, half a pound of sunflower seeds, and half a pound of peanuts. Qin Feng was truly astonished by the abundance presented before him. He had merely anticipated a modest portion of meat. After all, the steel mill currently employs nearly 10,000 individuals. If each person consumes half a gene, just imagine the total. Perhaps due to the adverse environmental conditions in the preceding years, the annual rations had been limited. But this year seems to have made up for it. The atmosphere in the steel mill today was one of exuberance, with workers displaying little inclination to focus on their tasks, as there were no supervisors to impose any discipline. After all, It was the final day of work, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the New Year's goods and the holiday break. Who could possibly think of laboring under such circumstances? At noon, Qin Feng ventured to the cafeteria, where, in celebration of the new year, a delightful array of meat dishes had been prepared. Qin Feng queued up to serve himself a portion of shredded pork with green peppers, a serving of shredded potatoes, and 2 steamed buns. Observing Xia Zhu cheerfully dishing out the food, he couldn't help but wonder what had caused such unrestrained joy. Xiao Feng, are you going back tomorrow? Qin Huairu inquired as she settled beside him with her lunchbox. Yes, I am. Are you planning to return this year? Qin Feng glanced at her and replied casually. No, Huaihua is still too young. Perhaps in a couple of years, she responded, her expression tinged with melancholy. It's all right. Let's take it one step at a time. After the new year, once we obtain our marriage certificate, I will take you back with me. Really? Qin Huairu looked at him with surprise. Of course. You can rest assured. All right. Then here is some money for you. Please take it to my family when you go back tomorrow, she said, handing him yuan. Sure. I will deliver it to your family, Qin Feng assured as he accepted the money, slipping it into his pocket, while his hand discreetly brushed against Qin Huairu's leg beneath the table. Don't move, she exclaimed, her face flushing red as she hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Qin Feng also touched it briefly before withdrawing his hand. The cafeteria was still too crowded, posing a safety concern. Once he is reassigned to logistics after the new year, things will improve. After all, he holds an office position. It is only natural to indulge in a few privileges. After having his meal, Qin Feng took a brief nap in the office. Upon awakening, he noticed that it was already 2 o'clock and decided to step out for a while. The bicycle ticket provided by Deputy Factory Director Li came at the perfect moment, allowing him to ride home tomorrow. It was convenient and efficient, and he could also return home to impress others. Upon arriving at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Qin Feng beheld 2 pristine bicycles displayed within the counter, the Fij and the Yongzhou models. Excuse me, how much for a bicycle? He inquired. The attendant replied curtly. The Fij bicycle is priced at 160 yuan, while the Yongzhou is 180 yuan. Tickets are required. The sales clerk's demeanor was far from cordial, barely acknowledging him with a glance. In those days, the 8 major clerks held significant power, as evidenced by the slogan plastered on the wall forbidding the unwarranted assault of customers, implying that such actions were permissible under certain conditions. Please assist me in obtaining a Yongzhou model. Thank you. Qin Feng, unfazed by the expense, opted for the superior choice, believing that in this era, higher prices signified better quality, devoid of the flaws often found in later years. Do you have a ticket? Without one, you cannot purchase, the attendant remarked, finally glancing at Qin Feng as he expressed his intent to buy. I do have a ticket. Here it is, he replied, producing the document. The clerk scrutinized the bicycle ticket and confirmed its authenticity. The Yongzhou bicycle is priced at 180 yuan. Qin Feng took out 180 yuan and handed it to the clerk. After the clerk issued the invoice, a permanent bicycle was rolled out. Passers-by, noticing that Qin Feng had purchased a bicycle, all turned their attention in surprise, likely not expecting such a young man to make such a purchase. After securing the receipt, he went to the police station to obtain an official stamp. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to ride it. All right, thank you. I understand. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude once more. Regardless of the clerk's demeanor, at least he had been reminded of the necessary steps. After pushing his bicycle out of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Qin Feng walked along the road, turning heads as the most stylish young man around. Upon reaching the police station and presenting the receipt for his bicycle purchase, he successfully received the official stamp. After leaving the station, he rode his bicycle back to the steel mill. Once off work, he returned home with festive goods, and as he entered the courtyard, he noticed Elder Wang Hai preparing to head out. Xiaoqin, you're back. The unit is on holiday, right? Yes, just started today. I'm going home tomorrow. So I need you to keep an eye on things for me, Elder Wang. Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback before responding. Xiaoqin, you bought a bicycle? Indeed. I did, Elder Wang. Just got it today. It will make going home much more convenient. You're quite impressive, Xiaoqin, Elder Wang remarked, realizing that this young man was no ordinary individual, though he hadn't anticipated just how remarkable he truly was. In the entire courtyard, Elder Wang was the only one with a bicycle. Others were not merely struggling, but had no tickets at all. Who would have thought that the second person to purchase a bike would be the newcomer, Xiaoqin? Xiaoqin, if anything comes up in the courtyard that requires a bicycle, you must lend it, all right? Of course, don't worry. Before long, the entire courtyard was abuzz with the news of Qin Feng's bicycle acquisition. The following morning, Qin Feng set off with all his festive goods on his bike. After more than 2 hours, he finally spotted the entrance to Qin family village. However, with the winter snow covering the road, he dared not pedal too quickly. From a distance, he saw someone standing at the intersection, and as he approached, he realized it was his father. "Father, why are you waiting for me here? I can find my way home. Just taking a stroll, nothing much. What's with your bicycle?" His father's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the new bike. The boy had only been working for a little over half a year. He must not be led astray. "This is the bicycle ticket given to me by our factory director. I just bought it yesterday. It's brand new and looks great. Here, father, give it a try." Qin Feng said proudly, patting the seat. "Really? We are an honest family. We must not go astray," his father replied. Feeling relieved upon hearing it was a ticket from the factory leadership, yet still offered a caution. "All right, father, let us go. It's quite cold out here. How long have you been waiting for me?" Qin Feng urged, noticing his father's face was flushed from the chill. Not long, not long. Let us hurry home. Your mother has prepared delicious food and is waiting for you." "Is that so? Finally, I can enjoy my mother's cooking. I've been craving it. You should eat well in the city. There's no need to worry about home. I'm here." "Understood, father. Rest assured, I earn over 40 yuan a month. It's more than enough." Two individuals engaged in conversation, steering their bicycles homeward, their dialogue imbued with the heartfelt aspirations of a father. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance. "Oh, is that little Feng returning? Riding a bicycle already. He truly has a promising future. My dear brother, you shall enjoy a life of comfort from now on. Greetings, elder. I have just returned as well. Have you dined yet?" "Not quite. It's just that." With the year's end, the factory issued a bicycle ticket. This child, alas, demonstrates no sense of frugality. All the money saved from work went into purchasing a bicycle. How troubling. Qin's father wore an expression of disappointment in his son's choices. "You are setting your expectations too high. Little Feng is the first in our village to achieve this. Your eldest will soon grant you a grandson. Prepare yourself for a life of ease." "Thank you for your kind words. I must head home now. My child's mother is waiting." "Indeed. Hurry back. We shall converse later." The conversations along the way were strikingly similar. At this moment, knowing someone in the city held great significance, at the very least. It ensured assistance upon entering the urban landscape. Thus, the villagers expressed their goodwill towards Qin Feng, who was regarded as the most accomplished individual in the community, with hopes that he might extend favor to their families in the future, even if not for themselves, perhaps for their children someday. "Mother, I'm home." Qin Feng called out loudly before even stepping inside. "Hush, you little rascal. Lower your voice. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Be mindful." Qin's mother opened the door, her words laced with mild reproach. Yet, her actions conveyed nothing but affection as she embraced her son, examining him with a gaze that seemed to drink him in. "Quickly, let the child in. It's freezing outside," Qin's father urged, noticing his wife blocking the entrance. Yes, come in. What is wrong with my mind?" Realizing that Qin Feng was still pushing his bicycle, Qin's mother quickly inquired, "What is this bike about?" "I bought it," he replied. "Oh my, really? My son is truly impressive. Let me see it right away." Qin's mother stepped forward to inspect the bicycle. "Goodness, it's genuinely new. This is far superior to that old wreck from the brigade. All right, let us hurry inside. Little Feng must be hungry." Upon entering the house, Qin Feng beheld his sister-in-law seated on the kong, diligently stitching garments for the child. As she noticed his arrival, she promptly set aside her work. "Xiao Feng, you're back. Come quickly to the kong. It's quite warm," she exclaimed. "All right, sister-in-law, you're pregnant. You needn't exert yourself. Please, take a seat," Qin Feng urged, watching her attempt to rise. "Indeed, my condition renders me somewhat inconvenient. When is the expected date of delivery? It would be safer to give birth in the city," he inquired. "It should be around April, but we can discuss that later. Giving birth in the city is rather expensive," she replied, a hint of concern in her voice. "There's no need to fret. Our family can afford it. I even purchased a bicycle, which I will use to take you to the city when the time comes. By the way, where is my elder brother?" Qin Feng continued to reassure her. "Well, I shall heed Xiao Feng's advice. For your first child, it would be safer to go to the city, especially with Xiao Feng there for support." Their father, Qin, entered just in time to affirm this decision. "Very well, father. We shall follow your guidance. Your elder brother has gone to buy pork. The brigade just slaughtered a pig for the new year, and he went to procure it," she explained. "Oh, splendid. By the way, I also brought back some New Year goods. Have they all been brought in? Qin Feng suddenly remembered the items he had carried. By the time he realized, everything had already been arranged, as his mother had completed the task. When Qin Shan returned with the pork, the family gathered joyfully for a meal. Though it was not yet the New Year's Eve feast, being together filled their hearts with happiness. In the afternoon, the family commenced preparations for the following day's festivities, placing the pork purchased by the two brothers into the pot to simmer. Qin's mother had prepared radishes, minced meat, and tofu purchased that morning, intending to fry some meatballs. Such a delicacy is quite rare, considering the substantial amount of oil required for its preparation. However, it is a time of celebration, especially this year, which marks a significant breakthrough for the Qin family. Ever since Qin Feng graduated and entered the workforce, the family's living conditions have remarkably improved. Sister Qin Feng sat on the side, assisting while gently caressing her belly, feeling that this life was astonishingly surreal. In times past, there had been no such abundance of food. After a bustling day of preparations, the entire family had gathered a considerable amount of ingredients, ensuring a prosperous new year this year. On the following day, New Year's Eve, the family rose early to tidy up. As dawn broke, Father Qin took Qin Feng and Qin Shan up the mountain to pay respects to their ancestors, while Mother Qin and the sister-in-law remained at home preparing the glue for the couplets and transporting the ingredients they had prepared the day before to the kitchen. Upon the return of the three, they hastily affixed the couplets. By this time, Mother Qin had already commenced preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner, and the household was filled with lively chatter. Around 2 o'clock, all the dishes were completed, and the family gathered around the table. Father Qin, Qin Shan, and Qin Feng each poured a bit of wine. "Mom, it's New Year's, let's have a drink. I'll clean up later. You don't have to worry about it today." "What do you say?" Qin Feng remarked, shaking the bottle of wine in his hand. "All right, let's drink a bit today, to celebrate," she replied. "Come on, everyone. Raise your glasses and wish each other a happy new year. Cheers." The entire family shared a sip together. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was joyfully celebrating the new year at home, and the characters in the courtyard were bustling with preparations. The children of the courtyard were running about energetically, as the families did not impose any restrictions on them today. In Chapter 34, New Year in the Courtyard, returning to the city, at Uncle Yi Zhonghai's home, Shaju was busy cooking in the kitchen, while Qin Huairu and Anta assisted him nearby. He Yushui was not in the kitchen, as the space was rather limited. Uncle Yi Zhonghai Jia Zhongshi and the deaf old lady were chatting outside with several children. Bang Gung had just returned with Xiao Dang and Huai Hua, for it was quite chilly outside. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafting from the kitchen drew the children back, who gathered at the door, occasionally sneaking bites of meat. This year, Uncle Yi Zhonghai had indeed made a significant investment. Shaju and Qin Huairu each purchased 5 pounds of meat and some vegetables, while Uncle Yi Zhonghai himself bought 10 pounds of meat along with chicken and fish. Thus, the feast was set to be quite lavish. Shaju had spent the previous day preparing the ingredients, eager to showcase his culinary skills and impress Sister Qin. The deaf old lady, sitting on a chair, beamed like a Buddha, as it was her first time being invited by Uncle Yi Zhonghai to celebrate the new year. Although she understood that her invitation had ulterior motives, she remained unconcerned, simply wishing to enjoy her twilight years. Otherwise, she would not have feigned deafness. How could she only hear kindness while ignoring the unpleasant? As Sha Zhu commenced cooking, the delightful aromas filled the air, and Uncle Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhongshi lost interest in conversation, unable to resist salivating at the enticing scents. Once all the dishes were prepared, the families gathered around the table. "I am truly delighted that we can share this New Year's Eve dinner together. Living in the same courtyard binds us by fate," Uncle Yi Zhonghai expressed, as the host, with a few simple words, subtly wishing for this camaraderie to endure. The younger children, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly picked up their chopsticks to savor the meat. Regardless of anything else, Shaju's cooking was undeniably excellent. Even high-ranking officials who had dined at state banquets would relish his dishes, underscoring his talent as a chef. Of course, it might also be that they could not find a better cook, but at the very least, Shaju's culinary skills were commendable. As Qin Huairu savored the dishes prepared by Shaju, her approval was evident. The culinary skills were truly commendable, and she contemplated learning a thing or two, especially since Qin Feng had a penchant for delicious meals. If she could conjure up some delightful dishes, that would indeed be splendid. Meanwhile, the first few families gathered at Uncle Yi Zhonghai's residence, reveling in joy, while Yuli's situation was markedly less favorable. Uncle Yen Fuguwei remained as miserly as ever. Even with the New Year festivities upon them, he had no intention of purchasing additional provisions, having merely acquired a pound of pork. Dad, is this truly all you bought? Just 1 pound of meat? How can we make do with that? Yin Jieqing expressed his dissatisfaction, eyeing the scant amount of meat. How can we not make do? Do you have any idea how exorbitant meat prices are these days? A little sustenance is sufficient. With so many chores around the house and no income coming in, we can make do with a third of this meat and some cabbage to prepare dumplings. It will be just as delectable. If you don't wish to eat, then don't, Uncle Yin Fugui retorted tersely. But isn't it the New Year? What family buys so little meat? Yin Jieqing grumbled, still dissatisfied. Yin Jiefeng, Yin Jiequang, and Yin Jiedi, the younger ones, watched the exchange, eager for a taste of the meat. As long as there is meat to eat, what more can we ask? If you want more, then earn it yourself, they chimed in. Yuli, observing the squabble over such a meager portion of meat between Yin Jieqing and Uncle Yin Fugui, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What kind of family was this? How had she been so thoughtless in the past? Seeing Aunt Sin slicing perhaps 3 tails of meat and 4 to 5 pounds of cabbage for the filling left her speechless. Could this truly be considered meat dumplings? Fortunately, she had dined at Lu Hai Hutong the previous day, and before Qin Feng departed, he had left behind 5 pounds of meat and various ingredients. Yuli had prepared a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, and although Qin Feng was not by her side, the delightful meal brought her immense joy. Once Aunt San had fashioned the dumplings from the 2-hectare flour, the Yin family commenced their New Year's Eve feast. True to Uncle Yin Fugui's frugal nature, each individual received an equal share, ensuring that no one felt shortchanged or took advantage of another. Qin Feng enjoyed a few days of tranquility at home, indulging in a life of abundant meals followed by restful slumber, with his family requiring little of him. However, such blissful days are destined to come to an end. Qin Feng should indeed prepare for his return journey, as he must resume work tomorrow on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. At noon, the entire family gathered to enjoy a meal of dumplings. Qin Feng had packed his belongings, while his parents presented him with various dried goods they had previously collected. Little Feng hasn't he left yet, has he? Qin Dehu inquired as he stepped through the door. Not yet. Dehu, come in quickly, Qin Feng replied. Upon noticing Qin Dehu's arrival, Qin's father acknowledged him with a nod. All right, no need for formalities. I intend for little Feng to take a few items to my daughter Huairu, Qin Dehu said, producing the items he had been carrying. That is fine. Just let him take them over, Qin's father casually agreed. Little Feng, when you arrive in the city, please reassure Huairu that everything at home is well, so she needn't worry. Also, inquire when she might have time to visit, he added. Understood, uncle. Rest assured, I will convey the message, Qin Feng responded. Accepting the items. On this return trip, he brought back 10 yuan for Qin Huairu. Upon delivering it, he could distinctly sense a change in the demeanor of her family. After all, a married daughter is often regarded as water poured out, and at such a time, how many daughters would still bring money back home? It was already a rare occurrence for them to return at all. After Qin Feng neatly arranged all his belongings, he also pushed his bicycle out the door. As Qin's father, mother, and Qin Shan saw him off at the door, his sister-in-law remained indoors, which Qin Feng deemed appropriate considering her pregnancy and the treacherous winter roads. The group accompanied him to the edge of the road, and after bidding farewell with a wave, Qin Feng mounted his bicycle and set off. 2 hours later, he arrived in the city. Noticing the provisions he had brought back, Qin Feng made a stop in Luhai Alley to unload some of the cargo before proceeding to Baimichsong Alley to deposit the remainder. He chose not to linger, planning to return later during his break to tidy up, as he found solo cleaning rather uninspiring. After all, it is often said that tasks are less burdensome when shared between men and women. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Upon entering, Qin Feng quickly tidied up the house, which had accumulated a layer of dust from several days of neglect. A brief wipe-down sufficed to restore some order. Chapter 35. Yin Jieqing seeks medical attention. After Qin Feng tidied up his room, he ventured out to procure some ingredients. Given that he had returned home for the new year, the pantry was reduced to merely a few potatoes and cabbages, and many of the seasonings in the kitchen were running low, making this shopping trip quite timely. The neighbors in the courtyard, upon noticing Qin Feng's return, eagerly greeted him. After all, he had maintained a harmonious relationship with the residents, having never turned down a request for assistance when someone faced difficulties. Now, as the second person in the courtyard to purchase a bicycle and a vocational school graduate, he was undoubtedly seen as a promising prospect. Thus, establishing good relations early on was certainly a wise move. Qin Feng entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and confidently grasped the spatula. The air was infused with the delightful aroma of ingredients. As he deftly extracted the necessary components from the shopping bag, meticulously washed and chopped the vegetables, and arranged them neatly upon the cutting board. Qin Feng ignited the stove, and the cerulean flames danced around the bottom of the pot. With great care, he poured in the cooking oil, waiting patiently for it to reach the perfect temperature before introducing the aromatic trio of scallions, ginger, and garlic. Subsequently, he methodically added the meticulously chopped ingredients into the pan, stirring them as they began to leap and change color. Before long, a plate of visually stunning and delectable dishes was presented on the dining table. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction, relishing the fruits of his culinary endeavor. Since Qin Feng's culinary skills had improved, he found that his sense of happiness in life was also reflected in his experiences, as dining can indeed bring immense joy. Having just returned from the New Year celebrations, he had no intention of venturing out, opting instead for an early night's rest. After a few days without a proper bed, he relished the comfort, though the absence of company left him feeling somewhat solitary. And the longing for culinary endeavors had also grown within him. The next morning, Qin Feng rose early, prepared a meal for himself, and after finishing, set out for work. On his journey, he did not encounter Qin Huairu, unsure if he had left too early or if their paths simply did not cross. Upon arriving at the office, he diligently cleaned the space, refilled the hot water, and lit the stove. However, the room remained chilly, prompting him to step outside for a moment. "Director, Happy New Year. I'm here to extend my greetings," Qin Feng announced as he entered, bowing respectfully. "Haha, you rascal. When did you return? It's good to see you here." Director Zhang replied with a warm smile, teasing him lightly. "I came back yesterday afternoon, around 4. It was quite cold at home, so I thought I'd stop by and wish you a Happy New Year," Qin Feng explained. "You've got a good heart. If you have time, do visit Deputy Factory Director Li as well. It would benefit you," Director Zhang hinted, understanding the underlying message in Qin Feng's words. "Certainly, I will. I owe it to Deputy Factory Director Li for the bicycle ticket. It has made things much easier for me. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament," Qin Feng acknowledged, noting the closer rapport he felt with Director Zhang. "All right then, off you go. I have a mountain of tasks waiting for me." Director Zhang waved him off. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Qin Feng responded, taking the light-hearted banter from his superior as a sign of camaraderie. Qin Feng meandered through the offices, exchanging New Year's greetings with everyone he encountered, projecting an aura of camaraderie. He also took a moment to converse with Deputy Director Li. But given the hectic nature of the post-holiday period, their interaction was brief. On the other side, while Qin Feng idled in his office, Yan Jieqing began to sense an unusual discomfort. What could be the matter? Why was he unable to rise? Gazing downwards, he found himself engaged in a soliloquy. "What's the matter? What are you doing?" Upon returning home after tidying up, Yuli discovered Yan Jieqing seemingly lost in thought. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit unwell." Yan Jieqing quickly fabricated an excuse upon seeing Yuli, contemplating a visit to the hospital. His previous enthusiasm upon encountering Yuli had vanished entirely. "How could you be unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" Yuli inquired, adhering to a routine of concern. Yes, we should seek medical attention," Yan Jieqing responded, suddenly invigorated by the thought. However, his spirits soon plummeted again as he realized his financial predicament. "Yuli, do we have any money left?" he asked, his gaze fixed on her. "Money? When have we ever had any? You went out to find work, but you still owe rent and food expenses to your father." "There is hardly anything left," Yuli replied, her tone laced with frustration. "Is that so? Then I'll ask my mother for some," Yan Jieqing said, dismissing further conversation. As he left, Yuli paid him little mind, preoccupied with plans to visit Lu Hai Alley the following day. She was uncertain whether Qin Feng would accompany her, but she felt a sense of freedom in that area. "Mother, could you lend me some money? I'm feeling unwell and would like to get checked out," Yan Jieqing stated upon entering the room and addressing Aunt San directly. "What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell?" Aunt San responded, her concern palpable, especially as this was her eldest son, whom she envisioned caring for in the future. "It's just a bit uncomfortable. I think I should get it checked," Yan Jieqing feigned, tapping his chest for emphasis. "Otherwise, what would you say? That you have no desire to face the world? That you can't even stand? How embarrassing would that be? Here, take this money. You can repay me when you start working," Aunt San said, pulling out a bill. "I have to repay you? You're just like my father. This money is accounted for. He knows all about it. Try not repaying me and see what happens," she added nonchalantly. All right, I will repay you, Yin Jieqing grumbled through clenched teeth. After receiving the money, he made his way directly to the hospital. Doctor, you must help me, he implored upon seeing the physician, his face twisted in distress as he finally allowed the weight of his worries to show. Calm down. What seems to be the problem? Please, describe your discomfort, the doctor urged. The doctor offered some words of comfort. Doctor, it is like this. In recent days, I have found myself unable to stand up as I normally would. I am unsure what has caused this change. Yin Jieqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated before voicing his concerns. Extend your hand. I shall first check your pulse. Obediently, Yin Jieqing presented his hand, adjusting his clothing for better access. All right. Have you noticed anything unusual lately, particularly regarding your lower region? As he recalled being knocked unconscious a few days prior and the subsequent coldness he felt. Yin Jieqing promptly shared this with the doctor. Ah, that explains it. It seems that the cold has entered your body, coupled with your neglect, resulting in insufficient kidney essence. I will prescribe you a remedy. Try taking it when you return home. Ah, thank you, doctor. Upon learning that the issue stemmed from that incident, Yin Jieqing felt a surge of frustration. If this were to lead to permanent damage, he would remain childless. What a dire fate. You foolish Zhu. I shall not let this matter rest. Yin Jieqing muttered bitterly to himself, convinced that Zhu was responsible, seeking vengeance against his uncle Yin Fugui. Chapter 36. An agreement to visit. Returning home with the medicine prescribed by the doctor, Yin Jieqing was met by his aunt, who noticed the several packets he carried. Jieqing, what has happened? Why are you on medication? Is everything all right? It's nothing. The doctor said I just need to take some medicine to regulate my condition. Yin Jieqing explained with a sense of resignation. Oh, very well. Just set it aside for now. After dinner, let Yuli prepare it for you. All right. I shall retreat to my room for a while. This outing has left me quite weary. Go on. We will call you for dinner shortly, his aunt replied, not giving it much thought. You're back? Yuli asked as Yin Jieqing entered the room. Yes, I returned with some medicine. Please help me prepare it after dinner. Sure. Yuli replied casually, continuing her tasks. Yin Jieqing observed Yuli's alluring figure and long legs, which had once captivated him. However, since the incident, he felt devoid of desire. His heart tranquil as a still lake. Overwhelmed by a sense of gloom, Yin Jieqing resolved to diligently take his medicine, hoping to restore his health as soon as possible. Otherwise, with no children, he would face an insurmountable future. The mere thought of the elderly Yi Zhonghai now earning such a considerable fortune, yet still lacking anyone to care for him, sends a shiver down the spine. This realization only fuels Yin Jieqing's resentment towards Shaju, compelling him to devise a plan to confront Shaju decisively. Even if he is uncertain whether Shaju is indeed the culprit, he has resolved to treat him as such. Otherwise, no one in the courtyard would come to his defense. The Liu brothers from the backyard, Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu, have little connection to him, so it stands to reason they would not intervene. With this in mind, he contemplates employing Shaju's own tactics against him. Positioned in the front yard, he intends to closely monitor Shaju's movements, ready to reciprocate in kind. As he plots his vengeance, the third uncle, Yin Fugui, returns and learns that Yin Jieqing has spent $1 on medical treatment, which leaves him feeling quite exasperated. This troublesome boy, not only failing to earn money but now squandering it, shows no sense of calculation. He is utterly oblivious to the adage that one cannot afford to be careless with their spending. Observing her husband in such a state, the third aunt comments, Jieqing is simply unwell. It's not an extravagant expense. No, I must confront him. He needs to repay that money promptly, insists Yin Fugui, disregarding his wife's words as he continues his monologue. Jieqing, I'm coming in, he declares as he enters the room. What's the matter, Dad? Yin Jieqing inquires. Taken aback. Your mother mentioned you spent $1 today. You must repay that immediately. I won't burden you too much. If you repay it within a month, you only need to return $1.20. However, if you exceed a month, it will be $1.50. Do you understand? Is this some kind of usury, Dad? I'm your son, and you're charging me interest? Yin Jieqing, while anticipating his uncle's calculating nature, is astonished to find his own father so similarly inclined. Just because you are my son, I would expect nothing less. Otherwise, you'd be none the wiser about who in the courtyard has taken advantage of me, Yin Fugui replies with pride. After Yin Fugui departs, Yin Jieqing sits in silence, feeling quite troubled. You must find a way to repay him quickly. Your father means what he says, reminds Yuli from the side. Yes, I understand. I will go out tomorrow to find work, Yin Jieqing resolves, setting aside his thoughts of dealing with Shaju for the day. As he recognizes that being in the courtyard is inconsequential for now, there will be future opportunities. As the clock approached the end of the workday, Qin Feng tidied up the documents on his desk, setting aside the medical books he had been perusing earlier. Standing by the window, he stretched languorously and gazed outside. It was still winter, and the darkness was gradually enveloping the landscape. He contemplated what he might eat upon returning home. "Xiaoqin, are you there?" Director Zhang entered the room, drawing Qin Feng's attention with a hint of surprise. "Director, what brings you here at this hour?" Qin Feng inquired, turning to face him. "With the day winding down, I thought I would let you know that you're invited to dinner at my home this Saturday evening. I was too busy this morning and forgot to mention it. Your aunt has been reminding me for quite some time," Zhang replied. "Ah, certainly, that sounds wonderful. I shall accompany you then," Qin Feng responded without hesitation, recognizing the familiarity of their relationship and feeling no need for pretense. "That is settled then. I have a surprise prepared for you, just as I promised before the new year. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten," Director Zhang assured him. "Very well. I shall look forward to it," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "All right, the workday is over. I'll be waiting for you on Saturday," Zhang concluded. And the two of them exited together, parting ways at the entrance as they headed home. Qin Feng also stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some ingredients. After returning home and preparing a meal, he began to eat. While savoring his food, he contemplated that if tomorrow proved to be uneventful, he intended to visit Lu Hai Alley. He felt that Yuli would likely be there, considering that it had been quite some time since the new year, and he doubted she would not wish to see him. As Qin Feng contemplated Yuli's figure and her alluring charm, a wave of desire washed over him. He resolved to visit Lu Hai Hutong the following day, hoping Yuli would be there, for he found himself yearning for her. The next day, after clocking in at work and completing his tasks, Qin Feng mounted his bicycle and ventured out. Indeed, having a bicycle had made life considerably more convenient, allowing him to traverse the city with ease. When Qin Feng arrived at Lu Hai Hutong, the main gate was locked. He paid it no mind and entered the courtyard. Observing the meticulously tidied yard, he surmised that Yuli had visited frequently. Otherwise, it could not have been kept in such pristine condition. Once inside the house, after kindling the stove, he heard the courtyard door creak open. As it swung ajar, a slender figure with long legs rushed toward him. Qin Feng opened his arms wide, welcoming Yuli into his embrace. "I missed you," she whispered softly in his ear. "I missed you too," Qin Feng replied, lifting Yuli and carrying her into the house. "Let me check on the vehicle's condition and see how it fares." "All right, just be thorough," Yuli responded. 2 hours later, the vehicle inspection was finally complete, leaving both of them drenched in sweat. "I missed you so much, did you know?" Qin Feng said gently, holding Yuli close. "Yes, I knew, and I missed you immensely," Yuli replied, turning to face him, her hands encircling his neck as she leaned in to speak softly in his ear. "Having you around is truly wonderful." They lingered in each other's embrace for a while before Yuli recalled something. "By the way, recently, Yin Jiecheng seems a bit off, unlike before. He keeps wanting to see me at night. Do you know what's going on?" "It's nothing. I took care of it. You belong to me now. And I don't want him to touch you." "That's good to hear. I don't want him to touch me either. I was a bit worried about that," Yuli said, her spirits lifting. "But what if we still don't have children?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Isn't it enough that I'm here? Now, let us have a child," Qin Feng said with a mischievous grin, lifting Yuli once more, his hand playfully brushing against the car's light. "Oh, you're so naughty." Chapter 37. Qin Feng goes on a blind date. Qin Feng and Yuli lingered for a while in Lu Hai Hutong, preparing a simple meal, which they shared briefly. Yuli soon expressed her intention to leave, as she could not afford to stay outside for too long. "We will have our own child, won't we?" she inquired cautiously as she prepared to depart. "Of course, we certainly will," Qin Feng reassured her warmly. After bidding farewell, Qin Feng returned to the logistics department of the steel mill. He found his time there quite comfortable. The workload was minimal and exceedingly simple for him. His memory palace held all the necessary data, requiring him only to review documents and provide his signature to either approve or deny requests. The matters concerning traditional Chinese medicine remained rather niche, with only a handful of patients currently involved. Each month, he needed to deliver medication to approximately 10 individuals, which allowed him to earn around 470 yuan. However, due to a lack of tickets, he found himself unable to spend the money. Qin Feng intended to take some time to explore the commission shop, for it required no various tickets and offered the chance to discover antiques and solid wood furniture, which could appreciate in value over time. Although these items were not from the primary world, they could ensure a more comfortable existence in his current realm. After all, failing to complete the task would mean remaining here for a lifetime. Upon returning home, Yuli found that Yin Jieqing was not there, realizing he had gone out in search of employment. However, she expressed her skepticism, noting that jobs were not easily found in these times. As Yuli busied herself tidying the room, Yin Jieqing returned, pushing open the door. "Any luck finding work?" Yuli inquired. "No. The street office is teeming with people waiting for jobs, and even the odd jobs along the roadside have become scarce," Yin Jieqing sighed. "I believe you should speak to your father. Even if you manage to find some temporary work, it is not a sustainable solution. For now, things are manageable. But what if we have children? Can we even afford to feed them? Will your father contribute financially?" Yuli asserted. "Consult him? What could he possibly do?" Yin Jieqing replied, perplexed. "Are you foolish? While he may lack solutions, he can certainly seek assistance from Uncle De or Uncle Air. At the very least, they could help you secure a position as a temporary worker. If all goes well, you could be promoted to a permanent role in a year or two. If you don't even try to get in, your chances will be non-existent. The street office distributes jobs, but who can guarantee they will assign one to you? Those who get jobs often resort to bribery. Do you think your father will do that?" Upon hearing Yuli's words, Yin Jieqing quickly grasped the situation. If he managed to get into the steel mill, it would provide a security he desperately needed. "Can my father really assist?" "You know him well," Yin Jieqing replied, aware of his father's character. "Negotiate with him. If he helps you secure a job, promise to give him half of your earnings for the first 2 years, and then just 5 yuan afterward. After all, you will need to support Qin Feng in starting a family, and you cannot burden him with everything," Yuli suggested, aiding him with ideas. "Do you think that would be acceptable?" Yin Jieqing questioned with some doubt. "Can you not do the math? The first 2 years you'd give him half 18 yuan a month means 9 yuan, totaling 108 yuan in a year. And 216 over 2 years. Plus, you would owe him 60 every subsequent year. Presenting this calculation should ensure his cooperation," Yuli said, exuding exasperation. "What? That much? Surely it doesn't need to be so high?" Yin Jieqing exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret at the thought of such a sum. "Just get him to arrange the job first, and we can discuss the details later. You really are simple-minded," she chided. "Indeed, my wife is the clever one. As his son, he won't have much choice in the matter later," Yin Jieqing replied with a smile. During dinner that evening, Yin Jieqing broached the subject of work. "I can't help you. You must find a way yourself. I have no money to buy you a job." Upon hearing this, Uncle Yin Fugui immediately declined. Yin Jieqing expressed his previous theory, which led Uncle Yin Fugui to ponder. It indeed seems to be the case. After all these years of idleness, perhaps he has lost out. It cannot be just for 2 years. You must continue to contribute half indefinitely. Uncle Yin Fugui greedily insisted. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing was both amused and exasperated. "Very well, if that is your stance, then there is no need to seek further. I shall remain at home," which is far preferable and less taxing. Following Yuli's suggestion, Yin Jieqing decided to take a step back, leaving Uncle Yin Fugui momentarily bewildered. "This is not how the script is written. Are you not supposed to haggle with him? Well, if that is your decision, then so be it. Just remember your own words," Uncle Yin Fugui reiterated. He thought to himself that if he could find Uncle Li Zhonghai, he might not have to spend any money, thus securing a pure profit for himself. In recent days, Qin Feng has continued his leisurely activities at the steel mill, and Saturday has arrived. As he reported for work in the morning, Director Zhang reminded him to wait for him after finishing the day's tasks, to which Qin Feng responded with a smile of affirmation. Upon the conclusion of their duties, the two exited together, with Qin Feng carrying a cloth bag containing 2 bottles of Maotai purchased from the black market, as well as a luxurious jar of snowflower cream meant for Director Zhang's wife, items of considerable rarity and quality. Observing the bag in Qin Feng's hand, Director Zhang chose not to comment, recognizing the sentiment behind the gesture and feeling it inappropriate to decline. After cycling for approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a secluded courtyard resembling Qin Feng's own Lu Hai Hutong. Upon entering, the enticing aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafted through the air, indicating that they had returned early. "Xiao Qin, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. The food will be ready shortly," greeted Sister Wang warmly, eager to include Qin Feng in their gathering. "Ah, thank you, Auntie. There's no need for formalities. I feel as if I am at home," Qin Feng quickly replied. "Exactly. Please, make yourself comfortable," Sister Wang responded with a joyful smile. Qin Feng and Director Zhang had barely settled at the dining table when Sister Wang entered, carrying a splendid array of dishes. Today's feast was quite lavish, featuring a delightful assortment of both meat and vegetables, totaling 8 dishes. All right, everything is ready. Let us commence our meal, Sister Wang announced as she placed the last dish on the table. Ah, Andy, please do not overexert yourself. This is far too much. You should sit down, Qin Feng urged. By the way, where is your daughter? Surely she will join us for dinner. Qin Feng was aware that Director Zhang had a daughter, hence his inquiry. She's here. Knowing you were coming. She mentioned that she would prepare a soup to help with the drinking later, came the reply. Just then, a young lady entered the room, carrying a pot of soup. As Qin Feng beheld the young lady who entered, he was momentarily captivated. She was entirely different from Yu Li and Qin Huairu. While Qin Huairu exuded an air of multifaceted charm, and Yu Li embodied a fashionable elegance with her long legs, this girl epitomized the essence of youthful innocence, reminiscent of a delicate flower nurtured in a humble abode. In his moment of distraction, Qin Feng failed to notice that his gaze had rendered the young lady's cheeks aflame. Chapter 38. A Date. As Qin Feng gazed at the newcomer, his heart felt as if it had been struck. Her visage resembled the first ray of sunlight on a crisp morning, fresh and captivating. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, radiating innocence and kindness. Untouched by the taint of the mundane world, her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, enveloping those around her in a sense of unparalleled comfort. Her brows, delicately arched like willow leaves, lent a gentle softness to her countenance. Her hair cascaded in sleek, lustrous waves, akin to a waterfall, gracefully framing her fair skin in a poetic display. Her overall demeanor was refreshingly ethereal, reminiscent of a blooming lily, standing resplendent amid the bustling world. While Qin Feng remained entranced, Director Zhang, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. That's enough, Qin. Why are you still staring? Ah. My apologies, Qin Feng stammered, his cheeks flushed crimson. It was beyond his control. The young lady was perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, and he had little resistance to such pure beauty. Enough teasing, Qin. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhang Ya. Sister Wang observed Qin Feng's reaction with great satisfaction, confident in her daughter's appeal. Today was meant for introductions, and such a reaction was the most favorable outcome. Moreover, Sister Wang understood her daughter well, recognizing that Zhang Ya was not at all averse to Qin Feng, especially given that the young man was quite handsome himself, each more striking than the last. When he first reported for duty, Sister Wang had noticed how well he matched her daughter in appearance and qualifications, making him the perfect prospective son-in-law. Being under her husband's supervision would also provide insight into his character, which explained the dinner gathering. Yeah, this is Qin Feng, whom you've conversed with before. He is a vocational school graduate, Sister Wang explained to Zhang Ya. Director, this is? Qin Feng inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. My daughter, Zhang Ya, works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She is of age, and I have been informed about you. So I thought it fitting to introduce you, Director Zhang replied. Surprising, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Director, Qin Feng confirmed, now reassured. The group enjoyed their meal, filled with laughter and conversation. Zhang Ya spoke little, occasionally glancing up at Qin Feng before quickly returning to her food. He, in turn, refrained from staring at her. For Director Zhang and Sister Wang, the couple relished the dinner, knowing their daughter's prospects were promising. After the meal, Zhang Ya and Sister Wang began to tidy up, while Qin Feng and Director Zhang sat aside, sipping tea. Well, what do you think? My daughter is quite lovely, isn't she? Director Zhang asked with a playful grin, appearing rather lighthearted. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reality that while he may not be the most aesthetically pleasing to others, he certainly found himself to be so. After engaging in conversation for a while, he glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, prompting him to prepare for his departure. Director, it's getting rather late. I shall take my leave now. Very well, the director responded, recognizing the hour. I won't keep you any longer. It is wise to return home early. Yeah, please see Qin Feng off. Director Zhang, noting the time, concurred. All right, Father, Zhang Ya replied softly upon hearing the call. Qin Feng pushed his bicycle, while Zhang Ya quietly followed beside him. All right, it's getting dark. Don't walk too far. Let's stop here. Yes, sure. Please take care. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Shall we take a stroll around Shikahai? Qin Feng gazed at the young woman before him, feeling a strong affection, Thus, there was no need for delay. All right. Upon hearing Qin Feng's invitation, Zhang Ye felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, but she was also aware of her parents' intentions. Moreover, Qin Feng was indeed a fine young man. She had heard her parents speak highly of him before, and having seen his handsome appearance today, she felt no resistance. In this era, it was not uncommon for many to have never met before marriage. Hearing Zhang Ye's acceptance brought joy to Qin Feng. Good. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning at 8. Let us meet right here. I'm off now. Without giving Zhang Ye a chance to decline, Qin Feng hopped on his bicycle and rode away. Zhang Ye opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent, biting her lip in contemplation. What a rogue. Who picks someone up on a first date? Early on the weekend, Qin Feng arrived at the house in Baimitsong Hutong and left a note indicating he would come by in the afternoon. Before 8 o'clock, he rode his bicycle to the agreed meeting spot, where he found Zhang Ye standing by the roadside in a charming floral jacket, gazing expectantly. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just stepped out a moment ago, Zhang Ye replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Come on, hop on. After taking a seat on the back, Zhang Ye gently grasped a bit of Qin Feng's clothing with both hands. Qin Feng observed as they settled down. Having arrived by bicycle, before long, the two of them reached Shikahai Park. Qin Feng accompanied Zhang Ye for a leisurely stroll in the park, where they skated on the lake for a while. The weather was still chilly, and the park offered little in terms of entertainment, compelling them to engage in ice skating. After some time, noticing the flush on Zhang Ye's delicate face from the cold, Qin Feng suggested they meander to another location. Subsequently, they ventured to a cinema to watch a film. At that time, there were few movies screening, and the audience was sparse. Fortunately, it was post-New Year, and many like them sought out entertainment. They chose to watch Lu Sanjie, and it must be said that, despite the technical limitations and visual quality of the era, the narrative was indeed captivating. Upon exiting, it was already midday. Qin Feng took Zhang Ye to Quanju, a renowned establishment he had long wished to visit but felt hesitant to do so alone. Thus, he seized this opportunity to indulge. Let us not dine here. It's quite expensive and unnecessary, Zhang Ye remarked, tugging at his sleeve as he intended to treat her to Peking duck. Well, accompany me just this once. I have yet to experience it and have long desired to, she replied. Ah, all right then, Qin Feng consented, slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm. It's fine. We'll enjoy it today, but we shall refrain from coming here again, as we must save for our future, he assured her. Yes, that sounds good, Zhang Ye nodded, a tad confused. Who would want to take care of a family with you? She retorted playfully, her cheeks flushing as she processed Qin Feng's earlier words. After savoring the Peking duck and engaging in delightful conversation, Qin Feng rode his bicycle to escort Zhang Ye home. The winter chill was biting, making their first date feel quite special. Upon arrival, Qin Feng mentioned he would visit her the following weekend, to which Zhang Ye did not object, signifying their budding relationship. Given that it was Zhang Ye's parents who had made the introduction, Qin Feng felt hopeful about the prospect of marriage. Chapter 39. Qin Huairu's jealousy. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ye, Qin Feng promptly rode his bicycle to the Baimi warehouse alley. I'm back, he called upon entering the door. After a brief wait with no response, he looked around in confusion. The courtyard was empty, yet the main gate remained ajar, indicating someone should be present. Qin Feng inspected the two side rooms and found them devoid of any occupants. In the kitchen, he noticed prepared ribs and pork belly, indicating a meal was likely in the works. He was quite generous with Qin Huairu every Sunday, ensuring there was always meat for her. Over time, Qin Huairu had significantly improved her culinary skills, a necessity given her previous lack of experience with such ingredients. After surveying the side rooms, he deduced that she must be in the main room and swiftly made his way inside. It is entirely normal for a woman, especially someone like Qin Huairu, to feel a tinge of jealousy, especially when security in a relationship is lacking. I'm back. Why is it so quiet? Qin Feng inquired as he entered the room. Noticing Qin Huairu nestled beneath the covers, Qin Huairu turned away, offering no response to Qin Feng's inquiry. Qin Feng settled beside her, his hand slipping beneath the covers to caress the smoothness of Qin Huairu's back. What troubles you? Are you still feeling jealous? He inquired. How could I dare to be? I am but a concubine, ever mindful of the master's reputation, Qin Huairu replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Hearing her words, Qin Feng understood that she felt wronged and was merely throwing a little tantrum, yet he bore no anger. Come now, I shall take you home. Once we are there, you shall no longer be upset. With that, Qin Feng shed his clothing and nestled under the covers. Oh dear, don't move. You're such a bother. Can't you see that I'm angry? Qin Huairu twisted within Qin Feng's embrace, playfully resisting while speaking. Ha ha, we're heading home. Let me see if the stream is still flowing, he replied cheerfully. 2 hours later, Qin Feng held Qin Huairu gently, caressing her softly. How are you feeling now? Is it any better? Qin Huairu, feeling fatigued, merely let out a soft hum, shifting slightly without uttering a word. All right, there's no need to be upset anymore, is there? Qin Feng continued to offer his reassurances. Yes, I understand. I truly do. It's just that my heart feels uneasy. Qin Huairu was aware that Qin Feng would inevitably marry, and she merely sought to express her discontent, recognizing her position as a mere mistress. Rest assured, I will not forget you. I have arranged everything regarding our identities. Next Friday evening, I will come to your home. The plans are set. Afterwards, we shall obtain our marriage certificate. You need not worry. I will not abandon you. Qin Feng conveyed his intentions. All right, I understand. Qin Huairu responded joyfully upon hearing his words. Qin Huairu, having received Qin Feng's assurance, felt a sense of relief. Alas, it was already getting late, and she needed to hasten to prepare dinner, otherwise it would be too tardy. Realizing the time had slipped away, Qin Huairu was taken aback. Isn't it because your home is rather far and so entertaining? Qin Feng remarked, gently touching Qin Huairu. Oh, please don't move. I must go prepare the meal, she protested. Managing to extricate herself, quickly washing up for both herself and Qin Feng before rushing to the kitchen. Once the meal was prepared, the two shared a simple dinner before Qin Huairu decided it was time to head back. Sister Huairu, take the remaining meat with you to prepare something for the children. In the future, I will be able to take better care of them. For now, I can only manage to send a little back, Qin Feng suggested, noticing some meat still in the kitchen as he offered it to her. All right, I shall rely on you entirely from now on. You are the head of the household, and I will heed your guidance, Qin Huairu replied with a smile. In the evening, converse with Jia Zhang. We must ensure she is not causing a scene when I arrive, as that would be quite unsightly, Qin Feng advised earnestly. Understood, Qin Huairu nodded affirmatively. Qin Feng rode back with Qin Huairu, and before long, they arrived near Nanluo Guxiang. Qin Huairu dismounted, and they each went their separate ways. Don't make a fuss now. I will prepare meat for you all tonight, all right? Qin Huairu called out upon seeing Bongging, Xiaodang, and Huaihua playing inside the house. Really? That's wonderful, Mom. I want to eat meat. Xiaodang exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands at the prospect of a meaty dinner. Mom, may I have braised pork, please? Bongging added, licking his lips at the thought of the meal. All right, as long as you all behave, there will be enough for everyone, she replied. Okay, Mom. Xiaodang is the most obedient, he affirmed. Yes, indeed. Huahua is too, she echoed. All right then, let us wait for dinner. It's chilly outside. Don't go out to play, Qin Huairu instructed as she took the meat into the kitchen. After preparing the meal, Qin Huairu smiled at the sight of Jia Zhangshi and the 3 children enjoying their food. She felt little animosity towards Jia Zhangshi. Had it not been for her, their family might have faced greater turmoil following Jia Dongshu's passing. Though unreasonable, she served as a deterrent to outsiders. The 3 children had been eating well lately, their faces now radiating with health. Once, only Bongging had a bit of glow, while Xiaodang and Huaihua had pallid complexions. Mom, how do you feel about our current life at home? Qin Huairu inquired. Quite good. Thank you for your hard work, Jia Zhangshi replied. Oh, not at all. I am just a woman. How could I manage so much? Without a man in the house, how could life possibly be good? Qin Huairu remarked subtly. Jia Zhangshi, chewing on a piece of meat, lifted her gaze to Qin Huairu, and after a moment, glanced at the braised pork on the table, realizing the significance of the day. Have you found someone? What are your plans? Jia Zhangshi asked directly, having contemplated this for quite some time. Since Qin Huairu had taken charge of the household, she had come to understand the situation better. Yes, I have found someone. I will continue to support you. You need not worry about that, Qin Huairu replied candidly. Are you certain? He isn't deceiving you, is he? Do you know his background? Jia Zhangshi pressed. Yes, I know him. He was introduced to me by an acquaintance. He works in Jin City and returns every weekend, so there shouldn't be any issues, Qin Huairu assured her. That sounds acceptable. Having a man in the house, even if only on weekends, is still better, Jia Zhangshi thought, feeling somewhat relieved. When will he come to our home? I can help you ensure you aren't deceived. She offered. He'll come for dinner next Saturday night. You can discuss it then, Qin Huairu said. All right, sounds good. Jia Zhangshi agreed. Acknowledging her need to gain a deeper understanding, lest in the end, both the individuals and their means of support vanish. The two had engaged in an open and honest conversation, and Jia Zhashe recognized that this was her only viable option. Otherwise, as per the words she had overheard that day, if they did not reach an agreement, the situation could deteriorate into a complete disaster. Regarding the thoughts previously expressed by the elder Yi Zhonghai about Qin Huairu and Xia Zhu, Jia Zhashe was somewhat aware of the dynamics at play. Otherwise, she would not have been so adamantly opposed. After all, if Xia Zhu and Qin Huairu were to unite, the responsibility of providing for elder Yi Zhonghai would fall into disarray. It was inconceivable that Jia Zhashe would consent to such an arrangement. Furthermore, she was also aware that Qin Huairu held no affection for Xia Zhu, which is why she was so vigilant in guarding against any potential union. After Qin Huairu spoke of the matter, she observed that Jia Zhashe had no objections, which eased her mind considerably. Although she had aligned herself with Qin Feng, neglecting Jia Zhashe due to this would not bode well for her reputation. Thus, the current situation was, in fact, quite perfect. Qin Feng was acutely aware of this issue, which is precisely why he intended to handle it in such a manner. After all, having accepted someone, one must take their feelings into account. A night passed in silence. In the morning, Qin Feng rode his bicycle to work and noticed the office of Director Zhang was ajar, so he entered without hesitation. "Director, you're here quite early." Qin Feng greeted him with a smile. "Well, you're also up early, huh? How was your outing with Yaya yesterday?" Director Zhang inquired. "It was delightful. Did you and her mother not ask about Yaya when we returned last night?" Qin Feng replied. "I believe she did inquire. Her mother spoke with her. But I didn't ask," he added. Director Zhang, with a curious expression, asked, "All right then, what brings you here today? Surely you wouldn't seek me out without a reason?" "Well, there is a matter at hand. A relative of mine has asked for assistance in finding a spouse who can work at our factory. However, due to inheriting her late husband's position, she is currently employed in the workshop. I was wondering if it would be possible to transfer her to a different role," Qin Feng explained. "Why would your relative seek out a widow?" Director Zhang questioned. "She had been married before, but her wife passed away due to illness several years ago, and she hasn't remarried since. This introduction was facilitated by someone else," Qin Feng clarified. Upon understanding the situation, Director Zhang responded, "In that case, it should be manageable. I'll provide you with a form to fill out, and you can submit it to your aunt." "Ah, splendid. That would be immensely helpful." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. "All right then, hurry along. I have matters to attend to. And from now on, just call me uncle," Director Zhang added. "Understood," Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod. After returning to his office, Qin Feng proceeded with his usual tasks. Once he completed the paperwork regarding inventory in and out, he headed to the warehouse, accompanied by the storekeeper, to meticulously verify the stock levels. After confirming that everything was in order, he signed the confirmation sheet. This inventory check was a routine that occurred monthly, requiring daily verification of stock levels as part of his established responsibilities. At noon, he proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch, collected his meal, and found a seat. Qin Huairu arrived at the cafeteria to fetch her meal, her face seemingly aglow with radiance, in stark contrast to the weariness that had previously marred her features. Gone were the signs of life's hardships, replaced instead by an expression brimming with hope. After her conversation with Jia Zhashe, a joyful smile had taken residence on her face, persisting even now. Xia Zhu gazed at Sister Qin before him, feeling his heart melt. It was the first time he realized how strikingly beautiful she could be. Previously, he had viewed her with a sense of pity, but now she appeared to shine with an almost ethereal beauty. "Sister Qin, what joyous event has transpired today that you seem so cheerful?" Xia Zhu inquired, looking at Qin Huairu. Isn't every day like this?" She replied, playfully tossing her hair, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Indeed, you look exceptionally lovely today. Now, come on, Zhuzi, let us hurry and get our meals. Many are waiting." Qin Huairu promptly shifted the conversation. All right," he replied. Qin Huairu, holding her lunchbox, approached Qin Feng's seat. "I spoke with Jia Zhashe yesterday. He expressed a willingness to meet on Friday without any significant objections. Now, she too seems to have no major concerns. The advance notice you provided was something he had already contemplated. Well, that settles it. I will go over on Friday evening." The two engaged in a brief conversation, devoid of any inappropriate behavior. It was merely a shared meal. Both had previously disclosed their familial connection, which alleviated much of the potential hassle for Qin Feng. Otherwise, with just a foolish pillar around, it would have been quite a predicament. In the ensuing days, work proceeded as usual. On Wednesday, Qin Feng visited Luhai Hudong to meet Yuli. Upon learning about Qin Feng's blind date, Yuli felt a twinge of anxiety and, on that day, pressed Qin Feng hard, expressing a desire for a child sooner rather than later. When Yuli departed, her legs felt somewhat weak, and it marked the first time Qin Feng experienced the sensation of being thoroughly drained. Fortunately, both women had since calmed down, and Qin Feng sought to avoid any complications. Time passed unnoticed until Friday arrived. To prepare for the occasion, Qin Feng left a bit early, making his way alone to the residence in Bai Mi Tsang Hutong. After using silver needles to stimulate his acupoints, his entire visage transformed. To compensate for his previous verbal shortcomings, Qin Feng had spent time studying voice modulation techniques since he decided to approach the situation this way. Now, if he wished, no one would be able to discern his identity from his speech. After completing his makeup, he retrieved a cloth bag containing the pork he had purchased, along with candies for the child. Qin Feng did not ride a bicycle this time, as the presence of a steel stamp on each bike could lead to discovery. Thus, he chose to walk to the courtyard. Upon nearing the entrance, he spotted Qin Huairu waiting at the door. "What brings you here?" Qin Feng inquired as he approached her. "It's your first visit, so I came to meet you. Worried you might get lost," Qin Huairu replied, gazing at the unfamiliar face before her. Listening to the strange voice, she could hardly believe that this was the same Qin Feng she had seen earlier. Upon entering, they encountered Uncle San, Yen Fugawei, who was watching the door. "Uncle San, have you eaten?" Qin Huairu greeted him. "Not yet. I'll eat later. I'm not hungry this evening." "And who is this?" Uncle San Yen Fugawei asked curiously, for he was aware that this was the first stranger Qin Huairu had brought home. "Oh, this is my boyfriend, introduced by someone else. He came to visit today," Qin Huairu explained, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Uncle San, we must be going now, so we want to keep you," the pair said, ignoring the astonished Uncle San Yen Fugawei as they walked away. It took Uncle San a moment to process the situation. This is quite a significant turn of events. As Qin Feng and Qin Huairu arrived at the Jia family courtyard, they found Jia Zhang sitting at the table. The children were conspicuously absent from the yard, presumably resting in their bedrooms. Today, it was imperative to address matters concerning the children, otherwise, complications would surely ensue. "Welcome, please take a seat. What is your name?" Jia Zhang inquired upon noticing Qin Feng's entrance, her demeanor reflecting a touch of courtesy. "Thank you, Aunt. There is no need for such formality. My name is Lin Feng." "You may call me Xiao Lin," Qin Feng replied, settling himself at the side. "Very well, Xiao Lin. Huairu has spoken to me about your relationship. And while I have no objections, I must ask, is what she mentioned true?" Jia Zhang asked, her heart fluttering with apprehension. "Rest assured, Aunt. I work out of town, and I am delighted that you are here to support Huairu. I own a home as well, so you need not worry that I am seeking the Jia family's property or employment. These will ultimately be passed on to Banggong, so please do not fret," Qin Feng stated candidly. "That is reassuring to hear," Jia Zhang replied, visibly relieved. "Furthermore, both Huairu and I will be employed, which will significantly improve our household conditions as a dual-income family. Thus, you need not be concerned about our financial stability," he continued. "Very well. Then I shall take your word for it, and you two can manage your affairs as you see fit," Jia Zhang said, having grown considerably more cautious in her dealings. A stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Qin Huairu observed that Qin Feng and Jia Zhangshi had concluded their conversation, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She thought to summon the children to meet him. "Bangang, Xiaodang, Huaijia, come out," she called. The three little ones, hearing her voice, quickly donned their shoes and rushed outside. They cautiously eyed the unfamiliar Qin Feng who had joined them in the room. Having overheard snippets of the earlier conversation, they realized that he was likely their new stepfather. Though uncertainty lingered in their minds, Bangang, in particular, felt apprehensive, while Xiaodang and Huaijia were still trying to grasp the situation. In the original narrative, Banggong's attitude towards Shaju was marked by an overfamiliarity and a lack of respect, which had emboldened his behavior. However, Qin Feng was a stranger, and this altered the dynamic entirely. He was merely a newcomer in their midst. "Come now, Bangang, Xiaodang, Huaijia, call him Dad. From now on, he will be your father." Qin Huairu introduced him without the intermediary title of uncle. Jia Zhangshi opened her mouth, but withheld her words. "Dad, does that mean I will have a father now?" Huaijia, the most adaptable of the three, asked, having never known Jia Dongshu and always yearning for a father figure. "Indeed, I will be your father from now on. Come, I have brought you some candy." Qin Feng replied, his face beaming with joy as he waved at Huaijia, who, without a hint of shyness, dashed into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng gently lifted Huaihua onto his lap, unwrapped a creamy white rabbit candy, and placed it in her mouth. Here, Huaihua, enjoy the candy. As she savored the sweet confection, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she affectionately kissed Qin Feng's cheek. I love Daddy the most. Qin Feng felt a surge of tenderness, easily discerning the expectations Huaihua held for her father. He resolved to cherish this child in the future. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaodang quietly approached. May I also call you father? Qin Feng gazed at Xiaodang, aware that she understood a little of the situation, and smiled as he spoke. Indeed. I am now with your mother, which makes me your father. From now on, should anyone dare to bully you, I shall stand up for you. Here, have some candy. All right. It's truly sweet. Qin Feng gazed at the two he had successfully managed, then turned his attention to Bang Geng. Observing his sister seated on the lap of this man, engaging in an affectionate interaction, he felt a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Although he was the sole heir of the Jia family and had been well treated by Jia Dongshu during his lifetime, they had never shared a close bond. And the passage of years had dulled those memories. Come here, little man. Qin Feng beckoned to Bang Geng. Hesitating for a moment, Bang Geng approached. Your mother has spoken highly of you before. You've done exceptionally well caring for your sister and assisting your mother. You are truly the man of this household. From now on, let us safeguard our mother and sister together, shall we? Qin Feng concluded, raising his fist toward Bang Geng to seal their pact as men. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Bang Geng felt a surge of excitement. At his age, the need for recognition was paramount, and he eagerly bumped his fist against Qin Feng's. Very well, our agreement is made. From now on, we shall protect this home together. Here is your reward, Qin Feng said. Producing garments he had previously arranged for the three little ones, crafted from fabric bought for them, and tailored by Qin Huairu to fit perfectly. Xiaodang and Huaihua also have theirs, as a commendation for not causing your mother any worry. Seeing Xiaodang and Huaihua looking at him expectantly, he encouraged, go on. Quickly change and see if the clothes your father bought fit well. With Qin Huairu noticing the children's fondness for Qin Feng, her apprehensions melted away, prompting her to urge the children to try on their new outfits. The three little ones dashed into the house, and shortly after, emerged wearing their new clothes, twirling to showcase their appearances. Mother, do you think Huaihua looks good in this? Mother, do you think Xiaodang looks good? Although Bang Geng remained silent, his gaze echoed the same sentiment, fixed intently on Qin Huairu. Ha, you all look splendid. You wear them beautifully, Qin Huairu replied, her heart swelling with joy at their happiness. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere surrounding Qin Huairu and her children, a different tension permeated the courtyard. It was not markedly dissimilar, yet the eyes of the gathered folks were drawn toward the courtyard center, where the foolish Zhu and the elder Yi Zhonghai stood. Given the prior circumstances, it was common knowledge that Yi Zhonghai desired a union between Zhu and Qin Huairu, while Zhu's intentions were rather indiscreet. However, since Qin Feng had arrived somewhat late, Zhu and Yi Zhonghai were still unaware of the latest developments. The third elder, Yan Fugui, had not disseminated the news to them either. Consequently, the residents found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Some harbored concerns over the unrest in the courtyard, while others relished the unfolding drama. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to Qin Huairu and her family. As dusk began to settle, Qin Feng resolved it was time to depart. After all, they were not legally wed, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain there. Qin Huairu bid farewell to Qin Feng at the door, letting out a profound sigh of relief. I was truly worried just a moment ago. Qin Feng gazed at Qin Huairu, amused by her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had appeared so composed. What had caused this sudden change? Could I not be concerned? What if an argument ensued? Now are you reassured? Tomorrow we shall obtain our marriage certificate. Let us return now. The night is quite frigid. Qin Feng hastily urged Qin Huairu to head back, for the evening chill was indeed considerable. The following day, Qin Feng arrived at the office, engaging in his usual routine of leisurely work, efficiently completing his tasks at hand. After gathering his belongings, he exited the steel mill and, as customary, took a moment to freshen up at the white rice warehouse alley before proceeding to the street office. After Qin Huairu returned to work, she promptly requested a leave of absence. Upon returning home, she took out the cream that Qin Feng had bought for her and applied it generously. Subsequently, armed with a letter of introduction, she made her way to the street office, where she awaited Qin Feng's arrival. As he had previously communicated his schedule, It did not take long for him to arrive. Once they entered the street office together and explained their respective situations, Director Wang expressed his delight and proceeded with the necessary formalities. After all, Qin Huairu's remarriage was a positive development for the office, as it would alleviate any future difficulties that might require their intervention. Congratulations to both of you, Director Wang said while handing over the marriage certificate. It is indeed fate that you have come together after enduring so much. Thank you, Director. I don't often stay at home, so if anything arises, I appreciate your assistance, Qin Feng replied, presenting a bag of candies. Haha, don't worry, it's all part of our duty here at the street office. Just relax, Director Wang said, his face lighting up at the sight of the treats, which were indeed a rare delight. As they exited the street office, Qin Huairu beamed with joy, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower while holding the marriage certificate. All right, enough smiling. Let us hurry home and celebrate. Chapter 42. The disappointment of Shaju. Upon returning to the courtyard at number 85, they found that Uncle Yin Fuguwei was not on duty, as he had yet to finish work. They carried the purchased pork along with various sweets and eggs back to the Jia household. You got the certificate? Jia Zhashur inquired, her demeanor somewhat forlorn as she sat at the table, lost in thought. Yes, we got the certificate, and we bought plenty of food. We'll have a nice meal soon, Qin Huairu replied, addressing Jia Zhangshur. Jia Zhangshur glanced at the couple, but chose not to say anything further and retreated to her room. At that moment, Xiao Dang and Huaihua dared to approach Qin Feng, their wide eyes fixated on the candies in his hand. Daddy, I want candy, Huaihua eagerly requested. Me too, Daddy, I want some. Xiao Dang chimed in immediately. Haha, all right. Come sit here, and Daddy will get you some candy, Qin Feng said with a smile directed at the two little girls. Yay, the girls exclaimed, nodding their heads enthusiastically as they climbed onto the chairs and sat upright. Oh my, Xiao Dang and Huaihua are being so well behaved. Shouldn't we commend them? Yes, yes. Xiao Dang and Huaihua are the best. They deserve praise. Okay, stretch out your hands. Here is a piece of candy for each of you. And remember to eat more meat at dinner. Qin Feng handed each girl a piece of candy. With the sweets in hand, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Qin Feng gazed upon her with immense joy. This girl was truly exceptional, far more cherished than the others. Do you adore children so much? Qin Huairu inquired with a smile, observing the interaction among the trio. This little girl is simply delightful. Shall I bear one for you? Qin Huairu boldly proposed. Indeed, it must happen. At noon, Qin Huairu prepared a simple meal, and they all gathered to partake. Mother, this afternoon, I will accompany Lin Feng to tidy up his house. Afterward, I shall return to cook. Jia Zhangshur, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, Aren't you still living here? The thought of Qin Huairu moving out sent her heart racing. Yes, I will stay home while he is at work, and when he returns, I shall go over. It's simply not convenient at home, Qin Huairu replied, her cheeks flushed. Jia Zhangshur, observing the radiant Qin Huairu, comprehended the situation. Although it felt uncomfortable to see her daughter-in-law marrying, she couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief in her heart. Very well, you both may go. The two departed the courtyard and headed towards the Baimi warehouse alley. As soon as the door closed, Qin Huairu pressed herself against Qin Feng. Ever since they had received their marriage certificate that day, her heart had been aflutter, and now, arriving at her own home, she embraced Qin Feng tightly. Qin Feng gently lifted Qin Huairu into his arms and, upon entering the room, laid her down on the bed. Sister Huairu, it is time to return home. Come quickly, she replied. 2 hours later, panting heavily, Qin Huairu inquired, Do you think that since we weren't outside this time, could I possibly be with child? Qin Feng gently caressed her abdomen, offering words of comfort. Rest assured, your concerns are unfounded. If you're planning to have a child, working in the workshop is no longer suitable for you. I have already arranged for a transfer, and it should be finalized by Monday. You can then join me in the logistics department, which will be considerably more convenient and keep you closer to me. All right, I will heed your advice, she replied. Now, let us take a moment to rest. We must return soon, otherwise it will be too late, Qin Feng said, tightening his embrace around Qin Huairu. Okay, I will close my eyes for a bit. I'm so exhausted. You always do this, Qin Huairu playfully protested, shifting her body. Stay still. If you keep moving, you won't be able to get out of bed, Qin Feng playfully warned, giving her a gentle pat on the backside. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu was so startled that she dared not move. Indeed, today was not the day. They would soon be heading back, and if they were to encounter another interruption, time would run out. After a brief respite, Qin Huairu rose to assist Qin Feng in tidying up. Once they donned their clothes, the two departed, making their way home. Upon arriving at the courtyard number 85, they were met with the sight of Uncle Yin Fuguei, who was evidently back from work and resuming his role as the gatekeeper. "Ah, Qin Huairu, have you brought your bow again? Has Mrs. Jia given her blessing?" Uncle Yin inquired, observing the couple. "Ah, uncle. Lin Feng and I have just registered our marriage today, and my mother has also bestowed her blessings upon us. But I must rush home for dinner. We will come by later to introduce ourselves properly, and please take this box of wedding sweets back for the children to taste." "All right then, off you go?" Uncle Yin responded cheerfully, knowing that a visit later would yield some benefits. Qin Feng remained silent, exhibiting a taciturn demeanor as he merely nodded towards the elder, Yin Fuguei. Observing the two depart, Yin Fuguei retreated into the house, pondering, why so swift? A miscalculation indeed. Aunt San, watching the old man enter, murmured to herself, inquiring, "What miscalculation? What has happened? Isn't it about Qin Huairu's relationship? I had intended to discuss work matters with Yi Zhonghai tomorrow, as this could serve as leverage. Yet, it seems they have already obtained their marriage certificate today, rendering it useless." "What? They got the certificate today? How remarkably swift!" Aunt San exclaimed in surprise. While the elder lamented the loss of leverage, Qin Feng and Qin Huairu had traversed the moon gate into the courtyard. "Ah, Sister Qin, did you not work today? I did not see you at lunch. If something is amiss, please speak up," Shaju inquired with concern upon noticing Qin Huairu. During this period, Qin Huairu had declined his lunchbox, leaving Shaju feeling helpless and anxious, as opportunities for interaction were scarce. The only moments they could converse were during lunch. Yet today he had not seen her at noon. Upon encountering her in the evening, he urgently questioned her, even failing to notice that she was accompanied by someone else. "Ah, Zhuzi, thank you. I have no issues. Sister Qin went to obtain her marriage certificate today. Here, let me give you some wedding candies. Soon, I will take your brother-in-law to your home for a visit." Qin Huairu, fully aware of Shaju's sentiments, spoke candidly and presented him with wedding candies. Upon hearing her words, Shaju was utterly astonished. "Obtain a marriage certificate? What do you mean? Sister Qin, have you already acquired the certificate?" Qin Huairu tugged at Qin Feng, introducing him to Shaju. "Today, Sister Qin is getting married. This is your brother-in-law, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, meet our neighbor, Hiyuju, who resides in the main house of the courtyard and has been of great assistance to me. Greetings, comrade Hiyuju. I am Lin Feng. Thank you for your previous help with Huairu," Qin Feng said, extending his hand to shake Shaju's. Throughout this exchange, Shaju stood there in a daze, displaying no significant reaction. One might argue that his feelings for Qin Huairu were not particularly profound, as the original narrative depicted multiple women expressing affection for him, suggesting his interest was perhaps more physical. His current astonishment appeared to stem from sheer disbelief. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Shaju remarked before returning to his room. Chapter 43. Rancho Yue pays a visit. Qin Huairu observed as Shaju returned home, remaining silent and unperturbed. There was little she could do. She was well aware of Shaju's previous demeanor. Yet, she harbored no feelings for him, and it was likely that his affections were merely superficial. Upon returning home, Qin Huairu commenced preparations for dinner, while Qin Feng engaged in playful games with Xiao Dang and Huaihua, nurturing their bond. After all, the children were still young, and it was crucial to foster their relationship to avoid the pitfalls seen in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Bongging sat nearby, ostensibly working on his homework. Though it was evident that he was not fully invested, Qin Feng chose not to intervene. It was still too early to impose strict oversight, especially as they were just beginning to acclimatize to one another. Nonetheless, Bongging's demeanor towards Qin Feng was notably amiable, likely a result of the improved circumstances in their home since Qin Feng's arrival. He had come to understand that without a father, one could be more susceptible to bullying. With a father present, he felt more secure and well-fed. In contrast, Shaju returned home, seated himself in a chair, and found himself lost in thought. The laughter emanating from the Jia family only heightened his discomfort. Rising, he retrieved a bottle of wine and made his way to Uncle Yi Zhonghai's house. Ever since his father had left, Yi Zhonghai had become a figure of guidance for him, and he sought to converse with him. "Uncle, are you at home?" Shaju called out. Hearing his voice, Yi Zhonghai glanced at Auntie, who promptly got up to open the door. "Shaju, come in quickly. Your uncle is here," she welcomed him. Shaju noted that both Uncle Yi Zhonghai and Auntie were in the midst of their meal, and he gestured slightly. "Uncle, I brought a bottle of wine. Let us have a drink together." Yi Zhonghai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Go ahead and fry an egg and some peanuts." "All right, Shaju. Take a seat while I prepare a couple of dishes," Auntie instructed, heading to the kitchen. Shaju did not hesitate, pulling out a chair and sitting down, uncorking the bottle to pour wine for both himself and Yi Zhonghai. "Shaju, what's the matter? Is there something on your mind today?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to drink with you," Shaju replied, hesitating to divulge more. "Let us not beat around the bush. If something is bothering you, just say it," Yi Zhonghai urged, sensing that something was indeed amiss. "Ah, shall I speak then?" "Go ahead. Your uncle will help you think through it." "Uncle, do you know? Sister Qin has gotten married," Shaju said, a look of despondency etched on his face. Coughing slightly, Yi Zhonghai nearly sputtered his drink. Who got married?" "Qin Huairu. I just ran into her. She brought someone back, claiming they had already obtained their marriage certificate. How could I be unaware of such news?" "They got their certificate today?" Uncle Yi Zhonghai was profoundly astonished. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. He had been contemplating the idea of pairing Shaju with Qin Huairu, believing that having them together in the same courtyard would be advantageous for his own later years. But now, Qin Huairu was married. What would become of Shaju? Previously, with Qin Huairu around, he could keep Shaju from marrying, but now that she was wed, Shaju's chances of remaining single were drastically diminished. If Shaju were to marry, the identity of his bride would be uncertain. In a moment of tumultuous emotions, Uncle Yi Zhonghai took a sip of his drink. Yet he could not quell the turmoil within him. Shaju, sitting nearby in a state of gloom, remained oblivious to Uncle Yi Zhonghai's distress. When Auntie returned with the dishes, she noticed that something was amiss with both men and inquired, "What's wrong? You both look rather unwell." Uncle Yi Zhonghai, regaining his composure, replied, "It's nothing. Shaju just mentioned that Qin Huairu has married. They obtained their certificate today. Did you notice anything unusual before?" Auntie was equally stunned, as she was aware of Uncle Yi Zhonghai's intentions. After pondering his words, she responded, "Well, now that you mention it, there has been something unusual. For several months now, it seems that every Sunday, Qin Huairu has been going out. I recall hearing Jia Zhangshi complain about it once, but I didn't pay much attention afterward." "Yes, it seems there had been something going on all along, but we were unaware," Uncle Yi Zhonghai mused. "But why hasn't Jia Zhangshi reacted at all? Shouldn't she be concerned about Qin Huairu remarrying?" Uncle Yi Zhonghai was perplexed by Jia Zhangshi's lack of response. Both Shaju and Uncle Yi Zhonghai were enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Shaju quickly finished off a bottle of liquor, and Uncle Yi Zhonghai encouraged him, assuring him that he would help him find a partner. With Qin Huairu gone, Shaju needed to seize the opportunity, for he must find a wife himself, which would make things easier. After they finished drinking, they parted ways, and Shaju returned home, collapsing into a deep sleep. Normally, he savored his drinks at home, but today, feeling despondent, he drank hastily and became quite inebriated. When He Yushui returned, she found Shaju in a deep slumber and was unable to rouse him. She had no choice but to heat up her own meal. Since Qin Huairu no longer took Shaju's lunchbox, He Yushui had been faring quite well and had ceased to harbor resentment towards her foolish brother. After finishing her meal, Qin Feng took Qin Huairu back to the White Rice Warehouse alley. It was the first time she had someone to accompany her at night, and she slept soundly, though she struggled to rise in the morning. Qin Feng gently kissed Qin Huairu's cheek. "Sister Huairu, I am off to my date. Please wake up for dinner later." Qin Huairu also responded vaguely, her consciousness clouded. According to their agreement, Qin Feng picked up Zhang Ye and took her on a tour of the Forbidden City and the Summer Palace. Currently, these historical sites, due to various reasons, have not been meticulously restored, yet one can still discern the traces of history within their walls. The two shared laughter and conversation, their affections evident. And with Qin Feng's remarkable appearance and his parents' approval, their relationship progressed swiftly. It is likely that they will soon become engaged and wed. Such is the pace of this era, and even Qin Feng finds this to be rather slow. After Qin Huairu rose, she returned to the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi, noticing that only Qin Huairu had come back, inquired briefly and learned that she had returned early to work due to her marriage. She would be back every weekend, so there was no cause for concern. "Excuse me, is Jia Bongging's family in this courtyard?" Uncle Yin Fugue, upon lifting his gaze, spotted his schoolteacher, Ran Shoyue, approaching. "Teacher Ran, what brings you here?" Ran Shoyue looked at Uncle Yin Fugue with astonishment. "Mr. Yin, do you reside in this courtyard?" "I'm here to see Bongging's mother." "Is it in this courtyard?" "Indeed, it is this courtyard." Just head to the central courtyard, and from there, proceed to the west wing. Uncle Yin Fugue indicated with a gesture. All right then, I shall head over now. Go ahead. Chapter 44. The Foolish Pillar's Heart Awakens. Uncle Yin presents a gift after bidding farewell to Uncle Yin Fugue. Ran Shiyue traversed the moon gate to the central courtyard. Just as she departed, the foolish pillar dashed through the door. Uncle, who was that lady who just entered the courtyard? I saw you speaking with her. The foolish pillar, noticing Uncle Yin Fugue, immediately inquired. Uncle Yin Fugue, observing the foolish pillar's eager demeanor, rolled his eyes. Oh, that is our teacher from Hongxing Primary School, Ms. Ran. Upon hearing this, the foolish pillar, anxious for more details, pressed on. And what is her name? Is she married? Foolish pillar, you should let it go. Teacher Ran is quite beautiful and a teacher at our school. She has many admirers. Just you? Uncle Yin Fugue jested, teasing the foolish pillar. What is wrong with that? I am the head chef at the steel factory, and I have a proper residence in the courtyard. What is wrong with me? The foolish pillar retorted defiantly. Uncle Yin Fugue remained silent, merely rolling his eyes. Noticing this, the foolish pillar ceased the conversation and intended to head to the central courtyard in hopes of encountering her. Upon entering the central courtyard through the moon gate, Ran Shiyue directly proceeded to the Jia family's west wing. Hello, is Bongging's mother at home? Upon hearing the sound, Qin Huaizhu set down her needle and thread and opened the door. Hello, it's me. Who are you? As Ran Shiyue laid eyes on Qin Huaizhu, a glimmer of astonishment passed through her eyes, and she spoke, Greetings, I am the elementary teacher of Bongging. I have come for a home visit today. My name is Ran Shiyue. Ah, Teacher Ran, my apologies. Please, come in and have a seat. Once inside, Qin Huaizhu quickly poured a glass of water for Ran Shiyue. Teacher Ran, may I inquire what the focus of today's home visit is? Well, Bongging's mother. The main concern is that Bongging's academic performance at school has not been particularly satisfactory of late. I thought it prudent to discuss this with you, as a child's education requires the collaborative effort of both school and parents. Ran Shiyue took a sip of water and continued directly. I apologize, Teacher Ran. Bongging's father tragically passed away not long ago, and since I returned to work, I have had little time to attend to my child's educational matters. The elderly in our household are also not well versed in this situation, leading to a neglect of his studies. Upon realizing that Ran Shiyue had come for this reason, Qin Huaizhu's perception of her improved significantly. After all, she was quite responsible. I am truly sorry, Bongging's mother. I did not mean to intrude upon your sorrowful circumstances. Ran Shiyue responded, feeling a twinge of guilt for touching upon such a sensitive subject. It's quite all right. That was some time ago, and I have moved on. Regarding Bongging's studies, you need not worry. Our family will certainly take this matter seriously, and we would appreciate your continued guidance at school. Very well. I shall pay closer attention to Bongging's situation at school. After concluding their conversation, Ran Shiyue rose to take her leave. Qin Huaizhu hastily ushered the guests out. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted Shazhu peering around in the courtyard. Hey, Sister Qin, has someone come to visit? With the sight of Qin Huaizhu and Ran Shiyue emerging, Shazhu quickly approached to greet them. Yes, Teacher Bongging has come to our home for a visit. What are you up to? Oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll, Shazhu feigned nonchalance. Well then, I'll take my leave, Bongging's mother, Ran Shiyue interjected from the side. Oh, yes, thank you so much today, Teacher Ran. Qin Huaizhu responded promptly upon hearing her. As Ran Shiyue exited the central courtyard, Shazhu hurriedly inquired, Sister Qin, what is the situation with this teacher? Qin Huaizhu observed the foolish Zhu and found his demeanor quite amusing, reflecting on how it closely resembled her own past behavior. This was the esteemed teacher of the class, Teacher Ran Shiyue. As for her family's circumstances, how could she possibly know? She was merely here for a home visit. All right, I shall take my leave. If you're truly curious, you ought to inquire with Uncle San, Qin Huaizhu remarked with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Zhu suddenly understood. Indeed, Ran Shiyue and Uncle San, Yin Fugue, were colleagues. He could certainly ask him for information, and perhaps even request an introduction. Zhu recognized that seeking favors often required some preparation, so he resolved to bring a small gift when he approached Uncle San, Yin Fugue. In the front courtyard, Uncle San, Yin Fugue, saw Ran Shiyue emerging and greeted her before returning indoors. Why are you not watching the door? Aunt San questioned, puzzled by her husband's sudden return. Nothing much, just pondering some matters, he replied. What matters are on your mind? She asked, dismissing it lightly. Today, Teacher Ran from our school visited, and Zhu has been inquiring. I was contemplating whether to facilitate a connection and see if I could offer Zhu some advantages. Uncle San, Yin Fugui mused, his eyes calculating. Be cautious. Zhu is rather unpredictable. You might end up with nothing but trouble, Aunt San cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware. After all, I am still Uncle San of this courtyard, he reassured her. At that moment, Yin Jeqing entered, pushing the door open. Father, what is the status of my job situation? Why the urgency? I will speak with Uncle Yi shortly. Are you not dining at home tonight? Yin Jeqing inquired. You seek assistance and expect to dine there as well? Yin Fugui responded, somewhat irritated. Am I to arrive empty-handed? I must bring something, after all. Remember the conditions we previously agreed upon, Yin Jeqing retorted, his impatience evident. Oh, I understand. I've never seen parents who calculate their children's affairs so meticulously. You truly are something else, Uncle San, Yin Fugui replied, noting the time. He retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, polishing it with regret. Ultimately, he took it with him to Uncle Yi Zhonghai's residence. Is Uncle Yi home? He called out. Ah, Lao Yan, come in quickly. Sit down and let us enjoy a meal together. Uncle Yi Zhonghai greeted him warmly, showing no signs of reluctance. Perfect timing. I brought a fine bottle of wine for us to share, he added, sensing that Uncle Yin Fugui had ulterior motives for his visit, for it was unlike him to bring gifts without reason. Enough of that. We have years of friendship. Sit down and pour us some, Uncle Yi urged. As the two individuals finished pouring their drinks and clinked their glasses, one took a sip. Ah, this old wine is truly exceptional, remarked the elder Yi Zhonghai with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it has been over a decade. It's just for you. I wouldn't share it with anyone else. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai felt a joyful warmth in his heart. All right, old Yin, if you have something to discuss, speak up. We have no need for trivial matters. Elder Yin Fugui took another sip of wine. Actually, there is something on my mind. My eldest son is no longer young, and it's not suitable for him to keep doing odd jobs. I was hoping you could help him find a position at the steel mill. Upon hearing Yin Fugui's words, Yi Zhonghai was somewhat prepared, for at this juncture, there were few matters that could prompt Yin to seek assistance. Old Yin, I'm merely a level 8 worker. My words may not carry much weight. However, I can inquire on your behalf. If it doesn't work out, please don't hold it against me. If there is a connection, it may require some financial contribution. Are you willing to manage that? Yi Zhonghai spoke candidly, dispelling any notion that he could find a position without any cost in these times. Rest assured, old Yi, I, Yin Fugui, am not an unreasonable man. This time, Yin Fugui spoke openly, as the expenses would not come from his own pocket. Yin Jeqing would cover them. Haha, then it's settled. Old Yin, you are quite forthright. It's remarkable what one would do for their child. Yi Zhonghai, unaware of the deeper reasons, marveled at how frugal Yin Fugui could be. Yet he was willing to go to such lengths for his child. Without children himself, he felt a pang of regret. Oh, it's all for the sake of our children. Yin Fugui replied, somewhat bashful. After receiving the response he desired, the two men joyfully resumed their drinking, gradually emptying the bottle. Yin Fugui, who was accustomed to diluting his alcohol with water, had never consumed spirits in such a manner and soon found himself quite inebriated. Yi Zhonghai sent his wife to fetch Yin Jeqing to help him home. Meanwhile, Shaju, having decided to ask Yin Fugui to introduce him to Rancho Yue, went out to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some eggs and pastries. After finishing his meal at home and noticing the sky darkening, he took the eggs and pastries and made his way to Yin Fugui's door. Third uncle, open the door, he called out. Yin Fugui's wife opened the door, seeing Shaju holding items in his hands, and inquired, Shaju, is there something you need? I need to speak with third uncle. Your third uncle has had too much to drink and is already asleep. If you have something to discuss, you may tell me, and I will relay it to him tomorrow. Seeing the items that Shaju was carrying, Anson did not wish for him to take them back. So she hastily spoke up. After contemplating, Shaju agreed. After all, he had already informed Uncle San, and his family would surely be aware, rendering any concealment unnecessary. Very well. I have a small favor to ask of Uncle San. This is a token of my appreciation. Today, my teacher, Rancho Yue, visited our school. And as I am still single, I would like Uncle San to assist in introducing us. If it leads to a successful outcome, I shall express my gratitude handsomely. Upon hearing this, Aunt San realized it was precisely the matter that Uncle San, Yin Fugui, had previously mentioned. Thus, there was no objection, if it were another request. Even if it involved seeking something, it would require careful consideration. However, this was a different case altogether. No problem, I will speak with him tomorrow morning. He can inquire on your behalf as he heads to work. Upon hearing this, Shaju was elated, setting down his belongings and departing. Aunt San, glancing at the 5 eggs and half a pound of pastries that Shaju had provided, felt an immense sense of joy. She mused that this matchmaker's business was quite promising. Perhaps she could find a way to benefit the other singles in the courtyard as well. On this Sunday, Qin Feng found himself exceedingly busy. He rose early from Qin Huairu's abode and spent the day outdoors with Zhanya. Rather than returning her home at an early hour, they chose to indulge in a delightful meal at a hot pot restaurant. While Zhanya was elated by Qin Feng's attention, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret over the expenses. Qin Feng, she remarked, we need not indulge in such lavish meals. They are far too costly. Qin Feng was filled with emotion as he reflected on the distinctiveness of girls in this era. It was indeed rare to find such qualities in the girls of future generations. Though some might still exist, they have become exceedingly scarce. No worries. We only need to dine here once a week, and you need not be concerned. I am quite adept at earning a living, as your father is aware. After marrying me, you will not have to endure hardship. I could never bear to see you suffer. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yu was left blushing profusely. Oh, who said I would marry you? She exclaimed with a laugh. Well then, tell me, would you marry me? Qin Feng asked with a mischievous grin. You haven't even proposed. How could I possibly marry you? Zhang Yu replied softly, her cheeks flushed. Ah, I see someone is eager to tie the knot, Qin Feng teased. Next week, I shall visit your home to discuss a meeting between our parents, he stated with a serious demeanor. That sounds good, Zhang Yu shyly responded. Qin Feng offered a piece of meat to Zhang Yu, saying, Eat more, I will take you back shortly. It's getting late, and I fear your father might scold me if we tarry. Not at all. My father thinks highly of you. He would never scold you, she replied. That may not be the case. A father will do anything for his daughter. The two shared a light-hearted meal. After settling the bill, Qin Feng rode his bicycle to escort Zhang Yu home. Once he returned home, he tidied up and went to bed. The following day, Qin Feng followed his routine of washing up before heading to work. Meanwhile, Uncle Yin Fuguo awoke feeling distinctly unwell, yet he dared not take a day off. Aunt Yin informed Uncle Fuguo about the situation with Sha Zhu, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Once he arrived at work, he promptly set aside thoughts of Sha Zhu's predicament. For the next few days, Qin Feng maintained his normal work schedule. In a letter home, he mentioned his relationship, which his family welcomed, albeit with some concerns regarding the woman's background as a department head. Qin Feng promptly reassured them in a reply and conveyed his intention to arrange a meeting between their parents that weekend, which ultimately eased their worries. On Sha Zhu's end, after delivering some items to Uncle Yin Fuguo, he awaited a response that never came. On Friday evening, after work, he encountered Uncle Fuguo at the entrance. Uncle, about the introduction to Ran Xiuyue, what is the status? Why have I not heard anything? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fuguo suddenly recalled the matter and thought, oh no. If Sha Zhu finds out, he will demand those items back. I mentioned it to her, but she declined, expressing that she is not looking for a partner right now. I wanted to advocate for you, which is why I didn't reach out sooner, he explained. Oh, well? Thank you, Uncle, Sha Zhu responded, unsuspecting and grateful for the information. The next day, after lunch at the factory, Sha Zhu resolved to make an effort in his romantic pursuits, recognizing that his chances with Qin Huairu were slim. He seized an opportunity to leave the factory and went to Hongsheng Primary School, where he connected with the gatekeeper to find Ran Xiuyue. Hello, Teacher Ran. I am Hiyuzhu. Ran Xiuyue looked at Sha Zhu without a hint of recognition, puzzled. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? I previously asked Teacher Yin to introduce us. He mentioned you were not interested. I thought I would come personally to introduce myself. I have many admirable qualities, he stated. Excuse me, but who did you say helped you with the introduction? She queried. Our Uncle Yin Fuguo. Aren't you colleagues? After listening, Ran Xiuyue also broke into a smile. Sha Zhu gazed at her radiant face, so distinct from Qin Huairu's, lacking in flamboyance yet exuding an undeniable grace that was truly captivating. Teacher Yin had never divulged this information to me. I was completely unaware of the matter. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu was astonished. What? Chapter 46. Sha Zhu steals a bicycle wheel. Sha Zhu was taken aback by Ran Xiuyue's words, as Uncle Yin Fuguo, had not spoken to him in such a manner. Wasn't this a blatant deception? Anger clenched Sha Zhu's fists tightly, but upon seeing Ran Xiuyue, he relaxed his grip. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hiyuzhu from the courtyard you visited last week. We should have crossed paths when you left, though you might not have noticed me. I later inquired about you and sought Uncle Yan's assistance, but to my surprise, he was unable to help. I am the head chef at the cafeteria of the Hongqing steel mill. I learned to cook from my father since childhood. And I assure you, my culinary skills are quite impressive. If you have the time, I would love to prepare a meal for you. What do you think? After speaking, Shaju cautiously observed Ran Qiuyue. With a chuckle, Ran Qiuyue found amusement in Shaju's nervous demeanor. I think you're quite nice, and you have a charming way of speaking. Really? That is wonderful. Do you have some time to take a walk with me? Shaju asked tentatively. Ran Qiuyue regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. Sure. Shaju leaped with excitement, while Ran Qiuyue watched him until he calmed down. The two then chatted as they departed from the school gate. Ran Qiuyue was of marriageable age, and given her less-than-ideal family background, though not as severe as that of Lu Xiaoyi, she found herself overlooked by some families, which explained her single status at this age. In contrast, Shaju boasted an excellent family background and culinary skills that promised a secure future. Although he might not possess striking looks, he appeared honest and dependable. Thus, Ran Qiuyue did not dismiss Shaju outright. After all, in this era, marriages were seldom based on love. They followed a pattern of marrying first and fostering affection later, treating each other with respect. After strolling for a while, as dusk began to settle, they decided to dine at a small restaurant on the street. At the table, Shaju felt right at home, meticulously commenting on the flavors and preparations of each dish, even expressing how he would improve them if he were the one cooking. Once they finished their meal, night had fully descended, and Shaju felt it was time to escort her home. Qiuyue, may I come to see you again? Shaju asked carefully, looking at Ran Qiuyue. Of course, you can come whenever you have time, she replied. Upon hearing the desired answer, he could hardly contain his joy. Silly Zhu made no further delay. After bidding farewell, he returned home. Once home, Ran Qiuyue was called aside by her mother. Qiuyue, why are you so late today? Mom, I went out with friends and have already had dinner, she replied. How is that friend of yours? Is he good to you? Ran's mother inquired directly, avoiding any small talk. Mom, what are you saying? He's just an ordinary friend. Well, you're at that age. Aren't you anxious? Come on, tell me, how is he? He's all right, working at the steel mill as a chef. What about his family background? It's quite good, no issues. That's fine then. That's all that matters, you understand? Ran's mother earnestly advised. Got it, Mom. Oh, we are such a burden to you. Mom, don't say that, it's not true. Meanwhile, back at home, Silly Zhu found He Yuxue had also returned. Yuxue, have you eaten? I was out today and had enough outside. He Yuxue looked at her silly brother, a smile illuminating her face, feeling somewhat astonished. Silly brother, what's going on with you today? Why are you so cheerful? Haha, your brother has found a sister-in-law for you. How could I not be happy? He Yuxue gazed at Silly Zhu, taken aback by his exuberance, unsure if he was jesting. Since the Jia family had ceased their pursuit of Silly Zhu, he had not been ignoring her. Really? When will you bring her home for me to meet? In a while. I've just started dating her, but soon I'll invite her over for dinner. It was then that He Yuxue began to believe him. After all, one wouldn't boast so extravagantly without reason. All right then, brother, you should be getting married. At your age, hurry and find a sister-in-law and have a child. It would be wonderful. Upon hearing He Yuxue's description, Shaju felt a deep yearning within himself. How blissful it would be to return home one day to a woman preparing meals and children waiting to be embraced. It was at this moment that Shaj seemed to have completely liberated himself from his infatuation with Qin Huairu. Thereafter, he would likely remain unaffected by any widow's influence. The siblings engaged in a rare conversation, with Shaju showing considerable care for He Yuxue. Without him, He Yuxue might not have survived, as she was merely 8 or 9 years old when He Daqing fled. As the hour grew late, He Yuxue retired to her room, prompting Shaju to recall the matter concerning his third uncle, Yan Fugui, which left him feeling quite unsettled. If he had failed to complete a task, he would not have complained. However, to possess tools without taking action was rather unscrupulous. Lying in bed, Shaju contemplated that if he did not seek some form of retribution against Yan Fugui, he would not find peace of mind. The thought of confronting him seemed unwise, given Yan Fugui's age, and he pondered the latter's miserly demeanor, coming to a resolution. This time, he would ensure that Yan Fugui felt a genuine pang of regret. Checking the time, he noted it was still early, and soon drifted off to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, Shaju woke to an eerie silence in the courtyard. Rising, he donned his clothes and stealthily made his way outside, first visiting the restroom. Upon his return, He found the stillness unbroken and proceeded to remove the wheels from Yin Fugui's bicycle. He ventured into an abandoned courtyard nearby to conceal the wheels, deciding not to sell them just yet, as the timing was not opportune. After completing his tasks, Shaju hurried home, feeling quite cold from the late-night escapade. As he lay under the covers, he imagined Yin Fugui's reaction the following day, which brought a smile to his face. Before long, he succumbed to sleep, knowing that the weekend afforded him the luxury of a late rise. However, he was awakened early the next morning by a commotion in the courtyard. In his dazed state, he discerned the unmistakable shouts of his third uncle, Yin Fugui, which elicited a grin from Shaju as he reveled in his hidden triumph. Chapter 47. Qin Feng comes to propose as was customary every weekend. Yin Fugui arose early, had breakfast, and prepared to set out for a fishing excursion. Upon reaching the front gate, he was taken aback to discover that both wheels of his bicycle had vanished, leaving only the frame discarded on the ground. Heavens! Someone call for help. The courtyard has been robbed, he exclaimed in shock. Uncle Yin Fugui cried out in despair. His beloved bicycle had been stripped of its wheels. If he could not recover it, he felt life would lose all meaning. The commotion drew the attention of the neighbors, who emerged from their homes, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Uncle, why are you shouting on a weekend? We finally have a day off and hope for some restful sleep, one neighbor complained. Indeed, Uncle. Your lack of consideration disrupts our peace. If you can't rest, must you disturb us as well? Yin Jieching and Yuli also stepped outside, joining in the murmurs of discontent directed at Uncle Yin Fugui. Father, what are you doing up so early? Weren't you planning to go fishing? They asked. Fishing? My bicycle has been stolen. Sleep? How can I rest when there's a thief in the yard? Uncle Yin Fugui retorted, his irritation mounting as he faced the accusations. What? A thief? Surely not. That has never happened in our yard. Another neighbor exclaimed. I must hurry home to check if anything is missing. Another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. As the neighbors hurried back to their homes, anxious about their belongings, Uncle Yin Fugui watched in frustration. Before long, the elder Yi Zhonghai and the second elder Lu Haizhong returned with others. Old Yin, what is going on? They say you claim there's a thief in the yard? You should make such claims without understanding the situation, Lu Haizhong admonished, hands clasped behind his back. What is there to misunderstand? My bicycle's wheels have been stolen. This clearly indicates a thief. Uncle Yin Fugui replied, his voice laced with anger. Enough of this bickering. Old Yin, please explain what occurred. Yi Zhonghai interjected swiftly. I intended to go fishing this morning. Upon stepping outside, I discovered my bicycle wheels were missing. I had planned to use it today and left it outside. Who could have anticipated such a calamity? This is truly disastrous. Uncle Yin Fugui lamented, his anxiety palpable. At this moment, discussing it is futile. Uncle, you must go out and search. The wheels may have been sold or taken for personal use. If they bear any markings, you must act quickly. Shashu observed the entire courtyard gathering to witness the commotion. This was not ideal, as he had a date to attend and could not afford to linger. Indeed, he recalled that his vehicle bore a distinctive mark. He needed to search for it. Uncle San, Yin Fugui, promptly caught on to the situation and quickly addressed the younger members. Yin Jieching, Yin Jiefeng, and Yin Jiequang. All right, Uncle San, you should hurry and look for it. It's still early, and you might be able to find it. I have other matters to attend to and cannot assist you. I am anxious to leave. Shaju declared before exiting. Shaju, given the circumstances, we should unite our collective efforts to help search. Why must you go alone? Elder Yi Zhonghai implored Shaju. Elder, I also wish to assist, but I have prior commitments and cannot go back on my word. Besides, there are plenty of people here, and my absence will not be detrimental. Farewell, Shaju replied dismissively, not taking Yi Zhonghai's words to heart. Uncle San, Yin Fugui, observed Shaju's departure without much thought, turning instead to Elder Yi Zhonghai, for he was the only one capable of rallying the others. With no other option, Elder Yi Zhonghai resolved to enlist the help of those in the courtyard to search for the vehicle. Meanwhile, Shaju had already gone to fetch Ran Qiuyue, and the two set off on their date. Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, withdrew his hand from Qin Huairu's embrace, and, noticing that she was still lost in slumber, chose not to awaken her. After dressing and having a meal, he gently kissed her cheek and then pushed his bicycle out the door. Upon reaching the vicinity of Zhangye's alley, he spotted her waiting at the entrance. Are you afraid I wouldn't come? She teased. Of course not. I came to fetch you, he replied with a grin. You always have such odd remarks. Let's go. My parents are waiting for you at home, Zhangye said, playfully nudging him. All right, let's go. I am fully prepared to marry you, This time it must succeed, Qin Feng declared, his playful demeanor eliciting an eye roll from Zhang Ye. Given how fond her parents were of him, she could hardly fathom any obstacle to their success. Upon entering the house, they found Director Zhang and Sister Wang seated at the table. "Little Qin, you're here. Please, have a seat," Sister Wang greeted him warmly. "Ah, thank you. No need for formality. I can help myself," Qin Feng interjected, preventing Sister Wang from pouring tea and instead serving himself a cup. "That's enough. He is family. Let him handle it himself," Director Zhang remarked, noticing his wife busying herself. "All right then, since we're all family, I shall not stand on ceremony," Qin Feng responded. Once seated, a comfortable silence enveloped the four. Director Zhang observed Qin Feng and Zhang Ye together, contemplating their compatibility. It struck him that they resembled a perfect match, akin to a son-in-law in the eyes of a father rather than a typical father-in-law's gaze. "Little Qin, you and Yiyo were introduced by us, and it brings great joy to both me and your Aunt Wang to see how well you two get along. As for your intention to propose today, we have no objections. We only hope that you will look after one another on this journey and not let down the trust we place in you." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Uncle, my feelings for Zhang Ye are entirely genuine. Although our time together has been brief, my heart for her is unwavering. I cannot guarantee that we will be free from disagreements in our lives, but I vow that I shall never allow her to suffer." "Well, that is reassuring. I have faith in your capabilities. If that is settled, we have no issues. Please find a suitable time for us to meet your parents and finalize the engagement. Certainly, I will write to my family upon my return. If all goes well, we can arrange to meet next weekend, depending on my parents' response." "Very well, that sounds good. Now, you two should go out and enjoy yourselves. There is no need to stay with us." Chapter 48. Meeting the parents. Qin Feng rode his bicycle, accompanied by Zhang Ye, as they set out. Both were filled with joy today, for they had reached a significant milestone in their lives. "Yeah, come on, call me my lord so I can hear it," Qin Feng teased. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's face flushed crimson, and she playfully pinched the flesh at his waist. "Oh, so you wish to play the role of an ancient official now? Resorting to such antics?" she retorted. "Oh dear, since when did you learn to pinch?" "It was merely jest, my dear. Our engagement is indeed a cause for celebration, and I am genuinely delighted. Just think, soon we will be wed. Indeed, it is rather surprising. I never expected my parents to suddenly take a liking to you, especially since they had never introduced me to anyone before. Their standards must be quite high," she mused. "Haha, such is fate. I had just graduated and joined the workforce when your parents chose me. How can one rationalize that?" With an air of arrogance, Qin Feng sported a triumphant smile and boasted, "Look at you, so full of yourself. Where shall we venture today?" Zhang Ye playfully tapped him on the back. "Today, we have a joyful occasion at hand, so let us first meander through the park. When mealtime approaches, we shall find a restaurant to indulge in a delightful feast to celebrate." "All right, that sounds agreeable. Since we are in high spirits today, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. However, in the future, we ought to refrain from such outings. Dining at home is far more prudent." "Indeed, that is perfectly fine. Truth be told, my culinary skills are quite commendable, rivaling those of any restaurant chef. I shall invite you over sometime and prepare a meal for you." "That would be splendid." Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the pair arrived at Shikahai. The weather remained rather chilly, which attracted a number of ice skaters to the park. However, Qin Feng and Zhang Ye had no intentions of skating. They merely wished to stroll. "Hey, that person looks rather familiar," Qin Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye turned to look, spotting a man and a woman gliding on the ice. The girl clearly struggled with her skating, while the man held her hand, offering guidance. "Do you know these two?" "That man appears quite aged," she inquired. "Not exactly acquaintances, though I have seen them around. They live next door, and while he seems rather mature, he remains unmarried. It appears he is now seeking a partner." "Unmarried? He should be of considerable age, then?" "Indeed. He is no spring chicken. He works as a chef at the steel factory, and I have heard he is quite adept in the kitchen." As they spoke, the couple drifted further away. Qin Feng paid little mind to Shaju's quest for companionship, ever since he had taken in Qin Huairu. The outcome of Shaju's romantic endeavors had been all but predetermined. In the original narrative, Shaju had sought partners on multiple occasions, but Qin Huairu's constant interference had thwarted his chances of marriage. Now that Qin Huairu had remarried, it was unrealistic for Shaju to still harbor thoughts of her. Thus, with Qin Feng having taken Qin Huairu under his wing, his mission was essentially fulfilled. The only uncertainty lay in the quality of Shaju's life. but the circumstances depicted in the original story were unlikely to repeat themselves. After a leisurely stroll, Qin Feng and Zhang Ye decided to find a restaurant specializing in lamb hot pot. Meanwhile, Shaju was at the park teaching Ran Xiuyue how to skate. And as Qin Feng had observed, their relationship was rapidly blossoming. Given their ages, it was quite reasonable for their bond to develop swiftly, especially in the context of contemporary societal expectations for young women. Both were genuinely invested in each other, and thus, it was entirely natural for their connection to flourish. Shaju and Ran Xiuyue enjoyed a meal together, though it was modest, as Shaju was not financially well off. He had previously invested his savings in the Jia family and was currently facing monetary constraints. Fortunately, Ran Xiuyue was not particularly materialistic, and their meal, while simple, was filled with joy. As is often the case, moments of happiness seemed to slip away all too quickly. After bidding farewell to Ran Xiuyue, Shaju returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he wondered why Uncle Yin Fugue was not at the front gate. When he reached the central courtyard, he discovered that everyone was gathered there. What is going on? Are we having a meeting today? Shaju jested at the sight of the assembly. Juzi is back. Hurry and find a seat. The meeting is starting, Uncle Yi Zhonghai called out to him. All right, no problem. Let us continue. Today, Uncle Yin Fugue's wheel has gone missing, and everyone has been searching the vicinity without success. Hence this meeting to discuss the matter. What is there to discuss? With so many people unable to find it. What is the point of this meeting? Shaju thought to himself, amused by the situation. What do you mean, what is the point? It's important to remind everyone to stay vigilant and see if anyone has any leads to share, he countered. Uncle Lu Haizhong seemed particularly eager for the meeting, relishing the opportunity to assume an authoritative role. Uncle Lu is quite articulate today. Impressive. Shaju complimented him. All right, let us not digress. Has anyone noticed anything that could be relayed to Uncle Three? The crowd exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak, but there were indeed no leads to discuss. The three elders, observing the silence, had no choice but to conclude the meeting and disperse. Thus, the matter rested there. Later, it was heard that Uncle Yin Fugue had reported the theft to the police, which caused Shaju some concern for a few days. However, once he realized there was no serious issue, he felt relieved. Ultimately, Uncle Yin Fugue had no choice but to purchase 2 new wheels, further straining the Yin family's already precarious financial situation. This was recounted by Yuli to Qin Feng during their time together. Qin Feng received a letter from home, which included a response regarding his engagement with Zhang Ye. The entire family expressed their delight, and upon learning that both sets of parents were to meet, Qin's father and mother were equally overjoyed, mentioning that they would travel over the weekend. After receiving the letter, Qin Feng spoke briefly with Director Zhang. Uncle, my father has replied. They will come over by car this weekend. How about we head directly to Quanju for some roast duck? All right. As long as your parents can come, we have no objections on our side. Well then, that sounds good. The next day arrived, marking the weekend. Qin Feng arrived early at the bus station, eagerly watching as his parents disembarked from the vehicle. Dad, Mom, I'm over here. Upon hearing their youngest son's words, Qin's father and mother were equally stirred and approached him with excitement. Their son was to be wed. And to a city dweller at that, this was indeed a matter of great pride. The villagers, aware of the day's events and the impending union, were filled with envy and admiration. Qin Feng brought his parents to Quanju, where Zhang Ye and her parents had already arrived. Mom, Dad, this is Zhang Ye, and these are her father and mother. Uncle, Aunt, these are my parents. Director Zhang noticed Qin's father's unease and promptly took his hand. Haha, my old friend. You have raised a wonderful son. Come, let us sit. Today marks the meeting of our 2 families, all for the sake of our children. Do not feel constrained. Make yourselves comfortable. Oh, we are just farmers, lacking in sophistication. Please do not mind us. Nowadays, we, the working class, are the masters of our own fate. We are all family here. After a while of conversation, the 2 families finally bridged their differences and, upon discussion, settled on a wedding date in May. The meeting of the parents was a resounding success. After the meal, as they sent Qin's parents home, the elderly couple held Zhang Ye and offered their heartfelt advice, clearly showing their fondness for their future daughter-in-law. They had initially intended to have the elderly couple stay for a while, but the couple insisted on returning home, stating that there were matters to attend to, especially with their eldest daughter-in-law expecting. They expressed their intention to come and care for her when Qin Feng and his wife were expecting in the future. Chapter 49. Yuli. Qin Huairu's pregnancy. Since the meeting of both parents, The engagement had been solidified. For the first time, Qin Feng felt a sense of belonging to a family, distinct from the feeling he had with his parents, embodying the essence of establishing a home of his own. Although he often spent time with Yu Li and Qin Huairu, the inability to present themselves publicly rendered the experience quite different. Wednesday, after Qin Feng finished his task at the office, noticing a lull in his responsibilities, he decided to ride his bicycle to Lu Hai Hudong. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he observed the gate ajar, indicating that Yu Li had already arrived. As he stepped inside, he spotted Yu Li rolling up her sleeves, diligently wiping surfaces with a cloth. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she hurried over to greet him. "Xiao Feng, you're back," she exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. Did you miss me?" Qin Feng teased as he embraced Yu Li, who buried her head into his chest and nodded softly. "Yes, I missed you," she replied. Qin Feng gently lifted Yu Li into his arms and made his way towards the main house. "What are we waiting for? I have missed you too. Let us hurry." 2 hours later, as they lay in bed, Qin Feng held Yu Li close, engaging her in conversation. "Xiao Feng, why has it taken so long? My belly remains quiet. Do not fret. It is likely a matter of fate not yet arriving," he reassured her. "Well, I suppose. Yin Jieqing has been taking medicine daily, yet there seems to be no change. Since his father introduced him to a master, he has started working as an intern at the factory. Although he has earned some money, he must give half to his father. And he has been borrowing money for his medication from him as well. I remember seeing Yin Jieqing at the factory once. He seems to be learning how to be a machinist under your master in the first workshop, correct?" Qin Feng pondered, recalling the encounter. "Yes, that's right. He is not at home now. I come here every day, so if you miss me, you must come to find me," Yu Li cooed, snuggling closer to Qin Feng, who felt a warmth in his heart at her affection. "Stop teasing. If you keep this up, I shall make you unable to get out of bed." Qin Feng playfully swatted Yu Li's backside. After a bout of laughter and merriment, Qin Feng got up to dress. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to the steel mill, as he could not afford to be absent for an entire day. It must be said that Yu Li did not compare to Qin Huairu in this regard. After their intimate moments, regardless of his exhaustion, Qin Huairu would tenderly ensure everything was tidy. Yu Li, however, lacked this notion, but her charm was distinctly alluring in its own right. In the following days, apart from idling at work, Qin Feng occasionally ventured to Lu Hai Hudong to see Yu Li. Every night, he stealthily made his way to the black market, preparing for the impending marriage. Now that he possessed a bicycle, he could manage larger purchases through deputy factory directly. But many everyday necessities and a fair number of tickets were still required. Thus, each evening, he would disguise himself and peruse the black market, sometimes buying items, other times leaving empty-handed. On Saturday night, Qin Feng chose not to return to his home in Nenluo Guxiang, but instead arrived at Baicong Hutong. Having ridden directly over, he found that Qin Huairu had yet to arrive. Upon entering the courtyard, he carried the pork and vegetables he had brought into the kitchen. Feeling in high spirits, Qin Feng decided to prepare a meal, hoping to enjoy a delightful dinner with Qin Huairu. Qin Feng meticulously cleaned and diced the pork belly into chunks, immersing them in cold water within a pot. He added slices of ginger and a splash of cooking wine, blanching the meat before draining it. In the pan, he poured a modest amount of oil and introduced an appropriate quantity of rock sugar, gently sauteed it over low heat until it developed a caramelized hue. The pork belly pieces were then added, stir-fried until evenly colored, followed by the addition of scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, which were sauteed to release their fragrant aromas. Soy sauce was incorporated, and the mixture was stirred thoroughly. He then added warm water, sufficient to submerge the meat, bringing it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to a simmer for 40 to 50 minutes until the meat became tender and the sauce thickened. Finally, he seasoned it with salt and MSG, intensifying the flavor and finishing by reducing the sauce over high heat. Just as Qin Feng plated the dish, Qin Huairu entered the room. Qin Huairu was taken aback as she observed Qin Feng emerging from the kitchen, bearing a platter of food, astonished by his unusually high spirits. "What has prompted such joy today? Previously, when I expressed a desire for a dish prepared by your hand, you adamantly refused. Yet today, you have taken it upon yourself to cook," she exclaimed. "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. I am merely in high spirits. In these times, is there anything more vital than happiness? All that is left is for you to bear me a fine, chubby little one. Do make an effort, will you?" Qin Huairu shot Qin Feng a glance before stepping into the room to change her clothes. After washing her hands, she joined him for dinner. Wanting that chubby little boy, What's the use of my efforts alone? You should apply yourself too, she remarked. All right, understood. I shall also strive, Qin Feng replied. How have you been feeling in the logistics department lately? Has anyone made things difficult for you? He inquired with concern. Who would trouble me? You introduced me there. And the director has also given a heads up. How could anyone possibly make things difficult for me? She reassured him. That's good to hear. If anything comes up, do let me know. It's not easy for me to keep an eye on you at the factory, Qin Feng expressed unease. Yes, all right, I understand. Qin Huairu responded while eating. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Ugh, ugh. Qin Feng quickly rose to his feet and gently patted Qin Huairu on the back. What is the matter? Why do you still feel nauseous? I don't know. I just suddenly feel a bit queasy. And my period hasn't arrived this month. Do you think I might be pregnant? Qin Huairu, possessing a degree of experience, sensed that this sensation was reminiscent of previous instances and began to speculate. Really? We were just discussing this, and now it's happening. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. If it turns out that I am indeed expecting, that would be wonderful. Qin Feng joyfully clapped his hands. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the two retired to bed, as Qin Huairu's condition necessitated a restful night. It was imperative to take precautions given the possibility of pregnancy. Early the next morning, Qin Feng, disguised as Lin Feng, took Qin Huairu to Hongxing Hospital for an examination. Once the results confirmed the pregnancy, they brought the news to courtyard number 85. In the yard, they shared the joyful news of Qin Huairu's pregnancy. And everyone offered their congratulations, as it was indeed a moment of celebration. Uncle Yi Zhonghai's gaze shifted slightly upon learning of Qin Huairu's pregnancy, for he himself had not yet been blessed with children. On Wednesday, when Qin Feng encountered Yuli, she expressed her envy regarding the situation, for it was indeed remarkable that Qin Huairu, having recently remarried, was expecting again. Unbeknownst to Yuli, the child was actually Qin Feng's, which added a layer of complexity to her feelings towards him. Some matters unfold unexpectedly. While they were enjoying a meal, Yuli suddenly felt nauseous, reminiscent of Qin Huairu's earlier experiences. Unfortunately, Yuli could not have Qin Feng accompany her to the hospital. She had to go alone. Qin Feng waited anxiously in the courtyard of Luhai Alley, and when Yuli returned, beaming with the test results, he eagerly stood up. How did it go? Are you expecting? He inquired with palpable anxiety. Yes, Yuli replied with a smile. Truly? That is wonderful. Qin Feng exclaimed, embracing Yuli in his joy. Yes, I am indeed pregnant, and I am so happy. She replied. Chapter 50. Shaju proposes after spending some time in Luhai Alley. Yuli returned to the courtyard with her test results. Upon entering, she found Uncle Yin Fugue at the door, keeping watch. What do you do every day? You never help your mother tidy up the house, he grumbled upon seeing her return. I'm out working. Otherwise, how would we eat? Yuli retorted, feeling a surge of frustration about the daily chores and the inadequate meals. Now that I have this good fortune, let us see what you will do about it. You wouldn't understand, would you? Working? What kind of work are you doing? Have you even earned any money? He continued, dismissively. Enough of this. I have something to discuss during dinner tonight, he concluded, changing the subject. After Yuli finished speaking, she returned to her room. Uncle Yin Fugue observed Yuli's demeanor and felt a surge of anger within, yet he found himself at a loss for how to address the issue with his daughter-in-law. He resolved to have a serious conversation with his son, Yin Jieqing, upon his return from work, intending to urge him to better manage his wife's affairs. During dinner that evening, Uncle Yin Fugue broached the subject with Yin Jieqing, expressing his frustration about Yuli's daily absences and her lack of assistance at home. Yuli, witnessing this exchange, felt a sense of helplessness as the days seemed to revolve around incessant complaints. Yuli, why not lend a hand at home and help your mother-in-law with tidying up? Yin Jieqing suggested, though he too felt powerless to change the situation. Yuli retorted, I go out to find work. I am not idly sitting around every day. Why shouldn't I be allowed to earn a living? She then added, moreover, I need to mention that I am unwell and visited the hospital for a checkup. As soon as Yuli mentioned her hospital visit, Uncle Yin Fugue muttered disapprovingly about the expense, lamenting, today's youth rush to the hospital at the slightest headache or cold, unaware of the need to save money. How do they expect to manage life this way? Yuli felt a pang of discomfort at Uncle Yin Fugue's words. After all, should one not seek medical attention when feeling unwell? Though dissatisfaction brewed within her, she refrained from voicing it. The examination results indicate that I am pregnant. Here's the report, Yuli declared, producing the test results from her pocket and placing them on the table. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing was overwhelmed with joy. He eagerly snatched the report and scrutinized it, astonished that despite his own inability to conceive, he was blessed with the news that his wife was expecting. It seemed that heaven had not forsaken him after all. Uncle Yin Fugue and Aunt Yin looked at Yuli in astonishment, seeking confirmation of the news. After all, it had been a persistent concern that, despite their lengthy marriage, Yin Jieqing and Yuli had yet to have children. If she were truly pregnant, it would indeed be a divine blessing. Yes, it is true. I am pregnant, and I am having a son, Yin Jieqing exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. Sharing his delight with Uncle Yin Fugue and Aunt Yin, the younger members of the Yin family chimed in, excitedly asking if they would soon become uncles and aunts. Yuli, since you are expecting, it would be best if you refrained from working outside. I can take care of you at home, especially now that Jieqing is employed. Your contribution is no longer necessary, Aunt Yin gently suggested to Yuli. In truth, the norms of the era typically allowed pregnant women to work. But the Yin family had longed for a grandchild for so long that they welcomed the news with open arms. I don't mind finding some light work. But the doctor has advised that I am currently malnourished, and the child's development is not optimal. If I do not take care, there could be risks for the baby. Thus, we must improve the household diet, Yuli concluded. Upon hearing the news of a shift in their household's dietary provisions, the venerable Yin Fugue was initially reluctant, realizing that it would incur additional expenses. Nevertheless, when he thought of his eldest grandson, he felt he had no choice but to acquiesce. Yan's wife, sensing his sentiments, echoed his thoughts, indicating her agreement. After this exchange, Yuli retired to her room for rest, while Yin Jieqing remained behind, inviting the younger ones into the house. Parents, I've been taking medicine for a while now. It's because I suffered from the cold outside, and I must ensure the safety of this child. Otherwise, it would spell the end for me, he explained. The elderly couple grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing his words, with Yan's wife expressing her concern. Jieqing, what does the doctor say? Is there hope for a cure? She inquired. I'm not certain. For now, I'm just following the prescribed medication, he replied. At this moment, Yin Fugue and his wife could no longer afford to overlook the matter. Initially dissatisfied with the notion of enhancing their meals, Yin Fugue had intended to merely voice his objections without taking action. However, circumstances had now compelled him to relent. Since Yuli and Qin Huairu had become pregnant, the Jia family, benefiting from Lin Feng's status, had been blessed with an abundance of food. The children, Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, were overjoyed at the prospect of welcoming siblings, and with the improvement in their diet, the household atmosphere flourished. Yuli had conveyed her need for nutritional supplementation and an enhanced diet to Yin Fugue, who, ever calculating, had only improved Yuli's provisions while the rest continued to subsist on bland corn porridge and steamed buns, sometimes even worse. This left the younger ones, including Yin Jieqing, feeling quite disheartened. Though there was an improvement, Yin Fugue's character did not lend itself to generosity, especially concerning meat. Thus, Yuli would frequently visit Luhai Hutong, where Qin Feng would prepare meals for her, ensuring she received adequate nourishment. As time passed, over a month slipped by. During this period, Qin Feng enjoyed leisurely strolls around the city on weekends with Zhang Yamen, indulging in delightful culinary experiences. Meanwhile, Shaju was in high spirits. Buoyed by the joyous developments in his relationship with Ran Shiyue, he faced Su Demao's provocations with newfound composure, especially since Su had been frequently away from the village, leaving Shaju to relish his contentment. Shiyue, you know my family lacks adult supervision. I truly appreciate you. What do you think of me? He asked. Oh, if I didn't think you were worthwhile, why would I be spending time with you? Ran Shiyue retorted playfully, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Really? Would you consider marrying me? Shaju blurted out in excitement. Oh dear, that is not how one proposes. You ought to come and formally ask for my hand, she admonished. And Shaju, smacking his forehead, finally comprehended her meaning. Very well, I shall prepare myself and come to your house tonight. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shaju contemplated seeking the guidance of an elder, for he was utterly clueless. Thus, he placed the gifts he had purchased at home and made his way to Mr. Yi Zhonghai's residence. Mr. Yi, are you at home? Indeed, I am, Shaju. Come in. After entering and settling down, Shaju spoke to Mr. Yi Zhonghai. Today, I wish to ask for your assistance in a matter. I have found a partner and wish to formally propose. But I lack any elders in my family to accompany me. I hope you can assist me. Mr. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. What? Shaju, you intend to propose? I had no idea. Yes, we have been seeing each other for some time now, and it has been going splendidly, so we have decided to marry. The lady in question is a teacher at Hongxing Primary School. She has visited our courtyard before, as she is the instructor of bonging. Realizing that he could not interfere, given the length of their relationship, Mr. Yi Zhonghai acquiesced. Assisting Shaju would not only solidify their bond, but also maintain the goodwill in their relationship. No problem. I have watched you grow since childhood, and as you embark on this engagement, I shall certainly help you. Let us go. Chapter 51. Delivering invitations and receiving gifts. Shaju returned home, carrying the gifts he had previously purchased, and accompanied Mr. Yi Zhonghai to Ran Qiuyue's residence. Mr. Yi. Once we arrive, what should I say? I feel a bit anxious and fear that something may go awry. Shaju expressed his nervousness as they walked. Do not fret, Shaju. You have spent considerable time with the young lady. You should know each other well enough by now. Just answer honestly. We are but ordinary folks. There is no need for excessive formality, Mr. Yi Zhonghai reassured him candidly. He then added, perhaps with a hint of caution, Shaju. It is essential that we assess the young lady's family situation, as that warrants attention. If her family is not well off, it may lead to difficulties for you in the future. Shaju merely nodded, oblivious to the deeper implications of Mr. Yi Zhonghai's words. His mind consumed with the joy of impending marriage. After a short while, the pair arrived at the Ran residence, where the family promptly welcomed them. Shaju, you have come. What have you brought? You need not have gone to such trouble, Mr. Ran remarked, noticing the gifts Shaju carried. Enough of that. Let us not delay. Please. Have Shaju and Mr. Yi take a seat. And may I ask, who is this? Ran's mother hurriedly invited Shaju and Uncle Yi Zhonghai to sit down and inquired about Uncle's well-being. Oh, by the way, this is our neighbor, Uncle Yi Zhonghai. Since my father passed away, he has been quite supportive of me. Today is particularly important, so I sought Uncle's assistance in my proposal. Ah, I see. Greetings. I appreciate your help concerning the two children, Uncle Yi responded. Upon hearing this, Ran's father promptly expressed his gratitude. Not at all. Shaju has grown up under my watch. So it's only natural for me to assist in such matters, Uncle Yi replied, feeling reassured by the demeanor of the Ran family. After all, he hoped that Shaju would help care for him in his old age. Financially secure from years of frugality, he had saved a considerable amount. Yet he desired companionship to see him through his final days. Let us discuss the marriage of the two children. Shaju is quite fond of your daughter Qiuyue, and I assure you will treat her well. What is the bride price? My daughter also holds Shaju in high regard and has mentioned him frequently. We are not selling our daughter, so a bride price of 10 yuan will suffice. When they marry, Qiuyue can bring it back for their living expenses. That sounds agreeable. As for the wedding date, you may choose a suitable day, and Shaju can come to escort her, Uncle Yi said, succinctly clarifying the arrangement for Shaju and Ran Qiuyue's union. If Qin Feng's task had a progress bar, it would surely be at 80 or 90% by now. Though he remained oblivious to the current situation. After concluding their discussions, the two parties bid farewell, as it was getting late. On the way home, Shaju radiated excitement. And Uncle Yi sensed the opportunity before him. Shaju, today we have finalized your engagement. Soon, you will be preparing for marriage. I understand you may not have much money at hand, so I will cover the cost of the wedding banquet. Shaju was deeply grateful upon hearing this. Having already received significant assistance from Uncle Yi today, and the prospect of further support filled him with appreciation. Qin Feng continued to diligently execute his preparations for marriage, often taking the opportunity to wander through the black market in search of necessary items. Meanwhile, at the steel mill, the daily routine remained unchanged, with Deputy Director Li, who had initially hoped to promote Qin Feng due to the pill incident, finding himself unable to do so. Ultimately, Qin Feng, seeking stability after a tumultuous decade, declined the offer, prompting Deputy Director Li to accommodate his other requests as best as he could. Director, are you busy? After finishing his tasks in the office, Qin Feng made his way to the director's office. Ah, young Qin, it's a rare visit. You never come by unless I call for you. Deputy Director Li remarked with a hint of reproach. Haha, I was merely concerned about interrupting your important work. Given all the effort you put into our steel mill, how could I dare to disturb you? Qin Feng was aware that Deputy Director Li's complaints were merely superficial, and he felt no apprehension. Haha. You certainly have a way with words. Now tell me, what brings you here today? Qin Feng retrieved a customized invitation from his pocket and presented it to Deputy Factory Director Li with both hands. Indeed, there is an occasion of significance approaching. In a few days, on May 20th, I shall be celebrating my wedding, and I sincerely hope the director can be present to witness this momentous event. Deputy Factory Director Li, upon receiving the invitation, expressed his surprise, exclaiming, Oh, Xiaoqin, so you are getting married. Which fortunate girl has captured your heart? Hee hee. It is Zhangya, the daughter of our department head. We have been seeing each other for some time now. Haha. Old Zhang has been biding his time here. He truly has discerning taste. Alas, I have no daughter, so it seems I shall have to concede this one to him, Deputy Factory Directorly remarked, rummaging through his drawer to produce several tickets, which he then handed to Qin Feng. Here, take these. Since you're getting married, I have nothing else to offer as a token of my congratulations. The bicycle ticket I previously gave you, along with these tickets for a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio, are my wedding gifts to you. Please do not refuse. Let us not stand on ceremony. Noticing Qin Feng's inclination to decline, Deputy Factory Directorly promptly intervened. Very well, Director, I shall not be polite then. Indeed, that's more like it. Why would you be formal with me? As Qin Feng accepted the gifts, the sincerity of the smile on Deputy Factory Director Li's face became evident, for he feared the rejection of his gesture. Well then, Director, I shall not delay you further. It is imperative that you attend my wedding. Your presence is essential for the ceremony. Rest assured, I shall certainly be there. You can count on me for the officiating, he assured with utmost confidence. After Qin Feng and Deputy Factory Directorly made their agreement, he proceeded to warehouse number 3. Sister Huairu, are you there? Ah, Xiaofeng, I'm here. What brings you over? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Huairu was filled with joy. If you have a moment, please come to my office. I need to discuss something with you. All right, you head back first, and I shall join you shortly. Before long, Qin Huairu arrived at Qin Feng's office. As soon as she entered, she was embraced by Qin Feng. Careful now, do pay attention to the baby. Qin Feng gently caressed Qin Huairu's belly, noting that it was still not very noticeable. Perhaps in another month it will become more apparent, he mused. Qin Huairu, with a maternal glow illuminating her face, mirrored his gesture, her hand resting on her abdomen. By the way, Xiaofeng, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I still have work to attend to and cannot afford to return late. Moreover, you mustn't exert yourself with me. It's too risky. Am I that kind of person? He replied, somewhat playfully. This is the wedding on the 20th, and I intended to have Shaju as the head chef. I was hoping you could assist me in this matter. Oh, that? No problem. I will speak on your behalf. Well then, that settles it. Just keep any negative emotions at bay. It would not be good for the child, Qin Feng advised with concern as he continued to stroke her belly. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I understand all of this. Besides, I still have a child to think about. I am not afraid, she reassured him. That's good to hear. Chapter 52. Preparing for the city that evening. Upon returning to the courtyard after work, Qin Huairu heard the voices of Shaju and the third uncle, Yin Fuguwei, chatting before she even stepped inside. Due to the inventory intake, she had returned later than usual, trailing behind Shaju, who typically was the last to arrive home. Shaju, I heard you got engaged over the weekend. Why didn't you ask your third uncle for assistance? Yin Fuguwei remarked, his tone lighthearted. I come from a scholarly family. If I had accompanied you, it would have certainly elevated your standing, especially since I am a colleague of Teacher Ran and could have spoken on your behalf. Shaju scoffed. Third uncle, you and your scholarly lineage. You're merely a teacher. Besides, when I previously sent you gifts hoping for your help and introductions, what did you accomplish? Did you even promote me? Yin Fuguwei flushed slightly at Shaju's words, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It's not that I haven't been helpful. It's just that the arrangements haven't been made yet. Isn't fate just around the corner? Third uncle, how can you have such an excuse? This seems rather unbecoming of you, especially for someone of your standing in the courtyard. As Qin Huairu spoke, she passed through the shadow wall and entered. I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely arrived at the doorway and overheard your conversation. Qin Huairu noticed both individuals looking at her and hastily clarified that she had no intention of spying. Ah, Sister Qin, we are certainly aware that speaking at the door invites listeners. Is it not natural? Shaju replied nonchalantly. Ah, but let us not dwell on this, Uncle San. I am heading back for dinner. Uncle San, Yin Fuguwei, blushed at Qin Huairu's acknowledgement. It was rather embarrassing, after all. He was the steward of the courtyard, yet found himself coveting another's possessions. Shaju watched as Uncle San Yin Fuguwei fled in haste and called after him, Uncle San. My elder brother previously assisted me in courting. Now that the matter is settled, they intend to help me arrange a banquet since I have no parents. If not, could you lend me a hand? Upon hearing this, Uncle San Yin Fuguwei fled even faster. Haha, that Uncle San. Come, Sister Qin, let us return home for dinner. Indeed. I have yet to congratulate you. Zhuzi, you are soon to be wed. How wonderful. Once married, you will have someone to care for you when you return home. While Shaju was no longer infatuated with Qin Huairu, he still held her in high regard. Ah, thank you, Sister Qin. I have heard that you are with child. Please take care of yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin Huairu observed the carefree demeanor of Shaju and felt a sense of relief. Having followed Qin Feng, she would have felt quite guilty if Shaju remained unmarried. Haha, very well, Shaju. Rest assured, Sister Qin will not stand on ceremony with you. There is something I need your assistance with. Remember that charming young man, my relative, who visited our home. He is getting married on May 20th. And as he works at the steel mill and is aware of your exceptional culinary skills, he wishes for you to be the head chef at the wedding banquet. He is offering a wage of 10 yuan. What do you think, Shaju? Upon hearing this, Shaju thought it was a trivial matter, merely cooking after all. What is the big deal? No problem, leave this to me. All right, I appreciate your help. No worries, just focus on the preparations. Aside from attending to his job, Qin Feng devoted his days to procuring wedding supplies, nearly overlooking the matter of his sister-in-law's impending childbirth. Fortunately, a letter arrived at home, reminding him of this pressing issue. Consequently, Qin Feng hurried back on the weekend of May 13th, accompanied by his mother and sister-in-law to the city. Qin Feng approached the head of the inpatient department at Hongqing Hospital, leveraging his connections to secure a bed for his sister-in-law. This relationship was established through previous interactions involving acupuncture and medicinal pills, showcasing his adeptness at forging bonds. After arranging a comfortable stay for his sister-in-law, Qin Feng entrusted the nurse with her care, while he escorted his mother back to their residence in Nanluo Guxiang. It was Qin Mother's first visit. During her last trip to meet the in-laws, time constraints had prevented her from coming over. Mother, this is the courtyard belonging to my sister-in-law, Huairu. After her remarriage, Lin Feng also acquired a property, so whenever he is away, Huairu stays here. When he returns for the weekend, she goes to him, Qin Feng explained. Oh, is Huairu not here at the moment? She certainly has faced her share of challenges, Qin Mother remarked, glancing at the courtyard. Indeed, but things have improved now. Her husband treats her exceedingly well and earns a substantial income. Moreover, Huairu is currently expecting, which is wonderful news, he replied. Yes. It seems she has endured hardship only to find joy at last, Qin Mother agreed. Not straying far, Qin Feng gestured towards his own courtyard, introducing it to his mother. Mother, this is where I reside. It's not far from the factory, and I was fortunate to be assigned a nice house. The west wing is ours. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Feng pointed out the west wing. What a lovely place. Truly impressive, Qin Mother exclaimed. Reflecting on her younger son's accomplishments and moving to the city, Xiao Qin, who is this? Old man Wang Hai, upon hearing commotion from the front yard, approached and inquired upon spotting Qin Feng. Uncle Wang, this is my mother. My sister-in-law has come to the city to give birth, and my mother is here to assist her. I wanted to show her my house, but I hadn't found the time until now, Qin Feng replied. Ah, so this is your mother. Greetings, greetings. I am Wang Hai, the caretaker of this courtyard, Old man Wang said, extending his hand to shake hands with Qin Mother. Hello, Uncle Wang. If my son has any matters to attend to in the courtyard, I'll be counting on your assistance, Qin Mother said. Not a problem at all. We look out for one another here. Just reach out to me if there is anything you need, he assured her. Qin Feng observed that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion and decided to shift the topic. Uncle, we have matters to attend to. So let us postpone our discussion for today. During this period, my mother will be staying here, and we can converse again when time permits. Haha, very well. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave. When your dear wife has the time, do come over to my home for a visit. After Qin Feng and his mother entered the house, his mother remarked, the people in your courtyard seem quite amiable. I had heard that the residents of this city are rather cunning and difficult to get along with, but those in your courtyard have proven to be quite pleasant. Indeed, during my time here, they have taken good care of me. This courtyard is rather nice, though the situation in Sister Huairu's courtyard is a bit more complicated. Qin Feng replied. Ah, it's all about survival. Well, let us be off. Your sister-in-law is alone in the hospital, and I worry for her. You can just take a look today. There will be ample opportunities in the future. All right, let us go. We want to be cooking today. We'll grab some takeout from a restaurant nearby and sample their dishes instead. Perfect. Today, I shall indulge alongside you. And let us bring back something nutritious for your sister-in-law, who is carrying quite a burden now. Absolutely, no problem at all. Chapter 53. Double joy. After they collected the meals from the roadside, the two arrived at Hongqing Hospital. Seeing that his sister-in-law was faring well, They felt relieved. Sister-in-law, come over. I brought you some fish soup to replenish your strength, Qin Feng called out as he arranged the food. Yes, do come. Xiao Feng brought takeout from the restaurant. Let us see how their food measures up, his mother added, handing her sister-in-law a spoon and chopsticks. Thank you so much. Xiao Feng, you've been so attentive. We could have managed with something simple. There's no need to buy from a restaurant, she replied modestly. It's no trouble at all. Since you're here today, let us enjoy something special. We can always have my mother cook for you later. We have plenty at home. Indeed, once you've given birth, I'll take you to visit Xiao Feng's home. Oh, that house is truly splendid. It's no wonder that those who once held office would reside there. Is that so? I must see it when the time comes, she exclaimed. Not to worry. We will go together then. The meal brought joy to all three, and Qin Feng's mother remarked, Ah, there's just something about restaurant food. It's indeed quite distinct. Isn't it just? This is what people pay for. If the food were unappetizing, who would choose to dine out? Qin Feng responded. Indeed. You're right. Mother, don't overexert yourself. Please, take a moment to rest, he urged. It's nothing. There's just a bit of work to be done. In the following days, whenever Qin Feng had the time, aside from visiting Yu Li in Lu Hai Alley, he would check on his sister-in-law at the hospital to see if she needed anything. On May 18th, a Friday, while Qin Feng was at the office contemplating whether he had prepared enough for the wedding banquet, someone from the security department knocked on the door. Comrade Qin Feng, there is someone outside who has come to inform you that your sister-in-law is about to give birth. You need to go to the hospital immediately. Upon hearing those words, Qin Feng promptly rose to his feet and departed. I am immensely grateful to you. Please take this box of cigarettes back to share with the brothers. To spread some joy. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It is our duty. If you insist, I shall not be polite. Thank you very much. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance, bid farewell to the security personnel, and Qin Feng swiftly mounted his bicycle, racing towards Hongqing Hospital. In approximately 10 minutes, Qin Feng reached the hospital, secured his bicycle, and hurried towards the ward. Upon his arrival, the nurse was just preparing to wheel his sister-in-law into the operating room. Mom, I'm here. Am I late? No, you're just in time. Hurry, help push her over. All right, sister-in-law, do not worry. I have spoken with the director. And the doctor we found is the finest in the obstetrics and gynecology department, so you need not fret. Today, you shall bring a new member into the Qin family. His sister-in-law smiled weakly, beads of sweat on her forehead. Well, I am not worried. My circumstances are considerably better now, and there are many in the village who give birth at home without any issues. Once they entered the operating room, Qin Feng and his mother waited outside. Approximately 4 hours later, a nurse emerged holding a child. Congratulations! It's a boy. Upon hearing these words, Qin's mother beamed with joy and swiftly took the baby from the nurse's hands. Once her sister-in-law emerged from the operating room, Qin Feng promptly stepped out to prepare a meal. Fortunately, the previous fare had been quite satisfactory, which contributed to his sister-in-law's commendable recovery. Qin's mother observed that there were no significant matters at hand, and thus urged Qin Feng to return promptly, as he had preparations to make for the wedding in 2 days. Indeed, dear Feng, you should hasten back. I have no further concerns here, and mother will be with me. You are to wed the day after tomorrow, and our family is graced with double happiness. Let there be no oversight in your arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng realized that he truly held little utility in this matter, and thus concurred with the opinions of the two individuals. Qin Feng took another glance at the child, whose tiny form was adorned with wrinkled skin, rendering them rather unappealing. It was evident that they would require a few days to blossom into a more pleasing appearance. Observing his elder brother's child invoked thoughts of Yuli and Qin Huairu, both of whom were nurturing their own unborn offspring. In a few months, his own child would also grace this world, and inexplicably, the notion of the child's unattractiveness began to fade. The following day, Qin Feng arose early to freshen up. After returning from the hospital the previous day, he had taken a shower, and today he was to accompany Zhangye to obtain their marriage certificate, necessitating some preparation. After completing his morning routine, he prepared a simple meal of porridge, boiled 2 eggs, and complemented the fare with some pickled vegetables from home. The meal was rather unremarkable. Once he finished eating, he donned the Zhongshan suit he had previously purchased, slipped into his leather shoes, tidied his hair, and pushed his bicycle out the door. Xiao Feng, you look quite dapper today. We are eagerly anticipating your joyous celebration tomorrow. Indeed, you look exceptionally handsome today. Of course, Xiao Feng is invigorated by the spirit of joyous occasions. Haha, All right now, let us not tease him too much. He is in a bit of a hurry. Qin Feng hurriedly gestured for mercy to the crowd, pushing his bicycle as he ran. Upon arriving at Zhang Ye's home, he picked her up and headed to the street office. Yaya, did you bring the introduction letter? Of course, how could I forget? What about yours? Don't worry. I have it. You didn't bring yours. Haha, that simply won't do. I placed it in my pocket last night. Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the street office. After explaining their situation to the staff, the necessary paperwork was processed, and they were presented with a marriage certificate resembling a diploma. Xiaoqin, congratulations. Wishing you a joyful marriage, said Director Wang of the street office, who had come out to offer his felicitations upon learning of Qin Feng's purpose. Thank you, Director. Here, please enjoy some wedding candy. Qin Feng quickly retrieved some white rabbit milk candies from his pocket to share with the staff. My, you are quite generous. Haha, of course. With such a wonderful wife, how could I not splurge? Qin Feng replied proudly. After completing the formalities, he took Zhang Ye to the hospital to visit his mother, sister-in-law, and little nephew, where he shared the delightful news. They then returned to Zhang Ye's home, where Director Zhang and the others were back from work, and they all enjoyed a meal together. Qin Feng left early, needing to prepare for the wedding banquet the following day. Once home, he quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, just as he awoke, his mother returned from the hospital. Hurry and get ready. It's time to pick up Zhang Ye. Qin Feng had no objections, merely acquiescing to the task at hand. Under the guidance of the elder Wang Hai, the families in the courtyard began to gather their tables and chairs, placing them in the front yard. Meanwhile, the backyard was transformed into a makeshift kitchen. Qin Huairu, having arrived early with Shazhu, took charge of overseeing the women of the courtyard as they prepared the ingredients. For this occasion, Qin Feng had procured 60 pounds of pork, 6 hams, along with an array of fish and chicken. After 3 years, conditions had improved significantly. Otherwise, such a feast would have been unimaginable. Chapter 54. Setting the Banquet. After Qin Feng finished tidying up, he had a quick meal, donned his attire, and, pushing his bicycle, led the 2 young lads in the courtyard as they prepared to ride out to fetch Zhang Ye. Mother, I have already arranged for someone to pick up my father and elder brother. They should be back soon. I leave everything here in your capable hands. Oh, we are well aware of that. Hurry along and fetch my daughter-in-law. There is no need for your chatter here, Qin's mother remarked impatiently, busy with her own tasks. Waving her hand dismissively. Very well, I shall not trouble you further. I am off to retrieve Zhang Ye, Qin Feng replied, before pushing his bicycle through the gate. Oh. The groom is setting out to collect his bride. A group of children scampered around Qin Feng and his bicycle, their excitement palpable. Qin Feng also took out some candy from his pocket to share with the children. After leaving the alley, a few of them mounted their bicycles and set off. Upon arriving at Zhang Ye's home, everything was already prepared. Zhang Ye was adorned in a red coat and an embroidered dress, resembling a figure stepped out from the pages of a magazine. Qin Feng accompanied Zhang Ye, while the other 2 carried the wedding gifts and other items she was to take with her. After bidding farewell to Director Zhang, the group rode away. Bright red flowers tied to their handlebars. People lining the streets offered their congratulations, paying their respects to the procession. Soon enough, they reached the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang, where children who had been eagerly waiting called out and rushed back into the alley. Ah, the bride is here. The bride is here. The bride looks so beautiful. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin's father stepped out to ascertain the source of the noise, confirming that it was indeed Qin Feng returning. He gestured for Qin Shan to promptly ignite the firecrackers. The air was soon filled with the crackling sounds of fireworks. Both adults and children in the courtyard gathered eagerly, all wishing to catch a glimpse of Qin Feng's bride. Father, mother, we have returned. Wonderful, come inside quickly. Amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, Qin Feng carried Zhang Ye into the house. At the entrance, an elderly gentleman named Wang Hai had already set up a small table to collect the monetary gifts. At this moment, the contributions were mostly meager, some coins or even items. In the city, the situation was somewhat better, with neighbors in the courtyard typically offering around 50 cents to a yuan. Thus, when Deputy Factory Director Li arrived with a 10 yuan gift, it surprised everyone in the courtyard. Colleagues from the logistics department, familiar faces, also began to arrive one after another. As the time approached, Sha Zhu in the kitchen exerted all his culinary skills, preparing a delightful array of dishes that filled the courtyard with enticing aromas. Children gathered at the kitchen's edge, while their parents repeatedly fetched them back. Once the dishes were served, Qin Feng emerged with Zhang Ye. As the strains of the East is red played and images of great leaders were displayed. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, under the watchful eyes of these illustrious figures, Deputy Director Li officiated the wedding ceremony for Qin Feng and Zhang Ye. At this juncture, the wedding was relatively simple, lacking the complexities of future Western-style ceremonies and the solemnity of traditional Chinese weddings. After the ceremony concluded, the meal was laid out, featuring braised pork knuckles, roast chicken, and braised fish, enticing everyone to start dining. Thank you all for attending my wedding with Zhang Ye. Please enjoy the feast, Qin Feng proclaimed, raising his glass as he and Zhang Ye went from table to toast their guests. Ha! Congratulations, young Qin. Old Zhang. You are indeed fortunate to have such a fine young man, Deputy Director Li jested with Director Zhang. Indeed, my discernment has proven exceptional. My wife had her eye on Qin Feng since he first joined. See, I was right, Director Zhang replied, beaming with joy. Ha! You truly have a knack for this. They shared a hearty laugh. The meal brought joy to all, a rare feast not often encountered, even during the new year. Once everyone finished dining, little remained. Qin Feng had managed the portions well. He instructed everyone to take home some leftovers. Grateful for the support from the community, he remarked, Hello. Brother Zhu, you truly outdid yourself today. The food was exquisite. This is for you. Qin Feng and Qin Huairu sought out Sha Zhu to express their gratitude. Ha! It's nothing. You had everything well prepared, and with Sister Qin here, I couldn't possibly accept your money, Sha Zhu replied with a smile. Sha Zhu burst into laughter. No. This money is rightfully yours. You must take it, Qin Feng urged as he observed Sha Zhu's reluctance to accept. Indeed, Sha Zhu, please accept this money. If you refuse, it will weigh heavily on Xiaofeng's conscience. Moreover, if you decline today, how will you manage when neighbors approach you in the future? You cannot always work for free. Qin Huairu quickly added. Well, if you insist, Sister Qin, I truly hadn't noticed, Sha Zhu acknowledged, contemplating the potential implications of such a scenario, and thus accepted the offer. That's the spirit. Besides, Sha Zhu, your craftsmanship warrants far more than this 10 yuan. Accept it with peace of mind, Huairu encouraged. Yes, Brother Sha Zhu. Do not hesitate to take it. I hear you are soon to be wed. I shall certainly come to celebrate with a toast. Absolutely, you must come. And just call me Sha Zhu, everyone does. After Qin Feng had seen off all the guests, he returned to the room and observed his parents and elder brother conversing with Zhang Ye. Mom and Dad, please stay here for the night. We can manage with the space at home, he suggested. That is out of the question. Soon, I will take your father and elder brother to the hospital to visit the child. You need not worry. We will only be at the hospital for one night. And they will return tomorrow, Qin's mother quickly interjected. Indeed, let us follow your mother's suggestion. We shall go to see the child. You are getting married today, and it is best for us not to linger here, Qin's father hastily added. Qin Shan merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word. Qin Feng understood that they were reminiscing about his wedding night, which is why they chose not to stay here. Aware that he could not dissuade them, Qin Feng acquiesced. After escorting them out of the courtyard, they urged Qin Feng to return swiftly, with his mother assuring him that she knew the way back. Qin Feng returned to the room, observing Zhang Ye quietly seated in a chair, her delicate face flushed, radiating beauty. At long last, we are united in marriage. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Qin Feng approached and embraced Zhang Ye, cradling her gently in his arms. Indeed, in the years that lie ahead, I seek your wisdom. Zhang Ye gazed back at Qin Feng with profound affection. Qin Feng gazed at Zhang Ye, gradually lowering his head to kiss her. Chapter 55. Rescuing someone from the black market. An hour later, with her face flushed, Zhang Ye lay in Qin Feng's embrace, breathing heavily through slightly parted lips. How are you feeling? Is the pain any better? Qin Feng inquired with concern. Yes, it hurts a little, but it's manageable. I'm all right, she replied. Zhang Ye, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, felt an overwhelming shyness and softly replied. After a brief moment of recovery, she felt considerably better and struggled to rise, wiping herself down and assisting Qin Feng with tidying up. Once they had finished their tasks, the two embraced and fell asleep. The following morning, Qin Feng awoke early, tidied up a bit, and prepared breakfast. Noticing that Zhang Yu was still asleep, he refrained from waking her and began to eat alone. After finishing his meal, he rode his bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a hen. After all, today marked Zhang Ye's first experience, and it was essential to replenish her vitality, especially since she was not like Qin Huairu or Yuli, Upon returning, he observed that Zhang Ye showed no inclination to rise. So he entered the kitchen to start preparing chicken soup. First, Qin Feng cleaned the hen thoroughly and then gathered an appropriate amount of ginger slices, scallions, red dates, and goji berries as seasonings. At this time, it was fortunate that the hen he had purchased was free-range, unlike the feed-raised ones common in the future. He washed the chicken meat, cutting it into suitable chunks. Once the water boiled, he blanched the chicken in the boiling water to remove blood and impurities, then drained it for later use. The blanched chicken pieces, ginger slices, scallions, and other seasonings were placed into the pot, along with a generous amount of water. Qin Feng also added some herbal medicine, a practice he had learned during his studies of traditional Chinese medicine aimed at nourishing yin and supplementing yang. After bringing the clay pot to a vigorous boil, he reduced the heat and simmered it for 1 to 2 hours until the chicken was tender. While the soup simmered, Qin Feng returned to the living room to read a medical book. Over time, he had perused numerous medical texts, significantly enhancing his skills in traditional Chinese medicine. With the aid of his memory palace, he encountered no obstacles in his studies, resulting in his proficiency level now reaching 5. Based on his current understanding, the highest level of traditional Chinese medicine could reach around level 8. Some esteemed practitioners might attain this level, but anything beyond that seemed implausible, as the discipline had inevitably experienced gaps throughout its long history. Achieving a higher level was beyond the current circumstances. In recent days, Qin Feng and Zhang Ye had taken a marriage leave, a time that lacked such holidays. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was indifferent to the modest wages from the steel mill. His job provided security for navigating the tumultuous decade ahead, so he took 3 days off for their wedding day. Any more would have been excessive. After 2 hours, the enticing aroma of the chicken soup wafted throughout the house. In her slumber, Zhang Ye twitched her nose, as if catching a whiff of the delectable scent, and her little mouth began to smack softly. Qin Feng, sensing that it was nearly time to awaken, approached the bedside and gently patted Zhang Ye. "My dear wife, it is time to rise and partake in breakfast." Zhang Ye opened her eyes, still in a state of drowsiness, and gazed at Qin Feng, extending her arms towards him in a tender embrace. Qin Feng gently cradled Zhang Ye, patting her back as if soothing a child. "Are you awake? I have prepared some chicken soup. It's absolutely delicious." "Ah, I can already smell it. It's so fragrant. I'm quite hungry," she replied. "Then let us get you up quickly. I will serve you a bowl of chicken soup. Make sure to drink plenty. I added some traditional Chinese medicine. It will be very beneficial for you." "All right," Zhang Ye said, her spirits lifting as she savored the chicken soup Qin Feng brought her. "Wow, this is so delightful. There's a hint of medicinal flavor, yet it melds beautifully without being overpowering. Of course, this is a medicinal dish I researched. Such recipes were traditionally kept secret, passed down to men only. Drink more. It's especially good for you today, replenishing your energy." Feeling slightly embarrassed by his words, Zhang Ye replied, "Today, let us not go anywhere. I would prefer to stay home with you. Where would you like to go tomorrow? I'm open to anywhere, as long as you're by my side." For the next couple of days, Qin Feng devotedly accompanied Zhang Ye. They strolled through the vibrant city of Beijing, which, despite lacking notable attractions, was far less crowded than usual, rendering their time together enjoyable rather than tedious. On the final day of their holiday, after dinner, night fell, and they lay in bed, engrossed in conversation. "By the way, you should sleep early. I plan to take a trip to the black market and see if I can find anything worthwhile to bring back. Isn't there enough at home? What do you intend to buy?" "Just browsing. I might come across various supplies. The supply and marketing cooperative has a wide array, but everything requires tickets, so it's best to take a look." "Well, that's fine, but please be cautious. I've heard that area can be quite chaotic." "Don't worry. This isn't my first time." Many items from previous banquets were acquired from the black market. After exchanging a few more words, they succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, Qin Feng quietly rose, carefully dressing and noticing that Zhang Ye remained asleep. He exhaled in relief. After stealthily exiting the house, he walked toward the black market. "Are you buying or selling?" A figure emerged from the shadows, inquiring. "Buying." Upon seeing the visitor, Qin Feng exhibited no surprise and handed over 2 dimes. The visitor accepted the money without uttering a word and retreated back into the shadows. These individuals belonged to the black market. Purchasing items required a small fee, while selling them was devoid of charge. After all, they needed some sellers to attract attention, as the bulk of their business stemmed from their own goods. Qin Feng wandered through the black market, observing the abundance of vegetables that had emerged with the warming weather. He purchased a few, although there were no vendors selling meat today. The rising temperatures rendered meat less viable, leading to its scarcity. Ultimately, with no other options, Qin Feng acquired some vegetables and a selection of hard-to-find tickets. He also discovered 2 pieces of porcelain from the Qing dynasty at a stall. Although he lacked expertise in this area, the price was quite reasonable, so he decided to buy them, envisioning their future value. With his purchases in hand, Qin Feng exited the black market and made his way home. As he passed through an alley, he heard some unusual sounds. Initially, he intended to ignore the commotion, but sensing something amiss, he felt a pang of compassion. After all, having studied medicine, he believed in upholding a certain moral duty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there were no other individuals around, prompting him to hasten towards the source of the noise. "Everyone, I am here to help you. Please be cautious," he called out. The 3 individuals on the ground, upon hearing his approach, were filled with excitement. Having been beaten, they were utterly unable to rise. They could only wonder what might have happened had no one intervened. "Rest assured, we are listening." "Thank you, brother." Qin Feng observed that they still retained consciousness, which alleviated his concerns. He feared the worst, that they might be unaware of their injuries. He swiftly assessed the 3 individuals and discovered that they had sustained grave injuries, including fractured ribs. Qin Feng could only realign the broken ribs for them, tending to their other wounds with the medicinal ointment he fortuitously carried with him. Without it, he would have been at a loss. After treating their injuries, Qin Feng rose and made his way home. Chapter 56. The 3 visitors. After Qin Feng healed the 3 individuals, he did not linger but promptly returned home, refraining from inquiring about their identities or revealing his own. It was merely an act of spontaneous kindness. Upon arriving home and placing the items he had purchased, he heard Zhang Ye's voice. "Fengge, you're back?" Qin Feng was also quite astonished. When he left, Zhang Ye had indeed been asleep. "Well, you're back. Why are you still awake?" "I just woke up and saw you weren't here, so I thought I would wait for you." "All right then, but please don't do this in the future. We have work tomorrow, so you should hurry and get some rest." Qin Feng shed his clothes and nestled into the quilt, embracing Zhang Ye as he murmured, "Hold me as you sleep." Zhang Ye nestled closer into Qin Feng's embrace. The 2 exchanged no further words and soon drifted into slumber. In the alley, the 3 individuals whom Qin Feng had tended to, after he departed, took a moment to recuperate. Once the pain in their bodies subsided slightly, they sat up, leaning against the wall side by side. "Gongzi, this time we truly messed up. Damn it, we must find a way to take revenge on those fellows," grumbled a burly man. "Enough, fatty. We have indeed overstepped this time. Facing repercussions is to be expected. However, their actions have been excessive, and we shall seek retribution once our injuries heal. That guy earlier mentioned our ribs are broken, so we'll need time to recover," replied the man referred to as Gongzi. Gongzi, whose real name was Wang Gang, had struggled to find employment due to family circumstances, thus resorting to dealing in contraband with a few childhood friends to make ends meet. The other 2 were Fatty, the robust man who had just spoken, known for his physical prowess despite his lack of intellect, and Mouse, who was his complete opposite, physically frail but adept at gathering intelligence. Previously, their successes in the black market were largely due to Mouse's information, yet this time they had been outsmarted, leaving Mouse unusually silent. "All right, Mouse, let this be a lesson learned. We've been a bit too carefree lately. A wake-up call is beneficial," Gongzi said, observing Mouse's silence. Aware that he was feeling guilty over the misstep, he hastened to offer comfort. "Indeed, Mouse, everyone makes mistakes. We're brothers, there's no need for silence. I previously boasted that I could take on 20 men, yet look at me now," Fatty chimed in, eager to reassure him. "Yes, I understand. I assure you, I won't make any more mistakes in the future," Mouse replied, feeling somewhat uplifted by their encouragement. The group leaned on one another, not wishing for any rift to form between them. "All right, we've rested enough. Let us head back. Though it isn't cold, it's quite uncomfortable here." "We should hurry," Gongzi remarked, noticing their spirits had lifted somewhat. Enduring the pain, the 4 supported one another as they stood, slowly making their way out of the alley. Bathed in moonlight, they glanced at their disheveled appearances and shared a laugh. "Haha, you 2 look utterly ridiculous. Look, Mouse, you've got a massive footprint on your backside. Oh please, look at you. Your eyes are so swollen you resemble a panda. And you dare mock others? Have you even looked at yourself?" 3 individuals engaged in light-hearted banter, supporting one another as they strolled along the tranquil road, where their laughter resonated clearly amidst the stillness, occasionally accompanied by the sharp intake of breath from an injury. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Qin Feng ventured out to the breakfast stall at the alley's entrance, procuring several steamed buns and 2 bowls of congee. Upon returning home, he also boiled 2 eggs, thus achieving a semblance of nutritional balance, a luxury not afforded to many households. Once everything was prepared, he proceeded to the bedroom to rouse Zhang Ye. There was no choice but to rise, for the day demanded their return to work, and lingering in bed was no longer an option. After sharing their meal, the two departed the alley, each heading off to their respective workplaces. Upon his arrival at the steel mill, Qin Feng was greeted by the congratulatory remarks of the security personnel. He promptly retrieved some celebratory sweets from his bag to share with everyone, while those smoking hurriedly offered cigarettes. After engaging in conversation for a while, Qin Feng returned to his office, tidied up briefly, and set out with the sweets and cigarettes. Making his way through the logistics department, he handed out sweets and offered cigarettes to anyone he encountered, as the atmosphere was filled with continual expressions of congratulations. Similarly, when Zhang Ye arrived at her workplace, the process was much the same. As she worked at a supply and marketing cooperative, the presence of many women led to a lively exchange of jokes, some of which were rather risque, leaving Zhang Ye blushing throughout. After finishing his work, Qin Feng noticed that everyone had received the wedding candies he had distributed. Seeing that there was nothing more to attend to, he decided to head to the hospital. Upon his arrival, he found that only his mother and sister-in-law were present, as his father and Qin Shan had long since returned home. Qin Feng gazed at the gradually unfolding little creature, gently reaching out to caress its small face. However, the moment his fingers touched it, the little one frowned and burst into tears. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Mu promptly pushed Qin Feng aside and tenderly embraced the child, soothing him gently. By the way, Xiao Feng, I consulted the doctor this morning, and given my condition, I am now able to return home. Therefore, let us depart, as staying here incurs substantial expenses each day. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Qin Feng momentarily fell silent and turned to gaze at his mother. Indeed, the doctor has confirmed that there are no issues now. It is permissible to return home. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Mother, sister-in-law, how about this? Today I will take you both to my home, where there is an extra bedroom available. We can remain there until the confinement period is over, and then we shall return to Qin family village. The child is still so small, it would be best not to disturb him by going back just yet. Upon hearing his words, sister-in-law exchanged a glance with Mother Qin. All right, let us proceed as Xiao Feng suggests. Mother Qin, observing the situation, realized that she needed to take charge. After all, it was her son, and it was uncommon for a sister-in-law to stay in her younger brother's home during the confinement period. It was up to her, as the elder, to make the decision. Very well, I shall take care of the arrangements. Mother, please pack your belongings, and I will take you both shortly. Qin Feng turned and went out to handle the necessary formalities. He hailed a rickshaw outside the hospital to bring his sister-in-law home. After escorting the two back to the courtyard, he briefly informed the elderly women in the compound of the situation before returning to the steel factory. Gongzi and the others had only returned home in the early hours of the morning around 3, and they had all managed to catch a few hours of sleep, only rising around noon. Let us go find a doctor to check on the injuries, suggested Gongzi, noticing that they had finished their meal. Huh? Didn't they heal completely? Fatty expressed his confusion. Fool, we don't know how well that person treated him yesterday. We should still see a doctor, Rat chimed in, observing Fatty's expression. The three ventured out to locate a physician. Upon examination, the doctor remarked, haven't you all been taken care of already? Why have you come back? Furthermore, the treatment you received clearly indicates the skills of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. What do you seek from me? The trio exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected proficiency of the healer from the previous night. After expressing their gratitude, they returned home. We owe our lives to that person. We cannot let this go unacknowledged. If it weren't for them, who knows what might have happened? The doctor mentioned that the broken ribs, if left untreated, could have been life-threatening, Gongzi asserted. Indeed, we are not the type to be ungrateful. This kindness must be repaid. Fatty, who held loyalty in high regard, concurred. That's true. But we find ourselves short on funds after yesterday's losses, Rat pointed out pragmatically, assessing their situation. First, we must ascertain the identity of our benefactor. At the very least, we should know who they are so we can express our gratitude in person, Gongzi concluded. It must be said that Rat possessed a certain knack for detail, as he managed to deduce Qin Feng's identity from the subtle clues of that day. Early on a weekend morning, the three arrived at the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang Alley, opting not to go directly to Qin Feng's home, but to wait at the alley's mouth for his appearance. Are we just going to wait here, Gongzi? What if he doesn't come out? Fatty asked, concerned after a brief wait. There is no other choice. It would be inappropriate for us to approach directly. Think of how the neighbors might perceive us. Gongzi acknowledged the impracticality of their situation, yet felt it was vital not to impose on their benefactor. Yes, Gongzi is right. We cannot approach directly. We must simply wait here, Rat agreed. Well, I suppose we have no choice but to wait, Fatty sighed. The plump man, feeling helpless, squatted down in a corner. The trio waited for approximately an hour, until Qin Feng finally emerged from his home, intending to head to Baimitsong Hutong. For he could not neglect Qin Huairu after their marriage. The three of them observed various individuals entering and exiting the alley. Yet Qin Feng remained elusive until he finally appeared. Haozi, upon spotting Qin Feng, earnestly confirmed his identity and, realizing he was indeed the one they sought, quickly tugged at Gongzi and the plump man. That's him. He was the one who saved us that night. Gongzi and the plump man exchanged glances at Qin Feng, skepticism evident in their expressions. Haozi, are you certain? Is this truly the person? Yes, I am certain. I verified that it was Qin Feng that night. And his description matches. Well then, as long as we have confirmation, that suffices. Let us proceed, Gongzi replied, trusting in Haozi's investigative diligence. Qin Feng gazed at the three individuals before him, recognizing them as the same ones who had been injured that fateful night. Confusion washed over him as he pondered their presence. Do you require something? The trio, undeterred, responded with sincerity, bowing deeply before Qin Feng. Benefactor, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance that night. It was you who saved our lives. Qin Feng gazed at the three individuals, perplexed as to how they had discerned his identity from that fateful night. What are you all talking about? He inquired, still refusing to acknowledge the truth and feigning confusion. Benefactor, there is no need for you to deny it. We have conducted our investigation thoroughly, and we have come to express our gratitude to you. Qin Feng, observing the situation, realized that they had indeed conducted a thorough investigation. Let us find a suitable place to discuss, he suggested. Qin Feng, accompanied by several companions, found a modest restaurant by the roadside, where they ordered 4 dishes and took their seats. How did you know it was me that night? I was masked, he inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. In response to Qin Feng's curiosity, the three individuals wore expressions of pride as they replied, We possess a certain degree of skill in this regard. Though you did indeed disguise yourself, we paid close attention and recognized the steel mill uniform you wore. Coupled with a few additional clues, we managed to track you down. Qin Feng regarded the group before him with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. Despite the scant clues available, they had managed to locate him with remarkable speed. Indeed, one could only respect those who persevered in such challenging times. Well, I must concede that you possess a certain skill, he remarked. I apologize for any levity. We merely have this modest ability, unlike you, our benefactor, who possesses such formidable medical expertise, a fact unknown to many. Let us cease this mutual flattery, he continued, observing their attire with a hint of sympathy. It seems you are not faring well. Alas, there was a time when life was rather pleasant, but that day we overstepped our bounds. And that led to our current predicament, Gongzi replied, aware of Qin Feng's capabilities and unperturbed by the circumstances. Overstepped? What do you mean? Qin Feng inquired, genuinely intrigued. As he was unaware of the particulars of their situation, Gongzi glanced at the others, Rat and Fatty, who had come to express their gratitude to Qin Feng. Though they were currently devoid of funds, they intended to make amends in the future. However, upon meeting Qin Feng, they sensed no disdain from him, prompting a desire to become better acquainted. Our original plan was to collect receipts and sell them in the black market, which welcomes such transactions. The more individuals like us there are, the more lucrative the market becomes. Unfortunately, our earnings are minimal, lacking capital. We can only acquire a limited number of receipts. And with fewer receipts, buyers are disinclined to approach us. All three of us came from families of means and, emboldened by our circumstances, sought more than just meager earnings. We aspired to establish our own black market, which led us to this unfortunate situation. Upon hearing their account, Qin Feng marveled at their audacity. To contemplate venturing into the black market was indeed a bold endeavor. I see, you are quite ambitious. Even if you were to succeed in this venture, where would you source your goods? Our intention was to proceed gradually. Rat excels at gathering intelligence, so we hope to steadily secure a supply. Upon listening to the words of several individuals, Qin Feng comprehended the reasons behind his predicament, contemplating the impending era of reform and opening up. He realized the necessity of embarking on a commercial venture. However, his desire to remain in the capital and avoid arduous toil led him to seek assistance. Setting aside the capabilities of these individuals for the moment, he recognized their audacity and determination. Qin Feng pondered the prospect of enlisting their support, for while they lacked capital, he possessed it. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng directly inquired, "Are you still considering engaging in the black market?" The trio of Gongzi shook their heads in unison, responding, "No, the waters run too deep within that realm. Even with our lives at stake, we could not make it work. This experience has provided us with a thorough understanding of the complexities involved. It is simply beyond our capacity." "I see," Qin Feng replied. "What are your plans moving forward? You will need time to recuperate from your injuries, won't you?" "Indeed," they affirmed. "Once we have healed, we plan to gradually manage our tickets. At least it will ensure we do not starve." Upon learning of these matters, Qin Feng decided it was time to speak candidly. "You do not possess a substantial sum of money, do you? How about following me from now on? I shall provide the capital." The three individuals listened to Qin Feng's words, utterly astonished into silence. "There is no need for you to rush your response. Allow me to elaborate. I will furnish you with the necessary funds, and you will continue to operate as before, yet this time without the constraints of small amounts. With the increased capital, the profits will naturally amplify. Of course, you will need to exert effort, but this arrangement does not imply you will be working for me. Rather, we shall consider ourselves partners. In this venture, each of you will hold a 15 stake, collectively accounting for 45, while I will retain the remaining 55. After hearing Qin Feng's proposal, the trio exchanged glances, with the rat and the fatty signaling to Gongzi, indicating their acquiescence to his leadership. "Brother Qin, we look forward to your guidance in the future," Gongzi remarked. "Haha, splendid. We shall see how things unfold," Qin Feng replied. Chapter 58. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng led Gongzi and two others to a restaurant where they indulged in a hearty meal. Observing their voracious appetite, he reflected on their difficult past. Knowing that if they had profited more from ticket sales, they would have never had to worry about affording meals. "Eat slowly, rest assured. There will be no shortage of provisions for you in the future." Gongzi and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. With adequate capital, trading in tickets could indeed be quite lucrative. "By the way, do you have a specific place where I can find you? It would be inconvenient for you to come looking for me." "Yes, we currently reside at number 101, a small courtyard west of Beihai Park. This is a property left to us by our family, and all three of us live there. You can find us directly." Gongzi felt that Qin Feng's words were indeed credible. "That works. If I need you, I will come to find you there. Conversely, if you need to locate me, you can either come to the steel mill or wait for me at the alley entrance." "All right, as long as we have a fixed location, that suffices. After all, our business primarily relies on capital. If there is an urgency, we'll head to the steel mill to find you." "Indeed, this money serves as your initial capital. Take it for now, and I will supplement it later." Qin Feng produced 500 yuan and handed it to Gongzi, recognizing him as the leader of the trio. "Thank you, Brother Qin. Your generosity is commendable." The trio felt a sense of relief upon receiving such a substantial amount. After all, mere words could not satiate hunger. But with cash in hand, their concerns dissipated. Earning 100 yuan a month seemed easily achievable, especially after accounting for living expenses. "You all still bear injuries. There's no rush to start working. Focus on your recovery. Eat well. We are not short on funds. If you require more, I will provide it. Just concentrate on your tasks." Hearing such words warmed their hearts. Since their family had fallen into hardship, each day had been a struggle for survival. Now, having someone who truly cared for them brought them immense joy. "Understood, Brother Qin." The trio, loyal individuals at heart, would not have exerted themselves to uncover Qin Feng's whereabouts unless they felt a deep sense of camaraderie, particularly after the events of that fateful night. Enough about that. I've settled the bill. You may return to rest after your meal. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. With that, Qin Feng rose, settled the account, and departed. As they watched Qin Feng leave, the trio began to converse among themselves. "Gongzi, what do you think of the guy we're working with? Is he trustworthy?" The stout one inquired. "I believe he is reliable. He has provided us with capital and demonstrates a significant trust in us. I sense that we are on the right path." Before Gongzi could utter a word, Mouse began to speak. Indeed, Mouse's observations were astute. This fellow possesses a remarkable generosity of spirit. At the very least, he places unwavering trust in his associates. This is not a matter of mere 5 or 10 yuan. We are talking about a sum of 500 yuan. If we were to abscond with the money, where would he find others to replace us? Indeed, this is a valid point. Very well. Let us look forward to a prosperous future. After the meal, the group returned to their lodgings, accompanied by the money provided by Qin Feng. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qin Feng promptly mounted his bicycle and made his way to the bustling Baimitsong Hatong. It was rather late, and he presumed that Qin Huairu had been waiting for some time. Upon arrival, he beheld Qin Huairu in the courtyard, tending to the lotus flowers flourishing in the central pond, her demeanor serene and content. "What an early riser you are," he exclaimed, embracing her warmly. "Is it really that early?" "I simply woke up and decided to rise," she replied, leaning gently against him. "How did you fare last night without me? Did you sleep well?" "Quite well, actually. Besides, I had our son to keep me company, so your absence was hardly felt," she retorted playfully, her hand resting on her belly. "Ah, indeed. With our son to keep you company, I suppose I, as the father, am somewhat remiss." "It seems he has taken on the role of caretaker," Qin Feng chuckled. "Today, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you as a token of my appreciation." After Qin Feng set down his belongings, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing the fresh vegetables and pork, he decided to make braised pork along with a couple of stir-fried greens, as it was essential to maintain a balanced diet during pregnancy. The choice to cook braised pork was not entirely his own, as Qin Huairu had expressed a desire for it. In this era, people often lacked sufficient oil and fat, leading to a preference for hearty meats. Once the meal was prepared, the two enjoyed their food together. Qin Feng chose to remain at home, as he had intended to spend quality time with Qin Huairu, given that their moments together were fleeting. While he often spent the day with Yuli and shared evenings with Zhangya, his time with Qin Huairu, though available during the day, was limited to brief encounters. Thus, he felt it was essential to make the most of their weekends together. The weekend passed peacefully, and soon it was time to return to work. On Monday, as he began his day, Qin Huairu entered the office and informed Qin Feng about Shaju's marriage over the weekend. They embraced and chatted for a while before she hurried back to her workplace, mindful of the need for decorum. In the subsequent days, Qin Feng followed his usual routine of commuting to work, occasionally stepping out to administer acupuncture and deliver medication to patients, earning some extra pocket money while also expanding his social network, as some matters require more than mere wealth. During this time, he also heard from Qin Huairu about a quarrel between Shaju and Su Dama in the courtyard, instigated by Su Damao's mockery of Shaju's marriage, implying that the bride must have been blind. In response, Shaju taunted Su Damao for having remained unmarried for so many years, leading to a ruckus in the courtyard. Later, Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi quarreled due to their childlessness, resulting in Lu Xiaoyi returning to her parental home. Rumors began to circulate in their courtyard regarding Su Damao's desire for divorce, citing Lu Xiaoyi's inability to bear children. Although Qin Huairu was no longer involved in Shaju's affairs, tensions between Shaju and Su Damao continued to escalate daily. Uncle Yi Zhonghai made efforts to befriend Shaju, knowing that Shaju had not suffered losses in his conflicts with Su Damao. On Friday, at the entrance of the steel factory, Pongzi sought out Qin Feng, though he did not approach directly. Instead, he appeared within Qin Feng's line of sight before swiftly turning into an alley. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qin Feng followed him. "Qin Gu, Zhangzi asked me to come and inform you that we have commenced work. Thanks to sufficient capital, the start has been remarkably smooth." "That sounds good. If you're feeling unwell, do take care. There's no need to rush. It's nothing serious. After all, it's not physically demanding work, just collecting tickets while walking through the streets and delivering goods to the black market at night. It's quite manageable." "Well then, that's reassuring." On Saturday, Qin Feng contemplated the impending nuptials of Shi Zhu the following day, pondering whether he would successfully fulfill his mission. After all, should he accomplish this task, he would be liberated from all burdens. Yet, he remained uncertain of the significance of the fate points. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system announced that the host's task had been completed. He Yushu, seeking to escape the grim fate of perishing beneath the bridge, desired to alter the course of his life. The task was accomplished, and a reward of 10 fate points was granted. As Qin Feng listened to the sudden sound of the system, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 59, The Simpleton Sets the Banquet. Although he was already aware that the struggles of the simpleton were a consequence of his persistent entanglement with the Jia family, the unexpected notification of task completion still left him somewhat astonished. As Qin Feng reflected on the fact that today was Saturday, and with the wedding banquet scheduled for tomorrow, he realized that the notification indicating the completion of a task must signify that the foolish Zhu had already obtained his marriage certificate. observing the 10 points of fate displayed on his system panel. He understood that these points would likely be of use in his next venture into the realm of films and dramas. However, he remained uncertain whether this amount was substantial or insufficient. After contemplating for a moment, he relinquished his worries, for no one could predict what the next narrative would entail. Nor could he ascertain what could be purchased with those points. Thus, pondering such matters felt rather futile. The thought that Zhu's marriage had altered the original fate of the storyline crossed his mind, yet the domineering figure of Yi Zhonghai still loomed over him. Qin Feng resolved to assist others thoroughly. He intended to encourage Qin Huairu to engage in a conversation with Zhu, for ultimately, whether or not he would be supported in his later years should depend on Zhu's own willingness, rather than Yi Zhonghai's moral coercion to fulfill his own desires. With the task completed, he felt indifferent about the outcome. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng sought out Qin Huairu and shared his reflections with her. She expressed her agreement, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances that led to it, Zhu had indeed provided her with assistance. It was a matter of acknowledging the deeds rather than the intentions. He had shown her kindness. Qin Feng observed Qin Huairu's agreement on the matter, which brought him a sense of reassurance. After all, he was not entirely of this era, and at times, his perspectives diverged slightly. The fact that Qin Huairu concurred indicated that there were no issues. As the workday came to a close, Qin Feng clocked out punctually and rode his bicycle home. Zhang Ye had yet to return. Her workplace at the supply and marketing cooperative was a bit distant, although she too rode a bicycle. It was a well-known truth that women tended to take their time. After Qin Feng set down his belongings, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As it was Saturday, he intended to whip up something delicious. Having some spare ribs from a previous purchase, he decided to make braised spare ribs. With his sister-in-law also present, Qin Feng bought a few pig trotters, planning to prepare them using a medicinal recipe to assist her in nursing. Xiaofeng, you've been busy all day. Perhaps I should take over the cooking, Qin's mother suggested, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her younger son, who had returned from a long day at work only to cook for his family. Oh no, Mom, it's fine. My work primarily involves writing and calculations in the office. It's not exhausting at all. Managing my little nephew at home is no small feat. So let me handle this, Qin Feng reassured her, insisting that she needn't worry. Well, I never imagined I'd be enjoying the fruits of my son's labor so soon. She chuckled. Haha, this is just the beginning, Mom. You have plenty more to look forward to, Qin Feng said as he gently nudged her out of the kitchen. Qin's mother returned to her sister-in-law's room and shared the news about the matter. Her sister-in-law praised Qin Feng, and the two of them laughed heartily together. Before long, Zhang Ye arrived home. As soon as she stepped inside, she was enveloped by a delightful aroma. Oh, how wonderful it smells. What delectable dish are you preparing, dear? Hurry and wash your hands. It will be ready shortly. I have made braised ribs, cucumber salad, and trotters. You must eat heartily when it's served. Indeed, the scent is so enticing that I feel I could devour a bowl of rice right now. In the living room, Qin Feng, Zhang Ye, and Qin's mother gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal together. Zhang Ye, still in her confinement period, had her meals served in the bedroom. Fortunately, the little one remained peacefully asleep, not causing any fuss at all. After relishing a delightful meal and engaging in light conversation, night fell, and the family retreated to their respective rooms to rest. On the weekend, Qin Feng did not rise too early. The previous night, he and Zhang Ye had shared a moment of tenderness, mindful of Qin's mother residing in the adjacent room, which prompted Zhang Ye to suppress her sounds, resulting in a rather enchanting atmosphere. Consequently, Qin Feng exerted himself a bit more, leading to a later awakening. After breakfast, Qin Feng informed Zhang Ye and Qin's mother about his plans to attend a wedding before departing for the home of Qin Huairu, noting that it was still somewhat early. Upon arriving at the Jia family's courtyard, he encountered Uncle Yin Fuguei at the entrance, who was set up with a table to receive wedding gifts. Good day, Uncle. Here is my gift, Qin Feng said as he presented 5 yuan. Ah, thank you. May I ask your name? Uncle Yin Fuguei inquired, taken aback by the 5 yuan offered. Qin Feng, Feng as in maple leaf, he replied. After Qin Feng completed the ceremonial account, he noticed that the banquet had yet to commence and that Shaju had not yet returned. Thus, he decided to visit the home of Qin Huairu. Huairu, are you home? He inquired. Xiaofeng, do come in. Sit for a while. Shaju will be back shortly, she replied warmly. Ah, very well. Greetings, Aunt Jia. Qin Feng said as he settled down and exchanged pleasantries with Jia Zhang. Has your brother-in-law not returned today? He asked. No, he has some matters to attend to. So he won't be coming back today, she responded. The two engaged in light conversation until they were interrupted by a child's voice calling from the entrance. The bride has arrived. Moments later, firecrackers exploded outside, prompting everyone to step out. In the front courtyard, they beheld Shaju leading Ran Xiuyue inside. Today, Shaju was impeccably dressed, and Ran Xiuyue, adorned in vibrant red, exuded a festive spirit. The onlookers, witnessing Shaju wed such a beautiful bride, felt a mix of admiration and envy. How could Shaju be fortunate enough to find such a lovely partner? Su Damao, who had always held a grudge against Shaju, felt even more unsettled upon seeing Shaju's charming bride. However, as it was Shaju's joyous occasion, he refrained from causing any disturbance, knowing it would only tarnish his reputation. Elderly Zhang Hai observed Ran Xiuyue's demeanor and deemed it quite agreeable, easing his concerns regarding her character. While each person harbored their own thoughts, the festivities continued seamlessly. The chef for the day was a former culinary apprentice of Shaju, whose skills were commendable. The entire courtyard rejoiced over the delightful banquet, with the exception of Lu Haizhong's, who felt discontented. The fact that the ceremony was presided over by elderly Zhang Hai, and that he was the one to officiate the marriage left Lu Haizhong feeling quite unhappy, as he had hoped to be the center of attention. The lively feast concluded amidst an atmosphere of merriment, and Shaju and Ran Xiuyue returned home. Upon entering, Shaju gazed fondly at his bride, immediately setting about tidying their living space. He also enjoyed a harmonious relationship with his sister, He Yushui, feeling that everything was perfect with his wife. He Yushui, having no lingering resentment towards her brother, was pleased with the sister-in-law he had chosen, which brightened her spirits. Shushi, is it convenient for me to come in? Came the voice of Qin Huairu from the doorway. Feeling unperturbed, Shaju replied, Qin Jie, please do come in. Upon entering, Qin Huairu observed Ran Xiuyue tidying up the area alongside He Yushui. Chapter 60, a subtle reminder for Shaju. Xiuyi, quickly pour a glass of water for Sister Qin. Sister Qin, please have a seat. Shaju warmly invited Qin Huairu. Very well, Sister Qin. Please take a seat while I fetch you some water. Ran Xiuyi responded promptly, hurrying to fulfill the request. Sister Qin, you've arrived. He Yushui greeted Qin Huairu. Although He Yushui previously harbored little fondness for her, she now felt indifferent. Yushui, how are things with your partner? Are you two contemplating marriage? Qin Huairu expressed her delight at He Yushui's greeting, especially since she had often been overlooked before. Yes, indeed. After a while, he has a chance to acquire a house, so we plan to wait until that is settled before marrying, He Yushui replied. Haha, splendid news. Congratulations are in order, Qin Huairu responded joyfully. Ran Xiuyi returned with a glass of water, placing it before Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, here, have a drink. Sister Qin, is there something specific that brings you here today? Shaju inquired, noticing that Ran Xiuyi had settled beside him, stirring his emotions as he turned his attention to Qin Huairu. This evening marked the newlyweds' first night together, leaving little room for casual conversation. Here, this is something your brother-in-law asked me to return to you. I had mentioned to him the assistance you provided our family during my difficult times, so he requested that I bring this along as a token of appreciation. Qin Huairu retrieved 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Shu, explaining, Zhu, we are truly grateful for the assistance you have extended to our family. I have borrowed quite a sum from you, and I am uncertain if this 100 yuan will suffice. If it exceeds your expectations, consider it a token of my appreciation. If it falls short, we shall sort it out another time. As Shaju gazed at the 100 yuan in his hand, he felt a sense of comfort in being acknowledged for his kindness, free from ulterior motives. Sister Qin, he replied, your words are quite clear, and I shall not refuse your gesture. Since we reside in the same courtyard, let us maintain a harmonious relationship moving forward. Qin Huairu observed Shaju accepting the money, and her heart swelled with joy. After all, carrying the burden of debt weighed heavily on her conscience. Indeed, it is often said that distant relatives are no match for close neighbors when any family faces difficulties. The community rallies together. As for you, my dear Qin Jie, let us nurture our bond. Xiuyi, being slightly older than you, feel free to approach me whenever you encounter challenges. Once you are pregnant and have children, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. If you manage your affairs wisely, we might even find ourselves giving birth around the same time. Upon hearing these words, Ran Xiuyue felt a surge of emotion. After all, Shaju's family lacked elders, and they were utterly inexperienced in such matters. All right, Qin Jie, you do seem to be showing a bit, don't you? She inquired. Yes, just a little. In a while, it will become quite apparent, Qin Huairu replied, caressing her belly. Qin Jia, may I touch it? Ran Qiuyue asked, captivated by the maternal glow radiating from Qin Huairu as she cradled her stomach. Of course, feel free. The two women engaged in conversation about various topics related to womanhood until Qin Huairu suddenly recalled the more serious matter at hand. Shaju, now that your family is all gathered here, I have something heartfelt to share with you. If you would rather not hear it, simply disregard my words, she said earnestly. Qin Jia, please speak. There is no need for such solemnity, Shaju replied. Did your uncle cover the expenses for today's wedding banquet? Yes, indeed. After the proposal, he mentioned that as an elder in the courtyard, and considering my financial situation, he would assist me by footing the bill, Shaju responded. Wait. So the banquet was funded by this Uncle Da? Not from our own family. Ran Qiuyue exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I had intended to discuss this with you. But Uncle Da insisted that helping us was no burden, and that I need not inform you. So, I refrained from mentioning it, Shaju explained. Do not worry about that for now, Qiuyue. My next point is intricately linked to this matter. Once everyone is informed, we can discuss it further. All right, Qin Jia. Please continue, Ran Qiuyue agreed after a moment of contemplation. Shaju, do you recall the time when Dongshu left? Our household was indeed struggling then, with only 2 widows and small children remaining. At that time, I was pregnant with Huaihua, and life was far from easy. During those nights, Uncle Da would sometimes come by to bring us a bit of cornmeal. We recognized this gesture of kindness and accepted it, understanding that hardships existed for others in the courtyard as well. If he were to assist everyone, it would simply be unfeasible. Do you know why I eventually stopped accepting his help? Shaju pondered for a moment, but could only shake his head in confusion. Because he had an ulterior motive? Ran Qiuyue spoke cautiously. Oh dear sister-in-law, you may not fully comprehend the courtyard. It is indeed meant for retirement. He Yushue, having heard her words, candidly interjected, Yushue. One cannot speak of the elder in such a manner. With a pout, he Yushue refrained from further comment, while her sentiment was not unfounded. It was rather too blunt for the context of the courtyard. However, at that time, I was not his first choice. You were, Qin Huairu remarked, glancing at Shaju. Me? To provide for his retirement? Shaju replied incredulously, pointing to himself. Indeed, who else could it be? Aside from you, who in the courtyard is suitable? The children at the home of the third uncle are numerous, yet he is still alive. It is inconceivable for him to support anyone else. The same applies to the second uncle. The other families hardly have 1 or 2 children, making them unsuitable. You alone are the most fitting. With my family Bangung being a second option due to his youth. Is that so? But the elder has hardly had much to do with me, Shaju said, skepticism in his tone. Oh, Shaju, how can you be so naive? Even if he has not interacted with you much back then. He asked for your assistance with Sister Qin, which was ill-advised. A man of his age should certainly be aware of his circumstances. Why would he request your help? He Yushue expressed her frustration, casting an apologetic glance towards Qin Huairu. Indeed, Shaju, Yushue is correct. At that time, I was a widow, and widows often attract gossip. You were still single. How could you assist me without tarnishing your reputation? Have you not wondered why no one has introduced you to a potential wife during that time? Is that really the case? Why is it so? If I were to care for him in his retirement, would my marriage not be of no consequence? Shaju inquired. What if you marry and your wife disapproves? She would merely be an outsider, lacking the familial bond, Qin Huairu replied directly. At this moment, Ran Qiuyue grasped the underlying intention. Assisting in the preparation of a banquet for her family was likely an attempt to win favor. Nevertheless, it was not necessarily a negative development. She and Qiuyue could certainly discuss the matter. The elder has been receiving a monthly allowance of 100 yuan for many years, undoubtedly accumulating wealth. Moreover, should he retire, that would be at least 20 years of support. After he is no longer with us, all of this would rightfully belong to your family, including the property. In truth, there is little for you to manage. If circumstances require it, you would merely need to oversee the arrangements for his final rites. Chapter 61. The two women give birth. Zhangya becomes pregnant. Sister Qin. What do you mean by that? Shaju asked, intrigued by Qin Huairu's statements. This matter should be deliberated between you two. Although the elder wishes for your support in his retirement, considering he has no descendants, his age is relatively young. Honestly, you wouldn't need to provide extensive care. I believe it is worth considering, especially with the property at stake, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss. Indeed, I understand. Thank you, Sister Qin. We will give it careful consideration. This time, Shaju has come to a complete realization, pondering that this matter seems to bear no impact on him. I merely wish to share this with you, for it is essential that you comprehend the distinction between offering assistance voluntarily and being coerced into providing help. Yes, I understand. Sister Qin. Well, now that you are aware, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave for now. Qin Huairu chose to say no more, rising to bid them farewell. All right, Sister Qin, allow me to accompany you. Ran Shuyue quickly stood to see Qin Huairu off. After seeing her off, Ran Shuyue returned to look at Shaju and inquired, Brother Zhu, what are your thoughts? What do you plan to do? Shaju shook his head, remaining silent. Still somewhat bewildered. Oh dear, Brother Sha, you are simply foolish. What is there to plan? It is the elder who requires your assistance, not the other way around. Now that you understand his intentions, that suffices. What was the situation before will remain the same going forward. After all, just like today. The elder will certainly need to indulge you. He Yushue observed Sha Zhu's conflicted demeanor and spoke in frustration. Could it truly be so? Sha Zhu was taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, Brother Zhu, Yushue is correct. We need not do anything at all. Ran Shuyue also came to this realization. Well, then let it be. After all, I have already married you, Shuyue. We shall lead a good life together, and in due time. You can help me bear a few children. As for other matters, we shall address them later. Oh, you are insufferable. How can you say such things? Ran Shuyue shot a glance at Yushue. Her cheeks flushed. You all continue your conversation. I shall return to my room. Yushue, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly excused herself. Sha Zhu watched Yushue retreat to her room and turned to Ran Shuyue, saying, Shuyue, let us go. I will take you around to meet some people. Yes, all right, let us go. Ran Shuyue picked up the bag containing the wedding candies and sunflower seeds, addressing Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu first led Ran Shuyue to the home of the elder, Yi Zhonghai, for they must pay their respects today, as he had graciously financed the banquet. Elder Aunt, Qiuyue and I have come to introduce ourselves. Come in, come in. Elder Yi Zhonghai and Elder Aunt welcomed Sha Zhu and Ran Qiuyue inside with eagerness. No need, Elder. I am merely guiding Qiuyue to greet everyone. Elder Aunt, here are some wedding candies and sunflower seeds. Please enjoy. Ran Qiuyue promptly retrieved the sweets and seeds from her bag, offering them. Thank you, Qiuyue. An elderly woman approached, expressing her gratitude to Ran Qiuyue. After leaving the residence of the esteemed Mr. Yi Zhonghai, Shaju guided Ran Qiuyue through the front yard, making cordial visits to each household. Upon seeing Shaju, the third elder, Yin Fugue recognized the potential benefits of his presence and greeted him with remarkable warmth, as did the other neighbors, who extended their congratulations. Upon reaching the backyard, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, observed Shaju and Ran Qiuyue's arrival, sitting with an air of authority, as if embodying a leader. He was still engaged in his monologue. Today, Shaju, in a particularly jovial mood, refrained from countering him. After a brief introduction, he escorted Ran Qiuyue back home. In the days that followed, ever since Shaju's marriage, a profound tranquility seemed to envelop the household. Enjoying the joys of married life, Shaju found himself in a state of contentment, leading to a noticeable reduction in conflicts with Su Domao. During her time at work, Qin Huairu often shared stories about the Sihiyuan with Qin Feng, so he was well aware of the situation. As time passed, both Qin Huairu and Yu Li's bellies gradually grew larger. Qin Feng, through the assistance of gang members, procured various meats and tickets from the black market, bringing nourishing food back to the Jia family for Qin Huairu on a weekly basis under the guise of Lin Feng. This pregnancy prompted Qin Feng to purchase a multitude of delicacies for her, resulting in her radiant complexion and captivating appearance. Since Yu Li confronted the third master, Yin Fugue, her meals had indeed improved significantly, while the others in the household experienced a corresponding decline. Consequently, the atmosphere in the Yin family became rather tense. The children, including Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefang, frequently sought to protest to Yin Fugue in hopes of securing better provisions. Particularly, Yin Jieqing, upon starting work, felt he could contribute financially and deserved a higher standing within the family. However, Yin Fugue did not seem to regard him with the seriousness he desired, leading to numerous complaints to Yu Li. Yu Li, however, paid little heed to these matters. Every Wednesday, or whenever she wished to avoid the Yin household, she would visit the courtyard in Luhai Hutong, where Qin Feng stored food. Thus, her nutritional needs were well met, while the Yin family mistakenly attributed her good fortune to their own efforts. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly approached the moment for Qin Huairu and Yu Li to give birth. Qin Huairu had checked into the hospital early, thanks to Lin Feng's identity, making it unnecessary for her to endure the discomfort of home confinement. Qin Feng could not guarantee Lin Feng's presence at all times, thus an early hospital arrangement was prudent. Yu Li, on the other hand, explained to Yin Fuguei and the others that the Yu family was assisting in finding a doctor. Although it would incur expenses, she agreed for the sake of her grandchild. By a fortunate coincidence, both women were assigned to the same hospital room, likely due to their proximity as neighbors. This arrangement benefited Qin Feng, as he could visit them both under the identities of Lin Feng and Qin Feng, although he could not express too much familiarity with them in his Qin Feng capacity. His presence alleviated Yu Li's anxiety, while Qin Huairu remained unfazed, being no stranger to childbirth. One day, Qin Feng visited the hospital to check on the two women. After placing the canned goods and other items he had bought on the bedside table, he observed that both appeared well, which eased his mind. However, shortly thereafter, both women began to experience abdominal pain. A nurse attended to them and promptly informed that it was time for them to give birth, leading to their transfer to the delivery room. As Qin Feng observed the situation, he stepped out to exchange places with Lin Feng at the hospital. Upon Lin Feng's return, Jia Zhasher felt a wave of relief wash over her, for after all, this was not a child of the Jia family. If Lin Feng were absent and any complications arose, she would be powerless to make decisions. Several hours passed, and Qin Huairu successfully gave birth to a robust baby boy, which brought immense joy to Qin Feng. He carefully cradled the newborn, delivered by the nurse, though the infant appeared somewhat unappealing at first glance. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of connection, a bond of blood. This is my son. When Qin Huairu emerged, Qin Feng held her hand and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Thank you, you have worked so hard. Upon hearing these words, Qin Huairu smiled faintly at Qin Feng before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. On the other hand, Yu Li, being a novice, took a bit longer. Yet she soon delivered a son as well. Upon receiving the news, Yin Jiecheng let out a profound sigh of relief. With the Yin family present, Qin Feng refrained from visiting, as there was little he could do. After a long day of exertion, Qin Feng returned home. You're back? How is Sister Qin? He inquired. Quite well, she gave birth today, came the reply. Really? That is splendid news. Let me tell you something, Zhang Ye said. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed shyly at Qin Feng. Yes? What is it? He prompted. I am pregnant. The examination confirmed it today. What? Could you repeat that? Qin Feng sprang to his feet. Anxiety etched across his face as he looked at Zhang Ye. I am pregnant. You are going to be a father, Zhang Ye beamed, observing the anxious expression on Qin Feng's face. Chapter 62. The wind rises upon learning of Zhang Ye's pregnancy. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, pacing excitedly back and forth. Oh dear, please stop moving. I feel dizzy just watching you. All right. I shall cease my wandering. Quickly, let me see the report, he urged. Qin Feng took the examination report that Zhang Ye presented and examined it with great care. This is wonderful. I am to become a father. Calm down. No need to be overly excited. Tomorrow, we shall go to my father's place to share this splendid news. Otherwise, I shall hear of it continuously over the next few months, Zhang Ye mused, reflecting on how Qin Feng had showered her with affection since their marriage. While her parents constantly pressed her about having children, agreed, let us visit tomorrow and inform my parents. I shall also write a letter to send home. They will be overjoyed. The following morning, Qin Feng rode his bicycle, bringing Zhang Ye back to her family home. Mom and Dad, we have returned, Zhang Ye exclaimed as she entered the courtyard. All right, we heard you. Even after marriage, you remain as mischievous as ever. It seems little Feng has spoiled you, Zhang Ye's mother remarked, feigning annoyance. How dare you say that? Isn't it expected for my husband to pamper me? Zhang Ye retorted, feeling emboldened today, knowing she had support. Oh, you cheeky girl, are you defying your mother today? Zhang Ye's mother said, rising to give her a playful tap. Mom, you must understand. Ye truly cannot exert herself. We discovered yesterday that she is pregnant, Qin Feng interjected as he secured his bicycle and approached Zhang Ye's mother. Really? Let me see. You mischievous girl, why didn't you announce it upon entering? Playing tricks on your mother. Zhang Ye's mother playfully chastised her again. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Ye's father could no longer remain seated. He hurried out, positioning himself behind Zhang Ye's mother to view the report. Here, take a look. I feel as though I might be crushed, Zhang Ye's mother exclaimed, feeling the pressure on her back as she swiftly handed the report to her husband. Haha, Dad. Are you pleased now? You were always urging me, Zhang Ye teased, clinging to her father's arm. Indeed, I am delighted. Little Feng, have you informed your family? Yes. I just sent a letter back home, he replied. Good. Such significant news must be conveyed. Today is a day of celebration. Dear wife, prepare a feast. Let us enjoy a drink together. Certainly, I shall take care of it. With the good news shared, laughter filled the courtyard. And Zhangya was indeed treated as a precious gem, with everyone taking great care to look after her. Qin Feng exchanged pleasantries before stepping out, returning by noon. Seizing the opportunity, he disguised himself as Lin Feng and visited the hospital, bringing an abundance of nutritional supplements for Qin Huairu. He also packed some cushion carp soup from a restaurant to aid in lactation for the two women. Qin Huairu and Yuli shared a hospital room, so it was entirely reasonable for them to share these provisions. Moreover, the Yin family, seeing the benefits, voiced no objections. After visiting the two children, Qin Feng returned to the Zhang family home before noon, as they had previously arranged to dine together. He did not intend to send Qin Huairu and Yuli home so soon. Instead, he planned for them to stay for a few days to recuperate. When Yuli broached the topic, Uncle Yin Fuguwei expressed considerable dissatisfaction, perceiving the situation as a waste of money. However, with his eldest son incapacitated, he had no choice but to accept the circumstances, as this was their only child. He could only grumble about how the younger generation seemed oblivious to the realities of life, unaware that frugality and resourcefulness were essential to avoid hardship. At the Zhang household, the four of them enjoyed a delightful meal, prepared entirely with Zhang Ye's favorite dishes. While Zhang's mother feigned disdain with her words, her actions spoke otherwise. As she laid out a feast that her daughter adored, Zhang Ye felt utterly blissful today. Having transitioned from being the cherished princess of her family before marriage to being doted upon by Qin Feng, which evoked envy from others. Now, during her pregnancy, every meal was to her liking, filling her with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Oh, how wonderful! Life is simply too blissful. Had I known, I would have wished to become pregnant sooner, Zhang Ye mused, cradling her belly while seated. You silly girl. Is it the delicious food that makes you want to be pregnant? Such a lack of ambition. Mom, that's not it. It's not just about the food. It's also about how you all pamper me. The family shared laughter and conversation well into the evening. As the sky darkened, Qin Feng took Zhang Ye home. Qin Feng initially intended for Zhang Ye to rest and recuperate at home. However, Zhang Ye expressed that her work was quite relaxed and not demanding, and she found staying at home rather dull. Therefore, she decided to return to the office, planning to take a leave only when it became truly inconvenient. Qin Feng was acutely aware that in this era, it was uncommon for women to remain at home during the early stages of pregnancy. Thus, he refrained from persuasion, but made it abundantly clear that she must take care of her health at work and avoid overexertion. In the ensuing months, as Zhang Ye found herself with child, and with Qin Huairu and Yuli having recently given birth, Qin Feng frequently associated with Gongzi and the others. Through their connections in the black market, they procured an abundant supply of meat and various vegetables. Apart from what he brought home, the remainder was delivered to Qin Huairu and placed in Lu Hai Hudong to provide Yu Li with essential nourishment. Gongzi and his companions grew increasingly in awe of Qin Feng. Initially, they regarded him merely as their benefactor and a skilled physician, but through their continued interactions, they discovered his remarkable erudition, which deepened their loyalty towards him. The atmosphere in society was becoming increasingly unsettling, and Qin Feng sensed that the arduous decade was drawing near. One evening after work, as Qin Feng and Zhang Ye dined together, he supported her while they strolled through the courtyard. It was then that Director Wang from the street office visited the courtyard. Director Wang, what brings you here today? Qin Feng inquired. Oh, little Qin. It has been a few months. When is she due? 5 months along. If all goes well, she should give birth around the end of the year, Zhang Ye replied, lovingly caressing her belly and smiling at Director Wang. How wonderful. Allow me to summon the others. There is a matter to discuss today. Before long, the residents of the courtyard gathered in the front yard. Director Wang addressed them regarding the policies of the Down to the Countryside movement, stating that each household, excluding those with minors, could retain only one adult if they were unemployed, with other youths required to comply with national directives. Once Director Wang departed, the residents began to converse among themselves, as every family in the courtyard, except for Qin Feng's, had children who might be sent away. If they wished to protect their children from such a fate, they would need to secure employment for them. Qin Feng and Zhang Ye paid little heed to the matter, as it bore no relevance to them. Moreover, Qin Feng understood that should they choose not to participate, the government would not impose any coercion. However, It would result in the absence of job assignments from the authorities, considering the potential complications that might arise for the trio. He contemplated visiting them the following day to offer some guidance. Chapter 63. Going up the mountain and down to the countryside the next day. After Qin Feng had fulfilled his responsibilities at work, he offered a few words of advice before stepping out. When Qin Feng arrived at the courtyard of the three, they had yet to awaken. He was unfazed, as it was a common occurrence. After all, the trio ventured to the black market each night to conduct their business and procure supplies. Consequently, they typically rose only around noon, having no other pressing matters to attend to, allowing them to sleep until they naturally awoke. In the living room, Qin Feng perused a book while he awaited the arrival of his companions. After a while, Gang Zi and the others finally stirred, for hunger had inevitably beckoned them. "Brother Qin, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call us?" one inquired. "I was in no rush. It mattered not whether I waited for your awakening," Qin Feng replied, putting away his book upon their awakening. The enhancement of his traditional Chinese medicine skills had become increasingly arduous. Thus, he often occupied himself with reading in his spare moments. "Brother Qin, did you come over for a specific reason today?" Gang Zi inquired, aware that Qin Feng would not have visited without purpose. "Indeed, there are matters to discuss. The street office mentioned yesterday the issue of moving to the countryside, so I came to converse with you all about it." "Oh, Brother Qin, is that the reason for your visit?" "That cannot be enforced. If we choose not to go, then we simply will not. What we are currently engaged in does not require the street office to assign us work, and in any case, they are unlikely to provide us with any assignments." "Well, that is reassuring. I was merely concerned that you might feel some pressure regarding this matter. I thought I would come and chat with you. It seems you are all rather clear-headed about it." "Brother Qin, what is there to be unclear about? Our status poses an inherent challenge. It is nearly impossible to find work. The current situation is quite satisfactory. If we were truly sent to the countryside, returning would be quite the struggle." Qin Feng observed the demeanor of Gangzi and his companions, and he understood their sentiments. "Very well, if you possess such awareness, I shall feel at ease. The winds of change are stirring in society. Do exercise caution and refrain from keeping such items at home. Seek out a more discreet residence outside." Upon hearing these words, Gangzi and his companions nodded in agreement, recognizing the sensitivity of their involvement in the gray industry. "Rest assured, Brother Qin, we will be vigilant," they assured him. "Well then, that is satisfactory. Once we navigate through this turbulence, things will improve." With that, Qin Feng prepared to take his leave. "Now, go and enjoy your meal. I can hear Fatty's stomach growling." Fatty, upon hearing this, chuckled and scratched his head sheepishly. After Qin Feng departed from Gangzi, he returned to the steel mill. Ever since his marriage to Zhang Ya, he sensed a noticeable improvement in the attitude of the entire logistics department towards him. Qin Feng himself remained unchanged, continuing to idly pass the time at work. When the workday concluded, he accompanied Qin Huairu on the way home. Those they encountered said nothing, as it was well known they were relatives. Moreover, since Qin Huairu was already married, there was little gossip to be had. Qin Feng also advised Qin Huairu not to be overly frugal, for the child is still young and requires proper nourishment. Before long, they arrived home. Qin Feng proceeded to prepare dinner as usual, while the atmosphere in the courtyard had shifted somewhat. During this period, families had been actively seeking connections and opportunities to secure jobs for their children, hoping to ensure they would not be sent to the mountains or the countryside. When Qin Huairu entered the courtyard, she noticed that today, the third uncle Yan Fuguei was not at his post, which piqued her curiosity, as such occurrences were quite rare. "Mother, I just returned and did not see third uncle at the entrance. What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi smiled lightly. "It is merely a continuation of what we discussed yesterday regarding the movement to the countryside. Among his sons, only the eldest, Yan Jieqing, has secured a job, while the second son, Yan Jiefeng, remains unemployed despite being of age. The third son, Yan Jiequang, is also approaching that threshold. Do you think he has the leisure to stand guard?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu nodded. "What I said. Does that mean that the second uncle's family is facing the same issue?" "Indeed, they are quite troubled as well. Today, neither second aunt nor third aunt has come out to chat." As Qin Huairu conversed with the second uncle Lu Haizhong about the matters concerning the third uncle Yan Fuguei's family, the latter was engaged in his own discussions. Lu Haizhong's father remarked that their son, Guangtian, indeed met the criteria for the down-to-the-countryside movement as stated by Director Wang yesterday, and he pondered the implications of this situation. The second aunt, noticing Lu Haizhong's entrance, quickly inquired, "What shall we do about it?" "Let him go to the countryside. Perhaps that unruly lad could benefit from some education there. Lu Guangtian felt a chill at such words, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Father, please devise a plan to assist me. If I earn money, our family would be considered dual income, and wouldn't that bring you some honor? Look at how respected the third uncle's family has become since Yin Jieqing started working. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong's demeanor shifted. He had neglected the two remaining children since Lu Guangqi's departure, fearful of repeating that painful episode. Yet, Lu Guangtian's words held a certain truth, and he realized he could not let his status as the second uncle diminish. Your point carries weight, Lu Guangtian quickly added, noticing the change in his uncle's attitude. Indeed. Aside from the eldest uncle, you were the most esteemed in our courtyard, especially since the eldest uncle has no heirs. You held a significant advantage. However, after the third uncle assisted Yin Jieqing in finding employment, the community has begun to regard him with newfound respect. That job was merely procured through Yi Zhonghai's efforts. He sought it out. Yin Laoqua is even attempting to find work for his own son. True, we all know that is unlikely. But the others in the courtyard may not be aware. Lu Haizhong reflected on the necessity of demonstrating his own capabilities, lest he be disregarded and lose the respect he commanded. Enough of this. Let us eat. If Yi Zhonghai can manage it, so can I. Once you begin working, you will hand over your salary, and I shall allocate you 5 yuan for pocket money each month. Lu Guangtian was somewhat reluctant but recognized that his primary goal was to secure employment, so he nodded in agreement. The second aunt had no objections. Her only concern was the distance her son would have to travel. The third uncle, Yin Fugui, found himself in a predicament today. He had even failed to guard the gate, a rarity for someone of his character. Dear, do you think Jieqing's job can be resolved? Otherwise, he may end up going to the countryside, the third aunt asked, her brow furrowed with worry. It's not easy. Jieqing's position was arranged by Yi Zhonghai. And with the new policies, the number of job seekers has undoubtedly increased, making it uncertain if Yi Zhonghai's assistance will suffice again. What shall we do? We must at least attempt to find something. Otherwise, Jieqing may indeed be sent to the countryside. Alas, even if we have resolved the issues of liberation, what remains for us to do? How shall we proceed? Let us do our utmost. Chapter 64. Zhangye gives birth. It was only later that Qin Feng learned from Qin Huairu's words about the tireless efforts made by second uncle Lu Haizhong and third uncle Yin Fugui in securing jobs for their children. Second uncle Lu Haizhong, a 7th-level blacksmith at the steel factory, wielded considerable influence. After connecting with the factory leadership, Lu Guangtian was able to enter the factory and apprentice under second uncle Lu Haizhong, effectively resolving his issues related to the rural work program. Despite his status as merely an intern. Conversely, third uncle Yin Fugui lacked such clout and sought assistance from first uncle Yi Zhonghai. However, it was evident that first uncle Yi Zhonghai was unwilling to extend further help this time, given the magnitude of the favor requested. Especially since he had already assisted Yin Jieqing previously, leaving third uncle Yin Fugui with no recourse to voice his grievances. With the implementation of new policies, Yin Jiefeng was notified by Director Wang from the neighborhood committee to prepare for a group of young people to be sent to the countryside, a situation that had caused quite an uproar at home. As a consequence, second uncle Lu Haizhong's prestige within the courtyard had notably risen, as he successfully secured a position for his son in the factory. Not only was he a 7th-level worker, but now his second son was also employed. Had it not been for the eldest son's departure, the Lu family would have been in an enviable position. In stark contrast, third uncle Yin Fugui found himself in a predicament. The glory that once surrounded Yin Jieqing when he started working had now faded, compounded by rumors suggesting that his previous employment had also been facilitated by first uncle Yi Zhonghai, further diminishing his standing. Consequently, it was said that second uncle Lu Haizhong had become less inclined to reprimand Lu Guangtian during this period. Qin Feng indeed exhibits a lack of concern regarding these matters. To put it plainly, he is akin to a salted fish. Previously, he had not devoted any particular effort to completing the system tasks, merely fortuitously taking in Qin Huairu, which can be seen as a direct resolution of the task at hand. Nowadays, after work each day, Qin Feng dutifully returns home to attend to Zhangye, as she is, after all, a cherished treasure, especially during her bouts of morning sickness, which were particularly pronounced. By the time she reached 8 months into her pregnancy, Zhangye had become quite unwieldy. Qin Feng had already discussed this with her, and now she is simply at home nurturing their unborn child. On this day, Qin Feng rose early, and after preparing breakfast for Zhangye, he rode his bicycle to the bus station. After waiting for a while, he noticed the bus from Qin Zhuang had arrived. "Mom, I'm here. I'm over here." "Oh dear, why are you shouting? I heard you. How did you get here? Is Zhangya all right at home? I told you I could find my way." "It's nothing serious. Zhangya is heavy with child. When I left, she was still asleep. Moreover, it was Yaya who asked me to come. How could I not come to fetch you? All right, let's hurry. We mustn't wake Zhangya. It would be inconvenient for her in her condition." Qin's mother gently tapped Qin Feng and urged him to move quickly. "Okay, hold on tight. I'm about to start." Upon returning home with his mother, Zhangya had yet to awaken. Seeing this, Qin's mother quickly advised Qin Feng to keep his voice down, so as not to disturb Zhangya's slumber. Qin Feng harbored no objections to this. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. When visiting the Zhang family, the situation had been similar. Presently, Zhangya had become a focal point of protection for both families. After ensuring his mother's south arrangements were in place, Qin Feng observed that there was little left for him to attend to. He decided to venture out for a while, contemplating the imminent arrival of Zhangya's child, and thought to procure some milk powder vouchers from Gongzi. Upon hearing Qin Feng's intentions, Qin's mother reassured him to pursue his plans without worry, for she would take care of matters at home. Qin Feng soon arrived at the residence of Gongzi and his companions. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Gongzi diligently tidying up. "Gongzi, what are you busy with?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, Gongzi hastily set aside his tools. "Brother Qin has arrived. It's nothing much. I'm just organizing the coal. What about Fatty and the rat?" "The rat has gone out to gather intelligence, while Fatty has accompanied him. Isn't the movement of people to the countryside already underway? We thought there might be quite a few individuals heading out, so we wanted to inquire if we could possibly expand our business." "Indeed, your ambition is commendable. I must say, the rat truly possesses remarkable skills. I admire him greatly." "Haha, Brother Qin, what do you think? Without those skills, with his slight frame, the rat would have perished long ago. Have you three encountered any issues? The street office must have visited frequently." "Yes, they have come numerous times. In reality, we shouldn't need to go, according to the regulations. Each household is allowed to have one representative. With each of us remaining, we shouldn't be required to attend. However, due to our unfavorable status, they keep seeking us out. Nonetheless, we refuse to comply, and the street office is left powerless." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, as long as there are no insurmountable difficulties. Should any insolvable matters arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The connections I have cultivated over the years are indeed substantial." Gongzi felt a sense of comfort. The nature of his relationships had often left him unnoticed and uncared for. Now, having someone express genuine concern for him felt remarkably uplifting. Qin Feng observed that there was nothing amiss with the three individuals and reminded them of his need for milk powder tickets. The trio, aware that Qin Feng's wife was soon to give birth, had already begun gathering the necessary items, assuring him that there would be no issues. Over the course of the following month, with Qin's mother present, Zhangya's situation at home during her confinement was exceedingly favorable. Additionally, the three friends occasionally managed to procure ingredients such as old hens from the black market, while Qin Feng had also acquired a modest supply of milk powder, which was a rare commodity at the time. It could only be obtained through a limited allocation of tickets issued by the local authorities shortly after giving birth. A week prior to Zhangya's due date, Qin Feng leveraged his connections with the hospital director to secure a room in the hospital. Given that winter had settled in, with snow rendering the roads treacherous, it was imperative that they arrive at the hospital in advance. Since Zhangya had been admitted, Qin Feng diligently reported to work at the steel mill each day, completing his tasks before heading to the hospital to care for her. Thanks to Director Zhang's influence, the logistics department turned a blind eye to the situation, and Zhang's father did not inquire about his daughter's condition. On this particular day, as Qin Feng arrived at the hospital, he heard Zhangya calling out that she was in labor. "Nurse, nurse, it seems my wife is about to give birth." Without even stepping inside, Qin Feng turned to shout for assistance. A nurse promptly arrived and wheeled Zhangya into the operating room, leaving Qin Feng and his mother anxiously waiting outside. "Xiao Feng, have you notified your in-laws?" his mother inquired. "Not yet," he replied. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and let them know," she urged, giving him a gentle nudge. "Right, I must inform them," Qin Feng said, turning to seek out someone to contact Zhang's parents. After more than an hour, Zhang's parents hurriedly approached Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, how is it? How long has she been inside?" they asked. "There has been no news yet." "It's been over an hour," he responded. "Don't worry, just wait a little longer, it will be fine," Zhang's mother reassured him with a comforting pat. 2 hours later, a nurse emerged, cradling a baby. "Congratulations, it's a boy," she announced. "Thank you. How is my wife?" Qin Feng inquired anxiously, glancing at his newborn son. "Rest assured, sir, your wife is fine. She will be out shortly," the nurse replied. "Thank you," he said, still filled with anticipation. The two grandmothers, Qin's mother and Zhang's mother, cautiously cradled their grandchildren, gazing at the little one with smiles so wide that their faces seemed incapable of containing their joy. Once Zhangya was wheeled out, the family embraced the child, while Qin Feng gently pushed Zhangya back to the hospital room. Qin Feng gazed at Zhangya's pale face, drenched in perspiration. "Yaya, you have worked so hard." "Not at all. It is merely my duty. Please, let me see our son." Chapter 65. A hasty decade since Zhangya gave birth to Qin Lang. Life at home for Qin Feng has become increasingly delightful. Zhangya has maintained her figure after childbirth, becoming gradually more voluptuous, much to Qin Feng's delight. Due to concerns for her health, Zhangya spent half a month in the hospital before returning home to observe her confinement. As soon as she gave birth, Qin Feng informed his father, who hurried to the hospital early the next morning and bestowed the name Qin Lang upon the child. After Qin Huairu and Yuli, Zhangya gave birth and also visited. Due to familial ties, Qin Huairu maintained a cordial relationship with Zhangya, further strengthened by her intention to cultivate bonds alongside Qin Feng. She imparted considerable knowledge regarding child rearing to Zhangya. Yuli had previously crossed paths with Zhangya during social gatherings and was also keen on establishing a friendship. Sometimes, the connections among women can be inexplicably profound, transforming mere acquaintances into close confidants with just a few exchanged words. Therefore, since Zhangya completed her confinement, whenever time permitted, Yuli and Qin Huairu would bring their children to Qin Feng's residence for playdates. The children, likely sharing a common paternal lineage, interacted splendidly, often resulting in tearful farewells when it was time to return home. On occasion, both children would stay overnight at Qin Feng's, as they held great affection for him. Months passed, and Zhangya thrived in her role as a mother. Meanwhile, Qin's mother contemplated returning home, as there were still matters to attend to, and her elder son's family also had children to care for. After a considerable duration, it was deemed a challenge to remain, so once circumstances allowed, Qin's mother made her departure, while Zhangya had temporarily taken a leave of absence from work. As Qin Lang gradually matured, he began to crawl. Soon finding his little bed insufficient for his adventurous spirit, he yearned to explore the world beyond. Zhangya, along with his parents, showered Qin Lang with affection, often cradling the little one during their leisure moments. In contrast, Qin Feng adopted a more laissez-faire approach to parenting. On weekends, when Qin Feng remained at home, Qin Huairu was also tasked with caring for the child. Since her responsibilities now lay within the logistics department, she did not need to venture out frequently. Nevertheless, she still took the child to the Baimitsang Hatong. As Qin Feng observed the weather warming up, he cradled Qin Lang and stepped out of the room. Being accustomed to the confines of indoor life, Qin Lang, nestled in his father's embrace, gazed around with wide eyes, filled with an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. Qin Feng settled into the rocking chair at the entrance, gently placing Qin Lang on the ground, allowing him to crawl and explore his surroundings. The area had been meticulously prepared in advance, devoid of any sharp stones, so Qin Feng felt at ease, permitting Qin Lang to discover the world around him. Shortly thereafter, Yuli arrived, cradling their child. Upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Feng reclining in the rocking chair while their child crawled freely on the ground. "Sha Feng, how could you simply leave the child on the ground?" she exclaimed. "There's nothing to worry about. I've ensured the area is safe. Besides, allowing the child to crawl is beneficial for his development." As Qin Feng observed Yuli approaching, he noticed that no one in the courtyard or the room was paying attention. He took the liberty of placing his hand on Yuli's waist. "Oh, how naughty of you. What if someone sees us?" Yuli did not respond verbally. Instead, she placed the child in her arms into Qin Feng's embrace and promptly entered the room to engage in conversation with Zhangya. Qin Feng gently placed the child on the ground, joining Qin Lang in a delightful crawl across the floor. "Oh dear. Why would you let the baby crawl on his own? Look how dirty his clothes have become," Zhangya remarked, observing Qin Feng leaving the child to play by himself as she escorted Yuli out. "Haha, believe it or not, the child actually enjoys playing this way. It's just that we have to wash his clothes every day. Indeed, it's rather unfair that men often leave everything to us," she continued, chuckling. "But that's life for you, living simply." After completing our daily tasks, we hardly paid attention to Shaju's situation, and thus, 3 years have slipped by. Qin Lang is now 3 years old. Qin Feng has ascended to the position of head of the storage department in the logistics division, having reached the pinnacle of his career for now, primarily due to the brevity of his tenure. Furthermore, as long as Zhang's father remains in service, Qin Feng's prospects for advancement will be stymied. During this time, Qin Huairu confided in Qin Feng about Shaju, revealing that 2 years prior, Ran Shiyue had given birth to a robust boy, whom they named He Xiao, though the reason behind this choice remains a mystery. Sudama and Lu Xiaoyi have experienced events reminiscent of those in the original narrative. Lu Xiaoyi similarly fled to Hong Kong, with the only distinction being the absence of the incident involving the locked door with Shaju, which has notably altered her fate. Had it not been for that locked door incident, numerous subsequent events would have unfolded differently. Qin Jingru, who was originally supposed to appear in Shaju's courtyard, still harbors aspirations of marrying into the city. When Qin Huairu returned to Qin Jiawang 2 years ago, she sought Qin Huairu's assistance in finding a suitor. However, with Shaju now married, there was no opportunity for Qin Jingru to enter the courtyard. After discussing the matter with Qin Feng, he reflected on Qin Jingru's situation and Su Damao's unwavering loyalty to her. She is indeed a commendable young woman. Nevertheless, Qin Feng has no intentions of seeking a partner, as he is already overwhelmed with obligations due to Yu Li, Qin Huairu, and Zhangya. Considering Qin Jingru's character, he facilitated an introduction to Gongzi, thereby fortifying their social ties. Although Qin Feng is confident that Gongzi and his companions will remain loyal, he is not averse to further solidifying their connections. Consequently, Qin Jingru successfully married into the city, and Gongzi treats her exceptionally well, especially since she is quite beautiful. Last year, the couple welcomed a son into their family. In order to prepare toys for his son, Qin Feng took it upon himself to learn woodworking. While at home, he crafted a variety of wooden toys for Qin Lang, including wooden trains, guns, and knives. On the weekend, after enjoying a meal together, Qin Feng took Qin Lang outside to play in the yard, with Qin Lang eagerly trailing behind him, dragging his toy bag along. Qin Feng sat as usual on the chair at the entrance of the courtyard, while Qin Lang spilled all his toys before him. Before long, Linshan, the son of Qin Huairu, and Yuli, along with Yinshan, arrived, each dragging a similar bag. The toys of these 3 little ones were all crafted by Qin Feng, who, being their father, ensured that none were favored over the others. Each child received their fair share. Soon, a throng of children from the entire alley gathered around Qin Feng, drawn by the allure of the toys. Although the 3 youngsters were quite young, their possessions made them popular among the other children. For who wouldn't want to play with those fortunate enough to have a father skilled in toy making? In recent years, Qin Feng has remained relatively inactive, merely allowing Gongzi and the others to manage the trade of tickets while simultaneously beginning to collect antiques on the streets. Although they lack expertise, they have managed to profit from the items they have acquired during this period. 7 years have now passed, and the societal tumult has subsided. Qin Lang has entered primary school, as have Linshan and Yinshan. Chapter 66, Yuli's divorce and the plan to open a store on Wednesday morning. In the courtyard of Lu Hai Hutong, Yuli leaned against Qin Feng, savoring the afterglow of their intimate moment. Xiao Feng, I am contemplating a divorce from Yin Jiqing. What are your thoughts on this? Qin Feng cast a glance at Yuli, taken aback by her unexpected words. Of course, I can, he replied. To be honest, it is not solely due to your prompt. I have long wished to discuss this matter with you. I am aware of his deteriorating condition. Yet the thought of us still spending our nights together leaves me unsettled. Yuli playfully pinched Qin Feng's arm and huffed at him. It is all your fault. At my age, I find myself facing divorce, and I can only blame you. Qin Feng tightened his grip around Yuli's hands and quickly offered his apologies. All right. It's all my fault. How could you suddenly decide to divorce without any prior indication? Yuli pondered for a moment before responding. The reluctance to divorce stemmed from our previous circumstances. If we were to separate, it would have been a matter of public scrutiny. However, now it seems trivial. The incident with Su Damao in our neighborhood was not a divorce, but rather a denunciation of his entire family. That was indeed shocking. Previously, my hesitation was rooted in concerns for our child, but it appears that the child is truly your blood, as he adores you and visits your home daily. Haha. There is no escaping the bond of blood. He is my son, and naturally, he is fond of me. Nonetheless, if we were to divorce, his family might not easily relinquish their rights over the child. Yuli contemplated this and recognized the validity of the argument, especially considering the implications for a boy. Yet, Reflecting on Yin Jieqing's situation, she felt there might be a chance for agreement. It's all right, I can handle this. Qin Feng gazed at Yu Li with unwavering confidence. Choosing not to utter another word, resolved to offer his assistance only if he found himself unable to resolve the matter at hand. After their meal, Qin Feng returned to the steel mill. The tempest had passed, and the leadership of the mill had undergone numerous changes. Fortunately, Qin Feng had previously discussed these matters with Zhang's father, ensuring that no calamity befell them during tumultuous times. Moreover, Qin Feng had cultivated a network of valuable connections, which safeguarded his family's well-being over the past decade. Now, as Zhang's father contemplated retirement, it was highly likely that Qin Feng would succeed him, thus leading to an increase in his responsibilities, as there were many matters requiring his attention. Once Qin Feng departed, Yu Li lingered in Luhai Alley for a while, eventually returning home as the school day neared its end. The time frame of the agreement with third uncle Yin Fugui had long since elapsed, and Yin Jieqing had ascended to the rank of a third-level worker. While not exceptional, it was certainly an improvement, leading to a noticeable enhancement of their household circumstances. On her way home, Yu Li purchased various ingredients, as the absence of her shopping would leave the pantry barren. She was determined that her son should not endure such hardships, thus she frequently procured groceries. Furthermore, with fewer family members present at home, Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jieguang had temporarily gone to the countryside, although it was rumored that the policies had relaxed and they might soon return. After dinner, Yu Li called out to Yin Jieqing, suggesting they take a stroll. He had no objections and accompanied her outside. Jieqing, we have been married for quite some time now. Haven't we? She began. Yes, indeed, it has been many years, he replied. Then I shall speak candidly. Let us divorce. Yin Jieqing was taken aback by Yu Li's proclamation, his astonishment palpable. Why? My income has increased, and you have a say in matters at home. Why would you wish to part ways? He questioned, bewildered by her decision to seek divorce despite their improved circumstances. Jieqing. I stumbled upon the hospital bills during a recent laundry session, Yu Li confessed. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. You knew? If that is the case, why would you propose divorce? He inquired, grappling with the revelation. Do not fret, I have not disclosed this to anyone. But I hope you can comprehend my feelings. You are aware, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suggested divorce. Do not be too disheartened. With today's advancements in medicine, there is hope for a cure, she reassured him. No need to say more. I accept your decision. Furthermore, I will take our son with me, though you are welcome to visit him anytime, Yu Li hastily added. Understood, he replied. Yin Jieqing wore a somber expression. Yet he acquiesced. Yu Li, regardless of the reasons behind his agreement, was simply relieved that he had consented. The following day, Yin Jieqing took a leave from the steel mill, and the two met in front of the street office. After entering, they emerged shortly thereafter. The staff at the street office, adhering to standard procedure, inquired if they wished to reconsider, and upon their firm confirmation, promptly completed the necessary formalities. Since the winds of change had settled, society had grown increasingly open, leading to a noticeable rise in the number of individuals seeking divorce. The street office personnel had grown indifferent, merely following protocol before facilitating the process. Upon exiting the street office, Yin Jieqing gazed at the divorce certificate in his hand, his demeanor as turbulent as the waters. What do you intend to do next? He asked. Yu Li, hearing his query, responded, I will return to gather my belongings. And then I plan to stay with my parents for a while. Finding work has become considerably easier now, so I will secure a job in due course. Very well. I will ensure that the child support is provided punctually each month. Agreed. Now let us part ways. You can return home on your own. I must head to work. With that, they separated at the entrance of the street office. Upon returning, Yu Li quickly organized her own clothes along with those of her child and moved to the courtyard in Luhai Alley. As for her parents, she had no intention of informing them just yet, opting instead to wait for a while before broaching the subject. After assisting Yu Li in organizing her and the child's belongings in the courtyard of Luhai Hutong, Qin Feng did not head directly back to the steel factory. Instead, he took a seat and began conversing with Yu Li. You can stay here with the child for now. The government is planning to relax restrictions on individual businesses, so I intend to open a restaurant. You and Qin Huairu can manage it together. As for the kitchen, we can enlist Shaju to handle that. It should turn out well and provide a decent livelihood. Humph. I knew there was something going on between you and Qin Huairu. My instincts did not lead me astray. Oh, how did you come to that conclusion? At first, I sensed a connection between you two similar to ours. Later, I noticed that Qin Feng and Lin Feng never appeared together, which made me wonder if they were indeed one and the same. To my surprise, I was correct. Haha. So that's the case. Well then, you two should embark on this venture together without any awkwardness. Understood. I want to put you in a difficult position. Chapter 67. Inviting Sha Zhu. After arranging matters with Yu Li, Qin Feng returned to work. Sister Huairu, could you come to my office for a moment? Qin Feng searched for Qin Huairu in the warehouse. What's the matter, Xiao Feng? Missing me? Once Qin Huairu entered Qin Feng's office, she settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around him. Indeed, how could I not miss you? Haha, you're just trying to flatter me. Now, tell me, what's the matter? Qin Huairu chuckled before promptly addressing the main issue. The government has loosened regulations on personal businesses, so I intend to place you on unpaid leave, allowing you to partner with Yu Li in opening a restaurant. What do you think? Qin Huairu pondered for a moment, uncertain whether she was truly cut out for the business, and expressed her concerns. But can I really excel at this? After all, I have no prior experience. No worries. Take your time to learn. At the very least, your experience in the warehouse should serve you well. There won't be any issues with the storage of supplies for the restaurant. The remaining tasks involve the kitchen and the waitstaff. As for the kitchen, Huairu, you can consult with Sha Zhu. His culinary skills are undoubtedly reliable. With him on board, the restaurant is bound to thrive. Nowadays, with people's improved living standards, there is always a demand for quality food. You make a valid point. If Sha Zhu is in the kitchen, his skills are certainly up to par. Indeed. However, you will need to reach out to Sha Zhu, and then there's the matter of the waitstaff. Since this is a private venture, we cannot expect the same level of service as a state-run establishment, which will not suffice. You and Yu Li can discuss this together. By the way, I intend for you and Yu Li to work together. That way, you can support each other and it won't be as exhausting. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, yet chose to remain silent. Over the years, her stable life could largely be attributed to Qin Feng's efforts, a fact that she held dear in her heart. Very well, that poses no issue. This evening, when I return home, I shall seek out Sha Zhu. However, what terms shall we offer him? Qin Feng stroked his chin in contemplation and remarked, I believe there are two potential options. The first involves granting him equity. Essentially, you would hold 45%, Yu Li would also have 45%, and we would allocate 1% to Sha Zhu, in addition to his salary. The second option would be to forego equity altogether and simply offer him a higher salary. Ultimately, it would be best to allow him to choose between the two. This way, we have considered both scenarios, and we can see which he prefers when the time comes. Now, regarding his salary, how should we determine it? For the first scenario, we could maintain the current salary structure from the steel mill, while for the second scenario, we could propose a salary that is double the current amount. Should business flourish once we open, we can consider further increases. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu expressed her understanding. The two engaged in further conversation regarding the restaurant matters before Qin Huairu returned to her work. After finishing his shift, Qin Feng first visited the courtyard in Luhai Hutong, where he observed Yu Li and the child she had taken in. Satisfied that all was well between them, Qin Feng then made his way back home. After finishing her work, Qin Huairu returned home, prepared dinner, and after eating, she set out for Sha Zhu's house. Sha Zhu, Chiola, are you at home? The family of three inside heard Qin Huairu's voice, and Sha Zhu urged He Xiao to quickly open the door. Oh, Xiao Xiao, have you eaten? Aunt Qin, come in quickly, we just finished our meal. Upon entering, she noticed Ranchola had just cleared the table, while Sha Zhu was seated on a chair. Sister Qin, please sit down. What brings you here today? He Xiao, go back to your room and do your homework after you've eaten. Ranchola dismissed He Xiao, and the three of them settled around the table. I actually do have something significant to discuss today. The government has recently relaxed restrictions on personal businesses. Your brother-in-law mentioned that he wants me to take a leave of absence from my job to explore this opportunity. I pondered over it, but I'm not really skilled in anything. However, as your brother-in-law pointed out, there will always be a need for food. Hence, I thought about opening a restaurant. And if that is the case, I would require your culinary expertise, Sha Zhu. So, I came to discuss this with you. Ranchola and Sha Zhu exchanged glances, surprised that this entrepreneurial idea had originated from Qin Huairu's family. Sister Qin, you must understand this is no small matter, Ranchola said. Realizing Sha Zhu had a certain attachment to Qin Huairu, and thus she spoke directly. Of course, I have some conditions in mind for consideration. I've thought of two options. The first option would maintain your current salary, but the restaurant would grant you a 10% stake. You would only need to work in the kitchen. The second option is to offer you double your current salary, but in that case, there would be no equity. And you would solely receive a salary. You and Chilla can discuss this among yourselves. I'm not joking around here. This is a serious matter. Your brother-in-law has already prepared the funds to open the restaurant, so there is no need to worry about uncertainty. Furthermore, if you decide to join, I can assist in arranging a temporary leave of absence for you. If things don't work out, we can always return to the steel mill. Upon hearing these terms, both Ranchilla and Shaju felt a surge of excitement. Setting aside the equity aspect, the prospect of earning double salary was enticing. If they opted for shares, their living conditions would remain unchanged, and should the restaurant thrive, the shares could prove to be quite lucrative. After exchanging glances, though intrigued, they refrained from making an immediate decision. Shaju, now married for several years, had become more prudent, recognizing the importance of discussing matters with his wife. Sister Qin, we appreciate what you've proposed and will discuss it further before getting back to you. Shaju replied earnestly. Very well, this is indeed a significant decision. Please take your time to deliberate, as I also need to prepare for the opening of the restaurant. With that, Qin Huairu departed. Although Qin Huairu has departed, the hearts of Shaju and Ran Shuyue remain unsettled. Shuyue, what do you think of these two conditions? Of course, they are quite favorable. Sister Qin has indeed been quite considerate of us. I've heard whispers at school about others engaging in business, yet none possess such advantageous terms. Indeed, they are remarkably good. By the way, it seems we share no dissenting opinions. Our conversation revolves around which condition is superior. We aren't foolish, naturally we would agree. Though I find myself slightly hesitant about which option to choose. As Rancho US spoke, her face was etched with contemplation. Let us select the first option. Why? Rancho Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued rather than any opposition. Sister Qin has treated us well, and the terms are quite generous. Furthermore, she can assist with our leave of absence, alleviating any concerns. I believe in reciprocity. If everyone is well, then we all benefit. If it doesn't work out, we can always return. We stand to lose nothing, and honesty among neighbors is paramount. You make a compelling argument. Indeed, we face no losses. Hence, why not be bold? If it succeeds, it could be considered our own venture. Exactly, then it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Sister Qin. Agreed, it is decided. Chapter 68. The restaurant opens, the three head south. Shaju and his wife quickly reached a conclusion at home. After all, this matter posed no detriment to their family. As long as they executed it well, it would yield a commendable outcome. Although in this era, there is a profound obsession with job security. It primarily serves to ensure a basic livelihood. However, should the prospect of a better life arise, individuals from any time would strive to pursue it. The conditions offered by Qin Huairu were undeniably favorable. Whether it was the profit-sharing arrangement or the generous salary, Shaju stood to gain significantly. Moreover, the provision for a leave of absence without pay further alleviated any concerns he might have had. The following day, rather than lingering at home, Shaju rose promptly to prepare for work. As he mingled with the crowd heading toward the steel mill, he spotted Qin Huairu ahead and hurriedly made his way to her. Qinjia, regarding what we discussed yesterday, Qiu Yi and I have made our plans. I will be working with you, and I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Ah, that's splendid. With you on board, our endeavors will surely sail smoothly. Your skills are beyond reproach, she replied with enthusiasm. Well, I suppose I'm not as remarkable as you make me out to be, he modestly countered. Oh, Shaju, there's no need for such humility. Just focus on your work. I will handle the paperwork today and find a location to set up and prepare everything. You can take care of your formalities later. Upon hearing this, Shaju reflected and concluded that it made sense, for he was the chef. And the restaurant was not yet ready. There was no immediate need for him to handle the paperwork. All right then, I shall await your summons, Qinjia. Eager to embark on this prosperous journey together. Absolutely, we shall thrive together. As they conversed, they arrived at the steel mill, entering through the main gate before parting ways. Shaju headed to the canteen, while Qin Huairu proceeded toward warehouse number 3. Their light-hearted chatter along the way was devoid of any frivolous remarks. They were now married. No longer the single man and the widow of yesteryears. Given that they shared the same courtyard, what could possibly impede their conversation? Upon reaching the canteen, Shaju observed his diligent apprentices, Ma Hua and Peng Zi, rushing to serve him tea and water. He pondered whom he should take with him if he were to venture to Qin Jia's restaurant. Ma Hua was quite earnest, obediently following Shaju's instructions without hesitation. albeit not particularly articulate. On the other hand, Peng Zi had a tendency to be lazy, often procrastinating, but he had a knack for flattery and spoke charmingly. Considering the traits of his apprentices, Xia Zhu hesitated, uncertain about whom to choose. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to defer the decision and discuss it with his wife later, recognizing that selecting the right apprentice was a significant responsibility, akin to planning for the future. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Qin Huairu efficiently completed her tasks in the warehouse. After a brief conversation with her colleagues, she proceeded to Qin Feng's office. "Xia Feng, I spoke with Zhuzi yesterday, and he just replied to me. There are no issues on his end. We will grant him a 10% share. Silly Zhu is not so foolish after all, as he opted for the first choice." Qin Huairu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and playfully chided, "Of course. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose to share the profits. Moreover, we shall assist in facilitating the leave of absence, leaving no room for concern. Hence, opting for a partnership is the most prudent choice." "Very well, since Xia Zhu has consented, there are no further issues. I shall handle the paperwork for you shortly. And then you may seek out Yuli. Find a suitable location. If it meets our expectations, we shall proceed with the purchase. You may commence all necessary preparations thereafter." "Understood," Qin Feng replied. After signing the leave of absence form, Qin Huairu completed the requisite procedures at the HR office, and they exited the steel mill. Upon arriving at Luhai Alley to meet Yuli, Qin Feng observed that the courtyard before her bore no significant difference to that of Baimitsong Alley. She realized that Qin Feng's intentions were to treat them equally, which was indeed thoughtful. This was not their first encounter. The two women had previously met in the courtyard and were already acquainted. However, as Qin Feng's partners, this was their inaugural meeting, which proceeded without incident as they exchanged their backgrounds and lightly chastised Qin Feng for his shortcomings. Subsequently, they shared their thoughts on the restaurant venture, confirming a potential location and discussing the supplies they might require. Afterward, the two ventured out to the vicinity of Qianmen Street to begin their search for a storefront. As Qin Feng was diligently working alongside Yu Li and Qin Huairu, he was not idle himself. After leaving the steel mill, he rode his bicycle to Gangxi's home. Following Gangxi's marriage to Qin Jingru, their previous courtyard had transformed into their shared abode. Subsequently, both Fatty and Mouse also tied the knot, and Qin Feng generously invested in their ventures, purchasing residences for the trio near Gangxi's place. The three expressed increasing gratitude towards Qin Feng. Upon arriving at Gangxi's residence, he summoned Fatty and Mouse to join them. Once the trio was assembled, Qin Feng spoke candidly. "Our business involving the tickets has not seen any significant changes. And as resources gradually increase, the government has loosened restrictions on farmers selling their produce in the city. Consequently, our enterprise appears to have little future." Indeed, Gangxi concurred. While it has become easier to acquire various tickets lately, the prices have notably declined. Aside from a few resilient ticket types, profits have dwindled. In light of this, Qin Feng proposed, "I believe it is time for us to pivot our business strategy." The three exchanged glances, signaling their agreement. "Brother Qin, please enlighten us on your thoughts," they urged. "I will be direct," he continued. "Instead of trading tickets, we shall venture southward to deal in rare commodities." Upon hearing this, the trio grasped Qin Feng's intent. Having often navigated the black market, they had encountered several coveted items from the south, which were in high demand. "Brother Qin, guide us on how to proceed," they implored. "You three will travel south to scout for sources. After that, you will bring the goods back. Although the policies have become more lenient, there are still ambiguities, and enforcement remains a possibility. Therefore, it would be wise to spend some money to connect with railway personnel to facilitate the transport of goods. The subsequent sales will be your forte." "Understood, Brother Qin," they replied in unison. "Very well, prepare yourselves for departure. For the initial venture, a capital of 5,000 yuan for goods will suffice. I will cover any shortfall you may encounter." After finalizing these matters, the trio of Gangxi prepared themselves and, within a few days, embarked on a journey southward. They adeptly located their sources of goods, and upon their first return, they held some apprehensions. However, after successfully selling their merchandise and earning a profit, their spirits lifted considerably. Fortunately, Qin Feng imposed certain restrictions on the trio, setting a limit on their purchasing quota, which ultimately prevented any mishaps. Over the course of 2 months, they made 3 trips, each time yielding profits in the range of 10,000 yuan. The fourth night city gradually saw an influx of fashionable clothing and items, though it is important to note that Gangxi and his companions were not solely responsible for this. Many others were engaged in similar endeavors. During this period, Yu Li and Qin Huairu secured a storefront. After receiving confirmation from Qin Feng, they proceeded with the purchase. They enlisted a renovation team for a simple makeover, acquiring tables, chairs, and other essentials. Qin Feng also assisted with the necessary paperwork for Shaju, facilitating the establishment of their kitchen in the restaurant. Fortunately, the restaurant's current decor was not as extravagant as it would become in the future, allowing the two women to prepare adequately. They selected an auspicious date for the opening, naming the establishment Chuanyu Restaurant, a title bestowed by Qin Feng. In Chapter 69, Return, the opening of the restaurant was not burdened by overly complex procedures. The two women extended invitations to their friends and lovers. Qin Feng, however, did not accompany Zhanya. Instead, she attended with Qin Lang. After Qin Feng had utilized silver needles to puncture the acupoints, he disguised himself as Lin Feng, accompanying Qin Huairu and Yu Li in welcoming all the friends and relatives who had come to celebrate. When the auspicious hour arrived, a simple ceremony was conducted, and the restaurant officially opened with the unveiling of the red cloth from the sign, revealing the name of the Sichuan Chongqing restaurant. In preparation for the grand occasion, Shaju had rallied all the kitchen staff, energetically engaging them in the culinary process, showcasing his utmost skills in every dish. The lively atmosphere of the opening, combined with the influx of visitors, attracted many onlookers outside who were eager to sample the fare. To their delight, they found themselves thoroughly enchanted by Shaju's culinary prowess. It is worth noting that his skills were indeed remarkable. Otherwise, the high-ranking officials in the original drama would not have continually sought him out for meals. Although perhaps not reaching the standards of a state banquet, the quality was certainly commendable. As a result of the excitement surrounding the opening, the restaurant was bustling with patrons on its very first day. Additionally, given the scarcity of dining establishments in the area, particularly those that were previously state-run, the service and ambience were markedly different. Qin Huairu and Yu Li had meticulously selected the waitstaff, emphasizing that this was not a state-run restaurant, thus placing a premium on service quality. The patrons, in their simplicity, adhered to the owner's requests, leading to an overall satisfactory level of service, albeit with some areas for improvement. That evening, after closing the doors, Qin Huairu, Yu Li, and Shaju carefully calculated the day's sales figures. They were astounded by the net profit after deducting expenses for utilities, ingredients, and labor. "How much did we earn today?" Shaju anxiously inquired, glancing at Yu Li as she set down her pen. Although he suspected the outcome would be positive, the lack of concrete figures left him feeling uncertain. Throughout the day, he had been tirelessly cooking, presenting a multitude of dishes to the diners. "Over 200. My heavens, after accounting for all costs, we still made over 200. Yu Li exclaimed, recovering from her shock before addressing the two others. "Is that true? Fantastic. Ha ha, we've struck gold." Qin Huairu responded, her joy palpable. Shaju, meanwhile, sat quietly, grinning from ear to ear. After a spell of shared elation, the trio began to feel the weight of fatigue. They had not paused all day. Shaju had been continuously engaged in cooking, while Qin Huairu and Yu Li had been bustling about as makeshift servers. After tidying up, the three locked the doors and returned home. After Qin Feng became aware of the restaurant's situation, he felt a sense of relief and advised Qin Huairu and Yu Li on potential occurrences. He also deemed it unnecessary to worry about Shaju's task of bringing back vegetables, which the two women acknowledged. In the following period, the restaurant's business grew increasingly stable, attracting diners daily who came specifically for a delightful meal. Each month, 40% of the profits were retained in the restaurant's account, with the remainder distributed proportionately. Upon receiving his share, Shaju's enthusiasm for work surged, shedding the bad habits he had acquired during his time in the steel mill's kitchen. Now, with customers arriving, he promptly took their orders and prepared their meals. On the other hand, after several trips to the south, Gongzi and his companions became quite familiar with the region, prompting Qin Feng to seek them out. "Gongzi, after so many trips to the south, what are your impressions?" Gongzi pondered for a moment before responding. "The development is rapid. Each visit feels different from the last, and many people have begun establishing factories there." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the reform and opening up, allowing a portion of the population to prosper first has undoubtedly inspired many to aspire to become their own bosses. "Gongzi, should we consider starting our own venture?" Gongzi looked at Qin Feng, sensing that there was something significant at hand. "Precisely. We have sufficient funds, so I plan to have you establish a factory in the south." Gongzi responded, "We have contemplated this, But what kind of factory should we establish? It seems anything there is profitable. Qin Feng replied, while virtually anything can generate income. The essentials of life remain a constant. Much like the restaurant that Qin Huairu and Yu Li operate, if we were to open a factory, food would not be our focus. I intend to start a garment factory. You will go there to acquire land, construct the factory, and purchase equipment while familiarizing yourselves with the entire production and management process. He then handed them sketches of the clothing designs he had conceived, stating, "You will also take these along. We will create our own brand, akin to foreign products, ensuring we have our own label." Gongzi and his companions examined the drafts Qin Feng had provided, noting the clothing adorned with slogans like "Long live socialism," China, and various well-wishing phrases. It was evident that such designs would resonate with future consumers, yet they were already quite fashionable in the present day. The populace at this time held profound feelings for their country, making the trio confident that their products would undoubtedly be well received. Having settled on their forthcoming tasks, Gongzi and his companions began their preparations. Once ready, they ventured southward, knowing that this time their stay would extend beyond 10 days or half a month, as they anticipated a considerable period before returning. After Qin Feng made arrangements for Qin Huairu, Yu Li, and Gongzi, the trio continued their work at the steel mill. Following his promotion to the director of logistics, his responsibilities became considerably more intricate, often requiring him to attend meetings, leaving him with less time than before. Fortunately, Qin Huairu and Yu Li seemed to have awakened their inner strength as formidable women, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the restaurant business, thus alleviating many burdens. As time passed, upon arriving in the south, the trio successfully acquired land, constructed a factory, and recruited workers. The garments produced in the factory sold out without any issues. They undertook the expansion of the factory, added new equipment, and implemented a 3-shift work schedule to meet market demands. With financial stability in hand, Qin Feng provided the trio with a recipe for a refreshing herbal tea, enabling them to establish another factory for production. As Qin Feng observed that everything had essentially fallen into place, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. That evening, after the family had finished their meal, Qin Feng tenderly expressed his affection for Zhang Ye. He was uncertain whether he could ever return to the world he had once known, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Nonetheless, he understood that he ultimately had to embark on his journey back. Qin Feng summoned the system panel. After completing the task, a blue light flashed over the return button, and Qin Feng's figure vanished. Chapter 70, After the Sihiyuan, Daily Life 1. Qin Feng merely felt a flash of blue light, and before he knew it, he had returned to his own home, gazing at the familiar yet strangely altered surroundings. It took him a moment to shake off the disorientation brought on by the temporal shift. System, open the system panel. In his mind, Qin Feng softly called out to the system. Host, Qin Feng strength, 12 stamina, 13 spirit, 15 fate points, 10 skills, traditional Chinese medicine, level 5, completed cinematic world, a full house of happiness. Qin Feng gazed at the expansive system panel. Aside from the unchanged attributes of strength, stamina, and spirit, he noted a significant increase in his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, as well as the addition of 10 fate points. He remained uncertain about what these points could purchase, but anticipated that clarity would come once the next cinematic world commenced. Reflecting on the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine residing in his mind, he found that he could recall it all. After rummaging through the room, he discovered a sewing needle and, simulating acupuncture techniques, realized that his dexterity and memory of the methods remained intact, bringing him a sense of relief. With this realization, he understood that his life was poised for a complete transformation. With a memory palace at his disposal, any knowledge he wished to acquire could be effortlessly retained, ensuring it would not fade away. The learning within the cinematic realms would prove equally effectively granting him an abundance of additional time. In his consciousness, Qin Feng gazed upon his memory palace and discovered that a distinct area had emerged to house all memories related to the emotional tapestry of the 4 courtyards. By merely concentrating his attention, he could access these pertinent memories. Thus, this arrangement alleviated Qin Feng's confusion between virtual reality and the multitude of memories accumulated over the years. After pouring himself a glass of water and gaining a thorough understanding of his situation, Qin Feng expressed that he was currently in good spirits. When pondering why he should be concerned about any potential conspiracies within the system, he concluded that he was devoid of emotions. Worrying about such matters served no purpose. Thus, he accepted the system's existence with a sense of peace. Previously, he had never contemplated this issue while watching films and dramas, and now it seemed even less troubling. Qin Feng sat for a moment, suddenly realizing, "Where is my phone?" Hastily, he retrieved his phone from the bedroom and began to play with it. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him after so many years of neglect. Noticing the date displayed on the screen, he realized that tomorrow is Monday, and he still has to return to work. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to resign the following day. With the memory palace at his disposal, the prospect of earning a living seemed considerably more attainable. Thus, he no longer wished to toil as a mere cog in the capitalist machine. The life he had long desired, one devoid of the constraints of employment, might finally be within his reach. After indulging in his mobile phone for a while, Qin Feng promptly ordered takeout. When the meal arrived, he savored it heartily, having not eaten for quite some time. The flavors were delightful. After finishing his meal, he ventured outside for a stroll, marveling at the spring scenery of the city. Just moments ago, he had been in the 1980s in the capital. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the spring city, marveling at the incredible power of the system. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Qin Feng rose early, without the need for an alarm, as his body instinctively knew it was time to wake. Although his memories were preserved, his physical instincts remained intact. He ran for an hour in the community before returning to freshen up and take the subway to work. "Good morning. Have you eaten yet?" Qin Feng greeted his colleague, who responded in kind. "I've already eaten at home." After Qin Feng set down his belongings, he ascended to the fourth-floor cafeteria to partake in a meal. Upon finishing his lunch, he returned and proceeded to organize his current tasks, realizing there was nothing lacking. Consequently, he allowed himself to indulge in leisure, as he had already resolved to resign, thus why should he burden himself further? Reflecting upon his system panel, he noted with some dismay that his computer skills were not displayed. He was uncertain whether this was due to insufficient level or if the panel did not account for his pre-existing abilities. Nevertheless, Qin Feng resolved to pursue further study. For in the realm of urban-themed dramas, computer skills held significant importance. Should he attain a profound understanding of the technology, it could prove immensely beneficial. When the department had arrived, Qin Feng approached him. "Brother Xiong, I need to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment?" "Sure, just give me a moment." After a brief interval, they entered the conference room. "Qin Feng, what's on your mind?" "Brother Xiong, I have decided to resign, and I wanted to inform you today." Brother Xiong looked at Qin Feng, clearly taken aback by the unexpected announcement. "What prompted this sudden decision?" "I feel the need for a break. I've been quite fatigued lately. Perhaps I could grant you a few days off to rest before you reconsider?" "Thank you, Brother Xiong, but I have made my decision. I truly intend to resign." Recognizing Qin Feng's resolute determination, Brother Xiong ceased his attempts to dissuade him. "Very well, I respect your choice. Please hand over your responsibilities and then proceed to the HR department to complete the necessary formalities." "Understood, Brother Xiong. Thank you." Upon returning to his workstation, Qin Feng handed over his responsibilities to a colleague and subsequently proceeded to the Human Resources Department to complete his resignation formalities. That evening, Brother Xiong treated the entire department to dinner as a farewell gesture, coinciding with the department's intention for a team-building event, which allowed for both camaraderie and cost saving. The colleagues expressed their surprise at his sudden departure, yet there was a conspicuous absence of deeper emotions, as their relationships were merely professional. Initially, there might be some communication, but as time passes, it is likely that those connections will fade away. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective homes, and Qin Feng felt a sense of fulfillment, having realized his dream of no longer being bound to a job. Due to having consumed alcohol, he retired early that night. The following morning, he awoke and, as was his routine, ran for an hour within the community, invigorating both body and spirit. He then took the subway to the library, where he immersed himself in literature pertaining to financial investment. Indeed, Qin Feng aspired to become a freelancer and contemplated engaging in stock trading. Throughout the subsequent week, he maintained his morning regimen of running for an hour, followed by study sessions at the library. His initial foray into learning was relatively straightforward, and after a little over half a month, his financial acumen had progressed to an intermediate level. Qin Feng deposited the 50,000 yuan he had on hand into the bank account linked to his stock trading platform. Subsequently, after analyzing his financial skills, he selected a few stocks to invest in. Approximately a week later, his investments appreciated by around 3,000 yuan, allowing Qin Feng to feel completely at ease, as it seemed his foray into stock trading had found its rhythm. Thus, he resolved to return home for a visit. especially since the system had informed him that each traversal through the realms of film and television occurred at 1-month intervals. With this in mind, Qin Feng planned to take a trip home during the final week to see his parents. Chapter 71. The Courtyard, Daily Life 2. Qin Feng purchased a high-speed train ticket for the following morning using his mobile phone, refraining from notifying his parents, as he intended to surprise them. Early the next day, he took a taxi to the train station, and once the train arrived, he presented his ticket and boarded. After a 3-hour journey, the train reached Huaqing, where Qin Feng disembarked and sought out a local restaurant to savor some traditional home-cooked delicacies, indulging his cravings. After his meal, he visited the Friendship Mall and bought clothing for his parents, mindful of honoring them upon his return. Given his current financial constraints, he opted for more affordable options, planning to purchase better items when his finances improved. An hour later, he arrived at his doorstep, only to find the gate locked. Realizing his parents must have gone to the fields, and uncertain of their whereabouts, he chose not to search for them. Instead, he retrieved the key hidden beneath a brick at the entrance, a common practice in the countryside. Thankfully, this allowed him entry, otherwise, he would have been unable to get inside. After placing the clothes neatly, Qin Feng rummaged through the house for some snacks and began to eat. He waited for approximately 2 hours before his parents returned. "Did you forget to lock the door today?" his mother inquired, noticing the entrance ajar as she turned to his father. That can't be. I locked it," he replied. "The key is still under the brick." What could have happened? Why is the door open?" Upon hearing the voices of his parents from outside, Qin Feng hastily rose to greet them. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he exclaimed, opening the door. "Oh dear, my eldest son, why didn't you call?" Qin's mother exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Qin Feng's hand. "I missed you both, so I decided to return and surprise you," he replied with a smile. "Haha, very well then, go and enjoy yourself. Once I finish tidying up, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you this evening." Upon hearing his mother's words, Qin Feng returned to his room. His father, embodying the archetype of a traditional patriarch, remained taciturn, yet his eyes were persistently fixed on Qin Feng, revealing his profound joy at his son's return. "My eldest son, is there anything you wish to eat this evening?" "Mother, let us have some chive pockets. Those from outside pale in comparison to your culinary prowess." "Haha, indeed. Very well. Just wait and see." Qin's mother donned an apron as she busied herself in the kitchen. She began by washing and finely chopping the garlic chives, then cracked several eggs into a bowl, adding a pinch of salt and a medley of seasonings, stirring them together until well combined. Next, she poured flour into another bowl, gradually incorporating water to knead a soft dough. She placed the dough upon the countertop, rolling it out into thin sheets with a rolling pin, and used the rim of a bowl to cut out perfectly round wrappers. Following this, Qin's mother commenced the art of crafting garlic chive pockets. She placed a portion of the filling onto each wrapper, folded it over, and delicately pinched the edges together, completing one delightful pocket after another with remarkable skill and dexterity. Before long, the countertop was adorned with an array of these delectable pockets. Finally, she placed the garlic chive pockets into a skillet, pan-frying them over low heat until both sides turned a glorious golden brown. The kitchen was enveloped in an enticing aroma, and upon catching a whiff of the delicious scent, Qin Feng hurried into the kitchen, unable to contain his eagerness to sample the culinary delights. Qin's mother plated the freshly made chive pockets and brought them to the dining table. Qin Feng picked one up and took a bite. The fragrant chives and the savory eggs melded delightfully in his mouth, prompting him to give a thumbs up. "Mom, your chive pockets are the best." Seeing her son's satisfied expression, Qin's mother couldn't help but smile with happiness. "All right, just have a taste. Otherwise, you won't have room for dinner later." "Okay, I'll just have one for now. I've been craving this bite for so long. I can manage to eat other things, but those from the breakfast shop are simply dreadful." Indeed, breakfast shops are stingy with the ingredients, and the chives are undercooked, so the flavor falls short. In the evening, the family gathered around the table, joyfully sharing a meal while inquiring about Qin Feng's experiences in Spring City. He recounted every detail to his parents, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter. After dinner, they settled in together to watch television. Qin's mother sat close to Qin Feng, engaged in conversation, and this time he displayed no impatience. Previously, there were moments when his mother's numerous questions would annoy him, but after experiencing the world of film and television, he found himself more patient. It was evident that his mother was genuinely delighted. Life in the countryside is indeed simple. After dinner, the outside world grew eerily quiet, with everyone at home watching television or playing on their phones, retiring to bed early. The next morning, Qin Feng went for a run in the village for an hour, encountering many neighbors along the way. Upon seeing him return, they all greeted him warmly. In no time, the villagers learned that young Qin Feng from the old Qin family had come back. Initially, after breakfast, Qin Feng intended to help his parents with some chores in the fields, but since they had completed all tasks the day before, there was little for him to do at home. His mother did not allow him to assist with the minor errands. Thus, Qin Feng enjoyed 3 leisurely days at home. But on the 4th day, his mother's demeanor noticeably shifted. "You little rascal, why are you staying at home for so long this time? Don't you have work at your unit? Mom, what's wrong? Isn't it nice for me to be home with you? What's so good about it? I still have to make you delicious meals every day. You might as well hurry up and find me a daughter-in-law. That would be best," she remarked pointedly. "Oh, don't worry, it'll happen for sure. I'll bring someone home for you to meet when the time comes. You always talk so easily. If you have nothing to do, just go for a stroll. Don't just linger around the house. I don't have anything to do, so where would I go? To be honest, we don't have much in common to talk about." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu refrained from further comment, for she understood the situation well. It was simply the restless nature of rural folk that led her to feel compelled to intervene upon witnessing Qin Feng's demeanor. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Upon his return, his mother cherished him as if he were a treasure. Yet merely a few days had passed, and she now treated him as if he were inconsequential. Nonetheless, Qin Feng held no grievances, for he too planned to depart again. As his second cinematic journey was imminent, Qin Feng intended to wait for the system prompt before watching some films and dramas to grasp the plot, and then see if he could search for any relevant materials that might be needed. During lunch, Qin Feng mentioned his plans to return the following day. Although his mother felt a deep reluctance, she understood that her son had work commitments. Thus, his parents refrained from voicing any objections, instead preparing a lavish feast in the evening, filled with all of Qin Feng's favorite dishes. The next morning, Qin Feng bid farewell to his parents and boarded the high-speed train to Chun City at Wangqing Railway Station, returning home to Chun City. Chapter 72, A New World, Ode to Joy. Upon returning home, Qin Feng tidied up the room with a sense of simplicity. As he gazed at the now pristine and orderly space, he nodded in satisfaction. Qin Feng approached the computer desk and activated the system panel, observing the next cinematic realm indicated by the system. Host, Qin Feng Strength, 12 Stamina, 13 Spirit, 15 Fate Points, 10 Skills, Traditional Chinese Medicine, Level 5, Completed Cinematic Realms. The warmth of the courtyard soon to enter Cinematic Realm. Ode to Joy, time remaining, 48:00:00. Glancing at the display showcasing the Ode to Joy Cinematic Realm, Qin Feng found himself entirely unfamiliar with it. He had only caught glimpses of it through the popularity of short videos. Noticing that only 48 hours remained until his transition, he realized this time was allotted for his preparation. Reflecting on his previous realm, where he had successfully completed his task and earned 10 fate points, he pondered their potential utility. With curiosity, Qin Feng tapped on the fate points, which promptly revealed a system marketplace. As Qin Feng gazed at the mall interface displaying various identities, such as noble lineage, aristocratic offspring from ancient times, and modern identities like those from affluent families, he pondered the skills available, including calligraphy and painting. These attributes could undoubtedly assist him in gaining an advantage in the next cinematic realm. However, upon noticing the required fate points, he resolved to accumulate them for the time being, for otherwise, he would not be able to afford anything of value, and what he could purchase held little utility at present. After comprehensively understanding the options, Qin Feng promptly activated the player and began watching the television series Ode to Joy. By viewing it at double speed, he gleaned the essence of the narrative, which primarily revolves around 5 girls from diverse backgrounds residing on the 22nd floor of the Ode to Joy community. Their journey from strangers to acquaintances, culminating in mutual understanding, assistance, and collective growth, forms the crux of the story. For further details, one could simply consult the internet. There is no need for elaboration here. Moreover, Qin Feng maintained a somewhat lethargic disposition, thus he did not place significant importance on the plot, especially since his system lacked a mandatory task framework. He felt no compulsion to become a slave to quests, and modern dramas such as this held little sway over him, at worst. He would merely return to the main world after aging. Having grasped the storyline, Qin Feng resolved to diligently study computer-related skills, intending to enhance his existence in the cinematic world, skills that would also be applicable in the primary realm. He retrieved the programming books he had previously purchased and immersed himself in learning. With his inherent abilities complemented by the knowledge from these texts, he successfully elevated his programming skill to level 1 before his transmigration. Host: Qin Feng Strength, 12 Stamina, 13 Spirit, 15 Fate Points, 10 Skills, Traditional Chinese Medicine, Level 5. Programming, Level 1, Completed Cinematic World, a love story in the courtyard. Upcoming cinematic world, Ode to Joy, remaining time, 0:10, content with his newly acquired skill. Qin Feng noted with urgency that only 10 seconds remained. He took a moment to adjust his emotions during his first journey to the courtyard. He had been oblivious to what lay ahead, lacking any real sensation. This time, however, he was eager to witness the process of transmigration firsthand. And a sense of excitement coursed through him. As the countdown reached 0, Qin Feng hardly had a moment to react before a flash of blue light enveloped him, and he vanished from his room. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in what was unmistakably a school dormitory, amused by the recurring theme of his transmigrations. He noticed the absence of others in the dormitory and felt a sense of relief as he began to delve into the memories that surfaced in his mind. Qin Feng discovered that his current identity was rather intriguing. He was, in fact, Xiaoming, the younger brother of Andy from the original narrative. However, due to his arrival in this world, he did not exhibit any symptoms of autism or mental issues. Instead, shortly after Andy was adopted, he too was taken in by a family who had long yearned for a child, opting to adopt from an orphanage. It was at the Daishan orphanage that he encountered Qin Feng, then still known as Xiaoming, struck by an instant connection. His adoptive parents completed the necessary procedures and brought him home, subsequently bestowing upon him the name Qin Feng, which coincidentally mirrored his previous name, perhaps a manifestation of the system's influence. After being adopted, his foster parents treated him with great kindness, and Qin Feng, possessing the ability to access his memory palace, excelled academically from a young age. In due course, he gained admission to the prestigious Magic City University and is now in his 4th year, with graduation just 2 months away. The system's timing for his arrival appears to be thoughtfully orchestrated, allowing him some time to acclimate, similar to his earlier experience in the courtyard. Qin Feng felt that such design was rather beneficial. Reflecting on the timeline of the narrative he had previously studied, he recognized that the story would commence in a year, placing him in the same cohort as Qiu Yingying, a year ahead of Guanzhou. Qin Feng contemplated the kindness of his adoptive parents, who, despite their genuine affection, were merely ordinary members of the middle class. While they fared relatively well in Daishan, their situation would be utterly untenable in the bustling metropolis. He mused that if he were to engage with the protagonists and fulfill his tasks, it would be imperative to reside in the vicinity of Joyous Ode. Although he bore the identity of Andy's brother, Qin Feng had no intention of seeking a connection with her, as they had never interacted before, leaving no emotional bond between them. After meticulously reviewing his memories, Qin Feng recalled that he had yet to examine the tasks assigned by the system. He promptly opened the system panel. Host: Qin Feng Strength, 12 Stamina, 13 Spirit, 15 Fate Points, 10 Skills, Traditional Chinese Medicine, Level 5. Programming, Level 1, Completed Cinematic Worlds, The Warmth of the Courtyard. Current Cinematic World, Ode to Joy, Identity, Xiaoming, Tasks, 1. Qiu Yingying wishes for supervisor Bai to accept punishment. Task Reward, 20. 2. Fan Xingmei seeks to free herself from the entanglements of her original family. Task Reward, 20. Observing the 2 tasks displayed on the system panel, Qin Feng pondered why there had been only 1 task in the previous world, yet now there were 2. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the concern. After all, there was little he could do about it. An additional task simply meant more to engage with. After contemplating the 2 tasks at hand, Qin Feng felt that Qiu Yingying's assignment would be manageable, while Fan Xingmei's task posed a greater challenge, necessitating a strategic approach. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Qin Feng realized that with only 2 months remaining until graduation, it was imperative to seize this time to delve into programming knowledge. This identity inherently revolved around mastering computer technology, thus he could seamlessly integrate his prior knowledge within these 2 months to swiftly elevate his skill level. In the ensuing 2 months, Qin Feng diligently traversed between his dormitory and the library, as he had already completed his graduation thesis and was merely awaiting the defense. Consequently, he devoted himself solely to this endeavor, immersing himself in his studies. His dormitory mates expressed their astonishment at his unwavering dedication as graduation approached. Qin Feng offered no explanations. instead immersing himself in his daily routines. During the first month, he comprehensively integrated all his knowledge with the textbooks, and subsequently, he engaged in practical exercises on the computer while continuing his studies. With a keen interest in learning programming in this world, he meticulously explored the entire logic of the short video application, thus balancing his learning with the construction of the project. By the time of his graduation defense, the foundational logic of the project was largely completed and operational, leaving room for refinement as he advanced in his studies. As his classmates sequentially entered the defense room and completed their presentations, it was finally Qin Feng's turn. Upon entering, he observed the esteemed professors before him and briefly introduced himself before elaborating on his thesis. Thanks to his enhanced skills, he had made some revisions to his paper, resulting in a remarkably impressive defense that prompted nods of approval from the professors. Well done, Qin Feng. You've certainly revised your thesis since the last time I saw it. It has improved considerably, one of the professors remarked. Indeed, Professor, Qin Feng replied. After further study, I identified several areas that required improvement, so I made some adjustments. Very good, very good. The professors exchanged words before granting Qin Feng approval, signifying that he had officially graduated today. After completing the graduation formalities at the university, Qin Feng returned to Daesan for a brief visit with his foster parents. After spending a few days at home, he returned to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Qin Feng assessed his financial situation and realized that his funds were rather limited. Thus, he initially sought residence in a modest neighborhood on the outskirts. In the subsequent days, Qin Feng approached a real estate agency to facilitate the registration of his company. He then rented an office space of approximately 100 square meters in an office building nearby, furnishing it with an array of desks and chairs, exhausting himself in the process. With no assistance at hand, he had no choice but to undertake the labor himself. Within about a week, the agency successfully completed the company's registration, and when Qin Feng held the business license displaying the name Zhou Shou-In Technology Company, Limited, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Just having left his previous job in the main world, he found himself embarking on a new entrepreneurial venture in this cinematic realm. With the office set up, Qin Feng posted various job listings on recruitment websites. As no candidates had yet arrived for interviews, he temporarily took on the workload himself. Although the foundational logic had been established, the development of the application and official website required expertise that exceeded his capabilities. Thus, instead of launching the short video platform immediately, he first created an intelligent call system. During this process, Qin Feng recruited several individuals, 2 back-end developers, 2 front-end developers, a designer, and personnel for human resources and finance. Despite his somewhat remote position, the abundance of talent in the metropolis afforded him a pool of candidates, many of whom were merely biding their time before seeking other opportunities. However, Qin Feng remained unconcerned. As long as they were capable of performing their tasks, he welcomed their contributions, believing that those who excelled would naturally choose to stay. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped by. Thanks to the intelligent call system, the company had been generating a profit of approximately 2 million each month, prompting Qin Feng to consider initiating his broader plans. However, before proceeding, the company needed to relocate, as the current location was not conducive to attracting talent. When Qin Feng announced this news, the entire office buzzed with excitement. While remote work was feasible, who wouldn't he prefer the vibrancy and convenience of the city center? The very next day, the company moved into the city's heart, much to the delight of the employees, as their commuting times were significantly reduced. Qin Feng also tasked the HR department with launching a large-scale recruitment drive, seeking candidates for back-end, front-end, testing, design, and other positions. Gradually, the company expanded, and the short video platform began to take shape. 3 months later, the workforce had grown to 200, with a portion focused on maintaining the intelligent call system, while the remainder dedicated themselves to the development of the short video platform, which progressed swiftly. Is the project complete? Qin Feng inquired of the head of the development department, Zheng Huan. Yes, Mr. Qin, the project has been finalized. Testing was completed last week, and I assure you, there are no issues, Zheng Huan affirmed solemnly. Excellent. Rest assured. The project bonuses will certainly meet your expectations, Qin Feng replied. Thank you, Mr. Qin, Zheng Huan responded, a smile breaking across his face. How is the publicity plan progressing? General Qin, all preparations for the promotion have been completed. We simply need to finalize the launch date, and our promotional activities will commence simultaneously. Director Zhang Liang from the publicity department affirmed. Excellent. I have reviewed the previous publicity plan and found no issues. The funds for the subsequent phases are ready, and we will seek financial approval at the appropriate time. Very well, General Qin, Zhang Liang responded promptly. No problem. Financial Director Wang Su also replied swiftly. This project is of paramount importance to our company. Everyone must take it seriously. Understood? The senior executives present at the meeting responded in unison. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Each department should prepare accordingly. The launch date is set for the first of the month. Let us all strive for success. The company began to work diligently on the Doshouyin short video project, while Qin Feng meticulously adjusted the underlying logic in preparation for the forthcoming version updates. Once the project was launched, the company's promotional efforts began simultaneously. Due to funding constraints, a widespread campaign was not feasible. However, a majority of promotional channels were still covered, including promotional articles on various websites and advertisements at the beginning of videos. The number of project registrations surged rapidly. The underlying logic restricted vulgarity and plagiarism, which led to a segment of users being less receptive to Doshouyin short videos. Conversely, many users greatly appreciated the platform's cleanliness, resulting in a significant increase in user engagement. Concurrently, the company attracted a number of investment firms, and after intense discussions, Doshouyin initiated its angel round of investment with a valuation of 200 million. Naturally, Qin Feng also divested some shares and subsequently purchased property in the Joyful Ode complex, enlisting a renovation company that had already commenced work. Chapter 74, The Three Sisters of Rintingather. Due to Qin Feng's willingness to invest in the renovation, it took approximately a month to complete. The renovation company contacted Qin Feng, informing him that he could come for an inspection. Fortunately, following the recent financing, the funds remained ample. Otherwise, the cost of the renovation alone would have caused Qin Feng considerable distress. Upon arriving at Joyful Ode, Qin Feng meticulously inspected every detail, and after confirming that everything was satisfactory, he promptly settled the final payment. Next, he prepared to seek an appropriate professional manager to assist in managing company affairs. After all, he preferred not to be bogged down by trivial matters and wished to focus his energy on technological research and development. Thus, Qin Feng began filtering candidates among various headhunters while also inquiring with friends for suitable recommendations. After a few days of diligent searching, several candidates came to Qin Feng's attention. He decided to invite these individuals to the company for interviews to further assess their capabilities and experience. Qin Feng meticulously arranged meetings with several candidates. During the interviews, he inquired in detail about their management philosophies, business capabilities, and prior experiences. Among them, one candidate named Zhang Hua left a profound impression on him. Zhang Hua had previously served as an executive in a renowned enterprise, possessing a wealth of management experience and remarkable achievements. He harbored unique insights into industry trends and was adept at proposing practical and actionable development strategies. Upon concluding the interviews, Qin Feng conducted a comprehensive assessment of the candidates. Although the others each had their strengths, Zhang Hua's overall performance stood out as the most exceptional. Ultimately, Qin Feng decided to appoint Zhang Hua as the company's professional manager. Congratulations and welcome to the company, Qin Feng said, extending his hand for a handshake. Mr. Qin, I am truly delighted to join our company. I look forward to your guidance in the upcoming endeavors, Zhang Hua replied, equally pleased about becoming part of the organization. Having recognized the substantial developmental potential of the short video platform Douyin, he felt that joining the company would greatly benefit his career advancement. After securing a professional manager, Qin Feng finally found himself with some leisure time. The property at Joyful Ode had undergone inspection for a week, and thus, Qin Feng decided it was time to move in. Previously, he had purchased the residence in Joyful Ode with the intention of centering the narrative around this community. Without having scrutinized it in detail, the price had certainly been appealing. However, upon visiting the neighborhood in person, he discovered that the overall greenery and amenities were truly exceptional. Otherwise, when Andy returned, Tianzoming would not have arranged for him to stay here. Qin Feng entered his new residence and commenced the organization of his belongings. He carefully hung his garments in the wardrobe and arranged his daily necessities with meticulous attention. Once he completed his tasks, he reclined on the sofa, gazing out at the picturesque scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Hua. Mr. Qin, there are several urgent matters that require your attention, Zhang Hua's voice echoed through the line. Qin Feng sighed but ultimately sat up, inquiring about the matter at hand. Zhang Hua reported on various business matters and decisions that required resolution. After careful contemplation, Qin Feng provided clear directives. Once the official business was concluded, he reclined back on the sofa, realizing that even with a professional manager, he could not entirely extricate himself from the affairs of the company. Nevertheless, he reminded himself to learn to let go appropriately and to trust Zhang Hua's capabilities. After all, he had brought Zhang Hua on board to afford himself more time to concentrate on technological research and development. In the days to come, Qin Feng would pursue technological breakthroughs within the confines of his cherished home, while simultaneously savoring his personal life. The following day, Qin Feng rose early and headed to a nearby gym to engage in exercise. He aspired to maintain his physical well-being, thereby better equipping himself to face the challenges of work and life. At the gym, he sweat profusely, reveling in the joy and fulfillment that physical activity bestowed upon him. Upon completing his workout, he returned home for a refreshing shower, changed his attire, and prepared to venture out and familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. As he strolled along, Qin Feng stumbled upon a bookstore. With a long-standing passion for reading, he eagerly stepped inside. The myriad of books lining the shelves dazzled him, and he enthusiastically selected a few before finding a tranquil corner to settle down, immersing himself in the literary world. In the ensuing 2 months, Qin Feng established a routine of jogging in the community every morning, returning home to prepare himself a hearty breakfast, followed by a commitment to mastering programming techniques and optimizing the underlying logic of short videos on Douyin. On one particular day, after finishing his workout in the community, as he was making his way back, he spotted a girl struggling to maneuver her suitcase at the entrance of the building. Qin Feng hastened his pace, extending his hand to assist with the luggage. "Allow me to help you," he offered. The girl, startled by the sudden voice, glanced up and, upon recognizing his intention to assist, quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, I appreciate your help." At this moment, Qin Feng finally realized that this was none other than the obedient girl, Guanzhur, from the original play. He had not anticipated her moving in today. Qin Feng assisted Guanzhur in transporting her luggage to the elevator, and Guanzhur expressed her gratitude to him once more. With a smile, Qin Feng shook his head, indicating that it was merely a small effort. The elevator soon arrived at the 22nd floor, and Guanzhur also wheeled her luggage out. "If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I live just upstairs," Qin Feng remarked, pointing upwards within the elevator. Guanzhur nodded, a flicker of surprise gleaming in her eyes. She had not anticipated that her neighbor would be such a warm-hearted individual. "By the way, since you've just moved in, if there's anything you're unclear about, don't hesitate to ask me," Qin Feng added with enthusiasm. "I'm doing well. Thank you for your consideration," Guanzhur replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Feng took his leave. As Guanzhur watched the elevator doors close, a wave of warmth washed over her. Guanzhur knocked on the door of room 2202, and shortly after, the door swung open to reveal Fan Shengmei, who looked at the girl with the suitcase at the threshold. "Hello, how can I assist you?" she inquired. "Hi, I'm Guanzhur, here to rent a room. I was referred by Xiao Zhang," Guanzhur replied. Upon hearing that she was there to share the apartment, Fan Shengmei felt a surge of joy. Without additional occupants, the entire rent would fall solely on her and Xiao Yingying, which would mean a burden of over 1,000 yuan. "Ah, hello. Please come in. This room is the one Xiao Zhang previously occupied." She tidied it up before leaving. "Take a look," Fan Shengmei warmly invited as she led Guanzhur inside. "Thank you," Guanzhur responded, delighted by Fan Shengmei's amiable demeanor. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals throughout the day. Once she settled her luggage, she began to organize her belongings. After she finished, Xiao Yingying returned home and greeted Guanzhur enthusiastically. "Today is my first day moving in. Let me treat everyone to a meal," Guanzhur suggested brightly. "Sure, a meal sounds great. I'm absolutely famished," Xiao Yingying exclaimed, instantly enlivened at the thought of dining together. "We can certainly go out to eat, but let us split the bill," Fan Shengmei proposed, opting for a more considerate approach rather than having Guanzhur foot the entire expense. Chapter 75. Investigating. The three girls went out for a meal, and after sharing a delightful conversation, their bond deepened, particularly between Guanzhur and Xiao Yingying. Upon returning home, the two continued their engaging dialogue for quite some time. They discovered numerous shared interests, such as a love for movies, music, and shopping, We can do these things together in the future. Qiao Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely. Having a companion is truly wonderful, Guanjua joyfully responded. At that moment, Fan Shimei entered the room and, witnessing the closeness between the two, felt a sense of reassurance. I'm genuinely pleased to see you two getting along so well. Fan Shengmei smiled and expressed her hope that the three of them could maintain such a friendship indefinitely. Of course, Guanjua and Qiao Yingying chorused in unison. Guan, you were truly impressive, landing an internship at a prestigious company like Huaxin Securities right after graduation. If you managed to secure a position there, that would be remarkable, Qiao Yingying remarked enviously. Unlike me, who is stuck working as an accountant in this small, insignificant company. Oh, it's not like that. Huaxin Securities is indeed a large firm, but I only got in through my father's connections. My colleagues from the same cohort are all graduates from top-tier universities, and I am uncertain whether I will be able to transition to a full-time role, Guanjui confessed. That's all right. As long as we put in the effort, things will surely improve, Qiao Yingying said, quickly regaining her spirited demeanor. Yes, indeed. We will undoubtedly thrive. Guanjuo echoed, joining in Qiao Yingying's optimism. Fan Shimei watched the two young women with a sense of envy, reminiscing about her own recent graduation, when she too had been filled with such passion. However, time had gradually dulled that fervor. Over the following month, the bond among the three deepened. They transformed from mere housemates into inseparable confidants. Particularly, Qiao Yingying and Guanjuo often vented their frustrations regarding work, while Fan Shimei took on the role of the wise elder sister, frequently guiding them and sharing her insights from years of experience. Guanjuo absorbed Fan Shimei's advice and showed signs of growth, while Qiao Yingying, on the other hand, merely laughed along, seemingly oblivious to the wisdom being imparted. One weekend morning, the sound of renovation echoed through the building. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What on earth is that noise? It's unbearable. I can't even sleep, Qiao Yingying exclaimed. Exasperated and buried under her blankets, there is nothing we can do. Both 2201 and 2203 had been quiet until now, and now they've decided to renovate simultaneously. Fan Shengmei remarked, applying her makeup in the living room with a hint of resignation. Sister Fan, are you going out on a blind date today? Qiao Yingying inquired upon noticing Fan Shengmei's preparations. Yes, I am. I've inquired with Xiao Chun from the property management about those two households, and they are both undergoing renovations. I want to settle down in this city, so I need to find a suitable partner soon. I also wish to have my own place, Fan Shengmei replied. Oh, the housing prices here are exorbitant. I feel like it will be nearly impossible for me to afford a home in this lifetime, Qiao Yingying lamented. Indeed, they are quite steep. Guanjua chimed in as she emerged from her room, leaning against Qiao Yingying with a weary expression. I always thought that even if I couldn't earn much, at least I could enjoy my weekends without working and perhaps catch up on some sleep. Now, it seems that plan has been thwarted, she sighed. Qiao Yingying retrieved a packet of potato chips from the table and indulged in them, simultaneously offering a chip to Guanjuo. Indeed, I had anticipated that it would be my dreams that would awaken me, yet unexpectedly, it was the sound of renovation. Well then, I shall not converse with you any longer. I must take my leave. Fan Shengmei grabbed her bag and exited. Upstairs, Qin Feng's residence was also within the realm of renovation chaos. However, he was rather indifferent to it, having already risen early. After a brief meal, he proceeded to the gym. Upon reaching the ground floor, he observed a homeowner discussing renovation issues with property manager Xiao Chen, who appeared quite helpless. I sincerely apologize. The simultaneous renovations in units 2201 and 2203 have indeed caused some disturbance. Nevertheless, we, the property management, have been diligently monitoring their renovation schedule to minimize any impact on everyone's rest. Upon hearing such words, Qin Feng discerned that Chu Xiaoxiao and Andy were likely to arrive soon. After a brief workout at the gym, Qin Feng made his way to the office. Given the incessant noise at home, he deemed it more productive to attend to matters at work. Zhang Hua had been urging Qin Feng for quite some time, and while he was pleased with Qin Feng's trust in him during this prolonged absence, certain matters still required Qin Feng's presence. After concluding his work at the company, Qin Feng returned home to a considerably quieter atmosphere. Reflecting on the information he had encountered during the day and observing the tasks displayed on the system panel, he resolved to investigate the background of Supervisor Bai. Hey, Lao Lu, could you assist me in looking into someone? Of course, when you speak, Qin. It is a matter of utmost priority, came Lao Lu's voice from the other end of the line. There is a young lady named Qiao Yingying in my area 2202. Her company has a financial supervisor with the surname Bai. Could you find out more about him? Certainly. But Qin, what is your relation to Qiao Yingying? You're not implying Lao Lu's tone grew increasingly suggestive. Cut the nonsense. It's of no consequence. I simply wish to uncover the truth about this supervisor Bai, as he seems rather unsavory, and the young lady appears quite innocent. It is only right to intervene upon discovering such matters. Qin Feng displayed a magnanimous spirit, his heart filled with kindness. If any significant issues arise in the future, do seek my assistance. I shall ensure they are addressed. Indeed? How about arranging for an aircraft carrier while you're at it? Qin, you must be jesting. I lack the capability for such an endeavor. Lao Lu quickly regained his seriousness. Enough of your banter. Get to work. Understood. I shall take care of it promptly. In just a few days. Lao Lu sent over a document, which Qin Feng opened on his computer to peruse. Qin Feng gazed at the content sent by old Lu, feeling a surge of indignation. What on earth is this? It appears that Qiao Yingying is not the only one. This individual has been engaging in such behavior since university, specifically targeting students of relatively ordinary appearance, as they are often more susceptible to deception than their more attractive counterparts. Among them, 2 have even undergone abortions. Even after entering the workforce, he has not shed this habit, continuing to pursue ordinary-looking girls within the company while simultaneously courting wealthy women outside. Qin Feng gazed at the queries posed by Supervisor Bai and felt an urge to eradicate malevolence, for individuals of such a repugnant nature were truly intolerable. It was imperative to seize an opportunity to tarnish his reputation. In Chapter 76, The Arrival of Chu Xiaoxiao, Qin Feng remarked into his phone, Old Lu, I have perused the materials you sent. This fellow is nothing short of a scoundrel. Haha, President Qin, you are absolutely right. I was quite incensed during my investigation. So, shall we deal with him now? Old Lu's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Patience, my friend. The young lady has yet to learn her lesson. If we act prematurely, we would deprive her of the educational value of this experience, Qin Feng replied, demonstrating his thoughtful consideration. Indeed, President Qin, your foresight is commendable. Let us grant him a few more days, Old Lu responded with a hint of regret. Yes, during this time. We must keep a vigilant eye on this cad to ensure he does not succeed in his schemes, Qin Feng cautioned earnestly. If this scoundrel were to prevail without supervision, it would render their efforts futile. Rest assured, President Qin, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence, Old Lu assured confidently. Very well. I shall transfer 50,000 for the investigative expenses shortly, and we can settle the remainder upon the conclusion of this affair. Of course, I trust you implicitly, President Qin. Now, let us proceed with our tasks. Qin Feng hung up the phone and stood by the window, gazing at the nightscape outside. He contemplated that the task concerning Qiao Yingying was nearly complete, for this young man's misdeeds were indeed numerous. Once exposed, his fate would be sealed, a social demise. In the following month, as rooms 2201 and 2203 underwent daily renovations, Qin Feng established a regular routine. He encountered Guanzhuer on several occasions, yet their conversations were brief due to her morning work commitments. Nevertheless, they exchanged thoughts on their professions and lives, fostering a closer rapport. Guanzhuer held a deep admiration for Qin Feng's professional prowess and often inquired about work-related matters. Each time, he adeptly provided solutions, enabling her to acquire a wealth of knowledge. One evening, while Qin Feng was engrossed in coding in his study, he noted the burgeoning user base of the Douyin short video platform, which necessitated increased server capacity. He pondered ways to optimize the logic, aiming to occupy less space and enhance operational speed. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Guanzhuer standing there, a stack of documents in her hands. Mr. Qin, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. While organizing some materials, I discovered a few issues that I would like to discuss with you. With a smile, Qin Feng invited her inside, and the two settled onto the sofa to delve into the documents. As they engaged in their discussion, Qin Feng frequently stole glances at Guanzhuer, captivated by her earnest demeanor, stirring something within him. He came to realize that he harbored a growing affection for this intelligent and kind-hearted young woman. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time they resolved all their queries, it was already late into the night. Guanzhui expressed her gratitude to Qin Feng with a smile before taking her leave. Qin Feng stood at the door, gazing at her departing silhouette, harboring an unspoken anticipation for their next encounter. On Saturday, the renovations of apartments 2202 and 2203 were finally completed. Remarkably, the 3 young ladies residing in 2202 remained at home, as this past month had seen them endeavoring to escape every weekend. With their limited finances, they could only endure the torment of window shopping in the mall, yearning for beauty that was just out of reach. Thus, this weekend, free from the clamor of renovations, the trio indulged in a leisurely slumber. It was not until noon that their hunger became unbearable, prompting them to rise. They ventured to a nearby fast food establishment at the entrance of their community for a modest meal before strolling back home. "Brother Feng, what a coincidence! What brings you here?" Guanzhou exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Qin Feng, her heart swelling with delight. Hearing the voice, Qin Feng returned to his senses and realized it was Guanzhou greeting him. He promptly smiled and replied, Guan, I just returned from a workout. Are you all heading out to have some fun?" "No, not at all. It's rare that there's no renovation happening, so I indulged in a leisurely morning and just had a meal," Guanzhou responded. "Fenggu, have you eaten yet?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, her attention was solely focused on him, and she engaged him in conversation. "Hey, Guan, who is this? Why don't you introduce us?" Xiao Yingying, observing Guanzhou so animatedly conversing with someone, was astonished, and her curiosity was piqued. She hurriedly interrupted their dialogue to inquire. "Oh, Yingying, right? Allow me to introduce you. This is our neighbor from upstairs, Qin Feng. Fenggu, this is my roommate, Xiao Yingying, and this is Fan Xingmei, Sister Fan." Upon hearing Xiao Yingying's words, Guanzhou realized there were others present and quickly made the introductions. Qin Feng gazed at Fan Xingmei and Xiao Yingying. Recognizing them as his designated tasks, he nodded at the two. "Hello, I am Qin Feng, residing on the 23rd floor. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Hey there, handsome. How did you meet Guan?" Xiao Yingying inquired eagerly, her curiosity palpable. "Oh dear, Yingying, how can you speak like that?" Guanzhou's face flushed crimson upon hearing Xiao Yingying's question. "All right, Yingying, do not tease Guan any longer. Hello, I am Fan Xingmei. It is a pleasure to meet you." The group chatted amiably as they approached the unit's entrance, where they summoned the elevator and waited. Xiao, why on earth did you insist on living in such a place? Look at this elevator, it is hardly suitable for human habitation. "Oh, Dad, this place is quite nice. Isn't it? Why can't I live here? Besides, during your entrepreneurial days, wasn't your situation much more challenging than mine now? I am doing quite well. Honestly, your father prepared a villa for you, yet you refuse to go and insist on living here. And that car of yours, what a piece of junk. I offered to buy you something better, yet you declined. Enough, Dad. I am here to build a career, not to indulge in luxury. You have worked hard enough. I cannot afford to simply enjoy life." Standing outside the elevator, Fan Xingmei, Xiao Yingying, Guanzhou, and Qin Feng suddenly overheard the conversation of a man and woman within. Their expressions darkened. Who could feel happy when their living situation was belittled? The mood soured instantly. When the elevator doors opened, they were met with a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a young girl, clearly a family of three. The earlier comments were evidently made by this father and daughter. Without uttering a word, the group entered the elevator. Some people simply cannot handle wealth, especially those lacking sophistication. One might think they reside in the heavens. Qin Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Young man, how can you speak so rudely?" The middle-aged man retorted, realizing he was the subject of Qin Feng's remarks. "What? Are we not allowed to chat?" Qin Feng feigned surprise. Guanzhou and the others recognized Qin Feng's intention but dared not laugh out loud, stifling their amusement as their shoulders trembled. "Hey you." The middle-aged man was about to explode when the young girl intervened. "Please, Dad, don't take it to heart. We will be neighbors from now on, so let us not make a fuss." Chapter 77, The First Meeting of Five. "Hello, I am Chu Xiao. Just moved in today to 2203. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please don't be upset. My father did not mean any harm." Although Chu Xiao held a certain disdain for these individuals, she was newly arrived and deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Moreover, the man's appearance was undeniably aligned with her aesthetic preferences. "Hello, we reside in 2202. I am Fan Xingmei. I am Xiao Yingying. I am Guanzhou." The three women greeted Chu Xiao with polite introductions. "Hey there, handsome, what is your name?" Chu Xiao, lacking interest in the three women, was primarily eager to make the acquaintance of Qin Feng. "Greetings, I am Qin Feng, residing on the 23rd floor." Following the introductions, the elevator arrived at the 22nd floor. Fan Xingmei and her companions exited, bidding farewell to Qin Feng before returning to their dwelling. Chu Xiao wished to converse further with Qin Feng, but as her parents had already disembarked the elevator, she too had to follow suit. Upon exiting, she turned back to wave at Qin Feng. Qin Feng observed Chu Xiao's demeanor, offering no response. This woman was evidently spoiled by her family, displaying a carefree attitude towards her actions. In the original narrative, she clearly looked down upon Fan Xingmei and others, yet she dared not offend Andy. Ah, it is apparent, isn't it? A wealthy and beautiful woman has graced us in 2203. When will I possess my own home? After returning to her room, Fan Xingmei reflected on what she had just heard, feeling a sense of lament. Hey, Sister Fan, how do you know she is a wealthy beauty? She might just be boasting, Xiao Yingying remarked, utterly perplexed by Sister Fan's confidence. Guanzhou'er also wore a curious expression as she gazed at Fan Xingmei. The latter, confronted by the innocence of the two young women, found herself momentarily disarmed. Consider this. Our suite is approximately 100 square meters. The rooms in this area are roughly priced at around 100,000 each. Thus, this entire property is valued at approximately 10 million. Is she not a wealthy beauty? What? The prices here are that high? Xiao Yingying was taken aback by the real estate valuation, entirely missing the crux of Fan Xingmei's statement. Hey, Guan. Tell me about the handsome guy upstairs. What's the story? Fan Xingmei inquired curiously, having been in the vicinity for some time, yet never having encountered such a desirable suitor herself. Yes, Guan, do share, Xiao Yingying chimed in, suddenly alert and eager for details. Are you referring to Feng Ge? I met him when I first arrived. He helped me carry my luggage, and that is how we got acquainted. We've crossed paths a few times since, gradually becoming familiar with one another. Do you know how old Qin Feng is? Does he have a girlfriend? Fan Xingmei quickly pressed for information. Upon hearing Fan Xingmei's question, Guanzhou'er felt a twinge of discomfort. She was not naive and understood the implications of Sister Fan's inquiry. Feng Ge is a year older than I am. As for whether he has a girlfriend, I'm not sure. Sister Fan, why are you interested in Feng Ge? Upon learning his age, Fan Xingmei felt a sense of resignation. After all, the age difference was somewhat significant, yet she could not help but feel a pang of reluctance. You may not be aware, but in our community, all apartments below the 22nd floor are shared among 3 families like ours, whereas the 23rd floor consists of a single expansive suite of over 300 square meters. Isn't that the epitome of a golden suitor? Guan. You know Sister Fan's situation, so could you introduce me to Qin Feng's friends? Huh? Let me ask Feng Ge first. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right directly introducing him to you. Guanzhou'er hesitated, feeling a sense of insecurity in the presence of Fan Xingmei, whose figure was undeniably striking. Oh, it's fine. Just introduce me. We've already met today, so it's good for everyone to get acquainted. All right then. Xiao Yingying, observing from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the situation. Guanzhou'er shared Qin Feng's WeChat with Fan Xingmei, who, after adding him, initiated a conversation. However, Qin Feng's responses were sparse and lacked enthusiasm. As night fell, starting from 9 o'clock, the deafening music reverberated from room 2203. Since it was still relatively early, Fan Xingmei and her companions in room 2202 had no choice but to endure it, holding on to the hope that it would soon come to an end. Qin Feng, situated upstairs, also heard the music emanating from below. However, due to the soundproofing measures he had instituted in his study, the disturbance was minimal, prompting him to refrain from taking any action, especially as there was no pressing reason to do so. The 3 young women in room 2202, on the other hand, were left with no recourse but to endure the incessant music. 2 hours elapsed without any sign of the volume diminishing. Leading Guanzhou'er and her companions to feel utterly helpless, they decided to venture out in search of a solution. Excuse me, could you possibly lower the volume of your music? We are completely unable to rest, quipped Xiao Yingying, who, bold and somewhat naive, approached the door directly. She knocked persistently until, after much effort, the door finally creaked open. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoxiao, she quickly exclaimed, yes, of course, no problem at all. My apologies for the disturbance. Chu Xiaoxiao's demeanor was exceedingly courteous, and she readily acquiesced. With this, Xiao Yingying returned to her room, sharing the encounter with Fan Xingmei and Guanzhou'er before they all resolved to retire for the night. After finishing his tasks upstairs, Qin Feng emerged from his study and was immediately enveloped by the sound of music. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and called the police. Approximately 10 minutes later, the elevator arrived at the 22nd floor, and 2 officers stepped out. Upon hearing the music emanating from room 2203, they proceeded directly to investigate. The officers knocked on the door of 2203, and Chu Xiaoxiao, with a look of impatience, opened it. Upon seeing the officers, she was momentarily taken aback. We received a complaint regarding a disturbance. Please cooperate with our inquiry, one officer stated as he presented his badge. Chu Xiaoxiao, a bit flustered, quickly explained, I'm sorry. Officer, I didn't realize the volume was so high. I'll turn it off immediately. The officer admonished her sternly. Please be mindful in the future to avoid disrupting other residents' rest. Chu Xiaoxiao promptly assured them it would not happen again, and the officers departed. Reflecting on the earlier visit from Qiao Yingying, Chu Xiaoxiao assumed they were the ones who had reported her. So she stormed over to room 2202 and forcefully knocked on the door. What do you want? Fan Shamei inquired as she opened the door and saw Chu Xiaoxiao standing there. What is the meaning of this? You said you would turn it off after a brief chat. Was it really necessary to call the police? Chu Xiaoxiao demanded angrily. What are you talking about? Call the police? We didn't do that. Fan Shamei replied, perplexed. It was I who called the police. You disturbed me. Qin Feng interjected as he happened to descend the stairs. Upon hearing Qin Feng claim responsibility for the call, Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin surrounded him. Come on, brother. Is it really necessary to call the police over something so trivial? Yao Bin exclaimed in anger. You would be upset too, and so would I. Which is why I called, Qin Feng retorted. At that moment, the elevator doors opened once again, and the previous officers reappeared. Who made the call? Chu Xiaoxiao, Yao Bin. And the others were all bewildered, as they were all present and knew that no one had reported anything. I made the call, came a voice from room 2201. As a poised woman in pajamas leaned against the door. What is going on? One officer inquired. They were making too much noise. And their group was trying to bully him, and he said, pointing at Chu Xiaoxiao and her companions. After gathering the details, the officers mediated the situation before taking their leave. Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin, realizing their evening gathering had been disrupted, decided to take the others out for a night on the town. Thank you for your help earlier. I'm Qin Feng. I live upstairs, Qin Feng said, addressing Andy as the situation settled. No problem at all. I was about to call the police anyway. Just call me Andy, she replied, maintaining her composed demeanor. Chapter 78, returning to Deus Han. Well, now that everything is resolved, I will take my leave. If you all have time, feel free to come visit me, Qin Feng said as he bid farewell to everyone. All right, goodbye. We must head back to sleep. It's getting late, and we have work tomorrow, they replied. As Qin Feng made his way back to the 23rd floor along the corridor. A few women downstairs exchanged glances and greetings before retreating to their rooms. The sister from room 2201 bore a rather serious expression. I almost mistook her for a high school teacher, though she is indeed quite beautiful. Upon returning, Qiao Yingying immediately began to chat about Andy. Oh, little earthworm. Hurry back to sleep. It's getting late. If you don't rest now, you'll surely be late for work tomorrow, Fan Shamei remarked. Observing Qiao Yingying's lively demeanor at such a late hour. Indeed, Yingying, you must sleep. It's far too late, Guan Zhuer chimed in, yawning widely. Tears spilling from her eyes. All right, let us get some rest, Qiao Yingying said, pouting at the dazed expressions of her friends. After Andy closed the door, she felt a peculiar sensation, inexplicably drawn to Qin Feng. It was quite extraordinary, considering her aversion to physical contact with others. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, she decided it must be Qin Feng's affable nature that was at play. The following morning, bright and early, Qin Feng received a call from his foster mother, Zhang Lan, just as he returned from his morning run. Mom, I've been up for ages. I just finished my run. What's up? He said, multitasking as he wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to check in on you, she replied. In the background, he could faintly hear his foster father, Qin Jianjun, attempting to speak, but Zhang Lan hushed him. I'm doing well. There's someone at the company handling things. So I have quite a bit of free time. I'll drive back shortly. Mom, could you prepare something delicious? I've been craving your cooking. Qin Feng understood that his elderly parents were thinking of him. Although he was adopted, they had treated him with far more affection over the years than even a biological child. Now that they were both retired, it had been a while since Qin Feng last visited. It was clear they longed for his presence, so he decided to return home. All right, no problem at all. I will accompany your father to buy groceries. Please drive carefully, his adoptive mother, Zhang Lan, exclaimed with evident joy upon hearing that Qin Feng was coming back. Rest assured. I will be cautious, Qin Feng replied before ending the call. Qin Feng swiftly gathered a couple of garments, packed his notebook, and, with suitcase in hand, stepped outside. The elevator halted at the 22nd floor, and as the door swung open, he beheld Guan Zhuer standing there with an expression of palpable anxiety. What troubles you? Why the grim countenance? Qin Feng inquired, observing her demeanor. Oh, I overslept this morning and seem to be running late, Guanjua replied, somewhat sheepishly. Fear not, accompany me. I shall escort you to your workplace, Qin Feng declared, upon which he cancelled Guanjua's call for the first floor. Oh, that's unnecessary. Aren't you on your way out? Guanjua hastily remarked, noticing the suitcase in his grasp. It's of no consequence. I'm merely returning home, with no urgency. Come along, Qin Feng reassured her. As the elevator descended to the basement level, he beckoned Guanjua to exit alongside him. Qin Feng is currently driving a Porsche Panamera, which was acquired during the financing phase. The investors remarked that it would be rather unseemly for the owner of such a large company to be without a vehicle. Thus it was purchased under the company's name. Please, get in, Qin Feng said as he unlocked the car and placed the luggage inside, addressing Guanjua. All right then. After Qin Feng drove out of the community, he headed towards Financial Street. Half an hour later, he arrived at the office building housing Huaxin Securities. After parking the car, he received a grateful farewell from Guanjua before she alighted. Thank you for today, Feng Go. I'm off to work now. When you return, I shall treat you to a meal. All right, I look forward to that, Qin Feng replied, feeling no aversion towards Guanjua. After all, a girl like her was hard to dislike. Though her fashion sense was lacking, her youthful charm was undeniable. With that, Qin Feng drove away, and after watching him leave, Guanjua entered the office building. Ah, Xiaoguan, who was that handsome guy who just dropped you off? You're quite the mystery. A colleague teased upon seeing her emerge from the car. Oh, it's nothing. He has just a neighbor who gave me a ride because I overslept, Guanjua explained. Her cheeks flushed. Haha, no need to be shy. Don't worry, I want to compete with you. Now hurry up, or you'll be late. Guanjua had intended to offer further clarification, but upon hearing the urgency, she quickly followed her colleague inside. As Qin Feng drove back to his home in Daesan, he was greeted by a familiar and enticing aroma upon entering. His adoptive parents had meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing Qin Feng step through the door, their faces illuminated with ecstatic smiles. They hurriedly approached him, grasping his hands tightly, their eyes brimming with affection and pride. My son, you have finally returned. We have been longing for this moment, exclaimed his adoptive father, Qin Jianjun. Indeed, come and sit down. And savor the dishes prepared by your mother, his adoptive mother, Zhang Lan, warmly urged as she guided Qin Feng to the dining table. Qin Feng gazed at the table adorned with an array of his favorite dishes, his heart swelling with emotion. His adoptive parents continuously served him food while inquiring about his recent endeavors and sharing snippets from their lives at home. Is your work going smoothly? Have you encountered any difficulties? His adoptive father, Qin Jianjun, asked with genuine concern. Everything is going well, Dad. You need not worry about me. Qin Feng replied with a smile. That is reassuring. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to let us know, his adoptive mother, Zhang Lan, gently advised. Qin Feng nodded gently, savoring the meticulous care bestowed upon him by his adoptive parents. In that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Within the warm embrace of this familial atmosphere, Qin Feng relished the rare opportunity to reunite with his adoptive parents. They exchanged laughter and shared their joys and sorrows, filling the entire room with profound familial affection. After dinner, the family settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation. Dad, Mom, how about I get us a new house? I've earned quite a bit now, and our current home feels a bit small. Wouldn't a larger place be better? Qin Feng mused, glancing around the house that was steeped in his childhood memories, though he acknowledged its snugness. No need for that, Xiao Feng. Now that you have money, keep it for yourself. We're quite comfortable here, and besides, our neighbors are all long-time friends. We enjoy chatting with them when we have the time. And honestly, with a larger house, your mother would have her hands full, his adoptive father, Qin Jianjun, replied. Indeed, listen to your father. What is most important now is for you to bring home a daughter-in-law for your mother, his adoptive mother, Zhang Lan, chimed in promptly. Mom, why the hurry? I just graduated a year ago, and isn't finding the right partner all about fate? Qin Feng responded, feeling a sense of helplessness at the persistent nudging to find a partner, unable to escape this familiar scenario. Chapter 79. Elevator Peril in the Comfort of Familial Affection. Qin Feng relished his time at home. On the other hand, Chu Xiaoxiao only rose from slumber at around 2:03 p.m. Following a warning for disturbing the peace the previous night, she and Yao Bin had ventured out with a group of friends for an all-night escapade. Returning home past 4 in the morning and only awakening from hunger in the afternoon. Reflecting on the events of the night before still stirred a sense of indignation within her, prompting her to reach for her phone and call Yao Bin. "Hello, Yao Bin. Are you awake?" she inquired as soon as the call connected, without a hint of politeness. "Oh, Shishao, what's up?" Yao Bin mumbled, still in a daze. The phone call was the sole reason for his awakening. "Get yourself together. Look into that handsome guy from the 23rd floor and the woman from 2201. Find out who they are and let me know." "Oh, sure, no problem. All right. I won't keep you. Go back to sleep." After ending the call, Chu Xiaoxiao stepped into the bathroom, intending to shower and refresh herself. Standing under the cascade of warm water, her thoughts drifted to Qin Feng and Andy. Who was that handsome man? What was he doing on the 23rd floor? And Andy, she certainly did not seem like an ordinary person, Chu Xiaoxiao mused, her curiosity about the enigmatic pair intensifying. After a meal, she returned home. And it was already past 7 in the evening when Yao Bin called her again. "Shishao, the man upstairs is quite remarkable. His name is Qin Feng. He is 23 years old, and he occupies the entire 23rd floor of Joyous Ode, a sprawling 300 square meters, all to himself, and he just purchased it not long ago. He is also the owner of Doushouyin, a short video platform. I heard he recently secured funding, with an angel round valuation of 200 million. He is truly a prodigy. And the woman from 2201 is no ordinary person either. Her name is Andy, just returned from the United States. I found out she drives a Porsche 911, but do you know who it belongs to? It's the property of the formidable Tan Zoming from Magic City. So, Shishao, perhaps it's best we steer clear of these two. We cannot afford to cross them." Listening to Yao Bin's revelations, Chu Xiaoxiao acknowledged the wisdom in his words. She was currently back to reclaim her family's fortune. Causing trouble now would only delight Chu Lianjia, and she could not allow that to happen. "All right, I understand. If we look into it, we'll know whether we can afford to offend them, and it's merely a small misunderstanding, nothing major. Indeed, we cannot provoke Tan Zoming. And Qin Feng's Doushouyin is quite the sensation in the investment circle. He is essentially one of the new elites in Magic City." "Understood. I'll be mindful of it," she replied. "Great. Let us meet up for some fun at our usual spot," Yao Bin suggested. "Okay. I'll be there soon." The following day, Chu Xiaoxiao slept soundly until the afternoon. After refreshing herself with a shower, she ventured out for a meal. Upon her return, she coincidentally encountered Fan Xingmei, Xiao Yingying, and Guan Zhuer, who had just returned from work as well. "Hello, everyone." Chu Xiaoxiao greeted them with a brisk step. "Hello," replied Fan Xingmei, Xiao Yingying, and Guan Zhuer in unison. "I apologize for my previous behavior. My friends came over to celebrate, and I was rather distracted, inadvertently disturbing you. I am Chu Xiaoxiao. It's a pleasure to meet you, as we shall be neighbors from now on." The warmth in her demeanor melted away any lingering discomfort the trio had felt. "Hello. I am Fan Xingmei, and this is Xiao Yingying and Guan Zhuer. Let bygones be bygones. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Fan Xingmei introduced her companions to Chu Xiaoxiao. "By the way, do you know what that woman from room 2201 does?" Chu Xiaoxiao inquired mysteriously. Fan Xingmei, Xiao Yingying, and Guan Zhuer were intrigued by her question. "You do know?" Chu Xiaoxiao continued. "Of course. I had someone investigate. Do you know what car she drives?" "A Porsche 911. And it's actually owned by Tan Zoming, a big shot in the city. What do you think she is?" Chu Xiaoxiao scoffed dismissively. "What does she do?" Xiao Yingying asked. Still confused. "What else could it be? She must be a mistress," Chu Xiaoxiao declared. Just as she finished speaking, the elevator dinged open. Fan Xingmei, Xiao Yingying, and Guan Zhuer exchanged awkward glances as they spotted Andy inside the lift. Though they had spoken directly to her, their conversation had been overheard, making the situation rather uncomfortable. Chu Xiaoxiao, noticing the change in their expressions, glanced back to see Andy in the elevator, feeling a bit sheepish but nonetheless stepped inside. As the elevator ascended, the atmosphere grew palpably silent. No one dared to break the stillness. "All right, I know you heard me, but I speak my mind. I disdain the third party," Chu Xiaoxiao boldly addressed Andy. Andy regarded Chu Xiaoxiao's words without any visible change in her demeanor, merely finding her somewhat tedious and uninformed, babbling without understanding. However, she was not there to socialize. Her sole purpose was to locate her brother, which was why she had accepted Tan Zoming's invitation. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao was about to utter another remark in response to Andy's silence, the elevator jolted suddenly and came to an abrupt halt. Andy calmly pressed the emergency call button. "Hello, what seems to be the problem?" "Property management. The elevator has malfunctioned and is stuck midway. Please dispatch assistance immediately." Andy stated coolly. Understood. Please remain calm. We will arrive shortly. Others were in a state of panic, particularly Chu Xiaoxiao, whose voice was laced with fear. What shall we do? Are we going to die here? Andy shot her a glare, urging her to remain calm, assuring her that everything would be fine. Fan Shimei attempted to console everyone, saying, Do not worry, the rescue team will arrive shortly. However, Qiao Yingying's anxiety only intensified as she nervously remarked, I've read about many such incidents online, where elevators malfunctioned, leading to fatalities. Are we to meet the same fate? Please, don't say such things, it's terrifying. Chu Xiaoxiao screamed upon hearing Qiao Yingying's words. As time passed, the air within the elevator grew increasingly stifling, and everyone's anxiety heightened. Let us have something to eat. I have some donuts I bought earlier, Guanzhuer offered, distributing the snacks among them. After a while, the property management finally located the elevator. Hello, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you, the occupants of the elevator replied hastily. All right, everyone, remain still. We will hoist the elevator up, and there may be some jolting, but do not be alarmed. Understood, came the response. As the property team initiated the rescue, the elevator shook, causing several to feel apprehensive. Finally, they were rescued. The moment the door opened, their legs felt weak, and they supported each other as they stepped out. Collapsing onto the ground, Andy was the first to rise, her gaze resolute and composed. All right, everyone is safe now. Let us return and rest. Chu Xiaoxiao, still shaken, exclaimed. That was terrifying. I never want to ride an elevator again. Fan Xingmei patted her shoulder, reassuring her, well, at least we are all safe. However, Andy interjected, I wish to apologize for what transpired earlier. We should not have heeded Xiao Chu's words. Andy smiled gently, it's all right, I do not take offense. Everyone is entitled to their opinions, there is no need to dwell on it. Qiao Yingying and Guanzhuer also expressed their apologies, feeling a tinge of shame at Andy's magnanimity. Despite having just navigated a harrowing ordeal, their hearts were now filled with a deeper understanding and trust for one another. Chapter 80. After the elevator incident following the elevator mishap, the women took considerable time to recover after finally emerging from the elevator. The property staff remained nearby, offering apologies, as a report regarding the incident could potentially reflect poorly on their work. We sincerely apologize, everyone. Today's events must have startled you. The property manager, Xiao Zhang, offered a cautious apology. In truth, had it not been for Andy and Chu Xiaoxiao's presence, she would not have felt compelled to apologize at all. After all, Fan Xingmei, Qiao Yingying, and Guanzhuer were merely tenants and posed no real threat to the property management. The group had just been startled in the elevator, and they lacked the inclination to engage in lengthy discussions with the property staff. After exchanging a few complaints, they supported one another as they ascended the staircase. Considering they had already exited on the 16th floor and opted not to take the elevator again, Andy, assisted by Chu Xiaoxiao, took a few steps and, feeling somewhat better, struggled to release Chu Xiaoxiao's hand from her support. I'm fine now. You needn't assist me any longer. Chu Xiaoxiao, perceptive and emotionally intelligent, recognized that Andy was somewhat resistant and chose not to insist further. As they walked through the corridor, the recent incident had surprisingly brought them closer, and they began to tease one another about their earlier reactions. Little Earthworm, your performance in the elevator was rather poor. Telling such stories to frighten us, teased Fan Shimei. Recalling what Qiao Yingying had said, I wasn't scaring you. I was merely scaring myself. I was genuinely terrified. Qiao Yingying quickly defended herself. It was Andy who remained composed and promptly notified the property management. Otherwise, we might still be trapped, Guanzhuer reflected, admiring Andy's quick actions. Andy clearly embodied the qualities of an efficient, shrewd career woman, and Guanzhuer, due to her own personality traits, aspired to emulate her. I'm only a few years older than you, having experienced a bit more. You will all grow in time, she remarked. After some light banter, they finally arrived on the 22nd floor. Upon reaching home, the group fell silent, each intent on resting after the day's ordeal. Before entering, Andy glanced back at Chu Xiaoxiao, and they exchanged a knowing smile. They then parted ways to their respective homes. As Qiao Yingying collapsed onto the sofa upon entering, she reflected on their elevator experience, still feeling a lingering unease. Meanwhile, Fan Shimei and Guanzhuer prepared dinner together, engaging in conversation. During their cooking, Guanzhuer brought up Andy, expressing her admiration and her desire to become like her. Sister Fan, what exactly does Andy do? How is she so impressive? She remains so calm in such a situation, which surely is not as simple as Chu Xiaoxiao described. I'm not certain, but her demeanor resembles that of an executive. She reminds me of the leaders I've seen in foreign enterprises. Besides, she has just returned from abroad, Fan Shimei mused, feeling that her observations were reasonably accurate. However, there is no need to rush. You've just graduated, and working at Huaxin Securities offers a wealth of potential for your development. Fan Shimei encouraged her, asserting that with effort, one could undoubtedly realize their dreams. Aware that Fan Shimei was uplifting her spirits, Guanjuer felt immense gratitude. Although there were times when Guanjuer did not entirely resonate with Fan Shimei's words, she still appreciated her kind intentions. After dinner, they gathered in the living room, indulging in a rare moment of leisure while watching television. In the ensuing days, everything seemed to return to tranquility. Fan Shimei remained engrossed in her professional pursuits, while Qiu Yingying continued to navigate her work with a lackadaisical attitude, occasionally stealing glances at her white supervisor. Guanjuer, on the other hand, immersed herself in her work and her interactions with Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Andy officially commenced her new role at Tan Zhongming's company and enlisted old Tan's assistance in searching for her brother. Guanjuer recounted the elevator incident to Qin Feng, vividly describing the scene and her inner turmoil. Qin Feng listened attentively, displaying genuine concern and offering her comforting words. Together, they deliberated on strategies to handle similar emergencies and ways to bolster personal safety awareness. Throughout this exchange, Guanjuer felt Qin Feng's thoughtfulness and consideration, which endeared him to her further. Their conversation gradually shifted to their interests and life experiences, deepening their understanding of one another. As another weekend approached, Chu Xiao, having spent the night reveling, returned to joyful song with a bag of hairy crabs gifted by a friend. Unsure of how to prepare them, and having previously promised to treat everyone, she thought to enlist Fan Shimei and the others for help. After knocking on Andy's door and sharing her plan, Andy revealed she also had some hairy crabs from Tan Zhongming, suggesting they gather for a meal. Since neither of them could cook, Andy went to room 2202 in search of Fan Shimei. Xiao Fan, do you have any plans today? Fan Shimei, realizing she had no engagements and was low on funds as the month drew to a close, replied, Not at all. I plan to stay home today. Well, I have some hairy crabs, but I can't cook them. If you can, let's get together, inviting Qiu Yingying and Guanjuer as well. Sure, I can handle that. However, Xiao Qiao is out. I'll give her a call to see if she can return. Great. Tidy up and come over to my place. I should have all the necessary kitchenware. Upon returning home, Andy found Chu Xiao sprawled on the sofa, already fast asleep. Recognizing that she had likely gone without sleep again, Andy refrained from waking her and gently covered her with a blanket. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Fan Shimei and Guanjuer arrived. Xiao Fan, could you check if we have enough supplies in the kitchen? If not, I can run downstairs to buy some. Sure, let me take a look. After inspecting the situation, Fan Shimei discovered that everything was quite complete and began her preparations. As Andy emerged from the kitchen, she noticed Guanjuer standing there. Guan, don't just stand there. Find a place to sit comfortably. There is no need to be so reserved. By the way, are you familiar with Qin Feng upstairs? If you are, could you ask him if he could join us for a gathering? Andy recalled the warm sense of reassurance she had felt upon seeing Qin Feng that evening and desired to get to know him better. It had been several days since then, and she had yet to see him. All right, previously Brother Feng went home, and I wasn't aware if he had returned. Let me inquire, Guanjuer replied. After sending a message, she informed Andy that Qin Feng would be back shortly. Sister Andy, Brother Feng is on his way back now. He asked if there is anything we need him to bring along. Andy confirmed with Fan Shimei that nothing was needed, so they decided to let Qin Feng come directly. Chapter 81. The gathering. Once Fan Shimei finished preparing the hairy crabs in the kitchen, she also prepared some cold dishes. After completing her preparations, she stepped out of the kitchen and asked Andy and Guanjuer, what time do you think they will return? I'd like to know when to steam the hairy crabs. I'm not sure about Yingying's return time. I'll call her in a moment. As for Brother Feng, he just mentioned he is almost here, Guanjuer replied. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Andy quickly rose to open it. Hi, hello. Thank you so much for the invitation, Qin Feng said, looking at Andy as he greeted her. Hi, come in. We are neighbors after all. I received some hairy crabs, and since I'm not adept at preparing them myself, I thought it would be nice for everyone to gather together. That sounds wonderful. I brought some yellow wine. We can warm it up to enjoy with the hairy crabs. It should pair quite nicely, Qin Feng said, shaking the bottle of yellow wine he had brought. Really? I've never had yellow wine before. I look forward to trying it. Andy responded, following up on the conversation. Yes, it has a unique flavor, Qin Feng replied as they both entered the house. Hi. Guan Guan. Hi, Sister Fan. Hello, everyone. He greeted cheerfully. Hi, Qin Feng. Hi, Brother Feng. They replied in unison. Sister Andy, your computer has been beeping several times. It seems someone is trying to reach you, Guan Zhuer informed her. All right, let me check when Xiao Yingying will be back. You all can relax for a moment while I take a look, Andy said. She opened her computer and saw a message from Qi, who had reached out to meet her since he knew she had returned to the country. Andy hesitated, as her prior interactions with Qi had been primarily online. She replied to Qi, explaining that she had friends over and would discuss matters later, then shut her computer. What is the update? When will Yingying be back? Yingying and her boyfriend were out shopping when they learned that there were hairy crabs to be savored. She promptly expressed her desire to return, mentioning that she wished to bring her boyfriend along, thus signaling the commencement of the steaming process. Guan Zhuer looked at Andy and remarked, Did the little earthworm truly go out on a date with that white supervisor? Upon hearing Guan Zhuer's words, Fan Shimei chimed in. What is the story? Were you aware of this beforehand? Andy inquired. The little earthworm mentioned her company as White Supervisor, a rare gem among men. She was already picking out her outfit early this morning for their date, Guan Zhuer explained. Is that truly the case? Qin Feng is here. Let us not be deceived by the charms of love, Andy expressed his skepticism. Who knows? I suspect he might not be all that impressive. Yesterday, the little earthworm sent messages in the dead of night. If he genuinely intended to pick her up, he would have inquired earlier about her whereabouts. It's rather improbable to send messages at such an hour, Fan Shimei, seasoned in matters of the heart, opined about the man's intentions. Well, I don't quite grasp this. Wasn't it said that she would bring him back? We shall see then, Andy conceded, admitting his lack of understanding. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of hairy crabs wafted through the air, accompanied by the ringing of the doorbell. Guan Zhuer went to answer the door and found Xiao Yingying standing there with a man of unremarkable appearance. Yingying, you've finally returned. Please come in. It will be ready shortly, she said. Guan Guan, this is my boyfriend. You can call him Xiaobai. Xiaobai, this is my roommate, Guan Zhuer. You may simply call her Guan Guan, Yingying introduced them. Upon seeing the girl who opened the door with her innocent and charming features, Xiaobai recognized her as a fresh university graduate. After exchanging greetings, they entered the house. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was roused by Andy. She sat up on the sofa, still drowsy, and gazed at the newcomers. Upon entering, Xiaobai noticed Chu Xiaoxiao adorned in luxurious attire, immediately discerning her as a wealthy beauty. Her sleepy appearance only enhanced her allure, affirming that today was indeed worthwhile. He had subtly gathered information about these girls during his journey, realizing that they were worth pursuing. Chu Xiaoxiao, having just come from a nightclub, perceived Xiaobai's gaze upon her and the spark in his eyes when he later saw Fan Shimei. Sensing that he was not a man of good character. Ah, you must be Yingying's boyfriend. Hello, hello, Chu Xiaoxiao chirped playfully, extending her hand to Xiaobai while subtly squeezing his palm. Greetings, you must be Chu Xiaoxiao. Yingying mentioned you on our way here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaobai responded with a gentlemanly smile. Oh, what a warm-hearted man. Your words are truly delightful. Qin Feng, look at him. Take notes, she teased. Chu Xiaoxiao praised Supervisor Bai, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng in the process. Qin Feng languidly reclined on the sofa, casting a glance at Chu Xiaoxiao. After a long drive home, he was utterly exhausted, merely yearning to know when dinner would be served. Nothing else mattered to him. You might as well starve, he muttered. All right, Chu Xiaoxiao. Feng Gu has just driven back home and is undoubtedly fatigued, so let us refrain from bothering him, Guan Zhuer said sympathetically, noticing the weariness etched on Qin Feng's face. Oh, fine. I won't say another word. We all feel for you, Guan Guan, Chu Xiaoxiao retorted sarcastically. What? What are you saying? Don't speak nonsense. Guan Zhuer stammered, her face instantly flushed. All right, everyone. Dinner will be ready shortly. Let us quickly set the table, Fan Shimei announced as she put down her task. The group complied, and Bai Zhu Guan, observing the multitude of women present, felt compelled to showcase himself. Initially anxious due to Qin Feng's undeniable handsomeness, he soon relaxed upon realizing Guan Zhuer's evident interest in him, concluding that other women would surely not be drawn to Qin Feng in such a scenario. I see there are some vegetables left in the kitchen. I shall prepare a cold dish. I'm delighted to partake in your gathering today, he offered. Very well. We appreciate your help, came the reply. Once the cold dishes were prepared, the table was adorned with an array of food, aside from the hairy crabs. There were several cold dishes made by Fan Xingmei and by Zhu Guan, as the main attraction was indeed the crabs. At the dining table, Qin Feng sat beside the host, Andy, with Guan Zhuer to his right, followed closely by Fan Xingmei, Chu Xiaoxiao, by Zhu Guan, and Qiu Yingying. Andy felt a sense of comfort with Qin Feng nearby and welcomed this feeling, while Guan Zhuer instinctively wished to prevent others from sitting close to him. Well, this cold dish is delectable. Xiao Bai is truly a wonderful man, Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression exaggerated as she savored by Zhu Guan's creation. Qiu Yingying, lacking understanding of the dynamics, chimed in, agreeing with her. Try this yellow wine. See if you can adjust to its unique flavor. It pairs well with hairy crabs. Qin Feng suggested, pouring Andy a glass. All right, I'll give it a go, Andy replied, taking a sip and finding it quite tolerable. The table buzzed with Chu Xiaoxiao's praises for Bai Zhu Guan, Qiu Yingying's enthusiastic agreement, and Fan Xingmei's attempts to redirect the conversation. Fan Xingmei discerned Chu Xiaoxiao's intentions, but found herself unable to address them directly, resorting instead to changing the subject. After finishing their meal, the group collaborated to clean up, then returned to their respective homes. Just before leaving, Chu Xiaoxiao slipped a note with her phone number into Bai Zhu Guan's pocket. A scene witnessed by both Fan Xingmei and Andy, while Qin Feng remained blissfully indifferent, confident that Bai Zhu Guan would soon be a non-issue. Chapter 82. The onset of public opinion upon returning home, Fan Xingmei appeared somewhat conflicted, prompting Guan Zhuo to inquire curiously, "What's wrong, Jia? You seemed perfectly fine just moments ago." "Ah, it's nothing. I just felt Chu Xiaoxiao was acting a bit strangely," she replied. Was she? I thought she seemed quite normal, Guan Zhuo responded. With a perplexed expression, Guan Zhuo remarked, "You only have your phone goo in your eyes at the dinner party. There is no one else." Fan Xingmei teased with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, Sister Fan, how could that be?" Guan Zhuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "All right, enough about you. When we were leaving, I noticed that Xiao Chu had given her phone number to that white supervisor. And you didn't see how that white supervisor looked when he entered? His gaze was quite something." "How could this be?" Guan Zhuo exclaimed. "This Chu Xiaoxiao is going too far. That is Yingying's boyfriend. I must tell Yingying to be cautious around Chu Xiaoxiao." Guan Zhuo's tone turned slightly indignant. "Let us not say anything just yet. If you bring it up now, it will only cause an uproar. Besides, we still don't know the full situation. How can we discuss it?" Fan Xingmei disagreed with the idea of speaking out at that moment, as it was evident that Qiu Yingying was infatuated with love. If she were to find out, it would undoubtedly upset her. Indeed, it is best to keep silent. But what should we do? Guan Zhuo furrowed her brow, clearly troubled. "Let's not dwell on this for now. We are still uncertain about the circumstances, so there is no need to rush." When Qiu Yingying returned, they refrained from mentioning anything, instead listening to her rave about how wonderful her white supervisor was, whether shielding her in the subway or treating her to delightful meals. Fan Xingmei couldn't help but think she was merely stringing along this naive girl. The following day, Qiu Yingying was already dressed and waiting eagerly for her white supervisor to pick her up, only to receive a call stating that a friend had an emergency and he couldn't make it. While she felt disappointed, she said nothing. In reality, the white supervisor had gone to Chu Xiaoxiao's side. Last week, Chu Xiaoxiao had just returned and enjoyed a few leisurely days before heading to her family's company. "Father, I'm here," she announced. Chu's father looked at his precious daughter, feeling a surge of joy within. "Xiaoxiao, you've been back for a few days. It's time to get to work. How about becoming a vice president at the company? I'll have General Manager Wang guide you, so you can learn properly." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao felt displeased and pouted. "Father, you are being quite unfair. As soon as Chu Lianjie arrives at the company, you appoint him as the general manager, yet I am offered merely the vice presidency. If I go, what role will I have? I refuse. I want to be a general manager too." Chu's father felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, for she spoke the truth. Yet, Chu Lianjie was his son, and he wished for him to take over the family business. However, if he did not agree with Xiao Xiao's demands, he knew that his wife would cause a stir when they returned home. "Xiao Xiao, you've just come back and lack experience. Wouldn't it be better to learn first?" As soon as Mr. Chu finished speaking, the office door swung open, and Chu Lianjie entered, holding a document. "Dad, please hand over the G project. I simply lack the energy to deal with it right now." "Oh, what brings you here today?" Chu Lianjie remarked with a hint of sarcasm upon seeing Chu Xiaoxiao. "All right. Lianjie, just place the document down and hurry back to your work." "Sure thing, Dad. I'm off then." Hearing his father's words, Chu Lianjie obediently departed. knowing that his desire to inherit the family fortune required his father's support. Chu Xiaoxiao glared at Chu Lianjie as he left, but once he turned away, her expression transformed back into a cheerful smile. Dad, how about you entrust this project to me? I am confident I can handle it well. This project is of great importance. Are you truly capable? Oh, please let me give it a try. After some contemplation, Mr. Chu ultimately agreed. Fine. I will provide the funds for you to start a company. Go have fun. Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Dad. Chu Xiaoxiao joyfully embraced her father, planting a kiss on his cheek. This weekend was perfectly timed for the arrival of various office supplies at the company. And since Supervisor Bai had indeed called her after the note he left yesterday, he was invited to assist. During lunch, they even took photos together to share on social media. At home, Qiu Yingying, who had not gone out, was instantly enraged upon seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's posts on social media. I am going to kill Chu Xiaoxiao, that shameless woman. How could she do this? Fan Shimei and Guan Zhuer, hearing Qiu Yingying's hysterical outburst from the bedroom, were taken aback. What's wrong, Yingying? Guan. This woman Chu Xiaoxiao is utterly shameless. She is flirting with my boyfriend. Qiu Yingying cried as she clung to Guan Zhuer. Oh dear, Yingying, please don't cry. Tell me what exactly happened. Fan Xingmei comforted, gently patting Qiu Yingying's back. Whoa, Sister Fan. Today Xiaobai told me he was helping a friend. And then I saw Chu Xiaoxiao's posts. They were together. Fan Xingmei and Guan Zhuer exchanged glances, instantly comprehending that what was discussed yesterday had indeed transpired. It's fine. Don't overthink it. Perhaps they simply bumped into each other, right? For now, don't rush. You'll see what Supervisor Bai has to say when work resumes tomorrow. Want tea? Yes, Yingying, Sister Fan has a point. Just take it easy for now. After hearing this, Qiu Yingying felt somewhat reassured. Right? I mustn't get angry. I'll ask Bai about this tomorrow. After much coaxing, the matter was finally resolved, and both individuals felt a sense of relief. The following morning, early at the office, Qiu Yingying hurriedly arrived and, noticing that Supervisor Bai had yet to come, began her work while waiting. As luck would have it, she arrived too early to witness the events that would later unfold. The previous day, Qin Feng had contacted Old Lu, realizing it was now time to address Supervisor Bai, especially since Qin Feng recalled that, in the original narrative, it was not long before Qiu Yingying was implicated. Thus, it was prudent to be straightforward. Old Lu had arranged for personnel early in the morning to post various materials about Supervisor Bai's scandalous behavior in the lobby of Qiu Yingying's company, providing detailed descriptions of each individual's identity involved. Before long, a crowd gathered around the display. Wow, this person has quite the appetite. He seems to consume everything without issue, commented one observer. Just look at him. Over 50 and still so bold. Another chimed in. And let us not forget he is married. He is certainly living a life of privilege, having avoided years of hardship. Isn't that the financial supervisor from our building? What was his name again? I believe it's Bai. Indeed, it says so right here. Bai. How scandalous. And married, no less, at his age. When Supervisor Bai arrived in the lobby, he was met with a throng of gossipers and approached the group, only to find their astonished expressions and hushed whispers directed at him. Look, isn't that him? One murmured. Yes, it is. He appears quite refined, but who would have guessed he is truly a gentleman of ill repute? You don't understand. One can never truly know a person's heart by their appearance. As Supervisor Bai listened to the surrounding chatter and felt the weight of their scornful gazes, an ominous premonition settled within him. Upon reaching the front, he was confronted by the posted materials detailing his past indiscretions, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who did this? Who was responsible? He bellowed in a fit of rage, but received no answers. Overwhelmed by the disdainful looks from the crowd, he could bear it no longer. He tore the posters down in a frenzy and discarded them into the trash before retreating to the elevator, all while enduring the judgmental stares of those around him. As he walked through the office, he felt the weight of contempt in everyone's eyes, with colleagues deliberately keeping their distance. Qiu Yingying, upon seeing Supervisor Bai enter the building, felt a surge of excitement and stood to approach him, only to be halted by a concerned coworker. Yingying, where are you going? Her colleague cautioned. I need to speak with Supervisor Bai, she replied. Qiu Yingying, with a bewildered expression, inquired. Oh dear, why are you still looking for him? Haven't you seen what was posted in the company group? Her colleague, filled with exasperation, replied. Posted what? I didn't see anything. Qiu Yingying responded. Well, you should check it out quickly. Sensing there must be some significant matter at hand, Qiu Yingying took out her phone to look. Upon perusing the group messages, she stumbled upon a scandalous account regarding Supervisor Bai, captured in the lobby by a colleague. Her mind went blank. Is this really Supervisor Bai? How could he be such a person? Xiao Yingying found it hard to believe, yet the details were laid out so clearly. Time, place, and individuals involved, chronicling events from his university days to the present with alarming precision. If it weren't true, such elaboration would be utterly impossible. The realization that her first love was this kind of person left her in a state of fear and deep grievance, feeling utterly deceived. Just as Supervisor Bai returned to his seat, the secretary to the general manager approached him. Supervisor Bai, the general manager requests your presence. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Bai felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed that trouble loomed ahead. Upon reaching the general manager's office, he knocked lightly before entering. Ah, Bai. You've been with the company for several years now, the general manager remarked, setting down his documents as Bai stepped inside. Yes, sir, I've been here for 3 years. Bai replied cautiously. Indeed, it has been quite some time. The company has not been unkind to you over the years, promoting you to a supervisory role. However, we need you to understand the company's position regarding a recent matter. We are facing some difficulties ourselves. Sir, I have worked diligently during my time here. And while I may not have significant achievements, my efforts have been sincere. I hope the company can grant me a chance, Bai pleaded anxiously. Ah, Bai, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but your situation has become common knowledge throughout the office building. If you remain with the company, it could severely tarnish our image. Surely, you understand, the general manager replied. But sir, I do not yet possess my accounting certificate. If I am dismissed, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to find another job. I implore you to help me, Bai beseeched. Bai, it's not that I do not wish to help. It's simply beyond my control. Moreover, I am aware of your frequent visits to massage parlors and the expenses you have been reimbursing. I will not pursue that matter further, but you must act sensibly. Submit your resignation to HR. It would be best for everyone involved. Supervisor Bai, listening to half-threats, realized that there was no way out of the situation and could only proceed to handle his resignation formalities. Since discovering the true nature of Supervisor Bai, Xiao Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Upon witnessing him exit the general manager's office, she began to gather her belongings, her mind clouded by rage. With a water cup in hand, she approached Supervisor Bai and splashed water onto his face. You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to deceive me? Claiming you have feelings for me? I was foolish enough to believe you, you liar. Supervisor Bai regarded Xiao Yingying with a hint of regret. Such a simpleton, he thought, would soon deliver herself to her own downfall. A pity indeed. Your foolishness is your own doing. I cannot be blamed. He replied disdainfully before disregarding her entirely and departing with his belongings. The onlookers in the office, having witnessed the unfolding scene, chattered among themselves. Recalling how Supervisor Bai had previously sought conversations with Xiao Yingying, now realizing the gravity of the situation, it was not long before Xiao Yingying was informed of her dismissal. The company had little regard for her, and for the sake of avoiding future complications, it was deemed safer to let her go. After Supervisor Bai descended the stairs, he kept his head down, too fearful to meet anyone's gaze. Wait a moment, you are Bai, are you not? Supervisor Bai noticed a group of people approaching and felt a surge of fear, quickly shaking his head in denial. No, I am not. You have mistaken me for someone else. Still attempting to lie? It is indeed you. My wife mentioned you as our nephew, yet here you are, daring to seduce her. Brothers, seize him. With a furious shout, the group lunged at Supervisor Bai, fists raised to strike. Seeing the chaotic scene unfold, Supervisor Bai abandoned any care for his belongings, discarding them as he fled, pursued by a throng. In no time, they caught up with him, surrounding him and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him to wail in despair. That's enough. We cannot afford to get ourselves into trouble. Let us strip him of his clothes and tie him to a tree. I want everyone to witness his fate, old Lu said to Qin Feng from the car. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Have we executed this plan beautifully? Qin Feng gazed at the scene before him, feeling a sense of relief. With this, the task was undoubtedly accomplished. It would be unreasonable to expect failure, after all. He was a law-abiding citizen. Had he considered leveraging social media? Such content could generate significant buzz and could certainly go viral on platforms like Douyin. Naturally, he had. You need not worry about my capabilities. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Mr. Qin, you aren't staying to watch? This is far from over. I need not watch. I am assured that the matter has been resolved. As soon as Qin Feng departed, the police arrived. Upon surveying the scene, They collected all pertinent evidence and, after conducting interrogations, discerned the circumstances surrounding the incident. Their disdain for Supervisor Bai was palpable. Officer, could you assist me in finding a piece of clothing? I find myself in quite an embarrassing predicament. Please bear with us for a moment. We don't have any spare clothes at the moment. We'll arrange for someone to bring you some shortly. The situation became increasingly apparent, and before long, the necessary procedures were completed. After receiving a reprimand, everyone returned to their respective homes. With no other options, Supervisor Bai had to enlist the help of a roommate to deliver some clothes. After changing, he returned to his rented apartment, blissfully unaware that news of his predicament had gone viral online. Exhausted both physically and mentally, he lay on his bed, opened his phone, and was met with a barrage of online vitriol and condemnation. He shut his eyes in anguish, his heart heavy with regret and despair. Days later, Supervisor Bai endeavored to seek new employment, but the scandal that had sullied his reputation spread throughout the industry, and no company was willing to hire him. Facing insurmountable obstacles, he ultimately had no choice but to leave the city and return to his hometown. However, due to the magnitude of the scandal, his parents severed ties with him, succumbing to the pressure. From that point on, Supervisor Bai vanished from sight, leaving no trace of where he might be living. Chapter 84. Chu Xiaoxiao Seeks Help. As Qin Feng returned home and finished his dinner, he was greeted by the sound of the system notification. Ding. Task 1. Xiao Yingying wishes for Supervisor Bai to accept the punishment. Task completed. Reward, 20 fate points. Although he had anticipated the successful completion of the task, the system's announcement still took him by surprise. Upon first learning of this task, he felt it would not be overly challenging. For punishing Supervisor Bai was quite a straightforward affair. Considering that Xiao Yingying might also be facing difficulties, Qin Feng resolved to go and check on her. Upon receiving a notification from the system, Qin Feng noticed that Xiao Yingying had packed her belongings and returned home. As she gazed at the desolate house, a wave of grievance washed over her. She could not comprehend why, after having been deceived and merely seeking an outlet for her emotions, she found herself dismissed from her position. The more she pondered, the more her sense of injustice deepened, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. She unlocked her phone, intending to call Fan Shimei and Guanzhou, yet found herself at a loss for words. Especially after the altercation with Supervisor Bai and her impending confrontation with Chu Xiaoxiao just yesterday. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Yingying hastily wiped away her tears and opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Qin Feng standing on her doorstep. Upon seeing Xiao Yingying's swollen eyes, Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. If he had dealt with Supervisor Bai earlier, it might have been feasible. Yet he was uncertain whether that would have led to the emergence of a Supervisor He or Supervisor Hong. He gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiao Yingying shook her head, and tears began to flow once more. Qin Feng entered the room and handed a tissue to Xiao Yingying, offering words of comfort. "Enough now, do not cry. I saw the news about Supervisor Bai online. Such people are not worth your concern. I am not so much saddened by being deceived, for he has already faced his due punishment. What truly troubles me is the loss of my job, and I cannot comprehend why I was dismissed. This matter had nothing to do with me," Xiao Yingying lamented, her sorrow palpable, feeling as though she had been struck 1,000 times. "Come now, do not be disheartened. It is merely a job, one that you can certainly find again. Besides, your company likely terminated you out of fear of potential issues, seeking a quick resolution." Qin Feng reassured her. "Now dry your tears. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal to uplift your spirits. What do you say?" As Qin Feng gazed at the unchanged Xiao Yingying, he decided it was time to unleash a grand gesture. Indeed, upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to treat her to a meal, Xiao Yingying's mood immediately shifted from gloom to sunshine. She casually wiped away her tears and prepared to head out. "Are you truly going out like this? Take a look at your eyes. They resemble those of a rabbit. Go freshen up a bit. I'll return to change my clothes and then come find you," he advised. Glancing at her reflection, Xiao Yingying conceded that venturing out in her current state was not a wise choice. Soon, Qin Feng descended and escorted Xiao Yingying out, and the two set off to a nearby restaurant for a meal. After dining, Xiao Yingying's spirits visibly improved. Indeed, she was a true foodie. Good food had the power to dissolve all her sorrows. Later that evening, after finishing work, Fan Xingmei and Guanzhou returned home, their eyes filled with concern for Xiao Yingying. They had seen the news regarding Supervisor Bai on their phones, as such gossip travels swiftly. "Yingying, are you all right?" Fan Xingmei inquired cautiously. I'm fine now. Just feeling a bit down about work," It's time to start job hunting again, Xiao Yingying replied. Her spirit relatively unscathed, for those with simpler minds often possess larger hearts. Don't worry, Yingying. Consider this. Given the situation with Supervisor Bai, you've come out relatively unscathed. After all, it could have been worse. Had you waited longer, you might have faced a far more severe consequence. Guanjui comforted her. Yes, I understand. Rest assured. I am fine. This little setback will not defeat me, Qiao Yingying reassured them. That's good to hear. Just take your time, relax a bit. And then you can resume your job search, they advised. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with her own troubles. Ever since she secured the G project from her father last week, she had not given it much thought due to her preparations for the company. However, upon reviewing the G project documents at work today, she found herself utterly bewildered. In the afternoon, she visited her mother, who, upon learning that Chu Xiaoxiao had obtained the G project, expressed her concerns about her ability to manage it. After all, if she wished to compete for the family fortune, it was crucial to avoid mistakes, especially since Chu Xiaoxiao was a girl, which did not bode well for her prospects. Reflecting on her inability to comprehend the G project documents, Chu Xiaoxiao considered seeking assistance. She thought of Andy and Qin Feng, one a senior executive and the other the company's owner, believing they could lend her the help she needed. Hastily returning home, she bought 2 fruit baskets as offerings, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity at the apartment, her anxiety began to mount as Andy had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the elevator doors chimed open, and Chu Xiaoxiao rushed to the door just as Andy stepped out. Andy, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages, she exclaimed. What's the matter? Andy replied, a hint of weariness in his voice. There were some matters at the company, which caused me to be delayed. As Andy observed the figure of Chu Xiaoxiao rushing towards her, she instinctively took a couple of steps back. Andy, you must help me. You are my only hope, Chu Xiaoxiao implored, feigning a pitiful expression. All right, come in first. Speak slowly about what troubles you. Andy, you know I returned this time to fight for my inheritance. I have a brother from my father's previous marriage who has now been assigned to work at the company. I've also secured a project, which is crucial. If I fail to complete it, my mother and I may find ourselves destitute. Enough with the theatrics. Just wait a moment, and I'll see what I can do, Andy remarked, unable to tolerate Chu Xiaoxiao's coy demeanor. Thank you so much, Andy. You are the best. Love you. Just as Andy settled down, the doorbell rang, prompting her to hurry and open the door. Guang, come in quickly. What brings you here? Sorry, Andy. I have something I'd like to ask you, Guanjura replied, slightly embarrassed. Not at all. Please come in. Upon entering, Guanjua noticed Chu Xiaoxiao was also present, greeted her, and took a seat. All right, who will speak first? Andy inquired, as Guanjua and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Let her go first, Guanjua suggested. Enough with the modesty. Guang, you go first. Chu Xiaoxiao's matters may be more intricate, Andy smiled, observing their synchronized responses. Chapter 85, Resolving Issues. Upon hearing Andy's words, Guanjua felt no need to hold back, as her situation was indeed quite straightforward. After listening to Guanjua discuss workplace matters, Andy felt somewhat at a loss, as she had never been at the grassroots level and thus lacked familiarity with certain issues. Guang, regarding this matter, I may not be able to offer you much advice. I think it would be prudent to consult Qin Feng and see if he can provide you with some insights from his perspective as a boss. Guanjua was taken aback that even Andy couldn't provide guidance, as she had always perceived Andy as someone capable of anything. All right, I'll ask Brother Feng then. With that, Guanjua intended to leave, but Chu Xiaoxiao stopped her. Don't go just yet. Could you find out if Qin Feng is home? If he is, ask him to come down. I also have something to discuss with him and would like Andy and Qin Feng's assistance with a project. Oh, okay. Can I study here while I wait? Guanjua inquired, excited about the prospect of a project and the chance to learn from Andy and Qin Feng. Of course. I have no objections, Chu Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, Guang, you can assist as well. With a smile, Andy began to speak. A knock echoed through the air, and upon opening the door, Qin Feng entered. What brings you here? I heard you needed to consult me about something. Indeed, I was hoping to gather your insights, he replied. Having learned about Guanjua's situation at the company, Qin Feng was somewhat aware of the circumstances. From the perspective of a leader, I am indifferent to whose fault it may be. What I require is someone who can resolve the issue rather than one who exacerbates it. Thus, I focus solely on the outcome. Andy nodded in agreement. Precisely, as long as the results are satisfactory, the underlying issues are secondary. Guan, when faced with such dilemmas, Do not hastily explain to your superiors that it is not your fault. First, address the problem at hand. Once it is resolved, then you may discuss the antecedents with your leader. That is when it will prove beneficial. As you mentioned, you merely assisted in completing the latter part of the data. Yet the initial segment encountered issues, and your leader has held you accountable for it, correct? You must heed two crucial points. First, if you are assisting with a task, ensure that what is assigned to you is devoid of errors. If there are issues, ascertain the reason. Was it a mistake on their part or something else? Second, if your assistance is merely voluntary, consider whether the document requires your signature, for signing it implies your accountability. Leaders tend to focus solely on this aspect. They lack the time to investigate who did what and how. Once you sign, you must take responsibility. Qin Feng elaborated in detail, prompting Guanzhou to ponder thoughtfully. Brother Feng, are you suggesting that I ought to be more meticulous? Indeed, while one's own duties require careful attention, assisting others demands even greater diligence. After addressing Guanzhou's matters, Chu Xiaoxiao swiftly produced her own documents. Xiaochu, what seems to be the issue? Andy inquired as he took the file from her. Chu Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat embarrassed, at a loss for words. Upon witnessing such a scene, Qin Feng chuckled. The issue lies in the inability to comprehend, he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xiaoxiao erupted in indignation. You, Qin Feng, I shall not let this go. Andy hurriedly intervened, restraining the agitated Chu Xiaoxiao, fully aware that Qin Feng's assertion was accurate, leaving him with a sense of exasperation. Little Chu, if you cannot even understand the documents, how can I assist you in resolving the issue? I cannot simply do it for you. It is imperative that you grasp it yourself. Chu Xiaoxiao displayed a face full of flattery. Andy, dear Andy, would you assist me just this once? This matter is of utmost significance to me. Observing Chu Xiaoxiao's expression, Andy felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain of how to proceed. Qin Feng stood by, watching and laughing heartily. A smile graced Qin Feng's lips, drawing the attention of several onlookers. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and lend a hand. Stop laughing, Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. What am I laughing at? I laugh at your foolishness. What else could it be? He retorted. What? You dare to call me foolish? I will not back down, she declared defiantly. Little Chu, cease this folly and allow Qin Feng to speak. Are you not planning to undertake this project? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao fell silent, her demeanor shifting. Pray tell, how am I foolish? I may have indulged in leisure during my studies abroad, but that does not warrant being called foolish. That is irrelevant. Let me ask you something. Did your father assign this project to you and establish a company for you? At Qin Feng's inquisitive gaze, Chu Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It was just assigned on Sunday. Does your company lack personnel? I presume your father must have arranged for some subordinates? Of course, otherwise it would just be me. Chu Xiaoxiao responded, a hint of confusion evident in her expression, unable to comprehend the nature of his inquiries. Andy, however, grasped the situation and a sheepish look crossed his face. Do you still not understand? Your employees are left wondering why our boss has yet to assign us any tasks. If you cannot comprehend the documents, have your staff translate them into Chinese for you. The detailed information regarding Project G, these are matters you ought to delegate to others for assistance. With so many people under your purview, how can you neglect their involvement while you toil away at these documents alone? As Qin Feng's words sank in, Chu Xiaoxiao's face flushed a deeper shade of red. You know nothing. I merely wish to hone my own capabilities, which is why I am doing this. As Qin Feng observed Chu Xiaoxiao's stubborn demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. It was amusing how she was resolute in her words while being anything but tough in other respects. One must recognize that as the boss, her role was not to delve into minutiae, but rather to discern which tasks to assign to which employees. It would be rather absurd to assign a document translation to someone lacking proficiency in English, wouldn't it? All right, you are correct this time. I admit my oversight in failing to grasp this concept. However, since I am here now, you ought to enlighten me on the basics, lest I find myself embarrassed, she implored. Andy, upon hearing this request, acquiesced. Very well, since we have no pressing matters, I shall explain it to you, but do pay attention, at the very least. You should comprehend the work being done. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. The group gathered around the documents related to Project G and began their gradual translation. Chu Xiaoxiao absorbed the information bit by bit. While she might not master it immediately, she was certain to grow from the experience. After 2 hours, they completed the explanations, and Chu Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude to everyone. Thank you so much, Andy, Qin Feng, and Guan Guan. In a couple of days, I will treat you all to dinner. Choose the place. I shall cover the bill. Sounds good. We shall await your grand feast, came the cheerful reply. Chapter 86. The singular invitation. Once the matter concerning Chu Xiaoxiao was resolved, the day had grown late, prompting everyone to disperse. The following morning, Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company early, bearing the documents. She sought out the vice president assigned by her father, handed him the documents, and instructed him to have them translated and the relevant materials prepared before returning to her office. The vice president promptly notified Chu's father, who felt a sense of relief wash over him. Previously, he had been worried that his daughter lacked the acumen for business, especially upon hearing that she had been poring over project documents without guidance. Thankfully, she seemed to have come to a realization and was now instructing her subordinates to prepare the necessary materials. Ensure you assist Xiaoxiao diligently. If she encounters any issues, do not hesitate to contact me immediately. Rest assured, I will not forget your contributions. Chu's father encouraged the vice president, painting a vivid picture of future success. You can count on me, Director Chu. I will provide all the support necessary for Miss Chu, the vice president assured, exuding competence. On this day, Guanzhou arrived at the company, enlightened by the previous day's discussions about the issues at hand. When the leadership arrived, she approached them sincerely to apologize for the work-related problems from the day before, acknowledging her mistakes. The leader felt a sense of gratification upon hearing Guanzhou's words. After all, he had risen through the ranks and understood that the earlier situation was not entirely her fault, though he merely sought results above all else. Very well. Xiao Guan, recognizing the source of the problem is a good start. Ensure to avoid such issues in the future. Now, return to your work, he concluded. Guanzhou observed a noticeable improvement in her leader's attitude towards her, which undoubtedly elevated her spirits. She felt that the guidance from Andy and Qin Feng was indeed beneficial. Today, Qin Feng was not idle either. Unfortunately, at the company, Zhang Hua had issued an ultimatum. He was required to visit the office today, as numerous documents awaited his approval. Thus, the opportunity to languidly relax at home had slipped away. Qin Feng gathered his belongings and made his way to the office. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to swiftly tackle the mountain of documents awaiting him. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Feng immediately immersed himself in his work. He rapidly perused the files, affixing his signature and demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was Andy calling. Hello, Andy, what can I do for you? Qin Feng inquired. Nothing urgent, merely checking in on your progress at work. Andy replied with concern. Quite well, I'm diligently working through the documents. Qin Feng responded with a smile. That's good to hear. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to let me know, Andy offered. Thank you, I will, Qin Feng said, ending the call and returning his focus to his work. The day passed in a flurry of activity, and the subsequent days mirrored this busyness. On Friday morning, while Qin Feng was processing that day's files in the office, he finally glimpsed a ray of hope, which left him in remarkably high spirits. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Hello? Qin Feng. Do you have any plans for this evening? Came the voice of Chu Xiaoxiao from the other end. Chu Xiaoxiao, what's up? I have no plans for tonight. Qin Feng replied, intrigued by her intentions, especially since she had been quite occupied lately. That's great. I'm treating everyone to dinner tonight to celebrate the completion of my preliminary work on the G project. And I also want to express my gratitude to the elder sister for her assistance, she explained. All right, sounds wonderful. I'll be looking forward to your feast. Who will be joining us? Qin Feng, having no other commitments, was more than willing to accept. All the lovely ladies from the 22nd floor will be there. Along with you. Isn't that splendid? Chu Xiaoxiao teased. Truly? Then I shall be in the company of beauty on both sides. Qin Feng chuckled. Indeed. And I'll send you the location shortly. Make sure to arrive early. Chu Xiaoxiao concluded, hanging up the phone. As Qin Feng contemplated the dinner gathering that evening, he found it rather intriguing. The contrast between television dramas and real life was striking. Many aspects depicted on screen were indeed quite limited. Nevertheless, Qin Feng held a positive impression of the girls he had encountered, finding their company enjoyable as friends. This experience served to realign his mindset, preventing any future regrets born from prejudice during his time travels. It was akin to mending a flaw in his psyche, for the growth of the spirit is undeniably significant. That evening, the group convened for a gathering hosted by Chu Xiaoxiao, joyfully dining at a restaurant. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Andy's phone amidst their lively conversation, piquing everyone's curiosity, especially since Andy's phone rarely made a sound. Moreover, She had previously mentioned having few acquaintances in the country after returning from abroad. Andy, who sent you a message? Didn't you just come back? Xiao Yingying inquired candidly, oblivious to any potential boundaries. Oh, it's just an online friend I used to chat with. We got along well, and now that I'm back, they've been messaging me, wanting to meet up, Andy replied nonchalantly. Online friend? Are you involved in an online romance? Fan Xingmei, observing Andy's confident demeanor, asked in astonishment. Come on, it's just someone I met on a forum, and we've had pleasant conversations. It's not a romance, Andy said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Not necessarily. You might not have intentions, but perhaps they do, Zhu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Following the trend of the conversation, let me clarify. If it's a man, rest assured, he likely has ulterior motives. After all, why would he want to meet otherwise? And if it's a woman, that's highly improbable. How often do women take the initiative to meet someone? Moreover, it's a tech forum, where female participants are scarce. Qin Feng asserted confidently. Well, if he is a man, how would he know I'm a woman? I've never disclosed that, Andy pondered, somewhat perplexed as she had only mentioned her return. That is simple. After chatting for so long, the conversational nuances between genders are distinct. Even if he doesn't know your gender, it wouldn't hinder his desire to meet. If he is male, he might see you as a buddy. If female, it could be intriguing. The rapport you've established suggests you share common interests, and if he discovers you're attractive, it would be akin to striking gold, Qin Feng explained. Is that really true? Andy expressed disbelief. Trust me, my judgment is quite reliable. If I were privy to your conversations, I could ascertain the general nature of this individual. Do you believe me? Chapter 87. Qin Feng speaks of singularities in their meeting. I don't believe it. How could you possibly guess so accurately? You might as well be a fortune teller. Zhu Xiaoxiao expressed her complete disbelief in what Qin Feng had said. I trust what Brother Feng says. Guanzhua softly remarked from the side. Throughout the meal, Guanzhua maintained a quiet demeanor, eating with composure. Occasionally offering Qin Feng a taste of a dish she found particularly delightful, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. Everyone noticed this, yet no one commented. As she was notably shy. Of course you believe him. What does he say that you don't accept? Zhu Xiaoxiao scoffed at Guanzhua's faith. Well, since we're all saying this, let us just listen, Fan Shimei quickly interjected, steering the conversation. The group glanced at Andy, uncertain whether she would agree. As this matter fundamentally concerned her, they were merely spectators. All right, take a look then. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what kind of person Qidian truly is. Andy offered her phone. Can I really see it? Qin Feng inquired, taking the phone to confirm. Oh, go ahead. I've handed you the phone, Andy replied nonchalantly. As their previous conversation had revolved solely around forum discussions. Wow, I didn't expect this, Andy. Your usual interests are so intense. Impressive, Qin Feng exclaimed, surprised by the hardcore nature of the chat logs. Hurry up and look. Once you're done, tell us what you think Qidian is like. Zhu Xiaoxiao urged. Noticing Qin Feng's lack of response, her impatience evident. All right, what is the rush? I'm looking right now, Qin Feng replied. And the group gradually fell silent as they observed him engrossed in the phone. After flipping through the messages for a while, Qin Feng set his phone down, observing the similar content of the conversations. Firstly, such hard science fiction tends to attract fewer readers, requiring a certain foundational knowledge for deeper understanding. This singular individual, however, exhibits an impressive expertise in this genre, suggesting he possesses ample leisure time. Furthermore, upon reviewing the timestamps of your conversations, it appears that this individual often engages during working hours, implying he might be a boss. Not necessarily, Xiao Yingying interjected, employees might be slacking off during work hours. I used to do that often, even though I am currently unemployed. Her tone darkened as she mentioned her lack of employment. Don't worry, Yingying. You have an interview. And perhaps good news will come your way in a couple of days, Guojui quickly reassured her. Yes, I'm fine. Qin Feng, do you think my speculation holds any merit? Xiao Yingying asked, regaining her composure. Your conjecture is not without possibility. However, the manner in which this individual communicates differs from that of an employee. There exists an unintentional authoritative tone in his speech, likely a habit ingrained from his position as a boss. Moreover, he must be of considerable age, particularly a self-made individual. His dialogue often seems to probe, akin to his insinuations regarding whether you are a woman upon learning of your return, Andy. By the way, Andy, do you intend to accept the invitation? Qin Feng suddenly inquired. I haven't decided yet. Why do you ask? Andy responded hesitantly, apprehensive about transitioning from online chats to an in-person meeting. Andy, you should go. Otherwise, how can you ascertain whether Qin Feng's assertions hold true? Chu Xiaoxiao boldly encouraged her. Xiaoxiao, please refrain from inciting. It should be Andy's decision whether to attend. Fan Shimei interjected, seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm. Indeed, Chu Xiaoxiao, please do not create a fuss, Guojui concurred. If you wish to go, you may, if I am free. I can accompany you, ensuring everything goes smoothly, Qin Feng said, noticing Andy's hesitation. Really? You would accompany me? Andy's heart lightened at the prospect of Qin Feng's presence. Of course, just let me know in advance which day, and rest assured, I will sit nearby without interrupting your conversation. All right then, I will consider it. If you decide to meet him, it is likely that the singular individual will not drive, opting for public transportation, yet his attire will still reflect his economic standing. How could that be? What purpose does that serve? If he has a car, why wouldn't he drive? Chu Xiaoxiao expressed her disbelief, wholly unconvinced. The others mirrored her confusion. Yet Guojur wore an expression of unwavering trust, which brought a sense of comfort to Qin Feng, who thought to himself, what a naive girl. Shall we wager? The loser treats the winner to a meal. What do you say? All right, no problem. I accept your wager, Chu Xiaoxiao declared, slapping the table decisively. Thus, the meeting between Andy and Qi Dian was arranged. After dinner, Andy sent a message to Qi Dian, and they agreed to meet the following noon. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Qin Feng descended the stairs and left with Andy. Upon arriving at Financial Street, they entered the designated restaurant, where Qin Feng reserved a table that afforded a clear view of where Andy was seated. Moments later, a well-dressed middle-aged man entered the establishment. He was of average height and possessed an unremarkable appearance. After surveying the surroundings, he approached Andy's table. Hello, are you Miss Andy? Wei Wei inquired, gazing at Andy. As Andy examined the man before her, she noted that he closely matched Qin Feng's description, a middle-aged gentleman whose attire indeed reflected economic stature, though she remained uncertain about his true nature. Hello, I am. You must be Qi Dian? Andy replied, rising to her feet. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wei Wei, known online as Qi Dian. Wei Wei extended his hand in an attempt to shake hands with Andy, but his gesture was overlooked. Undeterred, he pulled out a chair and sat down. I never anticipated that Miss Andy would be so stunning. I always assumed that those who favor hard science fiction would resemble someone of my rather ordinary appearance, yet here we are. As Wei Wei spoke, his eyes continually scrutinized Andy, leaving her feeling slightly uncomfortable, prompting her to furrow her brow without uttering a word. During their conversation, Wei Wei subtly inquired about Andy's financial status and current employment. Having gleaned from their previous discussions that Andy possessed considerable professional acumen, Wei Wei's underlying intention was to seek a capable partner. The revelation that Andy was not only competent but also remarkably attractive exceeded his expectations and delighted him. Throughout their meal, acquaintances of Wei Wei arrived, providing unsolicited endorsements of his capabilities, sparing him the need to boast about himself. After dining, the two parted ways. Andy watched as Wei Wei exited to take the subway, then moved to join Qin Feng at his table. How did you find the lively atmosphere? Just as you described, Andy remarked. Predictable, really, Qin Feng shrugged, spreading his hands. Chapter 88. The Stirring of Heartstrings. How did you arrive at such an accurate judgment based on just a few pieces of information? Andy inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Qin Feng, unable to comprehend how he could have guessed so precisely. Of course, not solely that. It was also based on some chat exchanges and the nuances of his speech, age, and so forth. Observe, at his age, he remains unmarried. Despite having achieved considerable success in his career, it is unlikely that he lacks female companionship. However, he has indeed not entered into matrimony, indicating that he must possess high standards when it comes to those around him. Given his favorable circumstances, it is inevitable that situations like today's arise. Those with discernment and capability will undoubtedly recognize the facade he presents, while those who fail to do so are not the individuals he seeks. In truth, what he currently seeks transcends the notion of a romantic partner or spouse. Rather, he is in pursuit of a collaborator, someone who can contribute to both his personal and professional life. Upon hearing Qin Feng's analysis, Andy found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Originally, their online conversations had flowed smoothly, yet this unexpected turn of events rendered the situation quite awkward. Engaging in online discourse was a result of having few friends. But now that they are present, he is not devoid of companionship. Thus, they might as well maintain a friendship. He had not explicitly conveyed any other intentions, and these conclusions were merely my conjectures. What are you so conflicted about? Qin Feng remarked, observing the turmoil etched on Andy's face. Indeed. Oh dear. Your words have muddled my thoughts. Perhaps it is not as I imagined. Andy suddenly realized. Well, considering you didn't seem to enjoy your previous meal, let us order some more. The two proceeded to select additional dishes and resumed their meal. Meanwhile, Guanjua found herself working late once again. During lunch, a colleague invited her out to eat, only to discover that they had chosen the very spot where Andy was on a date. Feeling reluctant to go, she worried that Andy might misconstrue her presence as mere curiosity. However, her colleague praised the restaurant's cuisine, leaving her unable to decline the invitation, and thus she followed along. She resolved that if Andy and his companion had not left by the time she returned, she would certainly need to explain her presence. Upon entering, she spotted Qin Feng and Andy dining together, and upon realizing they had likely finished their meal, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Avoiding a direct encounter was fortunate. Guan, working late again? Qin Feng greeted as she and her colleagues entered. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Andy turned to see Guan just stepping in. Hello, Guan. You've arrived late. We've just finished eating. Haha, no thanks. I'll just have a quick bite with my colleagues. Guanjua responded, waving her hand dismissively. Brother Feng, Andy, we're off to eat now. The three of them moved to a nearby table, perusing the menu. After placing their orders, they spoke in hushed tones. Hey Guan, who are those two? Oh, they're my neighbors, just living next door and above. Is that so? You're quite impressive to know people like that. What's the matter with Brother Feng and Andy? Why do you say I'm impressive? Guanju was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Look at their attire. The fabric is anything but ordinary, and there are no conspicuous logos, yet they are undoubtedly from high-end international brands, which must entail a considerable price tag. How can you discern that? To me, they all seem rather similar, she replied with a chuckle. That requires practice. My keen eye is no jest. You truly are impressive. Your observations are remarkably astute. They reside in their own homes within the community. When will I ever afford such a luxury? We should strive to remain here. As long as we do, there is hope. The three of them buoyed each other's spirits as they engaged in conversation. And soon their ordered dishes arrived, prompting them to enjoy their meal with delight. Guan, you all eat. We shall take our leave now. Qin Feng and Andy said after finishing their meal, bidding farewell to Guanju. All right, Brother Feng, Andy, goodbye. Shortly thereafter, two distinctive dishes were brought to their table. Dishes they had not ordered. They hurriedly stopped the waiter to clarify the situation. Excuse me, we did not order this. You must have made a mistake. No, this was ordered by Mr. Qin earlier, and he has already settled the bill. I will bring over another dish shortly. Upon hearing this, the three felt relieved, as those two dishes were rather expensive. Your neighbor is quite something. Do tell, is there something going on? Oh, don't tease me. There's nothing happening. Your comments are making me blush. I must repay him. Guanju, having feelings for Qin Feng, wished to avoid taking advantage of him, fearing it would appear materialistic. Oh, does he truly mind such trivialities? His invitation signifies goodwill, and if you refuse, wouldn't that be a display of disdain? Indeed, Guanju. They do not concern themselves with material matters, yet they do value face. Oh, very well. Listening to her friends, Guanju remained somewhat skeptical. Observing her reaction, they felt reassured, and the meal proceeded with great enjoyment. However, Guanju bore a heavy heart, uncertain of her feelings. She had never been so preoccupied with someone during her school days. After a tiring day of overtime, coupled with incessant overthinking, her state upon returning home was far from ideal. Guan, why haven't you called your mother? Her mother's voice came through the phone. Mom, I just got home after working late. I'm utterly exhausted. Guanju felt a wave of joy upon receiving the call. Oh dear. It's all your father's fault for finding you such a taxing job. It's not only tiring but also so far from home. If you were here, I could take better care of you. Concerned for her daughter, Guan's mother continuously lamented about Guan's father. Mom, it's all right. I also wish to acquire some knowledge. And at the moment, I feel quite fulfilled. Rest assured, I am merely a bit fatigued. I won't keep you any longer. I plan to rest. Guanju yawned as she spoke. All right, I won't say more. You should get to bed early. Guanju hung up the phone and let out a heavy sigh, collapsing onto her bed, utterly unwilling to move, as she drifted into a hazy state. The phone rang once more, prompting her to answer it. Hello, This is Guanju. Only after the call did she realize she had accepted an invitation to a gathering the following day. Such events were typically prohibited by her mother, but having already agreed, she felt compelled to attend. After a brief moment of drowsiness, nearing sleep, she hurriedly freshened up before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 89. Bringing Guanju home the next morning, Fan Shimei rose early yet again. After completing her morning routine, she sat before her vanity to prepare herself. Xiao Yingying, rubbing her eyes, emerged from her room, and, seeing Fan Xingmei applying makeup, inquired curiously, "Sister Fan, are you going on another blind date today?" "Indeed. What else can I do? If I don't find a suitable partner, how can I remain in this bustling metropolis?" Fan Shimei replied while continuing her makeup. "That is not true. Sister Fan, you can achieve great things on your own. You're so capable, working at a foreign enterprise. Your future is bright." "Ah, sister, that is merely a fade. There is hardly any room for advancement in foreign companies," Fan Shimei replied, expressing her discontent. People often assumed that her job was splendid. Yet in reality, she felt trapped, merely passing time. As the two continued to chat while applying makeup, it was long before Fan Shimei finished. She pulled out several outfits, asking Xiao Yingying, "Little earthworm, which of these looks the best? Which should I choose?" "Sister Fan, you already look stunning. All these outfits are fabulous. You'll surely captivate him," Xiao Yingying remarked, filled with envy as she admired Fan Shimei's figure, contrasting it with her own, which she felt was far from appealing. "Sister is not merely aiming to impress. I desire a stable home. Without establishing myself here in the city, what good is it? All right, enough talk. I have to leave now. Good luck, Sister Fan. Wishing you great success." Just as Fan Shimei stepped outside, Guanju also emerged from her room. "Yingying, what?